Chapter 1. Traversing the Ancient Beast Era. As night descended, Qian Yun logged into a game centered around the cultivation of beasts, just as she did every evening. Engaging in agricultural development, she began to pass the time. However, upon her entry today, the system inexplicably presented her with a Messagia multiple-choice question. Dear player, in the interest of the proliferation and advancement of the beast realm, would you be willing to traverse this world to breed offspring with the valiant males? Options for yes and no appeared before her. Qian Yun furrowed her brow. Though she had been playing a male character, she unhesitatingly chose no. Yet somehow, her hand betrayed her and she inadvertently tapped yes. Stunned, she was enveloped by a sudden dizziness, and in the blink of an eye, her phone screen went black. Her consciousness rapidly succumbed to darkness, leaving her in a state of oblivion. When awareness gradually returned, she was startled awake by the distant, fervent roars of beasts. Panic-stricken, she scanned her surroundings, which were utterly foreign to her. The dark blue sky displayed a mesmerizing nocturnal spectacle, with 3 golden, round moons casting a surreal glow that rendered Qian Yun utterly speechless. Beneath the moonlight, towering shrubs and colossal ancient trees loomed over her, their heights surpassing her own. The dense jungle in the distance remained obscured, leaving this strange and eerie place shrouded in mystery. Amid her rising anxiety, a semi-transparent system interface appeared before her. Congratulations, player, on successfully traversing the beast realm. In appreciation for your willingness to contribute to its propagation, we have significantly enhanced your physical attributes, granting you unparalleled breeding capabilities. All aspects of your attributes have been fortified, ensuring a seamless birthing process devoid of any risks, allowing for rapid recovery post-delivery. May you thrive in the beast realm and expand the lineage of the entire beastfolk tribe. Thank you for your contribution. With that, the interface dissolved into a radiant white light. Isn't this a form of deception? I selected no. Who would willingly bear offspring in such a dreadful place? This is outrageous. She lamented that in response, there was only silence. The system had acted unilaterally, offering a solitary statement before vanishing. How infuriating. Qian Yun felt her eyes welling with tears. It was profoundly unjust. While others who traversed worlds had access to glamorous, multifunctional systems, what had she received? Just a few lines, and now it seemed she would never return to her own life. Was she destined to remain in this world, breeding for the males? What was she reduced to? Overwhelmed, tears began to stream down her face. Just then, a massive white tiger leaped overhead, startling her into silence as she instinctively crawled into the dense wild grass nearby. The grass towered over 2 meters, perfectly concealing her curled-up form. Soon after, the great white tiger returned, perplexed, and stood where she had been moments before, searching for her. Cang Mi squinted as he surveyed the surrounding grass. Soon, locking onto a small female figure, her face streaked with tears, he initially thought it was a mere illusion. But indeed, there was a small female. What troubles you? He inquired as he approached Qian Yun's position. Transforming from his tiger form into a humanoid shape, he gently parted the grass with his long arms and successfully located her. Qian Yun, with a tear-streaked face, gazed blankly at the man before her, who bore the features of a tiger ears and tail caught between human and beast. Oh, but he was not a male. Beneath his tousled silver hair, a pair of violet eyes met hers, the cold, languid countenance adorned with a hint of mischief, now lowered as he observed her quietly. Crouched on the ground from her vantage point, his impressive long legs, sculpted abs, and towering stature were not the focal point. What truly captured her attention was the sight beneath his animal skin skirt. She had seen it all. The mortifying image caused her cheeks to flush instantly. How to put this? Cang Mi noticed her reaction and recalled the direction of her gaze before her face turned crimson. He instinctively glanced at his own animal skin skirt. A soft chuckle escaped him as understanding dawned. Such an innocent little female, surely still unclaimed. Today, 3 moons have risen, and everyone is gathered at the altar to honor the great female deity. Which tribe do you belong to? Allow me to escort you back, he asked, his tone nonchalant. Qian Yun shook her head, finding it difficult to articulate that she had traversed from another world. What compounded her embarrassment was the cartoonish nightgown she wore. Moreover, her shoes had not crossed over with her, leaving her barefoot and rather uncomfortable. Earlier, when she had sought refuge in the grass, her feet had been pricked by the sharp stones below, and now a dull ache lingered. Seeing her merely shake her head in silence, Cang Mi, undeterred by the escalating roars of beasts in the distance, swiftly scooped her up in his arms and hastened towards the altar. The sudden lift startled Qian Yun, prompting a gasp as she instinctively clung to him. The delicate weight of the female in his embrace evoked a slight stiffness in Cang Mi's form, his expression momentarily serious due to the close proximity. Fortunately, the altar was not far off, and as his attention shifted to the gathering there, the subtle feelings he harbored towards this small female dissipated. "Shaman, please examine this young female," he instructed upon spotting the shaman of his tribe, promptly handing Qian Yun over to him. In an instant, Qian Yun found herself amidst a throng of beastmen, some maintaining their massive animal forms, representing various tribes. Others were in humanoid shapes, all encircling an ancient altar crafted of stone. The serendipitously found female paled in excitement compared to the sacred female selected by the great deity upon the altar. The crowd merely cast a glance at Qian Yun, remarking on her fair skin, long, silky hair, and petite beauty, before redirecting their attention back to the altar. While others may disregard her, the shaman could not afford to. The elder shaman gently placed Qian Yun atop a stone, urging her to sit. He scrutinized her condition with curiosity, particularly the peculiar dress she wore. Eventually, his attention was drawn to the wounds on the soles of her feet. Several abrasions marred her delicate, fair skin, inflicted by rough stones. The sight of her injured feet caused him profound distress. One could only imagine the pain she must endure. Qian Yun's mind was entirely preoccupied with the altar, oblivious to the green light emanating from his palm, which was healing her wounds. At that moment, her thoughts were solely focused on the altar, where a stone statue stood. The statue, though somewhat hastily carved, unmistakably portrayed a woman. Was the depiction of the goddess a tad too casual? Under the moonlight, the statue radiated a gentle luminescence, and before it stood a short-haired female. "What is the matter with that female?" she inquired, puzzled. The healer, having already tended to her injuries, turned to gaze at the female on the altar and cheerfully explained, "That is the chosen saint female of the goddess. Every time the 3 moons appear, the goddess selects a female with strong reproductive capabilities to become the saint female. Only the most formidable males of the tribe are deemed worthy to mate with the saint female, ensuring the lineage of powerful offspring. Those selected as saint females are bestowed with extraordinary abilities, a gift from the goddess." Upon hearing this, a slight grimace tugged at Qian Yun's lips, as the concept was rather daunting. She had previously engaged with games set in beastly realms, where certain unwritten rules of the society were somewhat familiar to her. In such a world, the role of females was predominantly relegated to reproduction. To put it bluntly, they served as mere instruments for childbirth. The balance of nature dictated that the union of male and female was essential, and the female's ability to bear children was an inherent gift. However, in this primitive and archaic realm, the significance of this ability was magnified, treating females as treasures to be cherished. If females did not reproduce, their kind would dwindle, ultimately facing extinction. The scarcity of females led to their classification as rare and precious beings. The healer, perceiving Qian Yun's youth, likely assumed she was a curious young female from a nearby tribe who had wandered into the commotion, thus taking the time to explain the ritual to her, clarifying the selection process of the most potent females to become saint females, paired with the strongest males of the tribe. This arrangement aimed to unite the finest of the beastmen, thereby producing even more exceptional progeny. The beastmen who revered the goddess adhered to this custom. Qian Yun quietly observed, joining in the spectacle. The system had cast her here with the implication that she was to reproduce and strengthen the beastman race. However, as long as she remained silent, her petite and delicate form would likely dissuade them from considering her. She harbored no qualms about declaring her inability to conceive to these beastmen. Just as she was contentedly labeling herself as infertile in her mind, the statue of the goddess on the altar suddenly emitted a blinding light, that a brilliant, soft white light swiftly traversed the air, cascading down upon her, enveloping her in a gentle glow. The surrounding orcs, momentarily stunned, erupted into fervent exclamations. The second holy female has descended. Chapter 2. I am not easy to support. Qian Yun was momentarily bewildered, her ears ringing from the thunderous roars of the orcs, prompting her to hastily cover them with her hands. The shaman beside her raised an arm, gesturing for silence, and at last, the orcs subdued their excitement. Their restrained growls, laden with a pent-up tension, ignited a sense of unease within Qian Yun. This was unprecedented. Another holy female had arrived, a situation never before witnessed. "This is a blessing from the goddess of femininity upon our continent," the shaman exclaimed, his trembling hand raised skyward in awe. Qian Yun gazed with a complex expression at the rough stone statue on the distant altar, its features indistinguishable as either male or female. This ancient faith, embodied by the Goddess of Femininity, was undeniably real, and she dared not defile it. Yet, a daring thought flickered through her mind. Was this goddess somehow entwined with that dog system? Cang Mi, this little female is one you brought here from where did you acquire her? The shaman suddenly realized, directing his inquiry towards the approaching Cang Mi. With a furrowed brow, Cang Mi replied, I found her amidst the wild grass. She wouldn't disclose her tribe and merely huddled there, crying. So I brought her along. The orcs of the Adar tribe felt an immense surge of pride. Truly admirable. Regardless of whether she was a holy female, she was discovered by Cang Mi in the wilderness, and thus belonged to him. Cang Mi stood before Qian Yun, his expression one of mixed emotions. Her timid and anxious demeanor starkly contrasted with that of the holy female on the altar. All females aspired to be chosen by the Goddess of Femininity, to attain greater honor, care, and status. Yet, this little female exhibited no signs of joy. In her bright, beautiful brown eyes, he even discerned a glimmer of resistance, leaving him perplexed. Simultaneously, he found her intriguing. For the first time, the Goddess of Femininity had selected two holy females, leaving the orcs of various tribes both elated and bewildered. Shortly thereafter, the leader of their Adar tribe, Dello, stood in his beast form beside the stone upon which Qian Yun Saturday his cold, authoritative gaze swept over the restless orcs, a chilling pressure silently emanating from him, which served to temper their emotions somewhat. Qian Yun felt the atmosphere tighten instantaneously, a stifling sensation causing the hairs on the back of her neck to stand on end. She remained motionless, paralyzed by fear. This holy female was brought back by our tribe Cang Mi. She shall join our tribe tonight. His deep voice was firm, not a question, but an assertion. The orcs voiced no dissent, yet the female on the altar dared to speak. Cang Mi, come with me, Norma stated, her gaze fixed upon Cang Mi. Qian Yun's eyes flickered. She caught a whiff of intrigue and instinctively glanced towards the female. The woman possessed shoulder-length gray hair and an impressive stature, perhaps due to her surroundings. Her skin lacked fairness, yet her features were exquisitely attractive, with a slightly raised chin that conveyed an air of arrogance. When Norma noticed Qian Yun's gaze, she shot her an irritable glare. Qian Yun, finding the exchange dull, averted her eyes. I will not go, Cang Mi asserted, his focus unwavering on Qian Yun. Throwing out the words with unwavering resolve without even turning his head, an uproar erupted among the nearby beastmen. Norma's face flushed with anger, her fists clenched tightly as she glared resentfully at Cang Mi's retreating figure. Cang Mi, think this through, the shaman softly cautioned, then turned to address the disinterested Qian Yun. Refusing the saintess proposal of companionship will ensure that no female will accept that male in the future. Little female, you wouldn't dare reject Cang Mi, would you? You are also a saintess. He carried you back from the forest, and thus he has the right to bond with you. Qian Yun instinctively lifted her gaze to the majestic white tiger named Cang Mi, and upon meeting his profound purple eyes, she smiled faintly and replied, I am not easy to care. This remark, the beastmen, who had been holding their breath awaiting her answer, collectively exhaled in relief. Cang Mi remained oblivious to the momentary tension stirred by his own emotions. In the eyes of the males, this response signified that the female was indeed willing to accept. It merely shifted the choice back to Cang Mi, who would ultimately decide whether to invest the effort in caring for her, as she was open to his intentions. A smile graced Cang Mi's lips as he transformed into his beast form and approached her. Before she could react, the shaman swept her up as if cradling a child, placing her upon the tiger's back. Be mindful, Cang Mi, her skin is delicate. I have healed the wounds on her feet, so when you return, avoid areas thick with wild grasses, as some can be sharp and injure her skin, he instructed. I understand, Cang Mi replied, glancing at Qian Yun's pristine feet, his purple eyes filled with caution. Sitting atop the tiger's back, Qian Yun felt somewhat stiff. This was her first experience riding a tiger, especially one of such a colossal size, capable of transforming into a human. Her heart raced with excitement and anxiety as she instinctively clutched the soft fur beneath her. Cang Mi sensed her movement. Her grasp on his fur indicated her readiness. Nodding at the leader, he set off with Qian Yun in tow. The leader, along with the beastmen of their tribe, trailed behind at a distance to escort them. There were two saintesses, and it was evident that Norma was far easier to care for than Qian Yun. Since Qian Yun was carried back by Cang Mi, he held the preferential right to bond with her. The other beastmen from different tribes had little thought left for the already departed Qian Yun. The strong individuals from various tribes have begun to converge towards Norma, eager to pursue her and to secure the esteemed title of her first mate. In the eyes of the males, a female who is delicate and difficult to sustain is perceived as an inadequate choice for reproduction. Naturally, when seeking a partner, One must select a robust female endowed with formidable reproductive capabilities. This is the prevailing standard among most males when it comes to mate selection. Qian Yun is entirely indifferent to her image in the eyes of those orcs. In fact, she would prefer that they look down upon her. Do not approach me. As she journeyed forth, Cang Mi did not run swiftly. Perhaps due to her substantial stature, sitting upon the back of the tiger, she felt surprisingly stable rather than jostled. Observing the dense and enigmatic forest surrounding her, with wild grasses towering above her, she sensed that should she inadvertently wander into the woods, her fate would be dire. Having been unexpectedly transported to this realm by a rather treacherous system while playing a game, she found herself enveloped in a haze of uncertainty regarding her future. Experiencing life in a beastly world was not entirely out of the question. However, the thought of procreating was utterly terrifying. As she gazed down at the majestic and imposing white tiger beneath her, the notion of becoming his mate and, eventually, bearing a litter of tiny tigers filled her with dread. The very image was too horrifying to bear. She simply could not acclimate to such an idea. In a moment of distraction, Qian Yun noticed a peculiar design on her right wrist. She lifted her hand to scrutinize it under the moonlight. The intricate pattern, formed by ancient runes, encircled her wrist like a delicate band of golden ink, reminiscent of a tattoo. Sensing something amiss, Cang Mi, having noticed that one of her hands was occupied, instinctively slowed his pace. He turned to her, observing her fascination with the mark on her wrist, and began to explain in a calm tone. Every holy female chosen by the goddess bears a mark, but the location of these marks varies among them. The mark on your wrist is rather conspicuous, easily discernible to the males around you. Qian Yun furrowed her brow. This was certainly not a good sign. What abilities has the Lady of the Divine granted you? Cang Mi inquired, casting a vigilant glance around, her tone casual yet laced with caution. Chapter 3. A grisly scene. Qian Yun assessed her condition and found no anomalies within her body, save for the mark upon her wrist. It was perplexing, as she felt nothing unusual. Cang Mi suggested, let us await the dawn. Each female's experience varies, and some abilities may awaken later than others. Qian Yun responded softly, releasing her own hand to grasp a tuft of his tiger fur once more, gently holding on to steady her body against any potential jolts. Although she felt such an occurrence was unlikely, this grip provided her with a sense of security. Not only did this bolster her confidence, but it also instilled a sense of reassurance in Cang Mi. He remained uncertain about her fragility, pondering whether she might be so delicate as to lose her balance and tumble from his back. In the absence of clarity regarding her strength, he could only exercise greater caution and care. Fortunately, during this journey, she maintained a steady position, albeit with a hint of nervousness. Cang Mi could not help but let out a soft hum, remarking on the timid nature of the little female. Qian Yun sat obediently upon the back of the tiger, hesitant to move, her wrist bearing a mark that occasionally flickered with a faint glimmer, yet it did not evoke any discomfort within her. With her body devoid of any unusual sensations and unable to discern anything further, she withdrew her thoughts from the mark. Turning her gaze towards the formidable group of tigers that maintained their distance, she observed that they were all magnificent white tigers, their size surpassing that of the white tigers she had previously encountered at the zoo. The striking black and white hues of their coats rendered them even more majestic and imposing. As Qian Yun took in the sight of the tigers and surveyed the dimly lit area shrouded in shadows and untouched by moonlight, she realized that they had traversed a considerable distance without awareness. With a silent sigh, she prepared to proceed cautiously, only to be startled by a sudden eruption from the darkness beside her. A pack of red-eyed black wolves surged forth. These wolves, as large as cattle, bore eyes of a blood-red hue, exuding a menacing aura as they encircled their path with ferocity. Startled, Qian Yun's complexion changed drastically as she tightly clutched the enormous white tiger beneath her. Cang Mi's violet eyes shimmered with a cold disdain as she let out a scornful huff. Hold on to me. A host of prey has come to our doorstep. Unfazed by the ferocious black wolves that lunged with bared fangs, a verdant wind coalesced around the white tiger, swirling outward in a mesmerizing display. Though it appeared gentle in its dance, it concealed a lethal intent, sharp enough to slice through the very air, striking the black wolves with deadly precision. In an instant, the flesh and blood of the black wolves were rendered into a gruesome tableau by the cutting gale. Qian Yun could only witness the splatter of blood, vast quantities erupting upon the wind, which acted as a formidable barrier against the black wolves, as well as the crimson tide. The scene was awash in a shocking scarlet hue, and the heavy scent of blood in the air compelled her to suppress a wave of nausea. Fearful, She buried her head against the back of the tiger, unwilling to cast another glance. In the ancient, beastly world, a realm governed by the law of the jungle, where the weak are devoured by the strong, the ferocious creatures of the wild posed a lethal threat alongside the natural disasters. These beasts represented danger, yet they were also the quarry for the beastmen. Such battles were a daily reality. It was only through personal experience that Qian Yun came to fully grasp how chilling those scenes truly were. In the context of this world's harsh survival conditions, the images before her were merely minor fragments. Qian Yun dared not gaze upon the horrifying scene of flesh and blood splattering around her. The mere sight of others slaughtering chickens sent shivers down her spine. How much more terrifying was the act of dismembering a living wolf. The ferocious howls of the wild wolves, mingled with the whimpers of those on the brink of death, filled the air with a pungent scent of blood that heightened her senses. Her hands gripped tightly onto Cang Mi's tiger fur, tears streaming down her face, her entire body trembling with fear. Cang Mi sensed her distress. With a swift motion, he summoned the winds beneath his feet and swiftly distanced them from the gruesome battlefield. The black wolves were evidently drawn to Qian Yun, their delicate and tender flesh an irresistible temptation. They growled as they attempted to pursue her, but were thwarted by Luo and his band of tiger beasts, initiating a second wave of conflict. With an impassive expression, Cang Mi cast a glance back before escorting the frightened Qian Yun back to the tribe. They returned to the village, to the shelter of his tree hollow. Transforming into his human form, he gently laid the trembling Qian Yun down in the grassy nest. Qian Yun's gaze appeared somewhat vacant, her tears streaming down her face, and her body trembled gently from fear as she curled up, clutching her knees. Observing her distress, Cang Mi furrowed his brow, feeling a wave of melancholy wash over him. He understood her sensitivity, yet he had not anticipated such fragility. Could she truly not bear the sight of blood? That was merely a skirmish with a pack of wolves. What would transpire if she were to face a full-scale assault by formidable beasts? The scene would undoubtedly be far more brutal and terrifying. What would she do then? It's all right now. We are back in the tribe, where it is safe. You should rest for a while. I will fetch you something to eat, Cang Mi said, reaching out to gently stroke her head in a gesture of comfort. Qian Yun curled up, hugging her knees, her head buried as she sobbed softly. Cang Mi was at a loss on how to console her and, feeling somewhat agitated, rose to step outside. He kindled a fire near the tree hollow and retrieved some jerky stored within, tossing it into a stone pot to cook. Soon, the group of magnificent white tigers, who had dealt with the wolf pack, returned. After arriving at the tribe, Dello selected some animal skins and provisions from the storeroom to deliver to Cang Mi. He set down his burden by the fire, hearing the faint sound of crying from the tree hollow, and with a grave expression, inquired, "Is she truly so timid?" Earlier, when Cang Mi fought the wolves, they had observed Qian Yun being frightened, initially believing it was due to the gruesome sight of the bloodied wolves. They were astonished that, after some time had passed, she was still in tears. Cang Mi, scratching his head in frustration, remarked, "Do you think this saintly female might possess a different significance?" The first time the goddess selected two females to become saintly, yet this one is entirely different from Norma and unlike any of the previous saints. I wonder if this little one is too delicate. Perhaps the goddess chose her out of concern for her survival, hoping we would take better care of her. Dello's expression darkened as he softly reprimanded, "What nonsense are you speaking? Do not question the goddess. Cang Mi, remember, this little female is one you rescued. Her status as a saintly has no bearing on that. If you find her too fragile, you still have the option to seek out Norma." Cang Mi, irritated, huffed, "I do not like Norma." He turned to glance back at Qian Yun, still lost in her bloody fears within the tree hollow, and explained, "I simply do not understand how to comfort her when she cries. What is there to be afraid of?" Dello replied, "You are a male, raised amidst violence from a young age, so naturally, you are unafraid. However, those well-cared-for females may not have encountered such gruesome scenes. Cang Mi, remember, a female who can be raised to be so delicate is not simply a matter of casual upbringing. Being chosen by the goddess as a saintly signifies she possesses that qualification." Dello's warning weighed heavily on Cang Mi's heart. "Understood, Chief. I will take good care of her." With that, Dello turned to leave, casting a worried glance back at the tree hollow. Upon hearing their words, Qian Yun felt a profound sense of despair. Was this merely a reflection of her own sensitivity? Surely, a female native to this world would be equally appalled. The gruesome imagery of wild wolves tearing flesh stirred her stomach, and she pressed her mouth shut in an effort to suppress the urge to vomit. What compounded her sorrow? Driving her to tears was the realization that she would be residing in this world from now on. Tears streamed uncontrollably down her face. As she cried, she began to feel a warm sensation emanating from the mark on her wrist. It seemed as though a gentle force enveloped her entire being, imparting a sense of warmth. Under this comforting embrace, she could not resist the pull of sleep and succumbed to slumber. Cang Mi, having prepared the food, noticed the sudden silence in the tree hollow and promptly entered to investigate. He found her nestled within the grass, sound asleep. She resembled a helpless little creature, curled up with tears still glistening on her cheeks. His gaze softened as he retrieved a clean piece of animal skin from a corner basket, draping it over her and gently wiping away the remnants of her tears, leaving her immaculate. When Qian Yun finally awoke, it was already the following day. She opened her eyes and turned her head to glimpse the sunlit weather outside the tree hollow, slowly propping up her weary body. As she surveyed the spacious yet simple interior of the tree hollow, an overwhelming sense of exhaustion washed over her. Recalling the earlier gruesome scenes left her feeling unsettled, though she had begun to recover. Gradually, she crawled to the entrance to gaze outside. In the next moment, a pair of long, striking legs appeared before her. She paused for a moment, instinctively looking up. Simultaneously, Cang Mi crouched down, holding a bowl crafted from bamboo, filled with broth and chunks of meat. "It's not hot. Eat a little," he said, as he plucked a piece of meat from the bowl and offered it directly to her mouth. The morsel was not large. His gesture was not particularly gentle, yet neither was it harsh. He simply fed her with his hands. Qian Yun was already ravenous, and she cared little for the fact that he was using his hands to grasp the meat. A small, tender morsel, cooked to exquisite softness, was easily chewed into bits within just a few bites. However, an overwhelming, fishy taste soon pervaded her mouth, compelling her to expel the meat without hesitation. Chapter 4. Are you intent on starving yourself or deliberately tormenting me? The unseasoned meat retained its primal flavor, replete with a strong, fishy aroma, yet lacking any semblance of richness. Cang Mi observed her retch the meat out, his face paling with discontent. "Not to your liking?" he inquired coldly. Qian Yun shook her head, her eyes involuntarily reddening. The scent of raw meat was overwhelmingly strong. Cang Mi said nothing, but turned to retrieve a piece of roasted meat from beside the bonfire for her. As she gazed at the charred morsel, she opened her mouth to take a bite. However, the meat proved surprisingly tough, resisting her attempts to sink her teeth into it, leaving merely a faint imprint of her bite. The meat was chewy, even bordering on hard, far beyond what her teeth could manage. Already famished, after encountering yet another obstacle in her quest for sustenance, Qian Yun broke down in tears. Cang Mi, now understanding the situation, wore a grim expression. He inhaled deeply, suppressing his frustration, and rose to check the tribe for other provisions, hoping to find something more suitable. Before long, he returned with a selection of food. Avoiding the tougher cuts, he sought out the softer, more palatable pieces, suitable for both females and young ones. The pungent aroma of meat lingered heavily. "I can't bite through this." Ugh, after all that effort. Not a single morsel had made it down her throat, and Cang Mi felt his anger boiling over. Suppressing his rage, he glared at her and demanded, "What do you truly desire? I have scoured for every morsel I could find, even the food meant for the females of our tribe and the puree for the young. Yet, you cannot consume a single bite. Are you intent on starving yourself or deliberately tormenting me? Pray tell, what did you eat before?" Startled, Qian Yun looked at his fierce, angry gaze, tears welling up in her eyes and cascading uncontrollably down her cheeks. "I told you I am difficult to care for, and I wish to no longer live. Just leave me in the wild to perish," she said, wiping her tears. His words incensed him, transforming him into his beastly form as he turned and dashed out of the tree hollow, letting out a thunderous roar. The deafening sound made Qian Yun instinctively cover her ears. Fear gripped her heart. She had driven a magnificent tiger to madness. The futile roar served merely as an outlet for his pent-up fury, exacerbated by his helplessness. In his dealings with Qian Yun, Cang Mi had never felt such powerlessness. Although he had anticipated her being challenging to care for, he had never expected it to be this difficult. The great tiger turned back to the tree hollow. Witnessing her panic and unease caused a profound ache in his heart, along with guilt for his earlier outburst. "It is my fault. I should not have frightened you. I was merely anxious. If you cannot eat anything, your body will grow weak. I will search for other food. Can you eat vegetables? What about the fish in the water? Shall we try together?" He resolved to seek out sustenance immediately. Cang Mi approached her, lying beside her. his furry head gently nuzzling against her embrace, enacting a scene reminiscent of a tiger seeking comfort. Gone was his previous agitation. At that moment, he resembled a cat, displaying a tender, soothing demeanor. "I will return swiftly," he promised, raising his paw to wipe the tears from her face. After receiving a nod of affirmation from Qian Yun, he sprang to his feet and dashed away, vanishing in an instant. Qian Yun lay helplessly in the grassy nest, starved to the brink of despair. Her gaze, unfocused and drifting, stared vacantly into the air as she murmured, "If you must seek someone to contribute to the orc tribe, at the very least, find a capable young woman. How could you possibly justify bringing someone as feeble as I? This is not a contribution to the orcs. It is an act of cruelty. Are you intent on abandoning me here to face murder? If I were to perish, I would haunt this realm, ensuring it remains restless. Why am I so utterly ineffectual?" As Qian Yun spoke, tears of frustration slipped from the corners of her eyes. Suddenly, the mark on her wrist began to emit a faint warmth, prompting her to instinctively raise her hand for a closer inspection. As her gaze fell upon the golden mark, a momentary haze clouded her vision, and before she knew it, a new realm materialized before her. She was momentarily stunned, then abruptly sat up in astonishment. The sight of this space, rich with damp earth, filled her with incredulity and a hint of joy. Had the divine lady bestowed upon her the power of space? Observing the soil within, she sensed that this was not merely a storage area. With its earth, this space allowed for air circulation and the cultivation of crops. Taking a deep breath, she felt a surge of vitality. If this truly was a planting space, she could grow food and never face hunger again. Who needs meat? It was time to embrace a vegetarian diet. In an instant, she felt revitalized, inhaled deeply, and struggled to rise, eager to seek out seeds for her crops. Qian Yun emerged from the tree hollow, her curious gaze sweeping across the surrounding environment. The orc tribe was nestled within a verdant forest, where their dwellings varied greatly. There were tree hollows, tree houses, and wooden and stone cottages constructed beneath the towering trees. The ancient woods, once untouched, now bore a hint of liveliness due to the presence of the orcs. Barefoot and hesitant to wander too freely, Qian Yun chose her path with care, seeking the route with the least stones, and made her way towards a nearby patch of grass. Upon arriving, she examined the wild vegetation with keen interest. A plethora of plants, varying in height and vigor, surrounded her, yet she found herself unable to recognize a single one. This was quite the predicament. The flora of this world was utterly dissimilar to that of the human realm. It appeared that embarking on a quest to gather seeds alone would not be a prudent choice. Even if seeds were presented to her at this moment, she might not be able to identify them. Once that great white tiger returns, she would have to seek his assistance. Qian Yun let out a helpless sigh, preparing to turn back to the tree hollow. As she turned, she was met with the fierce, suppressed fury of a dark visage, startling her into a gasp as she instinctively recoiled. Cang Mi immediately transformed into human form, extending his arm to catch her before she tumbled into the grass. The delicate figure was effortlessly drawn into his embrace, and before Qian Yun could fully comprehend the situation, he whisked her back to the tree hollow. Once she settled onto the soft nest of grass, she nervously lifted her gaze to Cang Mi's brooding face, where his violet eyes simmered with barely contained rage. She bit her lip, looking at him with a sense of bewilderment. This great tiger had a volatile temperament. He was angry once more. Was it because she had ventured out alone? At that moment, her silence caused the pent-up frustration within Cang Mi to churn and swell rapidly, threatening to erupt. "I am making every effort to care for you. When you cannot eat what I provide, I go out to find alternatives. I am doing my utmost to tend to your needs," he exclaimed through clenched teeth. Qian Yun nodded repeatedly, her expression apologetic. "I'm sorry for causing you trouble. Do you think I lack the ability to take care of you and am merely seeking other males over there?" Upon hearing this inquiry, she gazed at him with a hint of confusion. "Are there any males over there? I merely intended to check if there were any edible vegetables in the grass. I was looking for seeds." Cang Mi observed her earnest demeanor, and inexplicably, his anger began to dissipate. Noticing that his expression had softened, Qian Yun turned her attention to the fish roasting over the fire and gently inquired, "Is there any salt or seasoning that could enhance the flavor?" The meat you provided earlier was rather bland, which made the fishy taste quite overwhelming and rather unpleasant. Fearing he might lose his temper again, she quickly added, "If there isn't, it's perfectly fine. Please don't be upset. I can manage with a vegetarian diet. I wish to grow my own seeds. I never thought you incapable. That was my shortcoming. You could have easily chosen a more capable female like Norma. yet you chose me. Thank you. Her gratitude was sincere, infused with a strong will to survive. Her words elicited a subtle arch of Cang Mi's brow, a sense of ease washing over him, touched by her gentle remarks. Then she added, could you please try not to be so irritable? His expression darkened instantly. Chapter 5. Not only is she petulant, but her words are also irritating. Cang Mi suppressed his rising frustration, choosing silence as he turned away from the tree hollow to squat beside the campfire, watching the food. This infuriating little female was not only petulant, but also had an irritating way of speaking. He could only grit his teeth and stifle his anger. Qian Yun sat nestled in the grass, her gaze quietly fixed upon the robust and powerful silhouette before her. His physique was undeniably impressive, yet his temperament was equally formidable. Cang Mi sensed the piercing gaze directed at him from behind, causing him to momentarily stiffen. A glimmer flickered in his violet eyes, and a subtle smile tugged at the corners of his lips. As the enticing aroma of the fish wafted through the air, he promptly removed the charred skin from the surface of the fish, placing the pristine flesh upon a relatively large leaf. Within the belly of the fish, he had added some wild greens, traditionally used by the tribe's beastmen when grilling fish, which helped to eliminate the fishy odor while imparting a touch of saltiness. Do give it a try, Cang Mi suggested, presenting the fish to Qian Yun. Unlike the beastmen who often found meat to be overly pungent, they typically added few ingredients when cooking, leading to a stronger fishy taste. It was akin to how a cat might not perceive fish as particularly odorous. Qian Yun gazed at the delectable roasted fish, then turned her head to search nearby. Among a pile of dry twigs beside the grass nest, she rummaged and found 2 straight branches to use as chopsticks. Cang Mi furrowed his brow, observing her actions with concern. She intended to use her other hand to grasp the fish, but he gently blocked her. It's quite hot. Do not touch it. Allow me to handle it while ensuring you can eat. Qian Yun gently inquired. Are the mates of those females always cared for in such a manner when it comes to their meals? Cang Mi raised an eyebrow and replied, what other option do we have? Should we simply toss the food aside and let the females fend for themselves? The fish is delicate, making it difficult for me to feed you without the risk of bones getting lodged in your throat. There was a male who cooked fish for his mate, but unfortunately, he did not notice the bones and ended up causing her harm. Qian Yun, this is indeed a sorrowful tale. The branches have been fashioned into rudimentary chopsticks, and she delicately picked up a morsel of fish. The flesh was tender, dissolving upon contact, with a hint of sourness and saltiness, accompanied by the refreshing aroma of the plants, devoid of the expected fishy scent. The herbal infusion was somewhat pronounced, causing Qian Yun a touch of discomfort. The flavor could not be deemed exceptionally delightful, yet it was far from unpleasant. She was able to swallow it without qualm. She took another bite and then directed a smile towards Cang Mi, who sat before her, his expression grave as he awaited her reaction. This dish is palatable. However, a slight reduction in the herbal seasoning would be preferable, for the saltiness is adequate. Cang Mi let out a soft huff, internally relieved. If she can eat, then let her indulge. Observing her sweet smile, his gaze deepened. The fact that she could consume food marked a reassuring beginning. The fish was not particularly large, merely something he had casually caught from the pond nearby. Unsure if she could manage a larger fish, he refrained from diving in for a bigger catch, instead opting for a smaller specimen for her to sample. Now that she could consume the fish, it seemed the creatures in the pond would not survive for long. As Qian Yun savored her meat, Cang Mi did not fixate on her, but rather lowered his gaze, lost in contemplation, which alleviated her embarrassment. While she enjoyed her fish, Cang Mi had already revisited the assortment of herbs he had previously added, meticulously planning the precise amount to enhance the flavor for their next fish barbecue. By the time Qian Yun finished her meal, this great tiger had nearly completed his thoughts. The little female was resilient enough not to starve, causing Cang Mi to feel his temperament soften. Moreover, there was sustenance to consider. He rose and stepped outside, rummaging through the fire pit to retrieve 2 charred items blackened from roasting. Qian Yun, filled with curiosity, leaned in closer to inspect the object. What could it be? Its overly rounded shape, roughly the size of a fist, left her uncertain. It's a ball bean, Cang Mi replied casually. Instead of using his hands to pry it open, he summoned a gentle breeze to slice the charred exterior of the ball bean in 2. He then scraped the thoroughly cooked flesh from the inside with a clean stone and placed it into a bamboo bowl. The pale yellow flesh emitted an aroma reminiscent of potatoes. Cang Mi extracted the meat from both ball beans and handed her a generously filled bamboo bowl brimming with the ball bean flesh. Qian Yun cradled a bowl in her hands and gracefully settled onto the adjacent stone. She took a sip, and the soft, glutinous texture, infused with a sweet fragrance, ignited a spark of joy in her eyes. It was the unmistakable flavor of potatoes. Perhaps they were indeed potatoes, albeit the ones cultivated in this beastly realm appeared more rounded, distinct from their modern counterparts. Observing the delight illuminating her gaze, Cang Mi couldn't help but feel a surge of elation, inexplicably sensing that he had accomplished something significant. Such a capricious little female, and yet, in this moment, she was being cared for quite splendidly by him. "I am Cang Mi," he declared, as he perched himself on the nearby stone, his deep, melodious voice resonating softly. "Qian Yun. Indeed, I am known as Qian Yun." Qian Yun's violet eyes shimmered with a faint glow, while Cang Mi gently flicked her tiger tail in acknowledgement. Qian Yun had consumed a considerable portion of the ball bean meat and felt satisfied. "I am full. Could you possibly find the seeds of the ball bean?" "I wish to cultivate them," she said, passing the bamboo bowl in her hand. Cang Mi accepted the bowl and, with a fluid motion, transferred the remaining ball bean meat into her own mouth, disposing of what was left. Qian Yun was momentarily taken aback. Cang Mi, perplexed, inquired, "What purpose does planting serve? There are plenty in the forest outside." She glanced around to ensure there were no orcs nearby, then leaned closer and whispered, "The gift bestowed upon me by the Goddess of Femininity is the ability to cultivate a space wherein lies fertile soil for planting. I wish to sow." Cang Mi, astonished, began to speak, but was abruptly silenced by Qian Yun covering her mouth. With a tone of urgency, she insisted, "You must not speak of this. Allow them to believe I have not awakened any extraordinary powers, that I lack the ability to reproduce. I do not wish to seek numerous partners. I fear the prospect of bearing offspring. After all, there is Norma. Let those males pursue her instead. I am merely a fluke, perhaps as you suggested. Too delicate to sustain, chosen by the goddess to be a holy female, thus receiving better care due to this status." Amused yet exasperated, Cang Mi wrapped his arms around her waist, drawing her into his embrace and having her sit upon his lap. "Regardless of whether you are a holy female or not, lacking the ability to reproduce will not garner you exceptional care. At most, the leader may show some compassion, providing enough sustenance to prevent starvation. If you desire not to bond with males you find distasteful, you may refuse directly. Using your reproductive ability as an excuse will not suffice. Some males can sense a female's reproductive capacity. This deception will not work on them." Noticing the blush of anxiety on the person in his arms, a mischievous glint sparkled in Cang Mi's eyes. "You are so delicate that most males would struggle to care for you?" Qian Yun inquired with a hint of concern. "Will other males seize the opportunity to take you away and forcefully bond with me in your absence?" "No," came the reassuring reply, alleviating her worries. Yet, the next moment, he added, "The males who revere the divine female in the central continent would not engage in such behavior. However, it is uncertain whether the wandering beasts or those orcs who do not honor the divine female might act otherwise. The wandering beasts are particularly inclined to capture the sacred females. They merely seek a female to propagate their lineage, and the sacred female, endowed with the divine female's power, possesses remarkable reproductive capabilities. Instances of wandering beasts abducting sacred females are relatively common." Qian Yun felt a tightness in her heart, her face pale. "Perhaps it would be best if you claimed that my reproductive abilities are lacking, to deter those stray beasts from setting their sights on me. It makes me quite anxious," she admitted. Cang Mi could not help but chuckle, raising a hand to affectionately ruffle her hair, chiding her in a somewhat indulgent tone. "Why are you so timid? I will not allow those stray beasts to take you away. I shall protect you, even when I am out hunting and not by your side. As long as you do not wander off secretly, the strays cannot breach our tribe." Qian Yun's lips curled into a charming smile, revealing two delightful dimples, and her exquisitely beautiful visage rendered Cang Mi's breath momentarily heavy. Her body, supple and ethereal, boasted a porcelain-like complexion that made one hesitant to apply any force, as even the slightest pressure seemed likely to leave a mark. A thought crossed his mind, and he reached out to caress the sole of her foot, where the wound inflicted by a stone during their time in the wild had been tended to by the shaman. Qian Yun's delicate and smooth feet possessed a tactile quality that rendered him utterly enamored. Chapter 6. The Enormous Gap Between Humans and Beast Men. Qian Yun felt a twinge of embarrassment as she instinctively shrank her feet, which were unbearably itchy from the incessant touching. Unable to caress her feet, the great tiger shifted his hand to grasp hers instead. He held her hand tightly, his broad palm enveloping her delicate fingers, which seemed almost diminutive in comparison. I lost my temper with you earlier. As a male, I ought not to have acted that way. I am genuinely anxious for you. Your inability to eat may lead to weakness, and if it worsens, it could be fatal. I have never cared for any other female before, and I am at a loss as to how to make you content. I have not done well. His handsome visage was suffused with sincerity, his striking violet eyes earnestly gazing into hers, stirring a flutter within Qian Yun's heart. Instinctively, she tightened her grip on his hand. This reaction momentarily took Cang Mi aback. Her touch was a silent response, conveying her forgiveness and her willingness to draw nearer and accept him. The arm wrapped around her waist tightened further, and his body grew increasingly warm. Despite being single since birth, Qian Yun has lived for 23 years and is well aware of her circumstances. When she raised her gaze to meet those expressive eyes brimming with affection, he leaned in and pressed his lips against hers, silencing the words she was about to utter. Qian Yun felt her entire being tense up, her mind a blank slate. Cang Mi observed her anxious and helpless expression, eagerly anticipating her reaction. Once she regained her composure, instead of crying, throwing a tantrum, or resisting, he lowered his head and continued to kiss her lips. Her soft, sweet mouth, imbued with the unique essence of an unaccompanied female, was utterly enchanting and tantalizing, deeply stirring his primal instincts, leading him to succumb entirely to her sweetness. The originally gentle and tentative kiss suddenly transformed into a fierce and domineering one. Qian Yun found herself unable to withstand such an intense and relentless kiss, her body growing weak, leaving her unable to resist. Deep down, it seemed she did not object to this sensation, nor did she resist this great tiger. Her cheeks flushed, breath quickening, and just as she felt she might suffocate, Cang Mi released her, allowing her a few gasps of air. Please don't do this. The other beastmen are watching. Qian Yun stammered, her face aflame with embarrassment. To Cang Mi's ears, this translated to a request to refrain from public displays of affection, suggesting they retreat to the safety of the tree hollow. He lifted her and entered the hollow, continuing to relish her presence. Her delicate and tender form, pale and exquisite, bore the slightest pressure to reveal a mark, prompting Cang Mi to remain composed and cautious. He pinned her gently against the grassy nest, his arms supporting him on either side as he gazed down at her. Qian Yun felt overwhelmed with embarrassment, her breath quickening as she spoke with a hint of grievance. You are far too fierce, you shouted at me earlier. If I were to anger you in the future, you would undoubtedly strike me or even devour me. These words ignited a surge of anger within Cang Mi. Damn it. I do not consume females, nor do I strike them. Nor would I ever treat you in such a manner. It troubles me greatly when you cannot eat. It frustrates me that I cannot care for you properly. Why on earth does she harbor such absurd thoughts? Cang Mi found himself at a loss for words, his ire rendering him speechless. After a prolonged silence, he finally spoke. You may chastise me, strike me if you wish. Go ahead, I will allow you to bite. He grasped her wrist, guiding her hand to rest against his neck, the force of his grip rendering her unable to withdraw, compelling her to caress his neck. It was a finely sculpted neck, the Adam's apple pronounced. His breath slightly ragged from anger, making such a neck irresistibly alluring. Qian Yun remained still, lacking the strength to resist. She sensed that this tiger exhibited rather peculiar behavior, its emotions fluctuating too wildly. Noticing her lack of response, Cang Mi grasped her hand and guided it towards his own form. Qian Yun suddenly realized, her face turning pale with fright. Do not move, she exclaimed, on the verge of tears. Is it customary for the males of your tribe to resort to such coercion over the females? Cang Mi, filled with indignation, retorted, How have I coerced you? He continued, Many females take pleasure in exploring their partner's physique. Would you prefer to touch my abdomen, chest, thighs, or perhaps another area? He pressed her hand against his chiseled abs, gently rubbing it a few times. How does it feel? Are you not enjoying yourself? Ridiculous. I am not enjoying myself at all, Qian Yun exclaimed, feeling utterly overwhelmed. She was terrified, fearing that he would continue to escalate the situation. Cang Mi found her reaction amusing, questioning. What male would pass gas while courting a female he is fond of? Listen to the absurdity of your words. Qian Yun felt a profound sense of despair, believing there was an insurmountable chasm between them. What she expressed and what he comprehended seemed worlds apart. The gulf between humanity and beast folk was indeed vast. The sight of her, with her eyes reddened in fear, filled him with trepidation. As he witnessed her tears and the pleading emotions that flickered in her gaze, Cang Mi's heart tightened painfully. He released her hand and gently enveloped her in his embrace, seeking to offer comfort. His desire to forge a bond with her had dissipated. All he wished for was to hold her close and provide solace. Overwhelmed by guilt, he lamented his earlier harshness that had frightened her, leaving her wary of him. After experiencing a surge of emotions, Qian Yun wept, her head spinning and her body succumbing to fatigue. She closed her eyes and leaned against him, drifting into a drowsy slumber. Her breathing was steady, occasionally interrupted by soft sobs, presenting a picture of fragility and vulnerability. Cang Mi observed her in this state, taking a deep breath that felt constricted in his chest. Ultimately, he gently laid her down behind the grassy nest and rose to exit the tree hollow. When Qian Yun awoke, darkness had enveloped the sky. Instinctively, she turned her head towards the sound emanating from the campfire outside the hollow. The wood crackled as it burned brightly, and the great white tiger lounged lazily beside it. At the moment she let out a gentle sigh, Cang Mi turned to glance at her. The males from other tribes have come looking for you. Chief Dello has kindled a significant bonfire within the tribe, and the males have prepared an abundance of food, eagerly awaiting your awakening to join them. Qian Yun raised her hand to her forehead, feeling a profound headache. The inevitable had arrived. Can we adhere to the agreement we made earlier? Cang Mi frowned and remarked, I have mentioned that using reproductive power as an excuse is not a valid rationale. If you dislike those males, you can simply decline their advances. Should they persist in bothering you after your refusal, I shall assist you in dealing with them. Qian Yun sat up, gazing at him before hesitantly inquiring, could you not have prevented them from approaching me from the very beginning? Cang Mi regarded her with a perplexed expression. He reflected on every word she had uttered earlier, striving diligently to grasp her meaning. He replied, no male possesses the capability to care for a female alone during the harsh winters or the rainy season, and I am no exception. Some males are invested in their offspring, while others remain indifferent. If you fear the prospect of having many young, you may choose a mate who is unconcerned about having descendants. Qian Yun lowered her gaze, a sense of inexplicable restlessness stirring within her. This world was constructed in such a manner that females could take multiple male partners. She understood that the more male companions a female had, the greater her chances of surviving the harsh winter. Yet, this did not imply that she, as a human, could easily accept such a reality. While she grasped the principle of adapting to local customs, the customs of this particular place were far from easy to embrace. Being thrust into a situation where she was compelled to choose among numerous beast men as partners was something she simply could not fathom. It was not that the great white tiger lacked strength. Rather, even beast men endowed with extraordinary abilities appeared insignificant in the face of immutable natural disasters. For a female to survive, it was imperative to secure partners who were both powerful and numerous. If she wished to thrive in this world, she would have to adhere to this daunting process. Qian Yun possesses a profound self-awareness. In the face of the unyielding brutality of nature, she recognizes that her modern knowledge offers her little capability to contend with the ferocity of beasts. She lacks the requisite combat prowess. The knowledge residing in her mind does not equip her with the understanding that she can survive in this perilous primal forest with her meager fighting skills. However, she finds herself unable to adapt. Not only is the prospect of forming a bond with the beastly inhabitants repugnant to her, but she also feels an innate resistance to this world itself. At least for now, she cannot accept the notion of casually choosing male companions for her existence. Cang Mi, observing her aversion to other males, remains indifferent, assuming that the solitary female has not experienced the stirrings of desire, and thus her yearning for male companionship is not particularly intense. Change your attire. I shall escort you there, he declared. Rising to retrieve a set of animal skins from the hollow of a tree, bringing it to her in a gentle gesture. Qian Yun unfolded the garments and observed them closely, noting that they were a strapless top paired with a fitted skirt, adorned in a black and white pattern reminiscent of a cow's hide. Her expression grew serious. Chapter 7. This great tiger has a slightly wicked side. The fabric was soft and delicate, the origin of which she could not discern, but it felt exquisite against her skin, albeit not particularly thick. Cang Mi had been attentively observing her subtle expressions and noticed her apparent dissatisfaction with the attire. In a low yet firm tone, he remarked, the outfits sent by the leader are somewhat heavy. This one was crafted while you were asleep. Do you not like it? Feeling the weight of his gaze, Qian Yun hastily replied, I do not dislike it. The pattern is quite beautiful, but the skirt is a tad short. I feel a bit shy and prefer that other males do not see my body. Cang Mi's eyes flickered slightly. If she wished for no other males to behold her form, he certainly could. Very well, next time I will make the skirt longer, he responded in a calm manner. Qian Yun, realizing the gravity of the situation, understood that she had no choice but to wear the outfit. She lifted her gaze to meet the intense stare of the imposing figure before her and softly said, I need to change my clothes. Please do not look at me so intently. Fearing that he might become agitated, she added, I feel quite shy. Upon hearing this, Cang Mi unhesitatingly turned his back, positioning his formidable frame at the entrance to shield her from any passing orcs who might catch sight of her changing. Qian Yun was somewhat taken aback by his amiable demeanor. A mere utterance of shy was sufficient to sway him. The great tiger obstructed the entrance, rendering the already dim tree hollow even darker. She changed her clothes entirely in the pitch blackness, regardless of whether it was the strapless top or the dress. Both featured matching patterned leather belts to adjust the fit. Though the craftsmanship was somewhat rudimentary, it was sturdy enough to adequately cover the essential parts of her body. The garments were tailored to her measurements, requiring little adjustment. She merely needed to secure the straps. Once she had donned her attire, Qian Yun approached the towering figure of the great tiger at the entrance, hesitating as she gazed at its broad back. Cang Mi crouched down, turned his head towards her, and teased, Are you unable to climb onto the tiger's back? Qian Yun, with a hint of melancholy, posed a rhetorical question. Do you think I am adept at climbing? He chuckled lightly. It is indeed correct to say I cannot climb. Such is the reaction befitting a solitary female. If one were to climb expertly upon the back of a tiger, it would imply that in the past, she had been borne aloft by a tiger or another male capable of carrying her. This suggests that she had once been pursued by a male suitor. Cang Mi had effortlessly cast aside the tiger's tail that encircled her waist, gracefully lifting her onto the back of the tiger. Upon mounting the back of the tiger, Qian Yun was suddenly confronted with an awkward predicament. The animal skin skirt she wore was rather short, reaching only to the middle of her thigh. This direct position atop the tiger left her feeling somewhat embarrassed. Silently, she tucked one leg beneath her and turned to sit sideways. Cang Mi cast a glance her way but said nothing, indifferent to her seating choice. As long as she managed to remain upright, it mattered not. Once she was settled, he rose and led her toward a nearby clearing. Within the tribe, there existed a designated area for lively bonfire feasts. The immense bonfire blazed fervently, casting a warm glow that illuminated the surroundings. Orcs gathered around the fire, roasting various delicacies. In addition to the grilled meats, several large stone pots simmered with food nearby. Cang Mi guided Qian Yun over, drawing the attention of the boisterous orcs who turned to gaze at them. Qian Yun recognized at a glance which of the males belonged to other tribes. This Adar tribe, primarily composed of great white tigers, also included males from various other races. However, a dozen or so males from different races had gathered together, their eager gazes fixated upon her. The situation was clear in her mind. Their unwavering stares did not evoke shyness within her. Rather, they instilled a sense of fear, akin to that of a dog spotting a meaty bone. Just as Qian Yun had awakened, Cang Mi found a spot beside the campfire and lay down. Qian Yun glanced at the lower position and gracefully descended onto the flat boulder, settling herself upon it. The indifferent gaze of Cang Mi briefly surveyed the nearby group of orcs as he remarked, She possesses a timid disposition. Do not approach her. Having spoken, he transformed into his human form and moved towards the barbecue grill to inspect whether the meat was thoroughly cooked. Qian Yun, her expression was quite tense. Did she just walk away like that? Fortunately, at that moment, the shaman approached her, casting a gentle gaze in her direction. You appear to be in good spirits. When I heard Cang Mi mention that you weren't eating, I was quite worried for a while, almost rushing over to check on you. Qian Yun offered an awkward smile. Uncertain whether it was the power of the mark or a dissonance with her surroundings, she occasionally felt unwell. The shaman remarked, The garments you previously wore were quite extraordinary. You must have been transported from a distant realm by the Lady of the Divine. The disparity in your living environment may cause a sense of discomfort in your feminine form, but in a few days, you shall acclimatize. Should you experience any further unease, do not hesitate to summon Cang Mi to seek my assistance. Qian Yun nodded. Due to her distinctive attire and the bewilderment she exhibited towards the divine feminine and the Holy Matron at the altar, it was evident that she had been transported from a distant place. The exact origin of her arrival remained an unspoken agreement among everyone present, for there was no necessity to inquire further. If the distance were truly vast, questioning would yield no fruitful answers. Previously, there had been instances where the divine matron had summoned females from far-flung tribes, leading to some males from the central tribe curiously asking about their origins, which resulted in sorrow and a longing to return home for the females, ultimately causing them distress and illness. Consequently, a regulation was established in the central continent, regardless of whether the Holy Matron had chosen females from local tribes or transported them from distant lands. Inquiries about their pasts were strictly prohibited, and utmost care should be taken to help these females adapt to their new environment. A large spotted leopard approached her slowly and spoke. "Qian Yun, I am Jiaoda." A golden-maned lion then chimed in, "I am Ba Luo." Subsequently, a throng of males gathered to introduce themselves. A cacophony of intricate names filled her ears, leaving Qian Yun's mind in a whirl. Ultimately, she could only remember the names of the leopard, Jiaoda, and the lion, Ba Luo. The males, in their beast forms, were indeed colossal. Yet their gazes did not betray any ferocity or brutality, which alleviated Qian Yun's fear somewhat, though she felt a bit at a loss. Observing the enthusiastic males, the shaman, with an air of calmness, remarked, "Qian Yun has received the favor of the divine matron and has become the second holy matron. This marks the first time our central continent has been blessed with 2 holy matrons, a true gift from the divine feminine. However, her constitution is quite fragile, making it challenging to bear many offspring, and nurturing them will not be easy. You must consider this." The distinction between strong reproductive capability and robust health was clear. Being able to conceive was one matter, but sustaining the pregnancy and successfully delivering offspring was another. Jiaoda gazed at Qian Yun's delicate form, his expression tinged with hesitation. He then asked her, "May I venture into the beast forest to hunt ferocious beasts and procure crystals for you? After you bear one child for Cang Mi, could you possibly bear another for me?" Qian Yun furrowed her brow, fully comprehending the brazen nature of the proposed exchange. The shaman, perhaps fearing her ignorance of the forest of beasts, elaborated. "The forest of beasts is a primeval wilderness teeming with formidable creatures. The more ferocious the beasts, the greater the likelihood of finding precious crystals within them. These crystals encapsulate immense energy when absorbed by females. They can enhance physical strength and preserve beauty against the ravages of time. Due to the inherent dangers of the forest, many males lie in wait outside, seeking solitary beasts that venture forth. Beasts tend to thrive in groups, making them challenging adversaries. Countless males have ventured into the forest of beasts to hunt, driven by the desire to protect their mates, yet many have not returned." Qian Yun gently shook her head without uttering a word. Cang Mi approached with a bowl filled with various cuts of meat. "You have too much faith in her. By the time Qian Yun is able to conceive a second child, you will likely have perished in the beast forest," Cang Mi remarked, her words laced with mischief as she pushed a piece of warmed meat into Qian Yun's mouth. The tender morsel, tinged with traces of blood, unleashed a wave of metallic and gamey flavors that exploded in her mouth. With great decorum, Qian Yun promptly spat it out, utterly repulsed by the taste. A glimmer of restrained amusement danced in Cang Mi's eyes as she offered her another piece of meat, this one unfamiliar, urging her to give it a try. Qian Yun initially intended to resist, but was unable to withstand his relentless insistence. The unseasoned meat, bland yet reeking of fishiness, made her gag once more. She seized Cang Mi's wrist to halt his continued feeding. Looking up at him in dissatisfaction, she caught a fleeting glimmer of mischief in his eyes, and she comprehended his intentions. He aimed to present her aversion to meat as a spectacle to the males, dissuading them from pursuing her. This formidable tiger possessed a hint of wickedness. Observing her plight, Jiaoda, who had already been somewhat hesitant, changed his expression, while the other males harbored their own thoughts. "Let us give it another try. Without consuming meat, how can one build strength?" Cang Mi gently extricated his wrist from her grasp and offered her another piece of meat. Qian Yun resolutely expelled the morsel of meat from her mouth, her face contorted in disgust, tears welling up in her eyes as she cried in revulsion. I had warned her against eating it. It was utterly unpalatable. Beside her, a male who had taken a bite of the roasted meat chewed slowly, savoring it, his expression one of confusion. The meat was perfectly fine. It soon became apparent to everyone that the issue lay not with the meat itself, but rather with Qian Yun's finicky palate. The problem was her extreme pickiness, which had led her to reject nearly all the meat consumed by the tribe. Among the available prey, the females preferred meat that was more tender, as their teeth were not as robust as those of the males. After such a rigorous selection process, the options for the females were quite limited, and with Qian Yun's further fussiness, there was little left to choose from. Cang Mi contemplated offering her more meat, but Qian Yun, with tears in her eyes, resisted. The elderly shaman, unable to bear the sight any longer, finally spoke. If she cannot eat, then she should not force herself. Even the mush meant for the young ones is beyond her, let alone such a large piece of meat. If she were capable of consuming meat, her health would not be in such a fragile state. Let her have the ball beans instead. At least they will fill her stomach and stave off starvation before addressing the matter of offspring, he suggested, noting that she might still be adjusting to our lifestyle. Cang Mi raised an eyebrow, displeased. Do you truly believe that a few ball beans will suffice for her to bear young? With her current condition, I would hesitate to partner with her, fearing that she might perish before I could even catch my breath. The males, upon hearing this, wore increasingly grave expressions. Is she truly so delicate that finding a mate has become a challenge? Chapter 8. Strength in combat and personal preference are not mutually exclusive. The situation with Qian Yun instilled a profound sense of suffocation within the males. Nevertheless, I yearn for offspring. The leopard named Jiao De relinquished his pursuit and turned aside to find a place to sit, as if he had uttered nothing moments before. Cang Mi wore a smile at the corner of his mouth, for the first time perceiving that Qian Yun's tearful reactions wielded a remarkable impact on the males. He gently wiped the tears from her face, simultaneously extending the bamboo bowl in his other hand to the shaman. With no pungent meat wafting through the air, Qian Yun felt a significant alleviation. Yet, her expression still bore a hint of melancholy as she cast a glance at Cang Mi undeniably. Her display of distress was far more effective than directly asserting her inability to reproduce. Weakened in body, as long as the males were willing to seek out crystal stones, an abundance of crystalline energy could fortify her physique, alleviating fears of physical frailty. However, should she be unable to consume meat and display finicky eating habits, complications would arise. Not all males possess such admirable patience. Those who pursued her were the most formidable males from nearby tribes, known for their fierce and ruthless demeanor. Cang Mi's temper being as volatile as it is, she doubted that their tempers would be any more amiable than his. The strong need not worry about attracting females. Even in the absence of the sacred females for reproduction, other females would willingly bear their offspring. Weighing the pros and cons, Qian Yun's condition was somewhat excessive, leading to a rapid decline in male interest. Cang Mi embraced Qian Yun, gently stroking her head in a gesture of comfort. Just when he thought this display would deter the males, unexpectedly, a stubborn one approached. The lion named Barlow stepped forward, maintaining a calm demeanor as he declared, I am indifferent to offspring. I am fond of delicate little females like Qian Yun, and I am willing to remain in your tribe to care for her. Qian Yun's complexion turned pale as she gazed at the disheveled lion. Feeling an aversion she could not shake. I do not particularly fancy lions, she murmured softly. Her words were a direct rejection. Barrow, unfazed, responded with a naive sincerity. Whether you like them or not is not the crux of the matter. The key point is that I can venture into the beastly forest to seek out crystals for you, and I can also find you delectable food. I do not require you to bear my offspring. If you have yet to acclimate to this environment and are unprepared to bond with a male, then there is no need for such a union. When you feel comfortable and wish to mate, then you may do so. Qian Yun buried her face in Cang Mi's embrace, overwhelmed with tears. Damn it. She had already expressed herself to this extent. What more could she possibly say? As she opened her mouth to refuse once more, Barrow interjected, the rainy season is fast approaching, followed by the biting cold of winter. How do you intend to survive with such fragility? Qian, filled with sorrow, said, shall I cease to exist? Barrow's expression changed dramatically. That is not an option. If you were to perish, the Lady of the Divine would bring about our demise. Qian Yun gazed up at the inscrutable expression of Cang Mi, shaking her head with determination. Cang Mi merely patted her head and spoke softly. Barrow possesses formidable combat prowess, and he does not seek progeny. You may consider engaging with him. These words dimmed the light in her eyes, leaving her heart inexplicably heavy, prompting her to lower her gaze and refrain from further conversation. The hands that had encircled Cang Mi's waist slowly retreated. If forming a bond with a powerful male were the sole means of existence in this world, she longed for a beloved companion rather than merely opting for one with superior strength. Such a choice felt devoid of meaning. Oftentimes, strength in battle and personal affection need not be mutually exclusive. The distance she created by withdrawing her hands darkened Cang Mi's expression, just as the atmosphere grew tense. The leader of Deluo approached. Cang Mi, this is salt crystal. Please add a pinch when you prepare food for Qian Yun, he said, handing Cang Mi a small pouch sewn from animal hide. Cang Mi accepted the pouch, opened it, and revealed the finely ground salt crystals to Qian Yun. Salt crystals are formed from the salt blocks that accumulate on ocean reefs, when the beastmen prepare their meals. They enhance flavor not only with salty plants but also by exchanging for these salt crystals with those residing by the sea. Unlike the flavorful plants, the salt crystals possess only a pure, briny taste. Qian Yun glanced at the quantity of salt crystals within the bag. Although there were plenty, they were marred by numerous impurities, lacking the pristine white hue and instead possessing a slight yellow tint. With such a multitude of impurities, would feeding them to the females not adversely affect their health? Might it be possible to refine them, rendering them more pristine? Cang Mi clicked his tongue, choosing not to dispute her claim regarding the absence of issues among their females. He inquired earnestly, "How do you refine salt crystals in your region?" Qian Yun contemplated for a moment and remarked, "To dilute the salt, simply add some water to dissolve it, and then filter it through a suitable medium to remove the impurities. Afterward, boil it in a pot until the moisture evaporates, leaving behind the salt crystals. If any impurities remain, repeat the process." As she spoke, a group of males nearby listened intently, their ears perked up with curiosity. The procedure was straightforward, and they grasped it well. "Very well, I shall commence the extraction now." Cang Mi found a small stone pot beside her and began her task with diligence. The fire burned too slowly, and the thick stone pot heated at a leisurely pace, while the salt water simmered. Cang Mi skillfully cut open the well-cooked chickpeas from the large bonfire using her abilities, extracting the tender flesh and placing it into a bamboo bowl for Qian Yun. She even provided a small bamboo spoon. Qian Yun gazed at the food in her hands, feeling a tinge of dissatisfaction yet compelled to indulge. She understood that one must not deprive oneself. Only by satiating her hunger could she attend to other matters. After a while, Cang Mi thoughtfully presented her with a portion of tender meat, adorned with sprigs of wild greens. This dish, enriched with an abundance of herbs and a sprinkle of pristine salt crystals, beckoned her to savor its flavors. Qian Yun hesitated for a moment before placing the bowl of beans aside and reaching for the bowl of meat. The tender morsels appeared slightly undercooked, yet devoid of any traces of blood, their rosy hue quite appealing. She leaned in to take a whiff. The robust aroma of wild herbs overwhelmed the essence of the meat itself, leaving her uncertain of its origin. Observing her as she examined and sniffed the dish, the males of the Cang Mi clan wore expressions of both frustration and anticipation, eagerly awaiting her first bite. Qian Yun took a small bite. The flesh was tender and succulent, devoid of any fishy taste. The texture reminded her somewhat of the sashimi she had tasted in the past. "What kind of meat is this?" she inquired. "It's the flesh of a field mouse," replied Cang Mi. Qian Yun's body stiffened, and in the next moment, her complexion turned pale as she disgustedly expelled the morsel of meat that had not yet been swallowed. She collapsed onto the stone, retching and spitting in revulsion. Cang Mi let out a heavy sigh, pressing his forehead in pain. Indeed, he realized he should not harbor excessive expectations. He had initially thought that the meat lacked the flavor of wild vegetables, causing her to find the taste too fishy. However, it now appeared that the issue was not merely the balance of flavors. Qian Yun was utterly distraught, filled with a mix of anger and anxiety as she lifted her foot and playfully kicked Cang Mi. The force was akin to a playful gesture, and Cang Mi took the opportunity to grasp her mischievous foot, effortlessly pulling her into his embrace as he sat upon a stone. "No more food," he coaxed gently. "Only those delightful bean balls from now on, and certainly no more of that wretched meat." Qian Yun was unable to suppress her nausea when the shaman, displaying perceptiveness, offered her a wild fruit. This vividly red fruit, upon her first bite, filled her mouth with a sharp, tangy taste akin to that of a lemon. Her features contorted in distress, and she began to weep in despair. "It is too painful to live here." Upon hearing this, Cang Mi raised an eyebrow in displeasure. He seized the wild fruit from her hand and took a bite, only to spit it out in disgust, casting an indignant glare at the well-meaning but misguided shaman. The shaman, realizing his error, swiftly turned to retrieve a handful of berries. "These will certainly be fine," he assured, tossing one into his mouth for confirmation. Cang Mi then took the few berries and pressed one into Qian Yun's mouth, hoping to alleviate her discomfort. Qian Yun reacted with reluctance, yet he embraced her, gently tilting her head upward, rendering her unable to resist. "This sweetness," he said, as he fed her 2 more berries. The delectable fruits collided within her mouth, their juices tenderly flooding her senses, and as Qian Yun savored the sweetness, her prior resistance dissipated, her emotions gradually calming. Cang Mi continued to feed her several more. How could something as simple as wild fruit evoke such tears? Barrow gazed at Qian Yun with a wistful expression, his heart aching at her pitiful demeanor. This further underscored the challenges of caring for Qian Yun. The elder tiger of the Adal tribe maintained a relatively calm demeanor. After all, Cang Mi had scoured the tribe in search of food, and they were already aware that Qian Yun could not consume meat. Witnessing her delicate and demanding nature, they were mentally prepared. The burden of care fell squarely onto Cang Mi's shoulders. Initially, it was Jiaoda and Baro who were most intrigued by Qian Yun, but after observing her behavior, Baro felt a sense of resignation. At that moment, the mighty lion was preoccupied not with the difficulties of nurturing this little female, but rather with whether he possessed the ability to care for her adequately. It felt as though she might perish if left unattended, more fragile than a mere cub. Nearby, Jiaoda also lost his enthusiasm and turned to pursue Norma. As he stepped outside the tribe, he spotted Norma riding a magnificent black panther, his expression brightening with delight. "Norma, you've come." Hearing Jiaoda's voice, Qian Yun couldn't help but furrow her brow. Chapter 9. Cang Mi is mine, so do not even think about it. Norma, a sacred female, arrived, stirring excitement among the single males present. The purpose of the goddess's selection of a sacred female was to pair with strong males to produce superior offspring. This did not imply that other males were precluded from courting the sacred female. Rather, it was a matter of strength taking precedence. As long as the sacred female showed interest, even ordinary males could become her companions. Norma's presence ignited a stir of anticipation among the males in attendance. Unconsciously, Qian Yun raised her gaze towards Cang Mi, only to find him entirely unaffected, his eyes lowered as he quietly observed her. His violet irises reflected an enigmatic depth that eluded her understanding. Their eyes met, and the atmosphere inevitably became subtly charged. Recalling his suggestion for her to engage with Barlow, she felt a surge of irritation and averted her gaze. In the next moment, he grasped her chin, compelling her to look at him. His strikingly handsome and austere face drew closer as Cang Mi leaned down to capture her lips. His assertiveness softened by a touch of tenderness as he lingered upon her mouth. Qian Yun's body froze, enveloped in a wild and domineering masculine aura that sent a chill coursing through her entire being, rendering her immobile. He was exerting his power over her. Once Cang Mi had indulged enough, he finally released the flushed and irritated Qian Yun. His gaze lingered on her sweet, alluring red lips, his violet eyes piercing into hers. "I have mentioned that if you dislike those masculine advances, you may refuse them, but this does not extend to me. I do not appreciate any gestures of distance towards me." His words, laden with an imperious command that brooked no dissent, resonated with her. Having spoken, he grasped her arm and placed it around his waist, compelling her to embrace him. Qian Yun glared at him in frustration and said, "I do not appreciate your insistence that I accept or interact with other males. I understand that seeking a partner with formidable combat prowess could enhance my well-being and ensure my survival. However, I cannot bring myself to bond with a male I do not favor. The strength of a male and my affection for him are not mutually exclusive." Cang Mi's eyes sparkled with understanding, and with a click of his tongue, he remarked, "I shall speak no more. Choose whom you prefer, and simply inform me. If they refuse, I shall assist in bringing them to you." Qian Yun's expression darkened. There was no need to be so ruthless. Moreover, I have no inclination to consume the flesh of any field mouse. The mere thought of it made her stomach churn. Cang Mi smirked, saying, "As if you have a penchant for other meats." Qian Yun was at a loss for words. If she disliked it, she simply would not eat, opting instead for other available delicacies. Cang Mi, observing her discontented expression, softened his tone slightly. Upon hearing this, Qian Yun's demeanor improved somewhat. As the two engaged in affectionate embraces, whispers, and playful exchanges, Norma approached, flanked by a group of males. Chief Deluo personally stepped forward to greet her, drawing everyone's attention to Norma. As a revered saintess, she commanded respect, and no one dared to be dismissive. The assembled orcs, particularly the single males, gazed intently at Norma, while those with partners held their companions closely. Maintaining an air of composure, Cang Mi remained indifferent to the proceedings. Even as Norma dismounted from the back of the great black panther and approached them, he did not turn to acknowledge her presence. Raising an eyebrow, Norma regarded Qian Yun and, with a hint of arrogance, remarked, "I can't believe you two are not bonded. Cang Mi, is this a matter of your shortcomings or that of this female? You seem overly concerned. Have you nothing better to do?" Before Cang Mi could respond, Qian Yun interjected, "Cang Mi is mine. Do not entertain such thoughts." Her calm declaration asserted her claim, inciting evident fury in Norma's countenance. Cang Mi's violet eyes sparkled with joy as he gazed at Qian Yun. Chief Deluo cleared his throat awkwardly as the orcs hesitated to approach. While rivalry among females for males was a common occurrence, the contest between two saintesses for a single male was a significant affair, rendering everyone mute. Norma glared at Qian Yun, suppressing her ire, and declared, Cang Mi is an exceptionally strong male of the Adar tribe. There is nothing amiss with his physique. Your lack of a bond is your own issue. I seriously question your status. The divine females have never selected two saintesses. Qian Yun's expression was serene, and she remarked that this question should be directed to the divine matron. Furthermore, I have not exploited my identity as a holy matron. Even if I were not a holy matron, you would still be unable to attain Cang Mi. Cang Mi does not harbor affection for you. This statement struck a painful chord with Norma, piercing her heart deeply. Norma, are you questioning the divine matron? Do you believe that someone like me should not have been chosen as the holy matron, implying that the divine matron's decision was erroneous? Qian Yun followed up with another remark. This caused the nearby beast men to change their expressions. Norma, the large black panther beside her, softly cautioned. That was the male with whom Norma had bonded the previous night. Norma clenched her fists tightly, gritting her teeth in frustration, unable to counter Qian Yun's words. I do not disrespect the holy matron. I merely question whether you employed any underhanded tactics. Qian Yun, what means can I employ? If I truly resort to such measures, would Lady Goddess choose me? Are you lauding my prowess or implying that Lady Goddess can easily be deceived by such tactics? Enough. I have shown no disrespect towards Lady Goddess. Why do you intentionally steer the conversation in her direction? Norma, agitated, exclaimed loudly. Qian Yun chuckled softly. I am the chosen female by the Lady of the Divine. To question me is to cast doubt upon her esteemed decision, whether it be the system or the lady herself. She has received the mark of the divine and awakened the space for cultivation. This is an undeniable truth. While one may question certain circumstances surrounding her, the legitimacy of her ascension to the status of holy female cannot be disputed. Such an inquiry would be tantamount to questioning the Lady of the Divine herself. A being as formidable as she must surely be protected as a shield. The tribes of the central continent all revere the Lady of the Divine. Norma, having been selected as the holy female and having experienced the awakening of her extraordinary abilities, is well aware of the Lady's power. Does she dare to question it? Clearly, Norma does not possess the audacity to do so. However, Qian Yun's words enraged her to the core, causing her to tremble with indignation. Her expression shifting from frustration to a sense of grievance, ultimately leading her to turn away and silently wipe away her tears. She appeared as though Qian Yun were bullying her. Upon witnessing this, Qian Yun's eyes brimmed with tears as she timidly gazed at Cang Mi, saying, She yelled at me first. She was the one who troubled me. Now that she is crying, am I the one at fault? Cang Mi maintained a stern expression, fully aware of the mischievous undertones in Qian Yun's demeanor. I apologize. I should not have questioned the divine Lady of Femininity. The divine Lady is your faith, your deity, and such words should not be uttered lightly. I acknowledge my shortcomings, and your doubts are indeed warranted. After speaking, she cast her gaze down and leaned into Cang Mi's embrace. Saying nothing further, her silent tears only served to enhance her sense of grievance and vulnerability, adding a hint of dramatic flair to the atmosphere. Chapter 10. Do not question your males. Two holy females, one in tears and the other in guilt, rendered the orcs present quite unsettled, prompting them to rush forward in a flurry of comforting words. It's just Cang Mi. We can find someone better. Norma, look at me. I am stronger than Cang Mi. The group of males, led by Jiaoda, clustered around Norma. Meanwhile, the formidable tigers of the Adar tribe gravitated more towards Qian Yun, offering their consolation. The old shaman quietly placed several large berries in her hands. Regardless of whether Norma would choose a mate from the Adar tribe in the future or reside within their community, Qian Yun was already part of their tribe. With two holy females, they would inevitably lean slightly towards Qian Yun. Norma had not anticipated that Qian Yun would be so formidable. As she observed the concerned males surrounding her, her gaze flickered downward. Then, lifting her head, she turned to address all the males present. Once the divine Lady of Femininity selects a holy female, she bestows extraordinary abilities, enabling the holy female to thrive. The power granted to me by the divine Lady is vitality, which has enhanced both my own life force and that of my unborn child. It has also increased my likelihood of conceiving female offspring. I am more capable of giving birth to females without encountering any dangers during the process. Upon hearing these words, the orcs collectively gasped. Qian Yun was unaware of how enticing this condition was. Her gaze remained fixed on Cang Mi, momentarily taken aback, swiftly regained his composure. Meeting Qian Yun's inquisitive stare, He raised an eyebrow and glared at her with displeasure. I belong to you. The existence of other females holds no significance for me. Are there no more tears left? Shall we shed another? He jested, lifting his hand to gently wipe away the tears adorning her face, his fingers brushing softly against her tender lips. Qian Yun felt her cheeks flush and her heart race as he subtly stirred her emotions. Norma, observing them from a distance, was overwhelmed by a sense of despair and jealousy as she watched the pair whisper intimately to one another. Gritting her teeth in frustration and humiliation, she climbed onto the back of a large black panther and departed from the Adar tribe with a scowl. The males, who had initially pursued Qian Yun, promptly followed Norma as she left. Watching them fade into the distance, the shaman couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. It was fortunate that a confrontation had been averted, for what would happen to Qian Yun if Cang Mi were to be harmed? Baro, the imposing lion, remarked with a teasing tone. Then it will be my duty to take care of her. Cang Mi shot him a frosty glare. Baro raised an eyebrow. Or shall we engage in a duel to see who is stronger? Without hesitation, Cang Mi set Qian Yun down and readied himself for a fight. I have no affection for lions. Why would you engage with him? Qian Yun softly intervened, asserting that there was no necessity for conflict. Instantly, Cang Mi's mood lightened, eliciting a soft chuckle. Baro, however, wore an expression of dismay. Qian Yun's words had extinguished Cang Mi's fighting spirit. He resumed his seat on the stone, embracing Qian Yun once more. Among the group of males that had arrived, only Baro remained, as the others had followed Norma away. It was fortunate that Qian Yun held no interest in those males, otherwise their brazen attempts to claim her would have been excessive. Cang Mi's decision to stay was a relief. Baro harbored no ambitions regarding progeny, and Norma's formidable vitality held no allure for him, which was why he did not follow her. Yet now, hearing Qian Yun declare her aversion to lions, Baro felt a pang of hurt within. Before he could voice his thoughts, a few large white tigers called Baro over to share their meal, diverting his attention from Qian Yun. I truly dislike lions. I find their manes unappealing, Qian Yun whispered to Cang Mi. He nodded in understanding. I will seek an opportunity to remove him. Initially, had he engaged in a fight and bested Baro, he might have succeeded in driving him away, but Qian Yun had dissuaded him from fighting. In the pursuit of females, if a female has a partner, it is customary for the pursuing males to demonstrate their determination and strength through combat. Qian Yun harbors no affection for Baro. It is merely Baro's unilateral admiration that renders Cang Mi momentarily devoid of combat prowess. After all, Baro remains quietly at a distance, never encroaching upon her space. If a confrontation were to arise, which of the two would prove superior? Pondering this question, Qian Yun curiously inquired. Her words instantly darkened Cang Mi's countenance. Gritting his teeth, he responded, Do not question your male protector. If you truly harbor no feelings for him, I would willingly engage in a duel to safeguard you. Among the tribes of Central Continent, no solitary male could possibly best me. Qian Yun was momentarily taken aback, her thoughts drifting aimlessly. She recalled a narrative from a beastly world game she had played, where a male, upon acquiring a mate, would prioritize their bond above all else, their lives intertwined in unwavering loyalty. In the face of peril, the male would resolutely risk his life to protect his partner. At that time, she felt a pang of envy for the pure and steadfast emotions shared among the orcs. However, hearing Cang Mi's words now left her feeling somewhat disoriented and incredulous. Observing Qian Yun lost in thought, Cang Mi found himself bemused by her peculiarity. Yet, he chose not to disturb her reverie, quietly holding her, patiently waiting for her to regain her focus. Once Qian Yun returned to reality, Cang Mi inquired, There is fish simmering in the stone pot over there. Would you care to partake? Qian Yun pondered for a moment and nodded. Cang Mi placed her on a stone and went to fetch a bowl of food for her using a bamboo vessel, observing her take a bite without spitting it out, and then leisurely continued to her second and third mouthfuls. He finally felt reassured and squatted beside her to examine the salt in the small stone pot. The salt crystals, having dissolved in water, had dried, leaving a layer of white salt flowers at the bottom of the pot. After scrutinizing it closely, he used a thin animal hide to create several minute holes to filter the salt water, successfully removing most impurities. Once the moisture was evaporated, the resulting salt flowers were remarkably white and clean. Cang Mi used a small bamboo spoon to stir several times, confirming their cleanliness before placing the salt flowers into a small animal hide pouch. Although this refinement method resulted in slight loss, the tribe preferred this small sacrifice over the risk of the females experiencing issues from consuming unclean salt crystals. The leader Dello and others observed the boiling salt water and upon witnessing Cang Mi successfully refine it using the method suggested by Qian Yun, they regarded her with newfound respect. Their faith in the decision of the female god to choose her as the sacred female was further solidified. This method of refining saltwater had never crossed their minds before. Each time the tribe obtained salt crystals, they would grind large chunks into smaller granules for easier storage. Some larger impurities were removed, but smaller ones, mingled within the salt, were difficult to extract. Previously, the orcs had simply boiled seawater to season their food, and the females consuming those salt crystals had not fallen ill. However, with Qian Yun's method of refinement, the Adar tribe would likely become more discerning in their practices. Besides the salt crystals from the sea, there existed a plant in the forest that offered a salty flavor to their food. Qian Yun was aware of a tree known as the salt-skin tree, whose fruits possessed a distinctly tangy flavor, capable of enhancing the saltiness of culinary dishes. After finishing her fish, curiosity compelled her to request Cang Mi to bring her a plant with a salty taste. Upon beholding a branch adorned with round, fleshy leaves, she experienced a twinge of disappointment. It was not the salt-skin tree she had anticipated. Instead, it was the salt leaf, aptly named for its briny flavor. Some discerning females, averse to the taste of salt leaves, prompted the tribe to periodically send males to the seashore to gather salt crystals or to trade with coastal tribes for them. Cang Mi settled beside her, his tone calm and unperturbed. Qian Yun nodded slightly. All plants possess a certain fragrance, and it is inevitable that some females may not favor it. Silently, she plucked a small twig from the branch and leaned closer to Cang Mi, softly inquiring, "I wish to see if I can cultivate this." Cang Mi lowered his gaze upon the small twig she discreetly concealed in her hand, unable to suppress a chuckle. How long would it take to nurture it before one could harvest the savory leaves for cooking? He leaned closer, whispering in her ear with a hushed tone, "Tomorrow, I shall take you for a stroll in the forest. You may select a suitable savory leaf tree that can thrive in the space, and I will dig it up for you." The warmth of his breath caressed her ear, sending a tremor through her heart. The idea of planting an entire tree lingered in her mind. She quietly opened her space to take a glance, noticing there seemed to be no definitive boundaries. Within the visible range of her space, there was ample room to cultivate a sizable savory leaf tree. Closing her space, she couldn't help but reflect on her naivety. Why hadn't she thought of planting a fully grown tree directly within her space? It was quite childish to consider merely propagating a small twig. Yet, given her current abilities, she could only manage to pull a small branch for planting, as she lacked the strength to uproot a whole tree and transfer it into her space. However, with the presence of this great white tiger, such endeavors no longer appeared insurmountable. "Is that agreeable?" Cang Mi inquired, noticing her silence. Qian Yun nodded without hesitation, and then politely raised her hand to gently push his head, which was so close to her. In the next moment, the great tiger raised an eyebrow and let out a hum, pulling her into his embrace and kissing her. She felt a surge of helplessness. As the kiss deepened, Qian Yun suddenly felt dizzy and unwell. Initially breathless from Cang Mi's kiss, the sensation intensified to an overwhelming degree, leaving her gasping for air. Chapter 11. Successfully bonded. Cang Mi noticed her discomfort and furrowed his brow, gazing at her intently. Qian Yun's complexion turned pale as she gasped, "I feel dizzy, unwell, and I'm struggling to breathe." Cang Mi's expression shifted dramatically as she shouted, "Shaman!" The shaman, who had been consuming meat in the distance, heard Cang Mi's urgent call and hurriedly dropped his food to rush over. The nearby orcs, noticing Qian Yun's distress, gathered to assess the situation. Barrow, somewhat vexed, scolded Cang Mi, "All you do is kiss, and now you've nearly suffocated her." "Silence!" Cang Mi retorted in a low growl. "Stop making noise near Qian Yun. You'll frighten her to death. Everyone, be quiet." The shaman approached Qian Yun and grasped her wrist. At that moment, the sacred female mark on her wrist flickered with a soft glow, intermittent and different from the previous sporadic flashes. With a wealth of experience accrued over many years, the shaman quickly discerned Qian Yun's condition. Cang Mi inquired in a deep voice, "What is wrong?" "This isn't the first time I've kissed her, and I wasn't forceful. She couldn't possibly be struggling to breathe because of me." The shaman waved his hand dismissively. "It has nothing to do with that. She is suffering from acclimatization issues due to the change in environment, compounded by a weakened constitution." Upon hearing this, Cang Mi's tightly wound heart relaxed slightly. There had been instances before where females from distant tribes, transported by the Goddess of Femininity, experienced discomfort due to differences in their living conditions, leading to similar acclimatization issues. Now that the shaman had clarified Qian Yun's condition, He straightened up and gazed at Cang Mi with a knowing look. He spoke softly. Those chosen by the Goddess of Femininity to become sacred females are all single and unbonded. Because they lack mates, they bear no beast marks, and once they awaken their powers through the sacred mark, it depletes their bodily energy significantly. Thus, many sacred females immediately bond with a favored male to acquire a beast mark, which then provides them protection through its energy. Though the goddess has transported females from other regions before, cases of acclimatization are rare. Generally, only those with inherently weaker constitutions experience such issues. Qian Yun's frail nature makes this occurrence unsurprising. The shaman's words eased the minds of those present. Acclimatization typically posed no grave threat. A sacred female bearing the mark of the goddess would certainly not perish due to such a condition. The shaman unleashed his wood-based powers, allowing vibrant green energy to flow into Qian Yun, alleviating much of her discomfort, especially the suffocating sensation, which lessened considerably, leaving her breathless and exhausted. Cang Mi carefully cradled her in his arms, his eyes filled with worry and tenderness. After a few moments of silence, he raised his gaze, resolute. I will venture into the beast forest to find crystal stones for Qian Yun. In the next instant, Chief Deluo delivered a sharp slap to his forehead, leaving him momentarily bewildered. Chief Deluo glared at him, seething with frustration. The shaman has made it abundantly clear. Beast marks. Beast marks. Beast marks. You are now heading towards the beastly forest. Are you prepared to meet your demise there? Upon hearing the fierce roar of Chief Deluo, Cang Mi's mind was instantly illuminated. Without hesitation, he clutched Qian Yun and sprinted back to his lair. Qian Yun felt herself gently nestled in a soft nest of grass. She was dizzy, weak, and slightly nauseous. With her eyes half closed, she gazed at the figure lying beside her and murmured, Cang Mi, I wish to drink some water. Cang Mi immediately fetched water, took a sip himself, then leaned down to press his lips against hers, slowly feeding her the liquid. Qian Yun felt a slight resistance to this method of being nourished, yet her thirst was overwhelming. Why did this water taste somewhat sweet? She found herself entirely unable to control her desire, greedily drinking to quench her thirst. Once she had had enough and turned her head away, he ceased to feed her. Cang Mi sat beside Qian Yun, his gaze lowered as he quietly observed her, tilting her head and frowning in evident discomfort. The campfire at the cave's entrance had long since extinguished, casting the hollow in profound darkness. However, the vision of the beastmen remained unaffected by the gloom. Their eyes could perceive everything clearly within the shadows. Qian Yun drifted into a dreamy slumber, during which she felt Cang Mi tenderly kissing her. Her body felt somewhat cold, while his warmth enveloped her, prompting an irresistible urge to embrace him. This embrace seemed to serve as her silent reply, causing Cang Mi's restrained emotions to erupt instantaneously. His kisses transitioned from gentle to fervent, cascading from her lips to her neck. The interplay of cold and warmth ignited a passionate connection, as every inch of her delicate skin left Cang Mi breathless and his pulse racing. The primal instinct surged forth, a powerful male allure firmly locking onto her. His fervent kisses traversed her every contour, guiding her to release an enchanting aura of desire. Qian Yun's body became heated, a sensation that was indescribable and stirred within her. His touch made it evident that he was aware of his actions. Her consciousness was fully aware, yet she found herself unable to resist. The potent aura of masculinity did not subdue her. Rather, it instilled a profound sense of security, drawing her closer to him. Each time he made contact, he remained attuned to her emotions, and whenever she frowned or expressed discomfort, he would slow down and tenderly kiss her. After a brief moment of unease, she succumbed entirely to the subsequent indescribable wonders. The sounds echoed within the hollow of the tree, her body grew warm, and her condition gradually improved. The atmosphere, heavy with amorous tension, kept Cang Mi on edge. He dared not lose control and cause her pain, gritting his teeth in restraint, never having felt such frustration before. After a passionate encounter, they successfully bonded, and his beast mark transferred onto Qian Yun. She had already drifted into a deep slumber. Cang Mi, with a snort, transformed into his beast form and lay beside her. She enjoyed a night of peaceful sleep, while the great tiger experienced a restless night. His eyes fixed on her serene face, waiting patiently. He awaited the break of dawn, anticipating the moment she would awaken, her drowsy eyes finally opening. In the next instant, the great tiger transformed back into his human form and leaned over her. Qian Yun had not yet fully regained her senses when her gaze met the cold, handsome face of Cang Mi, which was tinged with resentment. She frowned. You seem to have slept quite soundly. Do you have any idea that I spent the entire night awake? Now that you feel better, could you perhaps grant me some respite? He said through gritted teeth. How have I caused you discomfort? Offered no explanation. Instead, he demonstrated the extent of his displeasure through action. He reached out and tore away the fur covering her, revealing her form to the cool air, startling her into silence, which was swiftly silenced by his kiss. His overwhelming dominance instilled a profound fear within her, rendering her utterly incapable of resistance. Absent was the tenderness of the previous night. At this moment, he resembled a wild beast, consumed by primal urges and a terrifying possessiveness over her. His movements were harsh, yet they remained within the bounds of what her body could endure. She did not experience agony or discomfort. Rather, an inexplicable ecstasy enveloped her as he entwined her in a tempest of passion. Chapter 12, Utterly Shameful. Exhausted from the day's tribulations, Qian Yun succumbed to a deep slumber, awakening only to find the sun perched high in the sky, lying in her grassy nest. She turned her head to observe the majestic white tiger stationed at the entrance of the tree hollow. With a slight frown, she casually tossed a handful of dried grass toward him. However, the distance rendered her aim ineffective, as the strands fell short of their target. Cang Mi turned his gaze toward her, a soft chuckle escaping his lips at her seemingly childish gesture. He then rose and settled beside her, lowering himself closely. We have become bonded. You now bear my beast mark as your guardian. How does it feel? His gentle violet eyes regarded her with warmth, eagerly awaiting her response. In their moments of intimacy, her reactions brought him immense satisfaction. Qian Yun took a moment to reflect, then said weakly, I am so hungry. I feel as though I might perish from hunger. The anticipation in Cang Mi's eyes swiftly dissipated, replaced by a somber expression. With a furrowed brow, he suppressed his displeasure and rose to fetch her a bowl of fish and meat. He should not have harbored such expectations of hearing something from her lips. The fish had long been prepared, merely awaiting her awakening to partake. In addition to the fish, there were also roasted chickpeas. These were suitable for Qian Yun to consume, and Cang Mi was reluctant to introduce her to other foods just yet. It was prudent to start with what she could easily digest, allowing her body to acclimate to this new environment gradually before attempting to introduce a broader array of sustenance. Qian Yun was genuinely famished. She paid little heed to her surroundings as she wrapped her body, adorned with subtle marks of intimacy, in animal hide. Leaning over, she extended an arm to grasp her food. After savoring a few bites, her appetite surged delightfully. However, she could not shake the feeling of the great tiger's intense gaze upon her. Stealing a glance at him, she felt a pang of bashfulness. Cang Mi, bemused, noted her shyness but turned his back, leaning against the entrance of the cave, choosing to avert his eyes from her. What else could be done? If she felt shy, he would simply refrain from looking at her. Qian Yun lowered her gaze, a smile gracing her lips as she began to earnestly partake in her meal. Once her hunger was satiated, she reclined comfortably in the grassy nest. Unlike the previous night, when dizziness and weakness enveloped her, she now felt only a slight soreness and fatigue in her body, a reminder of her playful frolic with the great tiger. As memories of their intimate moments flooded her mind, her cheeks flushed with embarrassment, prompting her to hastily cover her face with the animal hide. After all, he was a beast man. They had shared a bed together. Though the experience was undeniably delightful, a sense of uncertainty about the future loomed larger in her heart. After much contemplation and weighing the pros and cons, Qian Yun concluded that establishing her planting space should take precedence. Despite Cang Mi's somewhat irritable temperament, he possessed many admirable qualities. It seemed prudent to take things one step at a time. Great tiger, I wish to bathe, she said, lowering the hide from her face and turning to him. Cang Mi replied, How do you wish to bathe? Should I fetch water from outside, or shall we go to the pond or the waterfall? Qian Yun pondered for a few seconds before saying, Let us go to the waterfall. I wish to cleanse myself with the flowing water. Cang Mi entered and prepared to hand her some clothing. But just as he was about to wrap it in animal skin, she interjected, I can store the clothes in my spatial pocket. There is ample room to place items within. Without hesitation, he handed her the garments and proceeded to wrap a few beans from the fire pit in leaves. Take these as well. Should hunger strike, they will suffice, for neither fish nor the beans are particularly filling. I shall first escort you to the waterfall for a bath, and then we shall seek out the salt leaf tree, as we may be outdoors for quite some time. Should you feel hungry, you may eat. Qian Yun responded with an acknowledgement, collecting the several orbs into her spatial realm. Within this realm, there existed black soil, yet it was not entirely composed of such. Adjacent to the fertile earth lay ample space to store her personal belongings. She contemplated that the areas beside the soil were likely designated for the storage of harvested crops. Having tidied up a bit, Cang Mi wrapped her snugly in beast skin, leaving only her head exposed, and he cradled her as he exited the hollow of the tree. It was more convenient to carry her this way, for in her current state, it was unsuitable for him to transform into his beast form to bear her on his back. Thus, he opted for a horizontal embrace. Qian Yun had satisfied her hunger, her demeanor calm and serene, as she nestled obediently in his embrace. Cang Mi glanced down at her several times, ultimately unable to resist leaning in to plant a few tender kisses upon her lips. Qian Yun's face flushed embarrassingly. She squirmed slightly in discomfort. "You've gone too far. There are orcs nearby. Please don't kiss me." She turned her head away to evade his flirtation, only to catch sight of the clan leader and others nearby. Their expressions so awkward they seemed on the verge of bloodshed from embarrassment. As they passed by, the orcs remained unfazed, with Cang Mi's demeanor remarkably calm, showing no regard for the situation. A mischievous grin danced in his purple eyes as he observed Qian Yun's delicate shyness, stirring a deeper yearning within him. Just as he leaned in to kiss her again, Qian Yun, in a fit of annoyance, bit down on his shoulder. The moment her teeth sank into his firm muscle, it became evident that she could not exert enough force, leaving only a faint imprint on his skin. How utterly humiliating. Cang Mi burst into laughter, reveling in the sight of Qian Yun's disgruntled expression, his heart brimming with joy. "All right, let me take you to the waterfall for a bath. I shall employ my abilities now," he remarked. In an instant, Qian Yun felt the scenery around her whirl by, and when she regained her senses, they had already distanced themselves from the tribe. Cang Mi utilized his powers to traverse swiftly, soon arriving at a magnificent waterfall. The cascade was grand, the water tumbling down and creating frothy white splashes in the pool below. Standing nearby, Qian Yun felt the refreshing coolness envelop her. Cang Mi placed her on a flat stone beneath the waterfall, perfectly situated so that a gentle stream was just a few steps away, sufficient for her bath. Qian Yun stood awkwardly at a distance, casting glances at Cang Mi, who remained steadfastly by her side. Cang Mi raised an eyebrow and remarked, "This place is perilous. If you feel dizzy and lose your balance, you might tumble down. There are hidden currents beneath the water, and falling in could be fatal. I am your protector." Qian Yun took a deep breath, saying nothing as her gaze quietly lingered on him, her eyes reflecting a hint of grievance and vulnerability. Her silent display of weakness was too much for the fierce beast to bear. He turned away with a scowl. "Since he was my male companion, a little indulgence would not go amiss. There was no need to be so fierce, nor to roar at me in such a manner. I simply wish to enjoy my privacy while bathing or changing clothes. Even your presence makes me feel somewhat uneasy." My cheeks are flushed to the point of embarrassment. Qian Yun softly spoke, casting her gaze around before placing the animal skin upon a stone. Barefoot, she cautiously approached and stood beneath a slender stream of water, abundant yet gentle in its flow. The coolness enveloped her from head to toe, refreshing yet not chilling, washing over her with a sense of comfort. Cang Mi smirked, savoring her words, which implied that she felt even more bashful in his presence. Amusement danced in his eyes, barely contained. Qian Yun meticulously cleanses her body, her fair skin adorned with traces of tender moments, a delicate pink hue that is both conspicuous and alluring. Simultaneously, she notices the tiger motif on her abdomen. Chapter 13. The beast mark on the abdomen. The design rests to the left of her navel, a tiger's head approximately the size of a bottle cap, appearing much like a tattoo. Although the emblem is diminutive, its violet eyes are piercing, resembling a miniature version of Cang Mi. This is the beast mark. She gazes down in curiosity, aware that a male possesses only one mark throughout his life, referred to as the beast mark, which signifies a bond with his mate. As long as a female bears the beast mark, the male can locate her regardless of the distance, akin to a guiding star in the darkness, leading him unwaveringly to his companion. Furthermore, the beast mark harbors energy that can enhance and nourish the female's body. When bonded, a male acquires one beast mark. In contrast, a multitude of males can bestow numerous beast marks upon a single female, allowing her to have multiple partners and thereby increasing her chances of survival. The more beast marks one possesses, the greater the energy acquired. With more companions, the care received is more meticulous, ensuring a life of comfort and abundance. Qian Yun gently caressed the beast mark on her abdomen, realizing that this was not merely a matter of rolling in a grassy nest. Rather, It was a bond that would tether them together for a lifetime. Her emotions were quite intricate. After a brief lapse in thought, she regained her focus, retrieved a piece of animal hide from the stone, and wiped her body clean. She then donned the garments that Cang Mi had previously gifted her from her spatial storage. The creamy white attire touched her heart, particularly the knee-length design of the leather skirt. This new creation by Cang Mi had been tailored to her previous request for additional length. While the extended skirt alleviated many inconvenient situations, a new dilemma arose. There were no undergarments. Qian Yun stood silently, adapting to the attire of the orcs. Noticing the absence of sound behind her, Cang Mi turned to look. What is it? Do you not like it? Qian Yun shook her head gently and replied softly, I like it. The sound of her voice lightly grazed Cang Mi's heart. Transforming into his beast form, he ambled over to her, and she instinctively climbed onto his broad back, settling comfortably. He began to meander through the forest with her atop him. Only while perched on the tiger's back, elevated above the towering thickets, could Qian Yun's gaze roam freely without obstruction. From her vantage point, she could observe a variety of nearby scenery. Cang Mi moved with a slow elegance, exuding an air of commanding authority as he traversed the woods. Throughout their journey, Qian Yun found that she could not recognize any of the flora surrounding them. Every wild plant seemed to start at half a meter in height, none resembling the familiar grasses she knew, let alone anything else. I'm not very familiar with this area, and I don't often venture into the wild. If we come across any edible or useful plants, could you please let me know? Qian Yun inquired. In a state of calm, her speech was unhurried, imbued with a soft and gentle tone that sounded almost like a playful plea to Cang Mi's ears. His eyes flickered momentarily, and without hesitation, he responded, all right. With that, he halted his steps and turned to gaze at a nearby thicket brimming with thorns, saying, there are berries over there, the kind you've tasted before. They were akin to raspberries, which she had enjoyed by the bonfire the previous night. They were quite delightful. Qian Yun pondered for a few moments, then resolutely declared, I shall uproot them entirely. I intend to cultivate them within the realm. Cang Mi let out a soft scoff, and the azure wind gathered in the air, sharply slicing through the underbrush that obscured their path. Beyond the thicket lay a vibrant expanse adorned with clusters of resplendent red fruits, and the azure wind dispersed before them, leaving the berries unscathed. Cang Mi approached, using her claws to deftly excavate several clusters of raspberry bushes from the earth. Qian Yun shifted her position slightly, extending her hand to lean down, attempting to see if she could draw the raspberry bushes into her space from such a distance. Before she could ascertain the feasibility of her endeavor, the large tiger beneath her promptly lowered itself, using its paws to lift the raspberry bushes, allowing her hands to reach them effortlessly. At this proximity, there was no challenge in bringing them into her space. Qian Yun cast her gaze upon the magnificent tiger, finding herself touched by the delicate details that resonated with her. It was truly considerate of him. Blushing, she quickly gathered her thoughts, conjured a space, and dug a small pit at the edge of the black earth, planting a cluster of low-growing raspberry bushes. Regardless of their potential, she reasoned, it was worth a try. She murmured softly to herself. Cang Mi, observing the loosened soil, playfully scratched at it with his paw, unearthing a plump, gray mouse from beneath the surface. Qian Yun, and here is that rotund mouse you disdain, he remarked, gesturing toward the creature, which was nearly the size of a football. Startled, Qian Yun sat up abruptly, her brow furrowing in distaste. She truly could not bring herself to appreciate such things. Cang Mi's eyes sparkled with mischief, but he refrained from teasing her further, releasing the hefty mouse. As it dashed into the nearby thicket, Qian Yun felt her taut nerves begin to ease. I do not fancy those rodents or insects. I do not consume them, she stated earnestly, anxious that this great tiger might present her with such offerings in the future. Cang Mi casually acknowledged her sentiment, rising to lead her onward. It was not merely a mild aversion she harbored, it was a profound dislike. Consequently, the variety of edible options was further diminished in his mind, leaving him somewhat melancholic. After walking a few paces, they encountered a saw leaf tree. Ah, a saw leaf tree. Qian Yun exclaimed, her attention piqued. The round leaves were strikingly memorable, and there were numerous trees of various sizes in the vicinity. The salt leaf tree bore only leaves, devoid of flowers or fruit. Cang Mi generously inquired, which one would you like? His paw was poised, ready to uproot a tree of her choosing. Qian Yun glanced around and selected a tree approximately 2 meters tall. This petite tree, adorned with lush foliage, bore ample salty leaves for her enjoyment. She raised her hand and pointed at the chosen little tree. Cang Mi took a cursory glance before proceeding to uproot it. To him, the trunk, no thicker than Qian Yun's waist, was merely a sapling. However, the only usable part of the salty leaf tree was its leaves. And there were more than enough for her amusement. In the wilderness, such salty leaf trees were abundant and easily found. The thought of cultivating such commonplace flora in her space was merely a whimsical endeavor. She could plant or uproot as she pleased. Her happiness was all that mattered. After Qian Yun planted the salix tree in the dark soil, she inquired of Cang Mi, "Is there a male capable of such spatial cultivation?" Cang Mi wandered aimlessly through the forest, replying softly, "There is no cultivation space, but there exists the ability for spatial manipulation. Typically, males who awaken this ability possess less formidable combat prowess. However, due to the uniqueness of their spatial skills, the tribe tends to care for them diligently, granting them a status comparable to that of females. Within this spatial realm, air is absent, and food placed inside remains unspoiled, thereby reducing the risk of spoilage due to weather conditions and enabling the collection of greater quantities of sustenance. As long as a tribe has an ample supply of food, there is no need to fear starvation for the females and their young during the rainy season and harsh winters. In instances where food is scarce, if a female does not receive adequate nourishment and falls ill, survival becomes exceedingly challenging. One might ponder, would a chief dare to let a male roam freely when his spatial domain harbors the entire tribe's provisions? Qian Yun, what typically do you cultivate in your planting endeavors? The strong taste of meat is beyond my palate. However, I have no qualms with vegetarian fare. I intend to make the most of my agricultural space by growing various fruits and vegetables, for it would be wasteful to not utilize its potential. Cang Mi cannot deny this. For meat-eating orcs, this space, designated solely for growing vegetables and fruits, holds little value. Yet, for herbivorous orcs, it is nothing short of a treasure. The farming space is filled with air, lacking the sealed environment suitable for food storage, yet it possesses the ability to cultivate. Thus, the merit of this capability hinges on the circumstances of its possessor. Qian Yun has a penchant for vegetarian fare, and this agricultural space is perfectly suited to her. Cang Mi harbors a sense of melancholy. He speculates that the divine feminine must have been aware of her aversion to meat, thus arranging for her a farming sanctuary where she could cultivate vegetables and avoid starvation. Currently, rather than indulging her in the consumption of meat, she finds greater joy in the collection of seeds. He guides her through the forest in search of suitable seeds, remarking, "Previously, you expressed a desire for seeds. I inquired with the males in the tribe who are adept at cultivation, and they possess an abundance of seeds. When we return, we can explore their collection. Feel free to take whatever you desire." Behind the tribe, there exists a plant known as the white sticky fruit, encased in a golden shell. Once the shell is removed, the white flesh within is edible, and when cooked, it exudes a delightful aroma, with a sticky texture and a hint of sweetness. The white sticky fruit, with its shell, is convenient for storage. As long as it remains dry, it can be preserved for an extended period. During times of food scarcity, the chief will allocate white sticky fruit for everyone to consume. Qian Yun's gaze fixated on the air as she fell into contemplation. This description oddly resembled glutinous rice. Curiously, she inquired, "Is that white sticky substance composed of tiny grains?" Chapter 14. Your admirer has arrived, Cang Mi. No. It is approximately the same size as the berries you consumed earlier. Qian Yun's lips twitched. She realized she had been overthinking. To deduce the existence of glutinous rice from the ball beans, which bore little resemblance to anything other than a potato, was quite a stretch. Even if this world did possess glutinous rice, it surely could not be identical to the modern variety. How many berries had she consumed before? They were no larger than a bottle cap. Who had glutinous rice that size? Cang Mi had led her through the forest for quite some time, leaving her utterly disoriented amidst the trees. In this primeval woodland, she felt akin to a lost wanderer. All sights appeared indistinguishable, rendering her incapable of discerning directions. To her, the surrounding trees and underbrush were all remarkably similar, which was rather exasperating. After meandering for so long, Qian Yun's damp hair had long since dried in the forest breeze. She casually plucked a slender vine from a passing shrub, discovering its surprising resilience. Using the vine, she deftly secured her hair, allowing her flowing locks to be loosely tied back, which brought her a sense of refreshing relief. Besides the berries and the salty-leaved trees, Cang Mi had also found seedlings of the ball beans. To her astonishment, these potato-like entities were actually growing on vines, much like clusters of grapes. The ball beans dangled from the dark brown tendrils, their leaves a deep shade of brown. while they didn't hang in ridiculous bunches. Qian Yun found the sight quite acceptable. The ball bean plants sprawled widely. Upon closer inspection, she realized that these climbing plants could be cultivated with a trellis to utilize the vertical space. Moreover, a single plant could yield an abundance of ball beans. "I must plant one," she exclaimed eagerly. Cang Mi chuckled softly, then bent down to search for seeds. Like potatoes, the ball beans bore no seeds. Yet their fruits possessed budding points. Some overly ripe ball beans would fall from the vines, with the buds taking root in the soil. Cang Mi gathered several budding points that had just begun to sprout, but had yet to establish themselves in the earth. Qian Yun selected a pleasing seed to plant in the space, and enlisted Cang Mi's help to construct a simple trellis from some branches for the vines to climb. "I'll just plant one." Upon hearing Qian Yun's words, Cang Mi casually discarded the remaining seeds. Having gathered berries, salty leaf trees, and ball beans, it was sufficient for Qian Yun. "Let us return to the tribe. I am curious about that white sticky substance." Her thoughts were consumed by the potential of the white sticky substance. If it turned out to be as filling as glutinous rice, she would undoubtedly allocate the remaining space for cultivation. Cang Mi replied, "All right." He climbed onto the back of the tiger, steadying himself as he took her back to the tribe. Upon entering, they spotted several males gathered around, including Chief Dello, engaged in conversation. "Qian Yun, your admirers have arrived," Cang Mi teased. The expectation in his words left Qian Yun feeling suffocated. Cang Mi would undoubtedly prefer she choose a few more formidable males, ensuring she received better care and protection. When close to her, he exhibited a domineering nature, exuding a strong sense of possessiveness. Yet, when it came to other males, he remained rational, fully aware that relying solely on himself during the rainy season and winter would make it difficult to adequately care for Qian Yun. Those were lessons carved from blood and tears. He dared not indulge in selfishness. However, Qian Yun found this difficult to accept. She could not fathom the notion of forming a bond with one male today and another tomorrow. Anyone could urge her to seek a new partner. But Cang Mi was the sole exception. Her heart felt heavy with discontent. With the keen hearing of the beast men, Cang Mi could discern the chief's conversation with the males from afar. Already aware of the circumstances, Qian Yun has returned. Someone shouted, drawing everyone's gaze to her. Cang Mi slowed his pace, halting before Chief Dello. Under the intense scrutiny of the beastly onlookers, Qian Yun felt tense, forcing herself to meet the chief's gaze. Chief Dello spoke, "These are the strong from various tribes. They wish to engage with you." "Engage in what? Is it with the intent of forming bonds?" She retorted decisively, "I have no interest." Baro, standing nearby, could not contain his irritation at Qian Yun's refusal and glared at Cang Mi, exclaiming, "It's all Cang Mi's fault. Just yesterday, he left Qian Yun breathless with his affections. Her reluctance to bond with us must surely stem from his pressure." Such accusations astonished both Qian Yun and Cang Mi. Cang Mi even suggested I leave the tribe today, claiming Qian Yun does not fancy lions and should not seek a lion beast. How infuriating. The rainy season is approaching. You cannot care for Qian Yun alone. She is so delicate. Do you wish for her to perish before the rains? Qian Yun was somewhat exasperated. Why must one speak in such a manner? Could they not utter something more auspicious? I had previously mentioned my aversion to lions. I even expressed this sentiment by the grand bonfire last night. She believed it unjust to let Cang Mi bear the blame and spoke up. The fierce demeanor Baro had directed at Cang Mi evaporated in an instant as he looked at Qian Yun with a pained expression, exclaiming, "Why? I have already stated that I do not mind your frail constitution. I have no desire for offspring. I would willingly venture into the beast forest to seek crystals for you." Qian Yun was choked. Cang Mi's violet eyes shimmered with a cold light as she turned and let out a fierce roar at Baro. The air coalesced, transforming into a sharp azure wind, and the intent to kill was palpable. In an instant, Baro morphed into his beast form, his eyes gleaming with ferocity, entering a state of battle. The atmosphere grew increasingly tense. Qian Yun felt a surge of tension, hesitating for a moment before gracefully sliding down from the tiger's back to take her position behind Cang Mi. Cang Mi glanced back at her, and the tiger's tail gently coiled around her waist, silently soothing her unease. She had explicitly stated her aversion to Baro. If Baro remained obstinate, the inevitable outcome would be a clash among the males. The surrounding males, in perfect understanding, retreated to provide space for their impending conflict. As the tiger's tail released its hold, she was gently propelled backward by a tender breeze, landing directly beside the leader of the Dello tribe. The leader lifted his hand to support her back, steadying her, and then guided her to a safer position. "Leader, I truly harbor no affection for lions. Be it Baro or any other male. I simply do not like them. It is not a matter of dislike, but rather a disinclination, Qian Yun explained to the Delo leader. His resolute countenance revealed no sign of emotion as he replied in a deep voice, I understand. At times, females inexplicably favor or disfavor a particular species. The females of our tribe are no different. If you do not like them, then refuse them. If refusal is not an option, let your males handle it. You are a sacred female, and the males dare not forcibly claim you. It is Cang Mi who bears the burden. Whenever someone pursues him, he must confront them. Cang Mi was not inclined to engage in further discourse. For Qian Yun's intentions were abundantly clear, and he had conveyed his stance to Barrow with equal clarity. She did not favor lions. This was unrelated to a desire for offspring or any perceived weakness in her physique. Rather, it stemmed from her personal disinclination. In the clearing centered around them, the azure wind began to gather force, stirring up the dust and stones beneath. Cang Mi harnessed the wind's momentum to envelop himself and Barrow within its embrace. Barrow's eyes ignited with a fierce crimson glow, flames roaring to life around him. The intense fire danced like a dragon in his vicinity, obstructing the azure wind's sharpness. The azure wind and the flames, two forces, subtly and silently met, each exuding its own unique arrogance. Qian Yun scarcely grasped the scene before her, as two forces entwined and surged skyward in a tempestuous dance. Chapter 15, You Pervert. Waves of heat rolled forth, the very air scorched to an unbearable warmth. And even from such a distance, she felt a prickling heat upon her visage. Instinctively, she recoiled, while the leader of Deluo raised a hand to conjure an ice shield before her. The coolness of the shield countered the advancing heat. She cast a few glances at the ice barrier before redirecting her attention to the distant clash. Azure winds swirled, flames roiled, and the scene erupted into chaos, obscuring the figures of Cang Mi and Barrow. Qian Yun's expression grew solemn for a few seconds as she softly inquired, Are male creatures always this ferocious when they fight? Chief Deluo replied, Has it frightened you? Not exactly frightened, she responded, but I do find Cang Mi rather intimidating, and the other males are fierce as well. All of you males seem to possess a certain ferocity. How can I argue with that? Chief Deluo said, momentarily at a loss for words. He opened his mouth, quickly assembling his thoughts in an effort to salvage Qian Yun's impression of the males. Single males tend to be more savage in their battles, while bonded males fight fiercely for anyone, as they must protect their partners. As an adult female, especially a holy female, you will bond with many males in the future, and you will frequently witness such confrontations. Even the males in one's own household can become embroiled in competition for affection. Qian Yun, is this meant to encourage her to remain composed and gradually acclimate? Yet, in a battle of such magnitude, she finds it difficult to adjust. It feels as though merely approaching could result in her annihilation. With a thunderous explosion, the flames that had been rolling across the ground vanished in an instant. The bloodthirsty white tiger, with its violet eyes gleaming with malice, sank its fangs deeply into the neck of the great lion, blood splattering and chaos ensuing. Barrow was drenched in blood, left with no means to resist. Cang Mi let out a low growl, violently tossing its head, sending Barrow soaring into the sky, the fierce winds whisking him away to an unknown destination. Cang Mi then struck the ground forcefully with its formidable paw, surveying the surrounding males with a haughty demeanor, awaiting the next challenger to step forward. Qian Yun gazed upon the ferocious tiger, its very being exuding an aura of primal savagery, and she could not help but clench her hands tightly. She had assumed that her fears would diminish somewhat after becoming one with Cang Mi, yet in this moment, the chilling intensity of the creature's presence assailed her senses, igniting an uncontrollable dread within her heart. This fear was rooted in an instinctual response to the brutality of a wild beast, undeterred by the fact that he was, after all, her partner. Anxiety coursed through her. Noticing that none of the males dared to approach, Cang Mi turned to face Qian Yun, his murderous intent dissipating in an instant. However, upon observing her standing there, head bowed, struggling to suppress her fear, his still simmering primal instinct surged within him once more. In a flash, he transformed into human form and swiftly enveloped her in his arms, carrying her away from the tribe. Qian Yun gazed at him in panic, her countenance pale as blood stained his grim face, his eyes shadowed with a smoldering fury. She was oblivious to where he intended to take her, and in the face of Cang Mi's current state, she dared not utter a word. As the sound of cascading water grew closer, he led her to the waterfall where she had previously bathed. Cang Mi showed no sign of pausing. cradling her in his arms beneath the torrent, the forceful rush of water causing her to shrink back, breathless as she instinctively covered her nose. Once the blood on her body was washed away, Cang Mi carried her into a concealed water cave beneath the waterfall. Qian Yun, still shaken and gasping for breath, was abruptly pressed against a stone. In a fit of seething anger, he tore at her clothing and leaned in closer. His rough actions sent waves of pain through her body, and she trembled as she futilely struggled, tears streaming down her face. "What have I done to upset you? What madness is this?" she questioned, utterly perplexed by his sudden fury. She had just triumphed over Barrow. Why was he now unleashing his wrath upon her? Cang Mi growled through clenched teeth. "We are bonded. I am your mate, your male. Everyone may fear me, but you must not. No matter how fearsome I may become, I would never cause you harm. Even in death, I would not harm you. I defeated Barrow and drove away the male who pursued you. Yet I see no joy on your face. Only fear. You fear me. Qian Yun, tell me, what must I do? This humiliation is unbearable. My mate, terrified of me." Cang Mi gazed at her, his eyes swirling with a tumult of chaotic emotions, tinged with embarrassment and helplessness. His anger stemmed from his profound confusion. Qian Yun was furiously distressed, her body betraying her with unexpected sensations. This formidable tiger was acutely aware of her body's sensitivity and limits, rendering her powerless to resist each time. "Why do I fear you? Don't you understand it yourself? You pervert," she exclaimed through tears. Cang Mi had his moments of tenderness, displaying a gentle and attentive side. Yet, when angered, he transformed into a tempestuous force. Due to her burgeoning fear of him, he took it upon himself to hold her close, to bully her, a behavior typical of a dominant male. "Can't you temper your temper? I am not merely afraid of you. I fear whenever you and your kind engage in conflict. I am too weak, and your prowess terrifies me. After you've just fought, your bloodlust lingers, and I quail at the sight. I dread the day I might provoke your wrath, for you could easily end my life." While Cang Mi attempted to maintain his composure as she spoke, her subsequent words ignited his fury anew. He leaned down and bit her delicate shoulder in anger. The bite pierced her flesh, eliciting a sharp intake of breath and a sorrowful wail. "Cang Mi, it hurts." Cang Mi felt a tumult of anger and compassion within him. He released her, gritting his teeth in frustration, nearly crushing them in his ire. "Did you think, when I bit you, that I intended to kill you? You simply do not trust me. Qian Yun, do you have any idea how deeply your words wound me? You trample upon my dignity. I am your partner. I would never harm you, let alone take your life. Why do you harbor such doubts about me?" His gaze was fierce, and his voice soared with intensity. Each of her utterances felt like a stone cast into the depths of his heart. Qian Yun wept, exclaiming, "Cang Mi, there exists a generational divide between us. Given that we belong to different races, how could there not be such a chasm? It is a monumental divide." He drew closer, enveloping her tightly within his embrace, lowering his head to her shoulder, where he licked the bite mark etched upon her delicate skin. Moments ago, he had merely grazed her, causing a slight seepage of crimson. Her skin was indeed exceedingly tender. The metallic tang of blood lingered on his tongue, a taste uniquely hers, sweet and exquisite, intensifying the coldness in Cang Mi's gaze. "You must not be injured, nor allow any other male to taste your blood. No one shall harm you." His voice, low and husky, carried a palpable threat in every syllable. Tears streamed down Qian Yun's face, and she was engulfed in profound sorrow. "Cang Mi, we require some time. I need time to fully adapt to you," she sobbed softly. Cang Mi felt his heart tighten at the sight of her tears, his gaze lingering on her with an air of melancholy. He pressed his lips against hers, tender and lingering, kissing her in a way that left her gasping for breath amidst her sobs. Her gentle warmth and sweet fragrance silently soothed his emotions. Observing her pitifully weeping and looking utterly wronged, he spoke, "If you find my appearance after battling with other beasts frightening, you are free to feel afraid. However, you must not fear that I would ever harm you. I am your mate, and even in the face of my own demise, I could never bring myself to hurt you. Can you refrain from uttering words that provoke my anger? Please?" Chapter 16. Life has become unbearable with tears welling in her eyes. Qian Yun lamented, "You have hurt me." A flicker of guilt crossed Cang Mi's violet gaze, prompting him to soften his touch. He continued to kiss her, striving to evoke sensations of pleasure that would alleviate the discomfort wrought by his earlier roughness. The thunderous roar of the waterfall outside drowned out her sobs. At long last, the tumultuous ordeal came to an end. Qian Yun's eyes were swollen from crying, and she felt utterly drained as Cang Mi cradled her in his arms. In her heart, she had chastised him countless times. Pervert, pervert, pervert. What sin have I committed to deserve this? Qian Yun, let us wash ourselves, Cang Mi suggested, carrying her towards the flowing water. However, she coldly pushed his hands away. I can walk by myself, she retorted, her emotions flaring as she dragged her sore, numb body out of the cave. In that moment, she was indifferent to her lack of clothing, standing beneath the torrent of water, numb to the world. Cang Mi stood behind her, his expression dark and brooding. Qian Yun gently tilted her head, allowing the crisp water to cascade over her face, soaking her entirely. She felt her emotions settling slightly. Lowering her gaze, she murmured, "You promised you would not harm me, yet some of your actions have indeed caused me pain. For instance, bringing me here and forcing me." Cang Mi's pupils widened in shock as he stared at her, then clenched his fists tightly. "Qian Yun, you are my partner. I have the right to unite with you. Why would you utter such words? Why do you perceive my actions as coercion? This is our union. Your body enjoys it, does it not?" "Silence!" Qian Yun exclaimed, her anger flaring. "This life has become unbearable." Cang Mi, equally enraged, struck the rock with his fist, his heaving chest betraying the effort he was exerting to contain his fury. Qian Yun was engulfed in despair, uncertain of how to convey her reasoning in a manner he could comprehend. She seethed with frustration at his blatant disrespect, while he seethed with anger at her palpable distrust. How could they possibly communicate? She felt an overwhelming sense of helplessness, her voice lost in the tumult of emotions. With nothing left to say, she turned to enter the waterhole in search of her clothes, but her legs weakened momentarily, causing her to lose her balance and fall. The rushing waters forcefully swept her into the depths of the pool below. Cang Mi suddenly realized the gravity of the situation, his expression shifting to one of alarm as he rushed down in a panic, driven by a mix of fear and fury. "You would rather plunge into the water and drown than engage in a civil conversation with me." Despair enveloped Qian Yun. I have not. This is an accident." The cascading waters of the waterfall violently crashed against the surface, rendering her powerless to rise. The undercurrents tugged at her, swiftly pulling her away from the waterfall's embrace. Beneath the murky depths, her body was tossed about by several unseen currents, and she held her breath, struggling to maintain her composure as the turbulent waters propelled her forward. Just as she felt herself on the verge of suffocation and unconsciousness, a massive surge of water thrust her into an underground cavern. Within the cavern, there was space, and a rush of oxygen greeted her as she lay at the entrance. Gasping for breath, the cold, damp sensation sent shivers through her soaked body, and as she regained her composure, she retrieved a fur pelt that had once wrapped around her, using it to cover herself. Unsteadily, she rose to her feet, surveying the dimly lit cavern, steeped in an eerie atmosphere. The walls were adorned with stones that emitted a faint glow, their numbers providing a glimmer of light amidst the darkness. A small slope lay before her. It was here that the undercurrents had swept her, the incline serving as a barrier against the relentless flow of water. Qian Yun gazed at the tumultuous waters flowing fiercely. She truly lacked the strength to withstand another surge of the undercurrent. Furthermore, she harbored no confidence that should she venture into the depths once more, she would succeed in reaching the shore. Although she had not yet achieved the goal, she had at least liberated herself from the grip of the undercurrent. Wrapping her body tightly in the animal hide, she crouched against the rocky wall, curling herself into a tight ball. As she breathed softly to alleviate the panic brought on by the sudden turn of events, the feelings of confusion and helplessness that had initially engulfed her upon arriving in this world surged back with renewed intensity. Cang Mi was akin to a ticking time bomb. It could explode at any moment, and she felt utterly exhausted. Qian Yun instinctively opened the planting space to check. With this precious treasure at her disposal, as long as it remained hidden in a safe location, she need not fear starvation. However, as she gazed at the scene within the space, she was utterly astonished. Everything she had previously cultivated had vanished, replaced instead by crops she recognized all too well. Her mouth slightly agape, she wore a bewildered expression. Where were her beans? Her berries? Her salt leaf trees? After a few moments, Qian Yun regained her composure and closed the space, reopening it multiple times to ensure she was not imagining things. She lowered her gaze in contemplation, and a faint suspicion began to form in her mind. This planting space was not merely a simple cultivation area. It was not a matter of merely sowing seeds or seedlings. Rather, it appeared to have devoured her previous crops and yielded new ones in their stead. "If you two are not in cahoots, I shall never believe it," Qian Yun muttered through clenched teeth. The space was a divine gift from the goddess, capable of consuming other crops and transforming them into energy to automatically cultivate new varieties. She found it hard to believe that the deities of the ancient world possessed such advanced capabilities. While the emergence of various crops might be acceptable, how could rice, eggplants, and white cotton possibly sprout? Qian Yun examined each of the burgeoning produce, confirming they were all familiar to her, common in contemporary times. Silently, she plucked a tomato from the vine and held it in her hand, savoring its taste. The flesh was succulent and juicy, bursting with sweetness, and the pleasantly fragrant flavor exceeded her expectations. Qian Yun unexpectedly savored the taste and earnestly dealt with the tomato. The expanse of black soil is not extensive, currently yielding rice, eggplants, cotton, tomatoes, and apple trees. These crops are sparsely intermingled, with the exception of rice, which boasts only a few plants of the others. The rice stalks have been spread across the remaining patches of black soil. The growth conditions of the rice vary. Those flourishing rapidly are nearing maturity, while the slower ones remain tender green seedlings. Originally, with ample planting space, Qian Yun felt confident that she could cultivate fruits and vegetables to her heart's content, alleviating any worries about food shortages. With this planting space available, she realized she would not go hungry. Now that she has discovered the potential of this space, her heart swells with excitement and joy. She envisions tossing those plants from the forest into the black soil, transforming them into nourishment for the cultivation of her fruits and vegetables. Eager to validate her hypothesis, she is keen to venture out and gather some materials to enrich the black soil. Qian Yun was imbued with courage as she rose to plunge into the dark currents. In the next moment, a colossal shadow surged from the water, crashing into the cave. She was momentarily paralyzed, holding her breath in fear. Before her, a serpentine creature glided past at a reduced pace. It appeared to be a large serpent of a seemingly white hue. The light within the cave was dim, and Qian Yun could ascertain that it was neither black nor dark in color. It must be a snake. Regardless of its nature, its body towered above her waist, making it a perilous presence indeed. Whether it be a beast man or a wild creature, she dared not linger in the water any longer. Seizing the opportunity while it seemed unaware of her, she glanced at the rushing water just 5 meters away and sprinted toward it without hesitation. However, no sooner had she entered the water, still unyielding to the dark currents, than she felt a tight grip around her waist, pulling her back into the cave. She was utterly distraught. What was she running for? To feed the fish? A deep, ominous voice echoed in her ears. Chapter 17. His tail flickered with small flames upon hearing the voice. Qian Yun's terror subsided slightly. The ability to speak confirmed the presence of a beast man. With a quivering voice, she explained, I accidentally fell into the waterfall and was carried here by the current. I seek my partner. Hungsha let out a derisive laugh. You carry the scent of a tiger beast's coupling. Did you carelessly tumble into the water while frolicking by its edge? Qian Yun's face flushed crimson, and she felt an overwhelming sense of embarrassment at the words spoken. At that moment, she was clad in nothing but a single layer of animal hide, while the other party's large tail coiled tightly around her, rendering her immobile. Observing her blushing silence, Hungsha chose not to utter another word and led her up the slope. Qian Yun found herself suspended in midair, ensnared by a tail, and she caught a fleeting glimpse of the ascent followed by a descent, only to ascend once more into a labyrinthine passage. It became evident that a path existed here. Instead of leading her to the surface, her captors entered a cavern, depositing her amidst a chaotic pile of hay. Once the tail released her, a small flame suddenly flickered to life at the tip, illuminating the nearby bonfire. It was not unexpected for males to possess extraordinary abilities, capable of manifesting such powers. However, witnessing flames erupt from the very tip of the tail left Qian Yun momentarily astonished. The bonfire gradually intensified, its radiance dispelling the surrounding darkness. By the light of the campfire, Qian Yun discerned the massive creature beside her. It was a great white python, its entire body gleaming with a chilling, pristine whiteness. The sheer size of the serpent instilled a profound sense of pressure within her. However, its round head and plump form inexplicably conveyed a certain charm reminiscent of a cartoonish cuteness, lending it an aura of harmlessness. As Qian Yun cautiously scrutinized the serpent, it languidly slithered over to a nearby patch of hay, coiling itself up to slumber. Its reptilian eyes, half closed in a languorous manner, regarded her with a glimmer of cold, somber darkness. Qian Yun sensed that the great white serpent bore her no significant animosity, yet its demeanor was far from amicable. As it lay in slumber, what was she to do? Was this a form of imprisonment? Thoughts of Cang Mi's earlier words invaded her mind, echoing the notion that wild beasts were fond of capturing females for the purpose of procreation. The general consensus regarding these feral creatures was grim, characterized as cold, brutal, bloodthirsty, and prone to abducting and tormenting females, compelling them to reproduce against their will. Could it be that this great white serpent harbored similar intentions? According to the unwritten laws of the beast realm, any male who stumbled upon a female in the wilderness claimed her as his own, possessing absolute rights to mate. Undoubtedly, her current predicament signified that she had been taken into this serpent's lair. Qian Yun's entire body was tense, apprehensive that the enormous white serpent might suddenly spring forth to seek her as a mate. She restlessly turned her head, scrutinizing the cavern around her. She discovered that, apart from the path they had just traversed, there was another opening behind the position where the white serpent coiled, its destination a mystery. Not to mention the labyrinth and passages below, the sheer darkness of the environment rendered her incapable of discerning the cardinal directions. The likelihood of a successful escape seemed exceedingly slim. Rather than relying on her own ability to flee, she found it more plausible to trust that Cang Mi would locate her through the resonance of the beast mark upon her body. The white serpent regarded her for a moment, then displayed no further reaction, merely coiling itself and closing its eyes in slumber. Qian Yun remained calm, seated beside the bonfire to absorb its warmth. She dried her damp body, and once her long hair had also dried thoroughly, she turned her head to glance at the great white serpent, which lay asleep with its eyes closed, utterly silent. She could not hear its breath. The cave was enveloped in an eerie stillness, devoid of any sound. Even the gentle murmur of the water outside was absent. Qian Yun suddenly realized that the eerie tranquility of the environment was unsettling. Her gaze fell upon the ever-burning bonfire. The flames had been vigorous from the outset, consuming the firewood entirely, yet the fire remained undiminished, and she could not even hear the crackling sound of burning wood. The atmosphere turned bizarre in an instant, sending a chill down her spine. She was even frightened by the thought that she might be encountering a ghost. In the humid, serene cave, it was just her and the motionless great white serpent. The more she contemplated, the more anxious she became, prompting her to stand up abruptly. At that moment, the serpent's tightly shut eyes suddenly opened, gazing at her with a ghostly intensity. Startled by the serpent's movement, Qian Yun crouched down weakly. "It's nothing. I was merely observing your utter stillness. Did you think I was dead?" Hungsha inquired nonchalantly. Qian Yun bit her lip, remaining silent. Indeed, the campfire emitted no sound. In such an eerie environment, how could she not be consumed by thoughts? Now that she confirmed the great white serpent was alive and could move, she felt a sense of relief. After all, it was preferable to encountering something supernatural. "I want to go outside," Qian Yun softly uttered. Hungsha slowly glided toward her, and she tensed, instinctively wanting to flee. However, the white shadow flickered, and the serpent's massive body swiftly coiled around her, blocking any possible escape routes. "You are quite disobedient. Since your partner is capable of losing you, it indicates his ineptitude. Even with the beast mark, he would struggle to locate you. The currents can disperse and conceal a female's scent. Even if he can sense you, he would only detect your presence in the water, unable to pinpoint your exact location. This current leads to the sea, where numerous branching waterways abound. The farther your partner travels, the greater his chances of perishing outside." Listening to his words, cold indifference laced with hidden malice, Qian Yun felt her heart sink. So this was the assurance he had. A wave of dizziness washed over her, and she sank weakly to her knees, her body leaning against the serpent's form. Her touch caused Hungsha to freeze, halting his movement. "You cannot take care of me. I dislike this dark, damp serpent's den. I crave sunlight," she wished to say, but her strength failed her, and her consciousness faded into darkness. Hungsha transformed into human form, cradling her in his arms. His pitch-black, silent gaze fixated on her, then shifted to her exposed wrist. There, the delicate golden mark of the sacred female gleamed beautifully. After a moment of surprise, a flicker of light danced in his serpent eyes. He placed Qian Yun in his grassy nest for slumber, coiling around her, guarding her vigilantly. Qian Yun had been in a deep slumber for an extended period, roused from her dreams by the pangs of hunger. Drowsily, she stirred and sat up, bewildered by the murky depths of the underground, utterly unaware of the passage of time. Was she hungry? A low, somber voice, that of the great white serpent, echoed from beside her, jolting Qian Yun awake and dispelling the remnants of her slumber. She turned her head, her heart racing with apprehension. He knew her name, which implied an awareness of her identity as a sacred female. Instinctively, she cast her gaze downward at her wrist, now adorned with a garment of white serpent skin, the mark of the sacred female concealed beneath a similar hide. A wave of embarrassment washed over her, causing her to feel increasingly awkward. Hungsha languidly slithered closer to her, transforming into human form and settling beside her. The nearby beastmen, including the wandering ones, were well aware that two sacred females had manifested during the evening of the ritual honoring the goddess. Aside from her irritable temperament, there was little to be said about that, Norma. The male spoke most frequently of you. To think I could find a sacred female in the water cave. Could this be a divine blessing from the goddess? His deep, languid words flowed slowly, devoid of emotion, seemingly indifferent yet tinged with an undercurrent of lethargy. This oppressive manner of speaking unsettled Qian Yun. She gazed at the strikingly handsome male beside her. His alabaster skin complemented by silvery hair, a vision of beauty. Yet, when their eyes met, the weight of his dark, brooding gaze sent a ripple of anxiety through her heart. Qian Yun is utterly convinced that this enormous white serpent is far more formidable than the large tiger of Cang Mi. After all, the serpent seeks to ensconce herself here, evading Cang Mi's relentless pursuit. The flowing waters can effectively disperse her scent, significantly diminishing the sensitivity to the beast's mark. Even if Cang Mi were to locate this place, he would never anticipate her concealment within the underwater cavern. In a state of panic, it would take but a moment's inattention for him to overlook her position. What is truly frightening is not his incessant searching by the water's edge, but rather the peril that lurks in the shadows as he becomes distracted by other predators during his quest, potentially leading him to encounter danger and meet his demise. The white serpent has calculated her strategy accordingly. While it is said that the sacred female Qian Yun is delicate and difficult to nurture, the Adar tribe's tiger beasts are indeed well cared for. Yet, astonishingly, he has managed to lose you. Qian Yun, one must never utter such words in front of Cang Mi, for it would surely lead to conflict. The last fiery male was sent soaring into the heavens by him, never to return. It is quite surprising that even the serpent indulges in gossip and possesses such a sharp tongue. Qian Yun murmured softly. Hungsha, it is entirely normal for those communal beastmen to gather within a tribe and engage in idle chatter. As for a solitary serpent like him, his penchant for gossip suggests he has surely eavesdropped on many conversations. In other words, he has been deliberately keeping an eye on the holy female chosen by the divine lady, which explains his familiarity with her in Norma's circumstances. This implies that this fellow harbors intentions of snatching her away. Qian Yun is also engulfed in despair. Now, it is convenient. She no longer needs to sneak into the tribe to abduct anyone, for they have come willingly to her door. Is this not the divine blessing of the goddess? Qian Yun found herself engulfed in a state of anxiety. She believed that her thoughts must be auspicious, forbidding any negative notions. After quarreling with Cang Mi, she contemplated that life had become unbearable, and in that turmoil, she fell into the water, separating from him. What does this even signify? When dawn breaks, I shall take you to bask in the sunlight and frolic in the woods. For now, I will seek sustenance for you. I am Hungsha. Having uttered these words, he transformed into a great white serpent and swam toward the water cave. Qian Yun gazed in the direction he had departed, a hint of perplexity crossing her features. Was the water cave truly the sole passage for entry and exit? After a brief moment, she rose and cautiously made her way toward the passage behind the grass nest. From the distance visible to her, the passage inclined upward, revealing a gentle slope. Qian Yun could distinctly feel the cool breeze wafting through the passage, indicating a potential escape to the outside world. Biting her lip, she resolved to take a leap of faith and began to ascend, hoping for a stroke of luck. Cautiously, she navigated her way in the darkness. The passage was composed of soft earth, devoid of any harsh stones. After climbing for a considerable distance, her head suddenly collided with a hard rock wall, eliciting a sharp gasp of pain. She raised her hand to touch the surface, realizing with dismay that there was a bend ahead. Having learned her lesson, Qian Yun proceeded with caution, placing her hands in front of her as she continued through the passage. The confined space was quite awkward for her. It was insufficient for her to stand upright, yet ample enough for her to crawl. It was evident that the great white snake had carved this tunnel to accommodate its own serpentine form. Soon, she felt another wall and encountered another corner. To her delight, she noticed moonlight filtering in from the end of the left passage. The exit was just beyond that point. Her heart soared with hope as she hastened her climb. Upon reaching the opening, She was met with a towering pit before her, her expression shifting to one of despair. The passage was dug into the rock face of the pit, leaving her in a precarious position, neither able to ascend nor descend. Beneath the cold, silvery moonlight, the pit's bottom was littered with jagged stones, and the remnants of various beasts' white bones were starkly visible, alongside several bloodied corpses. An eerie chill enveloped her, intensified by the frigid wind cascading down from above. A chilling sensation coursed through her. Fear gripped her heart, yet she compelled herself to scrutinize the vast pit before her. The depth appeared to be over 10 meters, and she found herself positioned on the central rock face, approximately 5 or 6 meters from the top. Thick vines dangled from the rocky surface, and as she reached out to grasp one, she tugged with considerable force, finding it remarkably resilient. Climbing appeared feasible. As she instinctively raised her gaze upwards, she was met by the haunting sight of a large white serpent's head gazing down at her, sending a shiver down her spine and nearly causing her to lose her footing. Pressing her back against the rock wall, she anxiously wiped the cold sweat from her brow. Their eyes locked in a silent exchange, neither uttering a word, as the atmosphere descended into an eerie stillness. Qian Yun felt a tinge of doubt. Could it be Hungsha? Or perhaps another serpent? Ultimately, it was the other party who broke the silence. The scenery here is rather unappealing, and at night, certain insects tend to invade. I intend to seal the entrance. This was a subtle suggestion for her to leave. Undoubtedly, it was Hungsha itself. From his tone, one could discern no trace of emotion whatsoever. Qian Yun could not fathom how he could be oblivious to her desire to flee. In a muffled voice, she inquired, "Would you like to block the water cave as well?" Hungsha let out a soft chuckle, and within his deep, serpentine eyes, a glimmer of light flickered. "Shall we play a game? You may attempt to escape through the water cave. If you manage to elude me, I shall not pursue you. However, should I capture you, do not entertain thoughts of escape thereafter. I provide for you, and our serpent kind lays small, easily birthed eggs. Who wishes to lay serpent eggs?" She retorted, shuddering at the mere thought. Without hesitation, Qian Yun agreed to partake in the game, swiftly turning to make her way back. Outside the water cave lay a tumultuous river, its undercurrents swirling. This was a contest not only of speed but also of fortune. The fickleness of luck was difficult to ascertain, and in terms of swiftness, she was no match for the great white serpent. Upon reaching the second bend, she promptly redirected her efforts towards the pit. Why traverse through the water route when she could ascend directly to the surface? Perhaps fortune favored her, and Cang Mi might arrive. As she climbed to the cave's entrance, Qian Yun cautiously glanced above, finding no sign of Hungsha. It had been said that one should flee from the water cave. He might be lurking on the riverbank. Taking a deep breath, she grasped the thick vines and laboriously ascended, sweat beading on her forehead. Upon successfully reaching the top, Qian Yun knelt on the ground to catch her breath, a look of joy illuminating her face for having triumphed in her ascent. She dared not linger, preparing to sprint with renewed vigor. However, as she raised her gaze, she spotted a male figure sitting cross-legged in the distance, her expression of joy freezing. And in an instant, all her courage and conviction crumbled. Tears welled up in Qian Yun's eyes, and she could no longer hold them back. That enormous white serpent awaited her here. "You've worked hard," he said, a subtle smile gracing his lips as he attempted to console her. This serpent was surprisingly considerate, recognizing her struggles in climbing. His words pierced Qian Yun's heart in an indescribable manner, prompting her to sit down and weep uncontrollably. Hungsha observed her tears without flinching. He transformed into his serpentine form and coiled around her, leading her into the deep pit, which served as an entrance to the serpent's lair. Upon discovering fish roasting over the campfire and some freshly washed wild fruits nearby, Qian Yun's tears flowed even more fiercely. This fellow must have returned with food only to find her trying to escape, thus positioning himself outside the pit to block her path. Chapter 19. Even when crying, she remained so beautiful, playfully engaging her in a game, watching her flee. Did she truly believe she could escape? With such a fair exterior, how could his thoughts be so dark? He was merely toying with her. Qian Yun harbored resentment and frustration, yet felt utterly powerless. Once Hungsha set her down, she collapsed onto the stones, weeping in regret. "I deeply lament my choices. I should have fled through the water cave, allowing the current to sweep me away, to drown in the depths." Hungsha, transforming into human form, crouched beside her and hesitated briefly before gently stroking her head. Her black hair was soft and sleek, strikingly beautiful, and felt delightful to the touch. "You cannot escape. I can distinctly sense your movements. No matter how you attempt to flee, I can apprehend you. Unless your speed surpasses mine, he spoke softly. Observing Qian Yun's tearful despair, a faint smirk graced the corners of his mouth. Even in tears, you possess an exquisite beauty. I am aware that you cannot consume meat and have a penchant for fish. I have caught some for you. Seasoned with salt leaves and wild vegetables, Hungsha remarked, glancing at the fish that was nearly ready. This revelation chilled Qian Yun's heart. He had indeed watched her from the shadows. Through her sobs, she turned to glare at him and asked, if I had not been swept into the water cave, would you have sought an opportunity to abduct me? Hungsha withdrew his hand from her head and replied coldly, I have yet to determine which saintly female to capture. However, I have heard much about you from the beasts. Under normal circumstances, we wandering beasts do not pursue females who are too frail, as they are easily perished. You have come before me willingly. I shall not grant you the chance to escape. Qian Yun maintained a solemn expression, her tear-streaked face betraying a hint of desolation. Yet, to him, she resembled a petulant child throwing a tantrum, weeping over a lost game, seeking to evade responsibility. This sight stirred a profound sense of affection within him. Noticing her silence, he took the grilled fish, meticulously peeling away the charred skin to reveal the tender flesh, placing it into a bamboo bowl while deftly removing the bones. With a gentle touch, he filled the bowl generously and offered it to her. His fingers were notably cool, the temperature of his skin distinctly low. Though her instincts drove her to shy away from his touch, the weight of his brooding gaze compelled her to wrestle with her reservations before ultimately accepting the bowl. Cradling it in her hands, it was essential to eat and drink, for only then would she possess the strength to confront the formidable white serpent. Behave yourself. Do not provoke my ire. I have treated you with the utmost gentleness. He reached out once more to stroke her head, his cold words laced with an unmistakable warning. The chill that enveloped her from above silenced any retort she might have had. After speaking, Hungsha turned and transformed into a white serpent, coiling up in the grass nest to slumber. Qian Yun wept softly, raising her hand to wipe away the tears on her face, then lowered her head to consume the fish meat. As she ate, a sense of grievance washed over her. Why had she encountered only perverse males in this beastly realm? Why could there not be a few cheerful and sunny males? The fish meat mingled with her own tears as she feasted. Once finished, she casually picked up a wild fruit from a nearby stone, uncertain of its type, yet it possessed a hint of sweetness. She consumed one to quench her thirst. After satiating her hunger and thirst, the taut nerves in her body began to relax somewhat. Previously, she had felt dizzy intermittently, and after the exhausting ordeal of her failed escape, she felt utterly weakened. Overcome by drowsiness, she lay down amidst the grass beside the campfire and fell asleep. Perhaps she collapsed a bit too quickly, as a white figure approached her side to check, confirming that she had indeed succumbed to slumber. Only then did Hungsha feel at ease, coiling his serpentine body around her. With her head resting upon him, he gazed intently at the sleeping figure, so petite and soft. He longed to hold her close, yet he refrained, suppressing his emotions and maintaining a distance that would not instill fear in her, silently guarding her. It was not until she stirred and gradually awakened from her dreams that he returned to his nest of grass. Qian Yun awoke from her slumber feeling considerably better. Yet, she sensed that she had yet to fully recover from the discomfort of her new surroundings. Lying amidst the grass nest, her gaze wandered vacantly into the air, before she gently turned to observe the large grass nest nearby. The great white serpent lay as though in a deep slumber, utterly still. However, she harbored doubts about the depth of its slumber. Any slightest disturbance on her part would instantly rouse its keen eyes. Given her prior attempt to flee, Hungsha would undoubtedly be more vigilant in monitoring her, lest she attempt to escape once more. Thus, she could only bide her time for an opportunity to flee. Though making her way to the waterhole did not seem a wise choice. The serpent was adept in the water, and she would be easily discovered. Best to wait until she was on solid ground to devise her next move. Qian Yun's attention was inevitably drawn to his serpentine tail, where a small flame danced at the tip. The flame, though diminutive about the size of her fingernail, burned with a remarkable intensity. She felt an inexplicable urge to blow on it, wondering if she might extinguish it. After gazing at the tiny flicker for a while, she withdrew her gaze, feeling a sense of melancholy about the passage of time. Hungsha stirred slightly, gradually unfurling his coiled form, and his serpentine tail casually flicked beside her pile of grass. Qian Yun's attention was once again captivated by the flickering flame. At this moment, she was merely half a meter away from its tail, within reach, and a single breath could extinguish it. Her heart wavered for a moment, but ultimately, she refrained from such reckless folly. She reclined slightly, casually grasping a nearby piece of dry grass to ignite and play with. The parched grass caught fire effortlessly. Whether it was due to the purity of the flame or the exceptional combustibility of the grass, it was consumed in an instant. The speed of the combustion exceeded her expectations. The fire born of supernatural abilities bore no comparison to an ordinary flame. Qian Yun pondered for a moment, then picked a wild fruit from a stone, skewering it on a twig. As she roasted the fruit over the small flame, curiosity stirred within her. Would the flame at the tip of the snake's tail extinguish upon entering the water? She recalled how Hungsha had coiled around her with his tail when he first entered the water cave. At that moment, it seemed the flame at the tip had not ignited. In her distraction for just a few seconds, she inadvertently allowed the fire to catch onto the twig, which then snapped, causing the small fruit to plummet directly onto the snake's tail. Startled, her expression changed. The commotion was so significant that it would be inappropriate for Hungsha to pretend to sleep any longer. The great serpent slowly leaned in, his eyes half closed with drowsiness. Resting his head beside his own tail, his gaze fixed on the scorched fruit that had shriveled from the heat. With a blend of curiosity and earnestness, he inquired, "Can it truly be eaten this way?" Initially, Qian Yun's heart raced at having startled him awake, yet she had not anticipated such a reaction. She understood that Hungsha's good-natured demeanor was an effort to keep her close. The more he feigned indifference, the more anxious she felt inside. "I've just awakened. I'm not sure what time it is, but I'll play for a bit," she murmured, her head bowed. "The dawn has yet to break." "If you do not wish to sleep, continue your play," Hungsha replied, closing his eyes and returning to his slumber. Qian Yun gazed at him in astonishment for a few moments, only to suddenly lose all interest. She reclined, turning her back to Hungsha, and opened her planting space to take a look. To her amazement, she discovered that all the rice had fully ripened, and the other crops were also laden with abundance. Qian Yun was astounded. Previously, when she observed the rice paddies, many of the plants were still tender green seedlings, yet now they had astonishingly ripened. Such a rate of growth was truly remarkable. At the same time, she felt an exhilarating sense of accomplishment. However, she had yet to comprehend the underlying principles behind this phenomenon. With the crops fully matured, she harvested all that was ready and placed them on the vacant plots surrounding the rich black soil. Both the rice and cotton had been gathered, while the remaining eggplant and tomato plants still bore blossoms and could yield more fruit. Thus, she refrained from uprooting them. Additionally, the apple tree had grown significantly. In merely the span of a day, these crops had exhibited such rapid growth. Qian Yun was utterly astonished, perhaps even frightened. Initially, she intended to take a quick glance at her surroundings before drifting back to sleep, but in light of the current situation, slumber was now a distant possibility. Thus, she remained wide awake until the great white serpent roused, leisurely gliding to her side. "Qian Yun, dawn has arrived. Allow me to take you up for some exercise." As Qian Yun heard a sound and sensed a chilling breath approaching from behind, she instinctively turned around to face the large head that flicked its serpent-like tongue. The crimson tongue, unable to retract in time, lightly brushed against her cheek. The unexpected warmth and softness of the contact left both parties momentarily stunned. Chapter 20. She is truly fortunate to encounter yet another peculiar individual. Qian Yun, her cheeks flushed, regained her composure and sat up, instinctively shifting her body. Observing her movements, his obsidian eyes darkened further. Hungsha coiled his tail around her waist, lifting her onto his head, and carried her through the passageway leading away from the pit. Outside, the sun shone brilliantly, and the weather was exceptionally pleasant. Qian Yun cautiously positioned herself atop the serpent's head. Having previously ridden a tiger, she now found herself astride a great snake, perched at its very front, a mix of tension and exhilaration coursing through her. Hungsha's movements were deliberately slow. She was aware of his true swiftness, yet before her, he proceeded with a measured pace, almost tentative, as if fearing that a rapid burst of speed might startle her. Together, they glided leisurely through the sun-drenched forest, enveloped in a serene and enchanting atmosphere. Qian Yun gazed at the unfamiliar surroundings. Upon entering this primordial forest, she found herself utterly disoriented, unable to discern the cardinal directions. The only certainty she held was that this forest bore no resemblance to the one Cang Mi had previously guided her through. Here, the trees towered majestically, their branches sparse, while sunlight filtered through the foliage, casting a golden glow throughout the woodland. The illumination in this forest was remarkably fine. Had the distance been shorter, the disparities between the two woods would not have been so pronounced. This place lay far from the waterfall. Different regions, with their distinct environments, accounted for such significant variations in tree growth. Not to mention I cannot compare to Norma, another sacred female. Even among other females, I am at a disadvantage. My health is not conducive to bearing offspring, Qian Yun remarked casually. Hungsha had previously expressed a desire for her to lay serpent eggs. But if the mere presence of a female was sufficient for reproduction, she need not be the one. Hungsha replied nonchalantly, then let it be. I shall simply care for you. No serpent eggs are needed. Qian Yun, cannot you persist in your own life plan? I find myself out of place. I require the healing arts of a shaman. Your presence complicates my situation. Hungsha, if your partner can accept me, I can escort you to him. Before Qian Yun could respond, he added, if those tribes could embrace serpent beasts, I would not be dwelling here in solitude. Why do they refuse to accept serpent beasts? Qian Yun inquired, perplexed. Hungsha remained silent, choosing not to respond. Qian Yun pondered over the various concepts she had encountered while engaging with the beastly realm game. She recalled that the serpentine creatures were not social beings. Rather, they thrived in solitude. Upon reaching a certain stage of maturity, young snakes ventured into the wilderness to hone their survival skills, being cold-blooded by nature and exhibiting a penchant for bloodshed. These serpents were not considered noble beasts but were categorized among the rogue creatures. The rogues, with no fixed abode, embodied rebellion and malevolence, engaging in all manner of nefarious deeds. The orcs harbored a deep disdain for these outcasts. In this world, Qian Yun's understanding of the rogues was largely shaped by their notorious behavior of seizing females and coercing them into breeding. They treated females with cruelty, and any sign of resistance was met with brutal violence. It was not uncommon for females to be subjected to relentless torment until death. Given the already scarce female population in this realm, the divine beings, both the female deity and the beast gods, imparted teachings to the males, urging them to cherish and protect the females, for they were the cornerstone of the species' proliferation. Thus, safeguarding females was an inherent duty for the males, ingrained within their very essence as a virtue. Conversely, the rogues lacked such virtues. Their harm towards females defied the will of the deities, resulting in their ostracization and persecution by the orc community, marking them as a blight upon the beastly realm. In light of these circumstances, Qian Yun surmised that the confrontation between Cang Mi and Hungsha would be exceedingly fierce. What abilities has the female deity bestowed upon you? I sense that the energy fluctuations within you are rather unstable, Hungsha suddenly inquired. Qian Yun gently lowered her gaze and spoke. Would you believe me if I said I have not successfully awakened my abilities? Hungsha pondered for a moment and replied, that would not come as a surprise. Awakening is one thing. Being able to wield those powers is quite another. Given your frail constitution, it is remarkable that you have survived this long. She could not help but smile slightly. He truly believed her. But then again, after learning of her identity as the Holy Femininity, he had never inquired about the abilities bestowed upon her by the Divine Mother. Perhaps he sensed the instability of the energy within her, leading him to think that even if her powers had awakened, she would be unable to manifest them. Qian Yun let out a heavy sigh. The discomfort from the unfamiliar environment struck her forcefully, and the occasional dizziness and fatigue left her feeling quite unwell. Even the power of Cang Mi's beast mark could not entirely alleviate her unease. It could be said that her body was too frail, requiring more energy to fortify itself. Hungsha inquired, are you feeling unwell at the moment? Qian Yun, I am not in distress at present. He gazed ahead, speaking softly, my beast seal remains intact, and I can bestow it upon you at any moment. Qian Yun found herself at a loss for words. After a brief moment of silence, she cautiously inquired, what will you do if I refuse? Even if I were to vent my frustrations by slaughtering an entire tribe of orcs, I would never inflict harm upon you. He remarked cryptically, exhaling with a hint of significance. Qian Yun frowned, pondering the deeper implications of the words. I have not been harmed by anyone. He responded with a soft chuckle. Is that so? When I dressed you, I noticed bite marks on your shoulders and various signs of intimacy on your body. I hardly believe this is merely a result of delicate skin. Rather, it suggests your partner's lack of gentleness. This large white serpent was astutely perceptive, indeed. Could it not be possible that we simply enjoyed ourselves too much? Hungsha replied, that possibility had not crossed his mind. You brought me out here without fear of your partner's arrival? She glanced around cautiously at the tranquil surroundings, her inquiry laced with trepidation. Hungsha remained unfazed. If I have the audacity to hide you, I am also prepared for your partner or even the orcs of the Adar tribe to come searching for you. It would merely involve a confrontation with them, and I am unafraid. Should I prevail, I gain you. Should I falter, I perish before you. Such a nonchalant demeanor instilled a profound fear within Qian Yun. Hungsha's methods were exceedingly extreme. She was indeed fortunate to encounter yet another enigma. Qian Yun felt a slight dizziness enveloping her, prompting her to gently lean down and embrace the serpent's head, fearful of losing her balance and tumbling off. Hungsha, sensing her movement, came to a halt, lowering his head to the ground. I feel a bit lightheaded, she murmured softly, shifting her body backward, sliding from his head onto his sinuous form. Resting upon his serpentine body, Hungsha glanced at her, ensuring that her position was secure and that she would not fall, before he resumed his crawl along the earth. Moving forward with deliberate grace, Qian Yun felt merely a slight dizziness, devoid of any other discomfort. The great white serpent glided gently, its cool temperature inexplicably bringing her solace. As the breeze whispered through the forest, she unexpectedly succumbed to slumber. When she abruptly regained her senses, she found herself amidst a sea of blossoms. Unknown wildflowers clustered together in vibrant hues, swaying gracefully in the gentle wind. The air was thick with the rich fragrance of flowers, mingling with the pleasant aroma of soft, earthy soil. The great white serpent coiled beneath her, quietly nestled within this enchanting floral expanse. Qian Yun was momentarily taken aback, then turned to lie upon the serpentine body, her gaze quietly fixed upon the flowers that entered her sight. This serene sensation enveloped her, bringing an indescribable comfort, as if the very essence of relaxation had washed over her. How did I end up here? She whispered softly. The great white serpent beneath her, eyes closed, spoke in a gentle tone. I merely paused here for a while. The fragrance of the blossoms is rich enough to mask your scent. What a splendid solution, she mused. Are you still feeling dizzy? I can guide you to the tribe shaman. As he spoke, the serpent's body shifted slightly, preparing to embark on their journey. I shall not go to the Adar tribe. It is quite distant from here. Instead, I will take you to other tribes, to those who do not recognize you. Qian Yun sat up, hesitating momentarily before speaking. Could we perhaps have something to eat before we seek out the shaman? I am quite hungry. Her head was not overly dizzy at the moment. Hungsha's gaze flickered with a hint of light as he led her to a nearby small pond. The pond, visible from a distance, was close enough for Hungsha to place her on the shore before he ventured into the water to catch some fish. With a mouth as wide as a snake's basin, he swiftly returned with a large catch. Transforming back into his human form, he squatted by the shore to prepare the fish. Qian Yun did not observe the scene of him catching fish. Instead, she turned her gaze to the surroundings. The weakness in her body extinguished any thoughts of escape, and she merely searched for any useful plants nearby. Upon spotting some wild fruits, she approached to gather a few from the accessible branches. Contemplating the wild fruits in her hands, she recalled how she had previously planted the salty leaf tree and berry tree directly in the cultivation space, disregarding the few sprouting buds of the ball beans. The energy transformed from the salty leaf tree and berry tree, once consumed by the black soil, was substantial. It seemed plausible that simply tossing the wild fruits into the space would also allow them to be absorbed. Instinctively, she turned to glance at Hungsha in the distance, realizing she needed to turn her back to him to deposit the wild fruits into the space. However, she found him gazing at her, and in a moment of distraction, she inadvertently activated the cultivation space, causing the few wild fruits in her hand to vanish in an instant. Hungsha was momentarily taken aback, while she looked down in astonishment at her empty hands. How could this happen? In the next moment, the large white snake swiftly coiled around her. Hungsha's expression shifted from a previous somberness to one of delight as he remarked, I have gathered these fruits for you. As he spoke, he took action, using his large tail to swipe at the branches, causing the ripe wild fruits to fall around them. Watching the scattered fruits on the ground, Qian Yun bit her lip nervously. Hungsha leaned closer to her ear, his voice low but filled with excitement. Before the rainy season arrives, we need to store more food. I will go catch some fish and dry them. As a gentle breeze brushed against her, Qian Yun looked up to see the large white snake plunge into the water to catch fish. Letting out a resigned sigh, she crouched down to collect the wild fruits. He assumed her awakening was merely a simple space, but a space capable of storing various items was exceedingly advantageous for a female. Sufficient food would ensure survival through the rainy season and winter, which was why Hungsha was so exhilarated. While stockpiling dried fish seemed reasonable, There was ample space outside the black soil for storage. She gathered all the wild fruits from the ground, placing some outside the black soil and tossing the remainder, including the damaged fruits, into the black soil without leaving a single piece behind. As she picked the fruits, she noticed a salty leaf tree nearby and pulled several branches to dry under the sun. Given that the black soil consumed other crops, planting a salty leaf tree seemed implausible. Without sufficient sea salt far from the shoreline, she could only collect these salty leaves. Once dried, they could be preserved and added to her meals later. After completing her tasks, she rested in the shade of a tree. Hungsha had already caught a considerable number of fish, cleaning them up to prepare for hanging with vines. She suggested, "Let us soak the fish in salty water made from the salty leaves before hanging them out to dry." Though she and Hungsha were not in close proximity, she held faith in the orc's keen hearing. A gentle whisper reached his ears, prompting him to seek out Qian Yun in the next moment. Lacking a stone pot or a substantial container for marination, Hungsha resorted to plucking a generous amount of Qian Yun leaves, extracting their essence, and evenly applying the juice onto the fish. To him, this method rendered the fish as though they had been steeped in brine. By the time he tidied the vines and strung the fish, sufficient time had elapsed for the salt water to permeate the flesh. Can you envision someone hanging a fish? Measuring half a meter to a meter in length, by its mouth to sun-dry it whole, Qian Yun found herself at a loss for words. Nevertheless, she decided to sunbathe the entire snake. Utilizing the whole serpent for drying would facilitate easier storage in the future. In just a short span of time, Qian Yun glanced at the space and noticed that the fruit she had cast into the black soil had vanished, replaced instead by new crops. She could not discern what the vibrant green sprouts were at the moment. Indeed, the black soil seemed capable of consuming other crops as nourishment to cultivate new ones, specifically modern fruits and vegetables. Was this a means for her to thrive in this world? She felt an inexplicable thrill akin to unboxing a mystery. Utterly unable to predict what the black soil might yield, Qian Yun and Hungsha, holding a perfectly roasted fish, with its charred skin stripped away and bones removed, emerged without a bamboo bowl. Instead, he wrapped it in leaves. The fish was rather sizable, and Hungsha thoughtfully procured a flat stone to serve as a makeshift table beside her, placing the fish upon it. "Go ahead and eat," he urged. "I will catch some more fish. I can dry them with my own flames and later take you to the nearby tribe to find a shaman." Hungsha squatted beside her, gently ruffling her hair as he spoke. Qian Yun distinctly sensed the hand resting atop her head had gained a measure of weight, no longer as tentative as before, yet this increased pressure did not evoke discomfort. She lifted her gaze to meet his, catching a fleeting glimmer of possessiveness in his deep, shadowy eyes. "Are you so pleased to see that I have my own space?" she inquired softly. His expression shifted entirely as he regarded her. Hungsha nodded affirmatively. "Indeed, I am but a wandering beast, and my care for you differs from how the males of a tribe tend to the females. Should food become scarce, the tribe will assist, and you possess the means to store provisions, so you need not fret about sustenance. Before winter sets in, we should gather some animal hides and firewood. You can rest assured regarding warmth, for as a fire elemental, I can provide you with heat. Prior to the arrival of the harsh winter, let us seek a location closer to the great tribe, where, should you feel unwell, you may easily summon a shaman for assistance." Qian Yun. Thus, he meticulously organized all subsequent matters. Food, warmth, and medical care, these are the essentials. With these provisions in place, the survival rate of the females significantly increases. The brilliance in Qian Yun's eyes flickered. This is perhaps the distinction between the gregarious males and those solitary wanderers in the wilderness. Cang Mi urged her to seek a formidable partner, while Hungsha meticulously planned every detail. From their respective perspectives, such arrangements are deemed optimal. For the females, choosing an array of powerful partners is the most advantageous, and indeed, the sole choice. Hungsha, being a nomadic beast, has no companions. He bears the weight of all burdens alone. Unlike those other wandering beasts who might torment or harm her, he treats her with utmost care, moving slowly around her, cautious not to frighten her. He genuinely strives to be gentle and nurturing towards her. The profound emotions are undeniable. However, the defenses within her heart have not entirely subsided. She remained silent, bowing her head as she quietly consumed the fish. Hungsha's gaze dimmed slightly, and he pursed his lips before rising, transforming into a serpent-like form and plunging into the water to catch fish. Qian Yun satisfied her hunger, observing the salted leaves drying under the sun beside her. She stored them in her spatial realm and casually retrieved a tomato to eat. After finishing, she nestled her knees against the tree trunk, tilting her head to watch the busy figure by the water's edge. Hungsha's silvery hair glimmered in the sunlight, creating a captivating halo. His tall, athletic physique, sculpted muscles, and powerful long legs were truly remarkable. Perhaps noticing her stillness, he occasionally turned to glance at her, ensuring she was not lost in slumber. His concern for her was evident, a hint of worry flickering in his eyes. Despite her vigorous escape last night, today she had ample opportunities to flee yet remained still. It could only be that her body was unwell, robbing her of the strength to escape. The more Hungsha observed, the more uneasy he felt. Without hesitation, he conjured flames to dry the fish jerky in his hands, as well as the ones laid out nearby. The dried fish exuded a delightful aroma. He presented the fish to Qian Yun, who merely lazily glanced up at him. "I will store these fish in my realm. Let us seek out a shaman." Qian Yun opened a portal to gather the dried fish. Hungsha lifted her from the ground, swiftly navigating through the forest. His speed was remarkable, and Qian Yun felt no discomfort in his embrace. Her gaze lingered on the cold line of his jaw, the striking contours of his profile revealing a palpable worry, accentuated by the alluring prominence of his Adam's apple. Chapter 22. I desire both saint females. She was bemused as to how she had fixated on his Adam's apple, and upon realizing her distraction, she awkwardly pressed her forehead with her hand. Hungsha glanced down at her, noticing her flushed cheeks and somewhat bewildered expression. Mistaking her demeanor for discomfort, he instinctively reached out to touch her neck, finding no unusual warmth. "I am fine," she managed to say. Feeling a bit awkward from his touch, Hungsha withdrew his hand, continuing to carry her forward. "Do you resist me? Or do you resist all males other than your partner?" he inquired in a low, muffled voice. "Qian Yun, I harbor a strong aversion towards all unfamiliar males. On the other hand, Cang Mi feels a bit awkward and resistant." Upon hearing this response, Hungsha found a sense of equilibrium within herself. "It's all right, with more interaction. You'll become accustomed. Just don't run away like last time. If the opportunity arises, I might indeed flee. After becoming a holy female, I am uncertain of my path. I detest the notion of selecting powerful males solely for survival. I simply wish to find a male whom I truly cherish," Qian Yun whispered softly. "Is there a place devoid of numerous beasts, where the environment is relatively safe? Witnessing your battles, the gruesome scenes leave me quite unsettled." Hungsha pondered earnestly before inquiring. "Shall we head to the seaside?" Qian Yun's eyes sparkled as she gazed at him. Hungsha slowed his pace, observing her expression, and began to recount the circumstances by the seaside. The warm sea is characterized by a consistently temperate climate. Within this warm maritime region, numerous islands abound, and during the frigid winter months, some of the land-dwelling orcs retreat to the warm sea for the season. Upon our arrival at the coast, we can enlist the aid of the eagle beasts to transport us there, where we will encounter the enchanting merfolk. Many females are particularly fond of the male members of the mermaid tribe. Qian Yun could not deny that for a fleeting moment. She felt a stirring in her heart at his words. She quickly regained her composure, realizing that he was eager to lead her far away, ensuring that her partner could not find her. Hungsha's gaze flickered, and he did not dispute her conclusion. Truly, she was the saintess, quick to perceive his ulterior motives. He was a wandering beast, unashamedly mischievous. Observing her animatedly engaging in conversation with him, Hungsha felt a sense of relief, his initial worries dissipating. He then lifted his eyes to the distance, his footsteps gradually coming to a halt. Qian Yun sensed an overwhelming aura of bloodlust emanating from him, causing her expression to tighten. She turned her head, following his gaze, yet saw nothing and heard no sound. "Is there a beast?" she inquired softly. Hungsha, upon hearing her voice, slightly restrained his aura and replied coldly, "It's not a beast, it is a few beast men." After a brief pause, he added, "They are Norma." "Then why do you exude such a heavy killing intent?" Qian Yun asked, perplexed. "They are mocking you, and they are coming closer." As Hungsha finished speaking, a leopard named Jiaoda appeared before them. Jiaoda had accompanied Norma to explore the surroundings and, upon sensing the traces of the serpentine beasts nearby, had come to investigate, only to encounter them directly. "Jiaoda?" Qian Yun exclaimed. The encounter between the girl and the leopard was one of mutual astonishment. In truth, Qian Yun was not entirely sure that the leopard was Jiaoda. It simply appeared familiar to her, prompting her to tentatively call out. Upon receiving a response, she confirmed that it was indeed Jiaoda. "Did you not jump into the water seeking death? Cang Mi has been frantic searching for you, and Chief Deluo even sent the eagle beast to find you." Qian Yun was taken aback. Did Cang Mi truly convey such sentiments to them? She had merely stumbled into the water, yet he had misconstrued her actions as a desperate plea for attention. That formidable tiger. Jiao Da eyed the serpentine beast cradling Qian Yun with palpable disdain. How could you resort to such self-destructive means to distance yourself from Cang Mi, choosing instead to associate with a vagabond beast? Qian Yun, if you refuse to accept Cang Mi, then do not bear his beast mark. Your actions will only render him pitiable. Jiao Da's gaze shifted towards Qian Yun, disappointment etched in his eyes. You are a sacred female. You ought not to consort with those stray beasts. Misunderstood as she was, Qian Yun parted her lips to offer an explanation, but Hungsha abruptly covered her mouth. With a pleading look, she gazed at Jiao Da. After a few moments of silence, his expression revealed a tangle of emotions. Do you truly wish for death, only to be rescued by him? Tears welled up in Qian Yun's eyes, leaving her at a loss for words. She struggled to reach out to Jiao Da, acutely aware that Hungsha's embrace had grown cold, the arms that wrapped around her waist tightening their grip, preventing her escape. Upon witnessing Qian Yun's tears, Jiao Da began to comprehend the gravity of the situation. Regardless of how she had initially entered the water, she now found herself ensnared by a stray beast, fighting to break free, crying for help, utterly trapped. A surge of murderous intent flickered in his gaze, the air thick with palpable tension. Jiao Da, why do you concern yourself with so much? Although Jiao Da intended to rescue her, the arrival of Norma diminished his resolve. Norma approached atop a large black panther, her expression revealing no fear of Hungsha. Instead, a smile graced her lips. She addressed Hungsha, saying, Qian Yun is a sacred female, endowed with formidable reproductive capabilities. Your serpent eggs are few. She can surely bear you several litters. Treat her well, and she shall come to cherish you. Qian Yun's heart was filled with a sense of despair. Although Norma harbored feelings for Cang Mi, her jealousy seemed almost malignant. If she were to be seized by a savage beast, and if she did not allow Jiao Da to intervene, her fate would be nothing short of death. Hungsha felt the tremors of the person in his arms. He tightened his embrace and gently released her mouth, which he had covered. Norma, Qian Yun is a sacred maiden. She cannot be taken away by a wandering beast. Jiao Da regarded Norma with a complex expression. Norma glared at him in displeasure, saying, Who has witnessed her being taken by a beast? Jiao Da, if you wish to be my partner, you must stand by my side. Today, we have not encountered her. Jiao Da's expression was tense, rendering him momentarily speechless. With tears welling in her eyes, Qian gazed at Jiao Da's reaction, then shifted her gaze to the indifferent stare of the great black panther beneath Norma. She realized then that you were no better than the strays. You were merely a pack of vile beasts. She said with derision, What does it matter to be a holy female? The males will go to any lengths to protect their own. Between Qian Yun and Norma, Jiao Da naturally leans towards the latter. At this moment, it is merely the intrinsic desire to protect the feminine justice that struggles within. Yet, no sense of justice or dignity can rival the significance of one's own female. Hungsha gently lays Qian Yun on the ground, tenderly strokes her head, and softly whispers in her ear, See, no one is here to save you. You cannot escape. He then raises his gaze to Norma, a strange smile curling at the corners of his mouth. You are also a sacred female. Since fate has brought us together, do not leave. I shall claim both sacred females. Such a deranged declaration astonishes all present. In an instant, Hungsha transforms into a massive white serpent, the small flame at the tip of its tail swirling into a ferocious blaze. The serpent's tail sweeps across the surroundings, the flames surging forth, rapidly igniting everything around. Qian Yun was gently pushed against a grand tree by him, the fierce barrier of flames encasing her tightly. Her complexion turned ashen. She witnessed Hungsha making a move towards Norma, while Jiao Da and the formidable Black Panther sprang into action to defend, igniting the chaos of battle. Qian Yun found herself ensnared within a conflagration, with no opportunity to flee. The intense flames consumed the air, rapidly depleting the oxygen around her. The great tree behind her seemed a deliberate arrangement by Hungsha, ensuring she would not suffocate. Hungsha's flames had spread throughout the surrounding forest, unleashing a devastating inferno. They fought amidst this fiery chaos, the intensity of their conflict only exacerbated by the harsh environment. The ferocity of the flames obscured her vision, rendering the distant battle indistinct. All she could discern were the furious growls of a leopard and the chilling hiss of its venomous strike. Qian Yun squatted there, waiting. Though she could not discern how much time had passed, the surrounding sounds seemed to have diminished. When she lifted her gaze, she beheld Hungsha, drenched in blood, grasping Norma by the throat as he approached her. Chapter 23. She harbors great hostility towards you, which I find distasteful. Observing his cold, murderous expression, with his serpentine eyes fixated upon her, her eyes began to redden. Hungsha abruptly halted, maintaining a distance from her. I let that leopard, only known as Jiaoda, escape. He spoke softly. Qian Yun trembled as she inquired, so? Thus came the reply. It will not be long before the orcs here discover that you conspired with the wandering beast to seize Norma. Each word was delivered slowly and casually, meticulously assigning her transgressions. Qian Yun could not help but grit her teeth. This had completely obstructed her escape route, leaving her without a foothold in the central continent. What a scoundrel, to be so ruthless. Go and procreate with your worthless kind, and get as far away from me as possible, she muttered in frustration. Norma, struggling, retorted, I would never bear offspring for those wretched beasts. They are the most despicable and repugnant creatures. In response, Hungsha raised her hand and hurled Norma against a tree. Norma's body collided forcefully with the trunk before crashing to the ground, unconscious. Qian Yun's heart trembled, her pallid face betraying a facade of calmness. Tears could no longer be restrained and cascaded down her cheeks. Hungsha approached her slowly, crouching down in front of her. He raised his hand, intending to touch her face, only to notice bloodstains on his palm, prompting him to hastily wipe it clean on his animal skin skirt. Once he had removed the evidence, he gently cradled Qian Yun's face, scrutinizing her delicate, tear-streaked visage. Your demeanor greatly unsettles me. I have always approached you with utmost care. I have neither exerted force nor inflicted harm upon you. While everyone else may harbor disdain for me, it pains me that you too share their unfavorable opinion. Qian Yun gazed at him, his eyes transforming into unsettling vertical slits, a manifestation of his emotional turmoil. These were indeed the eyes of a serpent, savage and merciless, imbued with the aura of bloodshed and the essence of life snatched away. The flames surrounding them had consumed all that was combustible. With the absence of fuel, the fire gradually dwindled. In the distance, she beheld the dismembered remains of a black panther, half of its body still suspended from a rock, blood slowly dripping down. Qian Yun felt a tumultuous churn in her stomach. Forcefully withdrawing from the hands that cradled her face, she turned away and retched in disgust. Hungsha's hand lingered rigidly in the air, ultimately retracting in silence, refraining from making contact with her. Norma was not a virtuous female. Since she so maliciously allowed the stray beast to take you away, I shall undoubtedly find her a fitting destination, he spoke in a hushed, gravelly tone. Qian Yun bit her lip fiercely and said, You let us go. Aren't you the least bit afraid? The Lady of the Divine Femininity truly exists. She selects the holy females to ensure the orc race thrives, and every female is a precious existence. I have never seized any female. Hungsha's voice grew colder, forcefully interrupting her words. Norma was the first female I took. She was never the partner I desired. You are the one I truly want. You appeared before me of your own volition, not through any coercive means. Hungsha lifted her, his gaze resolute and frigid. Qian Yun found herself unable to refute his words. Norma, with a malicious heart, felt no sympathy for her. Yet, this wandering beast was Hungsha. He cradled her in one arm, while lifting the unconscious Norma from the ground with the other. He brought them to the riverbank, locating a piece of driftwood into which he placed them, transforming into a great white serpent. He steadied the balance of the wood and swiftly departed the area along with the current. Both holy maidens had fallen into the clutches of the wandering beast. A profound disgrace for the central continent. Jiaoda returned, and soon a male would come to their rescue. Qian Yun curled her body, attuning herself to the sensation of the withered wood swaying with the currents, deeply contemplating the events to come. Even if today's circumstances forced her to leave the central continent, she dared not remain in the company of Hungsha. He was a deranged villain. She was uncertain of Hungsha's intentions towards Norma. Although Norma was hardly virtuous herself, she was not so self-righteous. Yet, the fate awaiting Norma could very well mirror her own future. Furthermore, Hungsha perceived her as a divine gift bestowed upon him, showing her a modicum of patience. But what would happen when that patience waned? Without it, she would be no different from Norma. The waters surged violently, propelling the withered wood swiftly along, while Hungsha maintained the balance, preventing the waves from capsizing it. After several tumultuous waves, dizziness overcame Qian Yun, and she felt nauseous. She was seasick, utterly uncomfortable, and she leaned down to alleviate the disorientation caused by the rolling waters. Time drifted on, and Qian Yun sensed Hungsha altering their course several times, entering various channels. As twilight descended, the pace of the withered would gradually slowed, and it was nudged ashore by Hungsha's serpentine tail. With gentle care, Hungsha coiled his tail around Qian Yun, cradling her in his embrace, and in the next instant, he lashed his tail violently, shattering the withered wood to reveal Norma's concealed presence. With one arm holding Qian Yun and the other lifting Norma, Hungsha strode towards the shadowy embrace of the forest. After a considerable moment, Qian Yun finally regained her composure, the discomfort from the seasickness easing somewhat. It was then that she noticed Hungsha's current form, a mesmerizing blend of human and serpent. The upper half was distinctly human, while the lower half transformed into a white serpentine tail, exuding an otherworldly allure. "Where are we headed?" Qian Yun inquired anxiously, her gaze scanning the dim surroundings. The sky had darkened, and the dense forest enveloped them in an even deeper gloom, an ominous aura hanging heavily in the air. Hungsha replied, "We are in search of other wandering beasts." Qian Yun's expression shifted dramatically. Suddenly, Hungsha halted in his tracks, lowering his head to capture her lips in a kiss. A chilling breath enveloped her, forceful and unexpected, as his serpent-like tongue entwined with hers. This kiss arrived without any forewarning. Such an encounter had never crossed her mind. Qian Yun yearned to struggle, yet her entire being was shrouded in an icy chill that rendered her numb and immobile. She could only despairingly submit to Hungsha's kisses, allowing his breath to linger upon her skin. The intertwining of their breaths, coupled with her fragrant softness and obedience, profoundly satisfied Hungsha's inner cravings. Even though her submission was subdued by his overwhelming presence. Once he had indulged sufficiently, Hungsha finally released Qian Yun, who was already in tears. With tender affection, he licked the tears from her face, the salty taste evoking an indescribable sensation. What was there to fear? If it were your fierce companion, he would unhesitatingly confront Norma should she dare to bully you. What of the goddess or the faith? Just observe Norma's partner and that leopard named Joda. They would abandon you for Norma without a second thought, even if you were the sacred female. Do not regard those tribal males with such reverence. They do not truly protect all females. They safeguard only their own, those of their tribe. If a female cannot reproduce, they will abandon her and may even resort to cruelty. What separates them from me? Norma harbors considerable hostility towards you, which I find distasteful. Tears flowed silently from Qian Yun, leaving her utterly unable to refute the situation. She firmly believed that Hungsha was not the kind of serpent beast to casually inflict harm upon female creatures. Yet he had acted with extreme severity. Norma let out a soft snort as she gradually emerged from her unconsciousness. Hungsha ceased his words and strode purposefully into the distance, soon encountering a few tiger beasts by a small pond. They were gathered around a campfire, indulging in roasted meat. Upon recognizing Hungsha's presence, they greeted him with cheerful smiles, exhibiting no trace of hostility. "Ah, Hungsha has managed to capture 2 females this time. Impressive indeed," the leading black tiger jested with a grin, his deep voice tinged with a teasing undertone that felt somewhat sardonic. Qian Yun observed the fierce countenance and intimidating presence of the black tigers, leaning her head against Hungsha's embrace, her demeanor fraught with anxiety. Hungsha's intentions became apparent to her. He halted his steps approximately 10 meters away, casually placing the Norma on the ground. The stone beneath jolted Norma, rousing her fully from her stupor. She struggled to sit up, glaring fiercely at Hungsha, only to then notice the distant black tigers, her expression turning grave. Abu had fallen victim to this feral beast, and it was only a matter of time before Cang Mi would meet a similar fate. Observing the fading black panther mark on her thigh, Norma cried out in anguish, "It's all your fault, Qian Yun." She seethed, her eyes filled with fury as they bore down on the tear-streaked visage of Qian Yun. "You should never have appeared. You should never have competed with me for Cang Mi. On the day of the sacrifice, you should have been seized by the feral beasts. You should have perished at their hands. Weak females like you are of no use and deserve to die." With a resounding slap, Hungsha struck her face with such force that she was sent flying towards the leading black tiger. The tiger, grinning, embraced her, one hand around her waist while the other roamed indiscriminately. Hungsha's expression darkened, imbued with a murderous intent as he uttered, 3 crystal stones. Norma is a holy female. Her reproductive prowess is well known among you. Chapter 24. You are more terrifying than they are in the vicinity. The situation of the 2 holy females, Qian Yun and Norma, had not gone unnoticed by the feral beasts. "So it's Norma. 3 crystal stones are worth it." The black tiger recognized the holy female's mark on Norma, bursting into hearty laughter. Dazed from the blow, Norma felt the coarse and forceful touch against her skin. Quickly regaining her senses, she gazed at the grinning black tiger, her terror manifesting in a shriek. "Don't touch me. You should seek out Qian Yun instead. She is even more delicate, a holy female renowned for her ability to bear offspring. Go after her, please." Bound by overwhelming strength, Norma found herself powerless to resist as the beastly hide skirt was ruthlessly torn from her. Qian Yun turned away, unwilling to behold the distressing scenes before her. However, Hungsha grasped her chin, compelling her to witness the treatment of females by the stray beasts, and then to reflect upon how I have treated you. Reluctantly, she gazed in that direction, observing Norma, heart-wrenchingly weeping as she was forcibly held in the embrace of the black tiger. The sound of Norma's cries, mingled with the mocking laughter of other black tigers, enveloped the forest in a shroud of despair. One black tiger tossed 3 crystal stones to Hungsha, who deftly caught them in her palm, squeezing them tightly. Norma exchanged the crystal stones. "Is the one in your arms Qian Yun?" Qian Yun is also a sacred female. The attention of several nearby black tigers shifted toward Qian Yun. The sight of her tear-streaked face instantly evoked their compassion. "TSK, she truly is delicate. Hungsha, what is your taste?" A creature like Qian Yun does not appear easy to care for. If we were to seize a female and encountered one like this, we would lose interest. Let us not end up with a dead offspring before it even arrives. Before the words had fully left his mouth, a burst of flames struck the speaking black tiger, sending him crashing into the water. The flames ignited the surface, producing hissing white smoke. "If you dare to harbor thoughts toward Qian Yun, I would not hesitate to engage you in battle. Do not even think about obtaining Norma." Hungsha's body radiated ferocity, her eyes transforming into slitted pupils filled with chilling malice. As the drenched black tiger emerged from the water, baring his teeth in anger and preparing to retaliate, their leader interjected, "What is the point of fighting? Isn't this better? A delicate female like that cannot endure much turmoil. It would be rather dull. Norma is delightful, truly worthy of being a mate. Her body exudes an enticing allure. Young females are undeniably more pleasurable than those who have borne offspring." This impending skirmish dissipated with a mere flick of words. The soaked black tiger ceased his protests, begrudgingly huffing as he settled by the campfire, seizing a piece of roasted meat and biting down fiercely. "Please spare me, spare me," Norma pleaded, her complexion pale as she was cradled by the black tiger, her voice now hoarse from crying. The black tiger replied, "Be good. If you bear us a few litters of tiger cubs, we shall care for you well. Otherwise, I wouldn't mind extinguishing another sacred female." This remark extinguished the last remnants of Norma's resistance. Overwhelmed with humiliation and despair, she clung to him, gritting her teeth as she whispered in his ear, "If you kill Qian Yun, I will bear you tiger cubs. I will produce as many as you desire." The black tiger grinned at Hungsha, revealing its teeth. On their side stood 4 black tigers, while Hungsha stood alone, casting uncertainty over the outcome of a confrontation. At least the tigers believed they held a numerical advantage. Defeating Hungsha would not only reclaim the 3 crystal stones, but also allow them to seize Qian Yun. The gazes of the other black tigers turned unfriendly as they regarded Hungsha. He scoffed disdainfully. The leading black tiger raised a hand, signaling his subordinates to refrain from aggression. He addressed Norma, saying, "Qian Yun's frail constitution cannot withstand the harsh winter. She will perish without my intervention. Once you bear my tiger cubs, if she is still alive, I shall take her life on your behalf." Qian Yun did not hear the words Norma whispered into the ear of the black tiger, but she caught the essence of the black tiger's utterance. With a soft scoff, she derided, "That old tiger is merely spinning grand illusions." Hungsha furrowed his brow slightly and inquired, "What are grand illusions?" "It is simply a ruse to deceive others," she replied. "You have seen through it." Whether the black tiger will truly come to harm Qian Yun after Norma gives birth to the cubs is uncertain. Rather, it is a question of whether Norma will survive long enough for any of it to matter. Those wandering beasts, fixated solely on progeny, would hardly show any affection towards the females. "Hungsha, I no longer wish to witness this," Qian Yun spoke, having comprehended Hungsha's intentions. Norma, whether genuinely submissive or simply exhausted from weeping, had allowed her cries to wane. Hungsha gently caressed Qian Yun's face, preparing to lead her away. This tender scene was not what he wished for her to observe. He desired her to witness how other wandering beasts viciously treated the females. He wanted her to realize the depth of his tenderness towards her. The leading black tiger let out a low growl, feeling a sense of relief, while another black tiger, impatiently awaiting his turn, tore away the beast-skin skirt and seized Norma. "No, you mustn't do this." Norma's face turned ashen as she comprehended their intentions and began to struggle fiercely. The black tiger, unlike the leader, acted with less restraint upon witnessing Norma's resistance. He grew irritated and struck her with a swift blow, grasping her hair and forcefully pressing her down onto the stones. Each attempt at resistance was met with a slap, and after several strikes, her body bore numerous crimson marks. Qian Yun felt utterly despondent, her eyes glistening with tears as she gazed at Hungsha, whose penetrating gaze met hers. "Hungsha, do you understand? Abuse manifests both physically and psychologically. While you have not inflicted physical harm upon me, your current demeanor constitutes psychological torment. In fact, you are far more terrifying than they are. I am frightened. I am timid and cannot bear the sight of such gruesome scenes. I do not fear death." Her words left Hungsha with an indescribable sense of suffocation in his chest. A tempest of shadows churned within his eyes as he gritted his teeth and embraced her. Turning to leave, his figure swiftly navigated through the darkness, moving with such speed that the wind he stirred stung her skin. Qian Yun tightly shut her eyes, listening to the howling wind around her, mentally preparing for the worst outcome. If an opportunity to escape arose, she would take it. If she were to perish, so be it. She vowed never to return to this savage world in her next life. As long as she could break free from Hungsha, Cang Mi would eventually come looking for her. The ferocious tiger was not to be feared. Rather, the lack of comparison was what truly terrified her. When juxtaposed with the great white serpent, the tiger appeared far more favorable. Of course, this was only in terms of how they treated her. Cang Mi was only slightly better than Hungsha, just a fraction better, for Cang Mi was also a deviant in his own right. With Cang Mi's beast seal now marked upon her, her fate was sealed. She could only hope to live out her days without further entanglement with Hungsha. She had to seize the opportunity to escape, knowing that it would be a singular chance. Resolutely, she made up her mind. Hungsha carried her for what felt like an eternity, long enough for her to grow cold and hungry, drifting into a drowsy stupor in his embrace. It was only when he finally halted that she began to awaken. The moonlight was absent tonight, and the sky was pitch black. She could hear the gentle murmur of flowing water nearby, a stream. "We shall rest here for the night," Hungsha announced, locating a clean hollow in a tree and standing before it, addressing the drowsy Qian Yun in his arms. Qian Yun displayed little reaction. Before he ushered Qian Yun into the cave, the serpent's tail was thrust inside first, the flames at its tip flaring fiercely, warming the hollow and driving away the small insects that had taken refuge within. Once this was accomplished, he gently positioned Qian Yun at the entrance of the cave, then turned to gather some grass from the surrounding thicket, drying it before laying it down within the hollow. Qian Yun leaned against the cave entrance, her expression dim as she observed him busily at work. No matter how dark the surroundings, the tiny flame at the tip of his tail remained steadfast, allowing her to always discern his location. He prepared their nest, kindled a fire, and caught several fish from the stream nearby, while also foraging for some wild fruits. However, when the fish were finally grilled and presented before her, she felt no interest whatsoever. Though hunger gnawed at her, the desire to eat was absent, leaving her in a state of despondency. Hungsha, noting her lethargic demeanor, regarded her with a cold, somber gaze. He squatted beside her, gently grasping her chin with one hand while the other picked up a piece of fish that was not too hot, ensuring it was free of bones, and tenderly placed it in her mouth. "You may cry and fuss all you wish, but you must eat," he admonished. "If you refuse to eat obediently, I shall not hesitate to feed you myself." At his words, Qian Yun finally stirred, lightly moving her mouth to consume the fish he offered. Hungsha gritted his teeth, his heart aching profoundly. How much he despised his touch. Chapter 25. Expansion of the planting space. He continued to feed her, one bite at a time, until she turned her head away, signaling her fullness. Only then did he release her. "These fruits are quite delicious. You should try a few." He placed several small, dark wild fruits, resembling blueberries, into Qian Yun's hand. Qian Yun glanced down briefly, neither refusing nor hesitating, and leisurely picked up a piece to savor. The sweetness was intertwined with a hint of tartness, and the texture was slightly crisp. "Quite delicious," she murmured softly. At this, Hungsha finally felt at ease and settled down beside her to enjoy the remaining fish. After indulging in the wild fruit in her hand, Qian Yun reclined upon the hay, her back turned to the sandy expanse outside the tree hollow, presenting him with a solitary and aloof silhouette. Qian Yun gently brushed her fingertips against the dried hay beneath her, which was warmed and imbued with the fragrance of plants, and tears involuntarily streamed down her cheeks. "Hungsha, will you let me go?" she choked out. Hungsha paused momentarily in his act of eating fish, yet he offered no response. Instead, enveloped in a palpable aura of despondency, he continued to consume the fish with an impassive countenance. Qian Yun wept for a while, until exhaustion overtook her, leading her into slumber. In a hazy dream, the serpentine form of Hungsha gently coiled around her, the coolness of its scales causing her to shiver involuntarily, soon followed by a comforting warmth as the serpent's body grew pleasantly heated. This sensation of warmth prompted her to embrace the serpent's form. Hungsha summoned flames to warm his scales, providing her with solace. His once pitch-black eyes transformed into slitted pupils, gazing deeply and thoughtfully at the peacefully slumbering Qian Yun. He turned his head, extending his tongue to ensnare a crystal. The serpent's mouth absorbed the energy of the crystal before probing into her mouth, transferring the entirety of its essence. The intertwining of the serpent's tongue within her mouth was a sensation that Qian Yun could not ignore. She wished to resist, but found herself immobile. It felt as though something flowed through his tongue into her mouth, descending her throat. With a simple swallow, the cool and refreshing sensation swiftly coursed through her body, radiating warmth throughout her limbs and essence. It was an incredibly pleasant feeling, akin to parched earth receiving the nourishing touch of dew, bursting forth with newfound vitality. Qian Yun enjoyed a remarkably peaceful slumber. Though she slept soundly, Hungsha's expression grew increasingly grave. The process of a female absorbing the energy of a crystal is gradual. The energy permeates within her body, being absorbed slowly over time. Each individual possesses a unique constitution, resulting in varying durations for the absorption of crystal energy. In Qian Yun's case, after absorbing the energy from a crystal, it vanished mysteriously after circulating within her body. Hungsha had administered the 3 crystals he acquired from the Black Tiger for her to absorb, yet the results remained the same. The energy dissipated into thin air after traversing her body, leaving her with little to show for it. A sudden realization struck him. He unfastened the snakeskin binding her wrist, revealing the sacred feminine mark, which was now radiating a brilliant golden light. Hungsha's understanding crystallized. The energy from the crystals was being absorbed by this mark, or more accurately, by the awakened space within her. A space capable of absorbing energy is not a benign entity. If it can draw energy from within you, it may also consume your very essence, potentially growing powerful enough to engulf you entirely. This notion unsettled him somewhat. With a tender caress through her hair, he whispered softly. The abilities granted by the divine feminine would not claim her life, yet the capacity to siphon energy from her core instilled a sense of caution within him. A single crystal's energy was insufficient for Qian Yun to fully absorb. Without an adequate supply of crystals for reinforcement, her vitality would be difficult to sustain. Hungsha rested his forehead against Qian Yun's, lost in contemplation until dawn broke. As sunlight streamed into their makeshift refuge, Qian Yun awoke, startled by the piercing brilliance. She opened her eyes, overwhelmed by an indescribable sense of comfort, lazily stretching her limbs. Such a delightful feeling had been absent from her modern life for far too long. Her body felt light and invigorated. Turning her head, she noticed Hungsha was not present, so she glanced outside. A sizable fish sizzled over the campfire, accompanied by the flesh of an unknown creature. Rising, she stepped out of the hollow, scanning the surroundings for any sign of him. Suddenly, a leaf fluttered gently onto her head, sliding down her silky hair and landing softly on the ground. Instinctively, she looked up. Hungsha was perched on a branch above, toying with a leaf. Sunlight filtered through the branches, casting a golden glow upon his face, making him irresistibly handsome. Qian Yun was momentarily taken aback, simply gazing at him in silence. She was unaware of the trials that Hungsha had previously endured. He bore a stoic demeanor, his emotions tightly restrained, and the gloom in his eyes resembled an ancient iceberg, concealing all his feelings beneath. Hungsha lowered his gaze to her, his beautiful brown eyes quietly observing her, imbued with inscrutable emotions that rendered his previously languid form rigid. At that moment, his mind was plagued with confusion and tension. What exactly was she contemplating? Did you give me something when you kissed me yesterday? In the midst of this delicate atmosphere, Qian Yun finally broke the silence. Hungsha's gaze flickered slightly. She suspected he had indeed given her something during the kiss. And he had. Seizing the opportunity to feed her the crystal, he had kissed her. Did I give you the crystal? Are you still feeling unwell? He inquired softly. Observing her lively demeanor, radiating vitality, he already harbored an answer in his heart. Qian Yun lowered her gaze and remarked, I do not feel any discomfort. In fact, I feel quite at ease. Upon hearing this definitive response, Hungsha's lips curled into a subtle smile. The energy from the crystal has been partially absorbed by your body, as well as by the mark of the Holy Matriarch. It should have been transferred to the space. Do take a moment to observe whether there are any differences in the space compared to before, Hungsha advised. Qian Yun was taken aback and hurriedly opened her space to investigate. Upon witnessing the state of her surroundings, she was rendered utterly speechless. The once modest planting area had now transformed into an expanse of unparalleled vastness. Moreover, the crops were flourishing in organized clusters. Not only had the black soil designated for cultivation expanded, but the overall dimensions of the space had also undergone a substantial augmentation, rendering the storage area indescribably immense. The items she had previously stored appeared pitifully diminutive amidst such a grand setting. Qian Yun slightly parted her lips, her expression one of astonishment. Observing her demeanor, Hungsha leaped down from the tree, landing before her. What is happening in this space? He inquired with a hint of unease. Qian Yun regarded him, her words lingering on the tip of her tongue before finally speaking. Some vegetables have sprouted in my space. Would you care to partake? Hungsha paused momentarily, instinctively replying, I do not consume vegetables. Indeed, as a serpent beast, he had no inclination towards greens, and even if he were aware of her space's ability to cultivate, it mattered little to him. He held it in disdain. The substantial transformation of her space was solely due to the crystal stones he had provided her, which were acquired through a barter with Norma. His heart was tumultuous, and even uttering a simple thank you felt insurmountable. Hungsha gently patted her head, softly advising, do not disclose to other beastmen that your space can produce such vegetables. Should some of the larger tribes become aware, they would resort to any means necessary to confine you, compelling your space to perpetually yield crops. If you remain silent, no one will know of your space's capabilities. It will be perceived as an ordinary one. Moreover, do not casually mention your space. The knowledge of its existence would inevitably reveal your identity as a sacred female, for only those of such status possess extraordinary abilities. Qian Yun, observing the great white serpent binding its shed skin around her wrist to conceal the mark of the saintly female. It is evident that he wishes to keep her identity hidden. The revelation of her status would bring him immense trouble, as males would flock to seize her. While orc tribes in other regions do not conduct such grand ceremonies for the goddess, they firmly believe that she selects saintly females for the males of the central continent. Those chosen bear a distinctive mark and awaken extraordinary powers, a phenomenon widely acknowledged. Should the orcs from other territories discover the presence of a saintly female among them, they would undoubtedly pursue her, ultimately drawing the males from the central continent into the fray. What a predicament! What sort of vegetables have sprouted? How do you wish to prepare them? Hungsha inquired. Qian Yun gazed at the crops within the expanse, a fleeting thought of escape flitting through her mind. Chapter 26. Seeking an opportunity to flee. The stone pot is required for frying. With the briny leaves in hand, oil is needed. Is there any prey abundant in fatty meat? The fat could be rendered to extract oil. An idea struck her, and she cautioned, do not catch the soil rats, nor any insects. Hungsha diligently noted her words. Very well, after we satisfy our hunger, we shall embark on the search together. Qian Yun remained silent as she approached the campfire and settled beside it. She rummaged through her belongings and tossed several sweet potatoes into the flames to roast. Hungsha glanced at her but chose not to comment, instead focusing on preparing the large fish he had cooked for her. While waiting for the fish to be ready, Qian Yun carefully inspected the crops in her spatial realm. Aside from the eggplants and tomatoes that had yet to be harvested and the apple tree, the fertile black soil had absorbed some wild fruits and sprouted tender seedlings of unknown crops. Now, having received the energy from the crystal, the spatial area had expanded, and the black soil had increased, leading to a profusion of growth across the 6 clearly defined plots. Among them, 2 plots were home to fruit trees, apple, peach, and cherry trees, along with some others whose leaves she could not identify with certainty. Of these fruit trees, only the apple tree bore fruit, while the others were either still small or just beginning to blossom. The remaining 4 plots consisted of one growing rice, another cultivating sweet potatoes, and the last 2 featuring a diverse mix of crops such as strawberries, peppers, scallions, peanuts, and more. Furthermore, not all the black soil was cultivated. Some edges remained barren, likely due to insufficient energy for growth. With such an abundance, she would have more than enough to sustain herself. Noticing the ball beans that Cang Mi had previously given her, she couldn't resist checking their condition and was pleased to find that they were still warm. Qian Yun's expression radiated immense joy. This signifies that anything stored within retains its original state upon insertion, remaining untainted. The temperature of the ball beans was scorching to the touch, reminiscent of the intense heat with which Cang Mi had initially packaged them. This phenomenon is not due to the slow circulation of air within the space, but rather because the environment itself is inherently enclosed. The fertility of the black soil, which sustains crop growth, does not stem from the presence of air, but rather from the energy that fosters such growth. However, the source of this energy warrants her contemplation. The crystal energy her body receives is absorbed by the space, indicating that the environment can draw energy from her being. Yet, her body also benefits from the crystal's energy. It is highly probable that what the space absorbs is merely the surplus energy or that which her body cannot assimilate in a short duration. The plants that emerged in the space did not sprout at the moment she first awakened it. They appeared later when she intended to cultivate the salty leaf tree, only to discover that the black soil had devoured her planted seeds and subsequently yielded those crops. Hungsha, can you sense the energy fluctuations within me? Qian Yun inquired tentatively. Hungsha, preoccupied with deboning the grilled fish, did not lift her gaze and retorted, "What do you mean? I wish to know if, under normal circumstances, my internal energy diminishes. Is the space consuming the energy within my body?" Hungsha glanced up at her, focusing intently to sense, then replied, "No. The space absorbs the excess energy from your body. I cannot be certain whether it will draw upon your inherent energy, but during our time together, I have not noticed a decrease in your energy, merely a slight instability. Your body is weakened. The rapid acquisition of the sacred female's mark and the beast seal, coupled with an adaptation challenge, leads to this instability. The absorption of crystal energy by females requires time. It is not an immediate process upon entry. After you absorb the crystal's energy, it circulates within your body a few times before being absorbed by the space, resulting in your body receiving energy, albeit in limited amounts." Qian Yun appeared to be deep in thought, contemplating that the divine lady would not create a space that devoured her energy, causing her discomfort. Perhaps it was due to the excess energy within her body, which she was unable to absorb. Thus, preventing the space from absorbing it would be a waste. Consequently, such a setting was established within the space. No one provided her with comprehensive answers. She could only gradually explore the functionalities of the space on her own. Each revelation regarding the capabilities of the space brought her delight. Regardless of the circumstances, the ability to bring forth crops was indeed a boon to her, showcasing high practicality. "Come and eat," Hungsha called out, having already prepared the fish meat. Qian Yun lowered her head and began to eat. Hungsha sat beside her, savoring the meat. After a few bites, he tore a small piece of the roasted meat and offered it to her. The unexpected gesture caught her off guard. Unlike the usual gamey taste she had experienced before, she did not refuse and instinctively chewed a few bites. The meat was somewhat dry, possessing a certain chewiness reminiscent of jerky, with a hint of fragrance. Hungsha attentively awaited her reaction, and upon seeing her chew thoughtfully, he curiously inquired, "What kind of meat is this?" "It's wild boar, a creature known for its sharp tusks and thick hide. Have you ever seen one?" As he spoke, he tore off another piece of meat and brought it to her lips. The touch of his fingertips against her soft, red lips sent a gentle shiver to his core, causing his breath to deepen. Qian Yun shook her head, her mind already conjuring images of wild boars. They all possessed tusks, so they should be somewhat similar, one would think. She found it hard to believe they were identical. Perhaps there was a possibility they could bear some resemblance. Hungsha gazed deeply at her, watching her delicately nibble on her meat, and once she had finished, he offered her more. He continued to feed her several bites until she began to feel a slight discomfort in her mouth and lost her appetite. "In the past, my inability to consume meat stemmed from its overpowering gamey flavor, which I found unpalatable. It may not be the meat itself, but rather the method of preparation. I have yet to explore this myself. For now, I cannot indulge in such dishes, leading others to believe I am incapable of eating meat." She sighed in resignation. Having only arrived in this beastly realm a few days ago, she had scarcely any time to truly harness the ingredients of this world for culinary experimentation. Hungsha said, "I will accompany you in your culinary exploration." As he spoke, he tore a piece of meat and placed it in his mouth. His fingertips, which had brushed against her soft lips, fleetingly grazed his own. "What should I do? I long to kiss her," Qian Yun softly murmured, to extract oil from fatty meat. One can use it for cooking. After satisfying their hunger, Qian Yun collected the roasted sweet potatoes from the fire. Hungsha transformed into a colossal white serpent, cradling her with his head, guiding her in the pursuit of prey. Aware of her timid nature and her aversion to the gruesome sights of bloodshed, he carefully placed her upon a high rock to rest after pinpointing their target in the forest, while he ventured into the surrounding woods to hunt. Qian Yun sat upon a stone, observing the great white serpent swiftly and ruthlessly pursuing its prey in the distance. She turned her head, scanning her surroundings with urgency, seeking an opportunity to escape while simultaneously crafting one for herself. Chapter 27. Rendering fat into oil. Hungsha possessed a keen sense of awareness. She could not speak out directly but instead meandered through the winding paths, gradually diverting his attention. Before long, Hungsha captured 2 plump creatures, dispatching them with his tail to avoid a gruesome display of bloodshed. Let us proceed to the riverbank. He approached Qian Yun, lifting his tail in invitation. Understanding his gesture, she moved closer as his tail coiled around her waist, gently lowering her from the stone onto his serpentine form. Once Qian Yun was securely seated, Hungsha took his catch and slithered toward the distant waters. He did not permit her to sit atop his head, instead allowing her to rest upon his elongated body, creating a distance between her and the slain prey. How could Qian Yun fail to notice his meticulousness? Even the most detestable individuals possess an endearing facet. Hungsha's various actions instilled fear within her. No matter how gentle and considerate he was, she could not help but envision the dire consequences should that tenderness wane. She found it impossible to trust him, overwhelmed by trepidation, longing only to escape this perilous reality. As they traversed the path, she remained acutely aware of their surroundings. She observed that Hungsha deliberately avoided leading her through areas overrun with wild grasses, instead guiding her through the most spacious sections of the forest. There were no signs of orc activity, only traces left by wild beasts. The trails within the woods were carved by their passage. The forest, surprisingly devoid of orc presence, was as untamed as it could be. It was only natural that Hungsha would refrain from exposing her to areas frequented by orcs. After a considerable duration of travel, Qian Yun estimated that they had spent over an hour on their journey, and if she had been walking on her own 2 legs, the time would undoubtedly have been extended. Moreover, her bare feet made traversing the forest significantly more arduous. As the sound of rushing water grew increasingly pronounced, culminating in a deafening roar, she beheld a magnificent waterfall, a fleeting glimmer of joy illuminating her eyes. The tumultuous waters beyond the waterfall created a cacophony, and Hungsha chose not to bring her beneath it, but instead set her down at a distant riverbank. There are tree hollows nearby. Let me take a look. We can rest here, and it will be convenient to fetch water from the river. You can explore culinary delights as you wish, he said. After discarding the prey beside the bank, Hungsha proceeded to inspect several towering trees. He selected one with a spacious and well-ventilated hollow, meticulously cleaning it out, gathering dry grass to make a comfortable bedding, and even picking some fragrant wildflowers and fruits to place within the grassy nest. Once he had prepared a resting spot for her, Hungsha finally turned his attention to the game they had caught. Qian Yun sat quietly on the stone, observing the plump, somewhat diminutive beasts before her. Their unfamiliar appearance left her at a loss as to what species they belonged, yet their corpulent forms undoubtedly suggested an abundance of fat. How large should the stone pot be? Hungsha, now having transformed into human form, approached her and squatted down, inquiring with a gaze fixed upon her. Qian Yun pondered for a moment before gesturing with her hand. Let us create several of varying sizes. This way, we can have pots for stir-frying and soups. If only I could have a small stone pot as well, so I could amuse myself during idle moments. Hungsha regarded her, a tender glimmer evident in his eyes. All right, I shall return shortly. I won't be far. If anything arises, call for me. As he spoke, he reached out to lightly touch her smooth, delicate feet. The ticklish sensation caused Qian Yun to blush and retract her foot shyly. Hungsha gazed deeply at her, captivated by her gently flushed face that radiated innocence. Sensing her discomfort, he refrained from further contact and rose to craft the stone pot. As he departed, he swept his serpent-like tail across the ground, effortlessly reducing the sharp stones in his path to mere dust. Qian Yun watched as he left to search for suitable stones to craft a stone pot. The riverbank offered no substantial stones fit for this purpose. With oil and salt at hand, a simple stir-fry of eggplant could be arranged. The rice grew swiftly, with a batch already present, yet they were still whole stalks. Transforming the grains into rice required husking, a task she found somewhat challenging. She decided to save the rice for later consumption. At present, she needed to gather some oil. Although she was reluctant to trouble Hungsha, she understood that without some form of distraction, his attention towards her would wane. Thus, while he busied himself with various tasks, she remained obediently seated, showing no intention of fleeing. She believed that once his vigilance diminished, she would find the perfect opportunity to escape. Hungsha returned in less than 3 minutes. The great white serpent coiling around a large stone, its pitch-black eyes fixated on Qian Yun, who was lazily yawning atop a stone, a profound gaze in its depths. He did not approach her, maintaining a distance instead. With a powerful sweep of his tail, he shattered the stone and began to refine it into a stone pot using fragments of varying sizes. The sound of the scales scraping against the resilient stone sent shivers down Qian Yun's spine. It was unpleasant, yet the grinding progressed swiftly. She watched in silence. Surprised by the remarkable durability of his scales, even when slightly raised, they became sharp blades, effortlessly slicing through the stone. At that moment, a singular thought consumed Qian Yun's mind. The practicality of using serpent scales as knives for cooking was undeniably appealing. How wonderful it would be, an unattainable desire for her. She refrained from expressing her curiosity. If she did, Hungsha, with his peculiar tendencies, might hastily offer her his own scales. What to have for lunch? Perhaps boiled peanuts, stir-fried eggplant, and tomatoes eaten raw without eggs. She withdrew her gaze and contemplated her planting space, murmuring softly to herself. The black soil nurtured a variety of crops. Yet few were immediately ready for harvest, and fruits could not replace a meal. Only a handful of vegetables remained. With nothing else to occupy her, she began to harvest the ripe crops from her space, placing them in the storage area, which was ample and well organized. Once Hungsha completed the stone pot, smoothing it to perfection with the scales, a fire pit arose in the clearing before her. How's oil extracted from fatty meat? He inquired curiously. Do some beastmen add a bit of fat when cooking to enhance the oiliness? Is that how it works? Qian Yun remarked that consuming fatty meat directly can be excessively greasy. However, incorporating several pieces of fatty meat while cooking enhances the dish's flavor. If the fat can be rendered, it could be transformed into delectable delicacies. The technique involves cutting the fatty meat into small cubes and rendering it over high heat, adding a modest amount of water to prevent burning. Once the fat has been extracted, the heat can be reduced to allow the remaining moisture to evaporate, leaving behind pure oil. The rendered fat becomes crisp and delightful, known as cracklings, which are also edible. I have observed others perform this process, and it generally follows this method. While she spoke, Hungsha listened intently, absorbing every word. All right, I shall give it a try. He approached to process the game, removing all the fatty portions. He casually picked up a shard of stone from the riverbank and honed it against his scales until it was sharp enough to slice the meat. Qian Yun's attention was captivated by the sharp stone shard. After placing the fatty meat into the pot, Hungsha added some wood to intensify the flames and began to wait patiently. When he turned to glance at her, he found her gazing eagerly at the very stone slab on which he had just sliced the fatty meat, and she inquired, "Do you like that?" Qian Yun regained her composure, hesitating for a few seconds before producing a round, purple eggplant from her spatial realm, saying, "We can slice this." Hungsha cast a glance at the unfamiliar object in her hand, assessing its size before lowering his gaze to search for suitable stones. Lacking an appropriate blade, he resolved to craft stone shards directly from the rocks. Before long, several unevenly sized stone pieces were presented before her, 2 palm-sized blades and 1 slightly smaller fragment. The stones had been meticulously smoothed and thinned, far more refined than the one he had previously used. I haven't honed them to a sharp edge, but they should suffice for merely slicing vegetables, he remarked. With a glimmer in her eyes, Qian Yun joyfully accepted the shard of stone. Testing it with the eggplant in her hand, she effortlessly sliced it into pieces. Perfect, thank you, Hungsha. She expressed her gratitude towards him. Hungsha remained silent, his gaze intensely fixed upon her. The profound and penetrating look in his eyes stirred a sense of unease within her, as if he had somehow sensed her intentions of escape. Your companion, the one named Cang Mi, how would he respond if you were to thank him? He suddenly inquired. Qian Yun was taken aback for a moment, then replied, I am unsure. If expressing gratitude is deemed excessive, he might become irate, thinking I am intentionally provoking him. Yes, that would indeed create an air of awkwardness. Hungsha nodded in agreement. In the future, refrain from expressing thanks. I do not particularly appreciate it. If you insist on doing so, then return the stone fragment to me. Qian Yun gazed at him in silence, pondering the impossibility of returning. She gently pressed her lips together and spoke. Please return the gratitude I just expressed. Hungsha replied, I never accepted it in the first place. Qian Yun, what manner of serpent is this? Chapter 28. A fragile body cannot sustain her independence. Qian Yun retracted her gratitude, and Hungsha's mood noticeably improved. He turned to gaze at the fatty meat simmering in the stone pot, waiting in anticipation. While keeping a watchful eye on the frying pan, he diligently polished a new stone pot, wasting not a moment. Qian Yun sat there, meticulously slicing eggplants and peeling peanuts. By the time he had polished the stone pot, she had already processed a substantial amount of peanuts. To cook the peanuts, just add some water and a pinch of salty leaves, she remarked. Lacking a container for the peanuts, she carelessly placed them upon the stone slab beside her. The muddy peanuts left her covered in dirt. She casually brushed off the soil from her beast hide skirt, only to discover that not a trace remained. The silvery snake skin was remarkably waterproof and resistant to stains. Although her arms bore smudges of dirt, a quick pat on the snakeskin skirt rendered it immaculate. Hungsha gathered all the peanuts into the stone pot, and, observing the black soil clinging to them, he cautiously inquired, will cooking them with the soil enhance their flavor? Qian Yun gazed at him in surprise, and after a moment of reflection, responded, we need to wash them first, to rid them of the soil before cooking. The ground was strewn with pebbles, and she hesitated to venture further, recalling the last time she had walked in the wild and ended up hurting her foot. Within her immediate vicinity, some stones had been cleared by Hungsha, yet the path leading to the river was littered with even more pebbles, instilling a sense of caution within her. A flicker of seriousness passed through her dark eyes as Hungsha acknowledged her words, taking the stone pot to the water's edge to clean the peanuts. After washing them thoroughly, he kindled a fire to boil the peanuts. The peanuts cooked swiftly, and Qian Yun tirelessly retrieved more from her space for preparation. For every amount she presented, Hungsha would boil an equivalent quantity. Once the peanuts were ready, he fashioned several sturdy baskets from vines, lining them with leaves to ensure the peanuts would not spill. By the time a pot of oil was ready, they had already boiled several batches of peanuts. Qian Yun eagerly grabbed one to savor the flavor. The peanuts were tender and exuded a rich aroma. The texture was simply perfect. Have you ever encountered such peanuts in the wild? Qian Yun glanced at Hungsha, who also took one and, with a casual tone, inquired, what kind of peanuts are these? Qian Yun, this is something she cannot elucidate. It bears little relation to the flower. Hungsha savored the small red fruit after its shell was removed. The flavor, while not particularly distasteful for someone like him who does not adhere to a vegetarian diet, was not one he particularly favored either. It was merely quite fragrant. I typically do not consume vegetarian fare and am not well versed in the wild edibles. Aside from the more easily foraged wild vegetables, I remain largely ignorant. I am uncertain whether this peanut exists. Qian Yun responded with a sound, but said nothing further. She observed that the oil had been properly heated and promptly transferred a portion into the stone pot to saute the eggplants. As the hot oil met the pan, the eggplants were tossed and a few slices of salted leaves were added for flavor, creating a lively sizzle from the stone pot. The great white serpent, perplexed by these culinary maneuvers, stood silently beside her, munching on peanuts while watching Qian Yun skillfully stir-fry with a wooden spoon. Several times, as the hot oil bubbled energetically, he prepared to intervene in protection, yet her expression remained calm. Not a single drop of oil splattered upon her. Did you used to cook for yourself like this? Did no one care for you? Hungsha pondered and asked with a gloomy expression. Qian Yun opened her mouth, uncertain of how to respond. Eventually, she managed to utter, the food I cook is delicious. Considering her timidity and aversion to males, Hungsha refrained from probing further. This was no longer merely a matter of physical weakness, but rather her reluctance to engage with the male gender. Word had long spread across the central continent that Saintess Qian Yun had been transported from a distant land by the divine female, struggling to adapt to the unfamiliar environment of the central continent. Just how far away that land was, she herself could hardly articulate. In their region, there were indeed females who could prepare meals. However, most females were cared for by their parental tribes during their youth and by partners in adulthood, leaving little necessity for them to cook for themselves. Only the elderly females, those no longer capable of reproduction, would find themselves alone after the death of a partner, thus compelled to fend for themselves. Qian Yun, still in the bloom of youth, was evidently not neglected by the tribe she once inhabited. Hungsha felt an indescribable sensation within. It was difficult for any beast not to cherish such a delicate female. He soon redirected his focus to the delectable feast before him. With a spoonful of oil, 2 slices of salted leaves, and 6 of those peculiar aubergines, Qian Yun prepared a sumptuous stir-fry. She silently committed this recipe to memory. The utensils were crafted from a sturdy branch he had meticulously whittled into a collection of wooden bowls, varying in size from large basins to small dishes, accompanied by several spoons. The rustic tableware was smooth and free of splinters, a testament to his craftsmanship, which she couldn't help but admire internally, though she refrained from vocal praise. Observing that Qian Yun adeptly managed the cooking, Hungsha felt assured enough to allow her to experiment. While he wandered nearby in search of prey, after processing his catch along the distant riverbank, he returned with only the purest cuts of meat. With the addition of some chili, he contemplated the delightful prospect of stir-fried meat slices. Qian Yun began her culinary endeavors. Taking into account that Hungsha might not be able to tolerate spicy food, she prepared a dish without any heat and then sought out a portion for herself with a touch of spice. A flat stone served as a makeshift table adorned with an array of delectable treats, bringing joy to Qian Yun's heart as she gazed upon the feast. She savored a bite of the stir-fried pork slices, the meat tender and slightly chewy, with a gentle hint of spiciness that instantly awakened her appetite. It was somewhat bland, and she resolved to add an extra leaf of salt next time. Hungsha reached out for a piece to taste, prompting Qian Yun to hurriedly caution her. It contains chili. Hungsha regarded her with an expressionless gaze, slowly chewing the morsel, her demeanor unfazed. Qian Yun stared at him, perplexed, and asked, "Is it spicy?" "Indeed it is. Yet you show no reaction at all." "I can tolerate it." Observing him consume another slice of meat without any sign of distress from the spiciness, her worries dissipated. She indulged in a rare meal since arriving in the beast world, savoring stir-fried eggplant with meat and nibbling on peanuts. The satisfaction of self-sufficiency made the food taste exquisite. Then, she noticed Hungsha seated nearby, partaking only in peanuts while neglecting everything else, prompting her to gaze at him in confusion. Hungsha, perceiving the curiosity in her eyes, spoke up, "Please, eat first. Once you are full, I shall begin." Qian Yun fell silent, refraining from speech. She merely divided a portion of the eggplant for him, consuming the remainder herself, as the stir-fried meat slices were plentiful enough to satisfy. Her appetite was not substantial. The stir-fried eggplant, serving as the inaugural trial dish, was modest in quantity. Vegetables, unlike meat, did not pique Hungsha's interest significantly, and after confirming the seasoning formula, she chose not to cook any further. After Qian Yun had her fill, she sat beside the stove, preparing to simmer a second pot of fatty meat. The oil from the first pot had already solidified in the wooden basin, with a substantial amount of residue collected. Noticing her indulging in tossing pieces of fat into the pot, Hungsha finally began to eat. He first savored the stir-fried eggplant she had left for him. The taste of vegetables was a neutral experience for every serpent beast, as they felt the flavors were rather similar. Yet, since it was left for him by her, he inexplicably found this dish to possess an ineffable deliciousness. As he continued to eat, his obsidian eyes grew increasingly profound. Compared to other females, Qian Yun possesses a frail physique. However, she is capable of acquiring more than many of her counterparts and is adept at preparing her own meals. Setting aside her physical limitations, she is remarkably self-sufficient, demonstrating a commendable independence that elicits both admiration and sympathy. Her delicate frame, however, struggles to uphold her autonomy. His thoughts drifted far away as he began to envision their future, particularly with the impending rainy season and the harsh winter ahead. Meanwhile, Qian Yun attentively gazed at the pot brimming with fatty meat, awaiting the moment it would boil vigorously. After satisfying his hunger, Hungsha spoke. "Qian Yun, I shall go hunting. If you can consume this type of meat, I will pursue such game. Tomorrow, I will take you to the sea. I shall not venture far. If you grow weary, you may rest in the tree hollow. There are no dangerous beasts nearby, so there is no need for fear." Qian Yun's eyes shimmered momentarily as she turned to him and responded softly. Hungsha leaned closer, gently pressing his lips to hers like a dragonfly skimming the surface of water, before swiftly transforming into a great white serpent and slithering away into the adjacent forest. Qian Yun paused for a few seconds, turning her gaze towards the direction he had departed, which was against the current. After this meal, Hungsha had evidently lowered his guard around her. She took a deep breath. Her opportunity had arrived. Chapter 29. She successfully escaped. Hungsha's hunting skills were remarkably swift. Within a mere 10 minutes, he returned with several prey, which he meticulously cleaned by the distant stream before bringing them to her. He presented all the game to her. whether raw or cooked, allowing her to store them as she pleased. The space that permitted both storage and cultivation must be utilized to its fullest potential. Hungsha, is there bamboo nearby? Qian Yun inquired, observing him place the game upon a stone before he turned to hunt once more. Hungsha paused, turning his head to look at her. There is a bamboo grove. What do you require bamboo for? Qian Yun spoke softly, expressing her desire for bamboo tubes to store food, emphasizing that her space is sealed, ensuring the food within remains unspoiled. She also mentioned the necessity of constructing a framework from bamboo, as certain climbing plants require support to flourish. Additionally, she noted the importance of bamboo leaves, which can envelop meat during steaming, imparting a delightful aroma that enhances its flavor. Are you adept at assembling such structures? She inquired, gesturing as she spoke. Hungsha nodded in understanding. Before long, he approached, embodying a half-man, half-snake form. Carrying a substantial bundle of bamboo and cradling a thick stack of vibrant green bamboo leaves in his arms, each leaf meticulously selected for uniformity. The bamboo, too, was consistent in thickness. After placing the materials down, he promptly began to work without waiting for Qian Yun's instructions. With deft movements of his serpentine tail, he sliced through the bamboo, joining several pieces of equal length. He then scorched holes at both ends and threaded them together with robust, resilient vines, securing the assembly tightly. The holes at either end were bound by the vines, creating an incredibly sturdy structure. To Qian Yun's eyes, it resembled a bamboo raft, perfectly functional. I can do that too. Just let me bind them once you've made the holes, she said, her enthusiasm evident as she crouched down. Hungsha, having completed his task, set his tools aside. He made holes in the remaining bamboo, regardless of whether they would be used, allowing her to experiment freely. Any excess bamboo could serve as firewood later. Actually, we could construct a bamboo house as well, which could be stored in my space. It would be incredibly convenient to take it anywhere we go, Qian Yun mentioned casually. Hungsha's eyes sparkled with interest. Indeed, let us hunt today, and tomorrow we shall build the bamboo house. Once it is completed, we will set forth to the sea. Qian Yun could not respond. She could only feign earnestness as she gazed at the bamboo on the ground. Hungsha crafted several bamboo tubes before resuming her hunting endeavors. As Qian Yun attentively monitored the contents of the pot, she also contemplated the bamboo. The bamboo raft crafted by Hungsha was sufficiently sturdy to carry her downstream. Provided that his hunting grounds were not situated downstream, she held a glimmer of hope. After simmering a pot of oil and sought-ing the meat, she placed the morsels into a bamboo tube, reserving one for herself while leaving the remainder by the campfire for Hungsha, perhaps due to a scarcity of nearby game. It took Hungsha more than 20 minutes to return this time. Each hunting expedition seemed to extend in duration. His hunting territory was gradually expanding, with her at its center. Within this domain, she felt a sense of security. At least during his absences, her situation remained safe from other beastmen and wild animal assaults. On another occasion, when Hungsha returned with his catch, Qian Yun was engaged in binding the remaining scraps of bamboo he had used to craft the tube to the four corners of the raft. To him, it appeared she was constructing the legs of a frame, and he even came over to assist in reinforcing her work. After he departed once more for hunting, Qian Yun turned her gaze toward the meat he had left beside her. It was all from the same type of beast. For some reason, she felt an inexplicable pang of emotion, a slight bitterness. If only he were not so extreme in his actions and temperament. She would not mind having a companion who respected her and granted her ample time and space. Yet, his severe and brooding nature filled her with trepidation. Her thoughts were not consumed by how well he might treat her, but rather by the fear of his potential extremes. The mere thought of being forcefully bonded to him seemed a mild fate, while the most dreadful outcome would be being cast aside to other wandering beasts, rendering her existence a living nightmare. She felt a profound lack of security, distrustful and terrified, yearning to escape. Qian Yun took a deep breath, her gaze resolute. Swiftly, she fashioned a fence around the bamboo raft using bamboo stalks, erecting a central pillar entwined with vines that connected the edges of the raft. With a simple arrangement of the vines, she created a makeshift cover. Once assured of its stability, she stowed the raft into her spatial storage, leaving behind some stir-fried meat and peanuts on a stone by the campfire for Hungsha. Her eyes swept across the tranquil surroundings before she resolutely approached the river. Gazing at the rushing waters, she unhesitatingly placed the raft upon the surface. As the current propelled the raft forward, she swiftly boarded it, gripping the central bamboo pole tightly. Her body trembling with a mix of anxiety and exhilaration. She had truly escaped. A whirlwind of excitement and fear filled her heart. Hungsha had ventured upstream to hunt. As long as time was on her side, she could distance herself from him. With any divergence in the river, the likelihood of him pursuing and discovering her would diminish. Qian Yun gazed restlessly at the scenery passing by, her mind awash with myriad thoughts. With her eyes cast downward, she silently observed the flowing water, unaware that the bamboo raft had drifted quite far. The river was straight, and the current was robust, offering no significant turbulence. The raft, aside from its gentle sway on the water, remained relatively steady. Time slipped away, and instinctively, she turned her head to glance behind her, realizing Hungsha had not pursued her. Suddenly, a dull thud resonated from beneath the raft, as if something had collided with it, causing a jolt that propelled the raft forward. Startled, Qian Yun felt a rush of fear. Turning her head in terror, she beheld a flurry of bubbles churning in the water behind her, swiftly mingling with a pool of blood. The current continued to propel the raft onward, distancing her from the area tainted by crimson. Tension gripped her as she watched for a moment. Even surveying the surroundings of the raft, the water flowed rapidly, occasionally revealing glimpses of the depths below. Nothing seemed to follow. Perhaps a fish had inadvertently struck the raft. In the absence of certainty, she could only offer herself this solace. As moments elapsed without incident, Qian Yun gradually relaxed her taut demeanor until twilight began to cast its shadow, and the raft arrived at a confluence of 3 river channels. Sitting upon the raft, she inhaled deeply, contemplating the 3 diverging paths. She surrendered to fate. As she neared the branching point, she distinctly sensed the raft veering towards the left channel. This leftward passage was broad, with a vigorous current that urged the raft onward. The subsequent stretch of the river was comparatively tranquil, and Qian Yun tilted her head to admire the stunning orange hues of the twilight sky, tears welling in her eyes until she could no longer contain her sorrow. The release of pent-up tension overwhelmed her, and her cries of despair were swiftly drowned out by the sound of the rushing water. The bamboo raft continued its steady journey, forging ahead into the unknown. Exhausted from her tears, Qian Yun lay down and succumbed to sleep, indifferent to the river's occasional encroachment. She had successfully fled, prepared for the possibility of being pursued and recaptured by Hungsha, as well as the dire outcomes of drowning, being devoured by a large fish, or attacked by a wild beast. Perhaps it was the fatigue from her tears, but she felt that regardless of what awaited her ahead, death was inevitable, whether early or late. She had endured too much in her turmoil since arriving in this world, leaving her heart weary. With heavy eyelids, she closed her eyes, dismissing all thoughts, and drifted into a deep slumber. Chapter 30. The gentle bunny-eared boy. The bamboo raft floated along the river for an entire night, and she too had slept through it. When the sun ascended on the following day, the raft inadvertently struck a reef while entering a tributary, causing a jolt that startled Qian Yun awake from her dreams. She glanced around in horror, her expression a mixture of disorientation and fear from being abruptly awakened. Qian Yun believed that the bamboo raft had once again come under attack from some unknown force. At that moment, the raft, disturbed by the rocky bottom, was pushed to a shallow area by the flowing water. The bamboo raft had run aground. Trembling with fear, she hesitated for a few seconds before bravely stepping off the raft. Cautiously glancing at the water, she confirmed that no creatures were emerging, which allowed her to breathe a sigh of relief and survey her surroundings. The lush, entirely unfamiliar forest encircled her, and without a moment's hesitation, Qian Yun retracted the bamboo raft into her spatial realm. Barefoot, she treaded carefully along the riverbank, yearning to reach deeper waters to continue drifting with the bamboo raft. She dared not venture into the mysterious and unknown forest. Her only desire was to distance herself further using the raft. The raft floated down the river throughout the night, and Hungsha had not pursued her, likely diverting his attention to other waterways. However, this did not imply that he would abandon the search entirely. Perhaps he would give up, but to be cautious, she would continue along the river's course. The pristine waters were a source for the orcs, and she awaited the arrival of nearby tribesmen. Compared to the unpredictable dangers posed by stray beasts and wild animals outside, the tribesmen were relatively safer. Then, she would await Cang Mi's arrival. She lacked the ability to survive alone in the wilderness, although she possessed a spatial realm that alleviated her food concerns. She did not have the formidable strength to combat the beasts and feral creatures. The most expedient solution was to find a tribe where she could stay. A tribe that would not pressure her or impose undue burdens, as long as she concealed her identity as a sacred female. Presenting herself merely as an ordinary female, one with a frail constitution and an inability to bear offspring. She would attract little attention from the males. After walking a short distance and selecting a suitable location, just as she prepared to deploy the bamboo raft from her spatial realm, a beast suddenly lunged from the nearby thicket. Qian Yun was taken aback, instinctively stepping aside only to misstep and tumble into the river. In a flurry, she grasped onto several tufts of wild grass along the bank, anchoring herself against the encroaching water. Clinging to the grass, she endured the pain of stones scraping against her body, struggling to pull herself up. Once ashore, she was met with the sight of a large, pale green rabbit striking down a creature resembling a wild boar with a single powerful paw. This beast, which had just emerged from the thicket, now lay with its head smashed against the ground, blood pooling around it. In astonishment, she watched as the large rabbit transformed into a humanoid figure, swiftly approaching her and squatting down to examine her wounds with a grave expression. Upon recognizing it as a beast man, Qian Yun's inner turmoil began to subside. This was a rabbit beast man, adorned with long drooping ears and a soft, pale green fur that imparted a dreamlike beauty. The rabbit beast man, now in human form, attentively inspected her minor abrasions, its handsome, gentle visage radiating warmth and kindness, so unlike the cold and rebellious beast men she had encountered before. This rabbit beast man exuded an extraordinary tenderness and purity. Qian Yun cast a glance at the orc bearing this distinct style, her eyes flickering momentarily. I was engrossed in hunting just now and did not notice your presence here. Did I startle you? A melodious voice imbued with a hint of apology resonated. Qian Yun shook her head and said, "It's nothing. My name is Su Lan, and I am an orc from the Green Forest tribe." After speaking, he suddenly became shy, revealing that he was single. Qian Yun, thus, their fortuitous encounter in the wilderness led to her receiving his care, according to the customs of this beastly realm. It signifies that he has found her in the wild. This also elucidates why he emphasizes his single status. Qian Yun now found herself in a most disheveled state, drenched and covered in varying degrees of mud, her hair a tangled mess. One might wonder, do males not exhibit a hint of discernment when encountering a female in the wild? But in the realm of nature, a male who discovers a female is bestowed with the right to claim her as a mate. She becomes his by an unyielding decree. This is a rule as absolute as the sun rising in the east, unless, of course, the male is already bonded with another, in which case he would return the female to his tribe for proper arrangements. I inadvertently tumbled over a waterfall and was swept to this place by the rushing waters. I await my partner's arrival, Qian Yun remarked. Slan had already noticed the white tiger mark adorning her abdomen. Yet, what perplexed him was the faint scent of the tiger beast upon her, overshadowed by a potent essence of the serpent beast. After her separation from her mate, she had encountered and engaged with a serpent beast. The hide she wore was fashioned from serpent skin. Seeing her reticence, he refrained from further inquiries. Some females, if fortunate enough to escape the clutches of a wandering beast, often remain silent about their ordeal, for it encompasses not merely physical torment, but also profound psychological terror. May I tend to your wounds? Slan inquired gently. I am a shaman, he added. Qian Yun nodded slightly. The faint pain from the minor abrasions troubled her greatly. Upon receiving her consent, Lan extended his hand to treat her wounds, gently placing his palm over the injured areas. A soft, gentle green light emanated from his palm, enveloping the wounds tenderly, and they began to heal at a visibly rapid pace. Qian Yun could only feel a faint warmth emanating from her painful wound, which swiftly alleviated her discomfort until all sensation vanished. She felt an inexplicable envy towards such a remarkable ability. It seemed that those orcs endowed with wood-based powers often assumed the role of healers. Upon awakening their botanical abilities, they gained a deeper understanding of the myriad plants and flowers, enabling them to harness medicinal herbs for various treatments. Thus, by a twist of fate, she encountered a rabbit healer, a gentle and bashful boy with rabbit ears. I shall escort you back to the tribe, where you can rest comfortably. I will enlist the aid of a flying beast to help locate your companion, and you shall soon reunite. Siren smiled as he spoke to her. All her wounds had healed, and under the sunlight, her skin appeared even more luminous and enchanting. Despite her disheveled appearance, with hair in disarray, her delicate beauty remained undeniable. This poignant yet captivating sense of fragility made Siren's heart race uncontrollably, stirring his emotions profoundly. After a brief moment of distraction, he quickly regained his composure. Lowering his gaze in slight embarrassment, Qian Yun remained oblivious to his peculiar behavior, her gaze directed towards the flowing river. All right, she acknowledged softly, retracting her eyes. Are we still within the bounds of Central Continent? Ceylon gently lifted her, disregarding the lifeless prey he had dispatched with a single swipe, and carried her directly back to the tribe. He replied to her inquiry. This is the border of the Eastern Continent, relatively closer to the territory of the Central Continent. Qian Yun nodded in acknowledgement, choosing to remain silent. The embrace of this large rabbit was warm, not as fervent as Cang Mi's heat, nor as chill as Hungsha's touch. She pondered that had she encountered a gentle creature like Slan at the outset, she would have embraced this world with open arms, finding joy in her interactions. Indeed, she was drawn to such tender and handsome figures. This green-furred rabbit captivated her heart. Qian Yun suddenly came to her senses, astonished by her own restless thoughts. Her face flushed with embarrassment as she pressed her forehead, feeling somewhat overwhelmed. No, she must remain composed. The proximity to the Central Continent left her feeling rather insecure. Ceylon, she called softly. Chapter 31. He is quite fond of such delicate and tender females. Ceylon smiled gently. Yes, I am here. Qian Yun hesitated for a moment, gazing into those enchanting dark green eyes, and said, There are certain matters I must clarify with you. My constitution has always been rather fragile, rendering me ill-suited for childbirth. Furthermore, I have no desire to be coerced into forming a bond with a male I do not favor. If your tribe enforces such oppressive customs, then I shall refrain from joining. Ceylon paused, his gaze upon her filled with complexity. But your reproductive capabilities surpass those of any female I have encountered. Your body is indeed capable of bearing offspring, provided the intervals between pregnancies are not too close. In our tribe, females with less robust constitutions typically lay their first eggs, as some avian species do, allowing them to hatch thereafter. Qian Yun felt utterly disheveled. Surely, she could not bear children, could she? Regardless of her ability to conceive. The mere thought of the birthing process sent chills down her spine. It was indeed a considerable burden for her as a human. She had grasped Ceylon's intentions quite clearly. All the talk of frail constitutions and difficulties in childbirth were mere excuses. I will not give birth, she declared with unwavering resolve. Ceylon pursed his lips and casually replied, If you choose not to, then so be it. His expression remained calm as he continued to stride forward. After a moment, he spoke gently. If you do not wish to bond with me, that is your choice. I shall not compel you. Until your true partner arrives, allow me to look after you. If you find our tribe uninteresting, I can take you to other tribes for amusement. With your beast mark, your partner will sense its location and soon be by your side. Such an arrangement was difficult for her to reject. Qian Yun nodded in agreement. As they journeyed onward, a profound silence enveloped them, rendering any further conversation unnecessary. This tranquil atmosphere did not evoke embarrassment in Qian Yun. Instead, she raised her gaze to admire the sun-kissed forest surrounding them. The sunlight filtered beautifully through the trees, filling the air with the cheerful melodies of chirping insects and birds. In stark contrast to the oppressive ambience of other woodlands, Ceylon remained vigilant, guiding Qian Yun back to his green forest tribe. Upon witnessing the splendor of the tribe's landscape, Qian Yun was left in sheer disbelief. Nestled within the undulating hills were countless rabbit burrows, and the mountains themselves flourished with an abundance of lush vegetation, their vibrant green hues appearing almost surreal. Unlike the ordinary wild grasses, these plants bore a delicate shade, possessing a translucent quality that was strikingly beautiful. Unknown flora enveloped the hills, casting gentle shadows over each rabbit hole, which surprised her greatly. Ceylon carried her up the mountain, and as they ascended, several rabbits approached, drawn by her presence. These rabbits, with their enchanting green fur, resembled a charming assembly of fairy-like creatures. The gathering of rabbits made Qian Yun feel a twinge of awkwardness. Just as Ceylon intended to introduce her to the others, he hesitated, suddenly realizing that he did not yet know her name. Embarrassment flickered across his face as he looked at her, caught in a moment of indecision. Qian Yun comprehended the meaning and softly uttered, I am called Xiao Qian. Upon confirming her name, Ceylon's eyes sparkled with mirth as he turned to the nearby orc, stating, Xiao Qian was startled after falling into the water. Her body is quite feeble now. Once she has regained her strength, she shall join everyone in play. At his words, the rabbits swiftly dispersed, returning to their burrows without uttering a single word. Ceylon's rabbit warren was nestled on the hillside. His ascent was leisurely, seemingly intentional, allowing Qian Yun to admire the surrounding scenery. However, to her eyes, the unfamiliar verdant grasses loomed tall, completely obstructing her view. With nothing but this greenery in sight, The lush, vibrant grass stood magnificently unique, rendering her unable to appreciate any other beauty. As they continued walking, Qian Yun began to feel dizzy and unwell, squinting her eyes and murmuring, "Ceylon, I am somewhat unaccustomed to this environment. I feel lightheaded." Upon hearing this, Ceylon glanced at her and hastened back to his burrow. He gently placed Qian Yun in a grassy nest, observing her furrowed brow of discomfort. He reached for her hand, channeling his powers to conduct an examination. Ceylon's expression grew grave as he proceeded. The further he delved, the more serious he appeared. He detected residual energy from crystal stones within her body, which was typical as females absorb such energy to enhance their physical form. The pivotal concern, however, was that the energy he employed for detection inexplicably vanished, dissipating in an instant. It had been consumed. Ceylon was left in a state of shock and confusion, confronted for the first time with a scenario that defied his capabilities as a shaman. The aura emanating from Qian Yun is truly remarkable, distinctly different from the females in this realm. Her skin, appearance, and demeanor do not belong to this land. Reflecting on her initial inquiry about whether this place is the central continent, it is highly probable that she hails from there. Different regions possess unique environments, and even the flora varies, all of which can affect a female's well-being. The shift in living conditions may indeed exert a significant influence on her physical state. The discomfort exhibited by Qian Yun indeed aligns with the symptoms of acclimatization issues. At this moment, her physical state is rather unstable. Yet the beast imprint has already released energy for protection. The energy of the beast imprint permeates her body without any sudden disappearance or instability. It is only his energy that has vanished unexpectedly. Reluctantly, Ceylon continues to release energy to assess her condition. After numerous attempts, the results remain consistent. His energy dissipates before he can thoroughly examine her body, disappearing in an instant, without any forewarning. Unable to scrutinize her condition in detail, he cannot ascertain whether there are any additional complications. Aside from your partner's beast imprint, what else resides within you? Or have you encountered something else? My energy seems to be devoured upon entering your body, Ceylon inquires softly of Qian Yun. Such capabilities are beyond the realm of the beast imprint. Upon hearing these words, Qian Yun was startled and sat up abruptly. What did you say? Your energy, this desolate space is stealthily draining his power. She became increasingly tense, fearing that her identity as a holy matriarch might be exposed. Perhaps the beast markings upon you are safeguarding you, dissipating my energy. Do you feel anything unusual? It was just a moment ago when I attempted to release energy to examine your body. Ceylon did not harbor suspicions towards the holy matriarch. In the eyes of the orcs from other tribes, a holy matriarch is far more rare and precious than an ordinary female. The orcs of the central continent would vigilantly protect her, ensuring she could never be swept away to the eastern continent. Furthermore, a holy matriarch could not possibly have only one partner. This realization left Ceylon, despite her doubts regarding her own abilities, unwavering in her belief that she was indeed a holy matriarch. Qian Yun pondered for a moment and replied, I feel nothing in particular, just a persistent dizziness that has plagued me for quite some time. This discomfort is not a fleeting issue. It stems from my frail constitution. Even a slight change in environment, such as entering a different forest, can render me unwell, though a brief rest usually alleviates my condition. There is no need for you to examine me. Do not squander your extraordinary abilities on my account. A short nap will suffice. As the sensation of dizziness intensified, she was unable to maintain her balance and collapsed into Ceylon's arms. He anxiously embraced her limp form. Ceylon, please do not disclose this to anyone. I do not wish for other beastmen to study me. I am frightened. With that, her consciousness faded to darkness. Ceylon gazed at the frail and helpless figure in his embrace, concern etched upon his features. Gently, he laid her down and retrieved a hide to cover her. Sitting beside her, he watched over her quietly, softly assuring, Very well, I shall not speak of it. He remained by Qian Yun's side for quite some time, ensuring her breathing stabilized and that she exhibited no signs of distress. After preliminarily concluding that her symptoms of acclimatization were minimal, he felt a sense of relief. While keeping watch, he selected several beautiful hides from his small stockpile to fashion a few garments for her. Once the clothing was completed, the chief sent over provisions to express concern, yet even as night fell, she remained in slumber. Ceylon, his face flushed with embarrassment, grappled with his thoughts for a while before ultimately heating some water, moistening a small hide to cleanse her of the dirt, leaving her pristine and changing her attire. The pale yellow hide accentuated her beauty, rendering her even more enchanting. As he beheld her innocent, sleeping visage, his heart raced and his cheeks turned crimson. He turned away, covering his face. What should he do? He found himself quite fond of this fair-skinned female. How might he win her affection and persuade her to become his mate? What of her current companion? If a confrontation arose, would he stand a chance? The great rabbit pondered over every conceivable question, only to find that these inquiries remained unanswered for the time being. He continued to gently wipe the hands of Qian Yun and, as he grasped her hand to clean it, he noticed an area on her right wrist that was wrapped in serpentine skin. Chapter 32. He could not help but begin to doubt the essence of rabbit existence. Ceylon, with a look of perplexity, noted that the area did not emanate any aura of injury. He speculated whether it was a scar from a past wound, concealed beneath the beast skin. After a moment's hesitation, he gently unwrapped the silvery snake skin, and upon revealing a fair wrist adorned with a circle of golden markings, he was taken aback. Ceylon widened his eyes and examined closely, confirming the nature of this ancient and peculiar emblem, and his hand trembled slightly. In an instant, his gaze towards Qian Yun became more cautious and serious. He diligently wiped Qian Yun's hands, then selected remnants of the same beast skin used in her clothing, leftover scraps from earlier sewing. With a sharp stone, he cut the pieces into strips, weaving them into a protective wristband. He fashioned 2 wristbands, one for each wrist, creating a decorative yet functional adornment. Afterwards, he ventured to the doorway, gathered a few leaves of green firegrass, boiled them into a brew, and offered some to Qian Yun, preparing food for her while patiently awaiting her awakening. Qian Yun awoke in the dead of night. As she opened her eyes, she was enveloped by the rich fragrance of flowers and herbs in the air. This scent was not overpowering and carried a hint of medicinal aroma that was quite pleasant. Her gaze fell upon the rocky walls, adorned with countless shimmering stones, their subtle glimmers densely scattered like a sky full of stars, creating a fantastical and resplendent ambience that did not make the cave's illumination overly harsh, allowing for a tranquil slumber. Qian Yun's gaze appeared somewhat dazed as she beheld the stone resembling a luminescent gem, which inevitably reminded her of the water cave where she first encountered Hungsha. Within that very cave lay an abundance of such stones. She took a gentle breath, her head still spinning, and slowly sat up, only to catch sight of a fluffy rabbit nestled beside the grass nest. In its beastly form, Ceylon lay beside the nest, resting his head on his paws in slumber. His fur was luxuriously fluffy, curled up into a sphere, a delightful green orb. Stirring from his dreams, he assessed her condition before transforming back into his beastly form and heading towards the adjacent room. I shall fetch you something to eat. You have been asleep for an entire day. Qian Yun was indeed ravenous, yet the sensation was not overwhelmingly distressing. Her body felt drained of energy, and her mind was enveloped in a haze. She raised her hand to tidy her disheveled hair, only to suddenly realize that the snakeskin bracelet on her wrist had vanished, replaced by a wrist guard woven from pale yellow beast hide. Even her attire had been changed. Both of her wrists were adorned with guards, indicating that the large rabbit had noticed the sacred female mark on her wrist. Soon, Ceylon approached with a large wooden bowl brimming with an assortment of food. I am uncertain of your preferences, so I have prepared both meat and vegetarian options, he said, squatting down to offer her the bowl. Qian Yun accepted the bowl, observing the abundant assortment of meat and vegetables within. Her gaze flickered slightly as she inquired, "Did you notice the mark on my wrist?" Ceylon paused momentarily, then lowered her eyes with a gentle smile. In our tribe, the females often adorn themselves with beautifully woven straps made from animal hides, which they wear on their wrists, ankles, or even around their necks. The scar on your wrist may pique the curiosity of some beast men, but they would not dare to forcibly remove the hide from your wrist. You need not worry. Upon hearing this, Qian Yun felt a surge of surprise and an inexplicable stirring within her heart. I am unaware of the trials you have faced. Your noble status is evident, and I hope to have you by my side until your partner arrives. I shall take good care of you. The rest is entirely up to you. Ceylon looked at her earnestly as she spoke. Qian Yun nodded and expressed her gratitude, saying, "Thank you. There are some matters I find difficult to articulate." Ceylon replied, "Then let us refrain from discussing it. Have something to eat and continue to rest. Your body requires proper recuperation. In a few days, as your body adjusts, you shall feel much better." Qian Yun responded with a soft acknowledgement, lowering her head to savor a ball bean. Unlike those roasted over an open flame, these had been delicately steamed, resulting in a texture that was exquisitely tender and floury. The substantial wooden bowl before her was filled with an array of over 10 distinct dishes, a harmonious balance of both meat and vegetables. She sampled the vegetarian offerings, finding the flavors of some wild greens to be somewhat bold, yet still within her realm of acceptability. It was only after tasting the vegetables that she turned her attention to the assorted pieces of meat, each varying in size and hue, a testament to the diverse game from which they had been sourced and prepared. Qian Yun took a piece and attempted to bite into it. The roasted meat was seasoned with numerous ingredients, and the aroma of the plant spices was quite robust. However, this still could not mask the pungent smell of the meat, and she could not help but spit it out. Ceylon had been observing her expressions with each morsel she tasted, seeking to understand her preferences. Noticing her unfavorable reaction, he unhesitatingly reached out to catch the meat she had expelled. Qian Yun covered her mouth, her brow furrowed in distress. Before Ceylon could utter a word, she picked up another piece to taste, only to nauseatingly expel it once more. Within the wooden bowl lay 6 pieces of meat, each from a different wild beast. After sampling each one, she ultimately succumbed to her stomach's protest and rejected them all, leaving Ceylon staring at her in bewilderment. While the first and second pieces may have been poorly cooked, the fact that she found all of them repulsive indicated that the issue lay beyond the mere quality of the meat. Observing Ceylon catch the discarded pieces with his hands, Qian Yun felt a wave of embarrassment wash over her as she regained her composure. "I'm sorry, some of the meat I simply cannot consume. It makes me feel ill. It is my fault, as these cuts have been prepared exquisitely," she expressed, her face a portrait of regret. She had forgotten the specific type of pig that Hungsha had previously caught for her, only recalling that it was indeed pork, which she could eat. Ceylon, now understanding the situation, offered a gentle smile. "It's all right. I want to bring you these again. Next time, I shall hunt other types of meat for you. Or perhaps you could inform me of the meats you can eat, and I will go hunting accordingly." Qian Yun felt a sense of helplessness. There was meat available to eat, yet she was uncertain about the specific type of animal it came from, not even knowing if it was pork. "I can also eat fish," she thought. Upon hearing this, Sealand's eyes sparkled with a hint of excitement. "Very well, I shall remember that," Qian Yun remarked. "This vegetarian fare suffices for me." Ceylon nodded in understanding and rose to dispose of the remnants of the meat she had previously regurgitated. He could perhaps comprehend why her constitution was so fragile. Males could be categorized into carnivorous and herbivorous beings based on their dietary habits. However, strictly speaking, both can be considered omnivorous, merely leaning towards one preference or the other. Carnivorous beings might indulge in plant-based foods but predominantly consume meat. Conversely, herbivorous beings primarily favor plant-based sustenance yet occasionally partake in meat, displaying a preference for vegetarian options. Some females also exhibit particular tastes. Generally speaking, females who enjoy meat tend to possess stronger physiques than those who favor vegetarian diets. While other females may be picky eaters, they can still consume foods they typically dislike when faced with limited options. Qian Yun's predicament transcends mere preference. It has become utterly intolerable. Standing outside her rabbit hole, Ceylon gazed up at the sparse stars scattered across the night sky, her expression one of profound melancholy. A perplexing issue had once again arisen for Qian Yun. Leaving this shaman in a state of bewilderment, he found himself grappling with uncertainty, as Qian Yun's condition seemed to starkly contradict the criteria set forth for the sacred females. Previously, he had encountered sacred females visiting the eastern continent, and the contrast was striking. Outside, he could not help but begin to doubt the essence of the rabbit's existence. In Chapter 33, the large rabbit regarded her with an intensity that bordered on fervor. After a considerable period of contemplation, he finally turned to enter the cave. Regardless of the circumstances, the mark of the sacred female was undeniably genuine. His energy had indeed been consumed, as it had been absorbed by her potent essence. Upon entering, he discovered that Qian Yun had already finished her meal. She had satiated her hunger, leaving only a few remnants of wild vegetables in her wooden bowl, which she had sampled but clearly found unpalatable. Ceylon, observing this, gleaned an understanding of her preferences. She could not consume meat, but was able to tolerate a few plant-based options. As Ceylon proceeded to wash the dishes, Qian Yun's gaze drifted toward the planting space. She was uncertain about the extent of energy that had been absorbed from Ceylon. At present, the visual changes appeared minimal, with only a few fruits and vegetables showing signs of growth. Even without the infusion of energy, crops would naturally progress, albeit at a steady pace. The planting space had presented her with yet another unexpected phenomenon. She struggled to comprehend the purpose of this energy absorption from Ceylon. His release of energy did not pose a threat to her, even if it were to inflict harm. It seemed implausible that a planting space would absorb the energy of an adversary merely to convert it into sustenance for its crops. Qian Yun pondered for a few moments before suddenly realizing. The reason the planting space absorbed Selen's energy was likely due to its affiliation with wood-type energy. Just as the space can absorb the energy of plants, it undoubtedly can also absorb Selen's wood-based abilities. She felt a strong likelihood that this was indeed the case. Such an explanation was both plausible and reasonable. Qian Yun could not help but gently touch the sacred mark on her right wrist with her left hand, softly murmuring, "This shall not happen again. I must not absorb Siren's energy anymore, for he is a shaman, aiding me in my health assessment." In the next moment, the mark radiated a gentle warmth, seemingly responding to her words. This left her both incredulous and elated. She had merely spoken casually. How marvelous! It could indeed communicate. After satisfying her hunger, fatigue began to creep over her. Just as she was yawning and preparing to lie down for slumber, Siren entered, carrying a bowl of something. Noticing her sleepy expression, he hastily said, "Xiao Qian, do not sleep just yet. Please drink this bowl of green firegrass soup." "What is it?" Qian Yun asked, her face reflecting confusion. Siren squatted down and handed her the bowl of soup. "It is made from the beautifully hued grass that grows on the mountainside, known as green firegrass. Our ancestors cultivated it using the energy of crystal stones, and it can only thrive in the green forest triad. The green firegrass contains a faint energy. Consuming it in soup form can replenish your vitality and greatly aid in your recovery. You could also eat it directly, though you might find its taste rather unpalatable. The soup, however, is quite delightful. I fed you some while you were in a deep slumber before." Qian Yun glanced at the bowl of vibrant green soup, inhaling its scent, which bore a rather ordinary aroma of fresh grass. She reached out and took it. The broth was pleasantly warm. The small portion was modest, and as she took a sip, she detected a hint of sweetness. The flavor was quite agreeable. Uncertain of how much energy her body could derive from this concoction, she mused that if there was indeed energy present, her planting space would surely appreciate it. Once the soup settled in her stomach, a gentle warmth enveloped her entire being. This soothing sensation only deepened her drowsiness, compelling her to succumb to sleep. "I'm so tired. I shall rest now," she murmured, unable to resist any longer, and she lay down to drift off. Ceylon watched her with a smile. Acknowledging her softly, he remained by her side, quietly observing until her breathing steadied and she fell into a deep slumber, at which point he rose to attend to other matters. The following day, Qian Yun awoke with a spirited demeanor from her slumber, only to find the absence of that large rabbit by her side, leaving the cave in a tranquil silence, devoid of Siren. She opened her planting space to inspect the crops, harvesting a bounty of rice along with ripe fruits and vegetables before finally rising to venture outside. Upon her arrival yesterday, her mind had been somewhat foggy, and she had not thoroughly examined the surroundings of the cave. The cavern, comprising several rooms, resembled a cozy suite, with walls that were not made of soft earth but rather solid rock, entirely devoid of any soil, embodying the essence of a stone chamber. The space designated for the grass nest was modest, just sufficient for Siren to rest in her beast form, lacking any grandiosity, a staple for a solitary rabbit. Adjacent to her small bedroom were two additional stone chambers. One served as a storeroom, filled with numerous animal hides and dried provisions. The other room, shrouded in dim light and lacking embedded luminescent stones, prompted Qian Yun to refrain from entering. Instead, she stood at the threshold, allowing the glow of the bonfire in the larger stone chamber to illuminate her view. She vaguely discerned an object resembling a water tank within, emanating a faint warmth that suggested something was simmering, yet no peculiar scent wafted through the air. Her curiosity was not profound, and with a mere glance, she turned her attention back to the spacious stone chamber outside. At the center of this chamber was a bonfire, its flames gentle and unaggressive, with a pot leisurely simmering above. Surrounding the stone chamber were rudimentary wooden shelves and various baskets and bags crafted from animal hides, all brimming with an assortment of herbs, infusing the air with the aroma of sun-dried flora. Perhaps due to the diversity of the herbs and the methods of preparation, Qian Yun detected no overpowering medicinal scent. The few herbal fragrances present were delicate, unlike the pronounced odors from modern apothecaries. After casually surveying the area, she set off, ascending the smooth staircase that matched the stone chamber's aesthetic. The staircase appeared as if fashioned by technology, its even surface intriguing her. Upon reaching the cave's entrance, Siren returned, carrying a collection of wild vegetables and fruits. Noticing her fixation on the steps, he chuckled and remarked, In the past, a female fell on the stairs, prompting the chief to have a male with earth-based abilities construct them. Subsequently, to ensure the comfort of the females, the entire cave was reinforced with stone. Qian Yun, with a sudden realization, smiled and remarked, "I knew it. It's so impeccably smooth, unlike something shaped by mere chiseling. Those powerful male figures who can hew stone are truly remarkable, capable of crafting such level surfaces. Yet, no matter how skillful they are, achieving absolute perfection without a single flaw is beyond reach. Only extraordinary abilities could create something so flawless." Ceylon gazed at her sweet and gentle smile, her face beaming with joy. She had regained much of her vitality, radiating a lively and spirited demeanor. Qian Yun noticed the intense gaze of the large rabbit upon her, causing her to feel a tinge of embarrassment as she turned her head to the side, focusing on the verdant glow grass nearby. She attempted to shift the conversation. "Do the females in your tribe wear shoes? I am quite susceptible to being pricked by stones and am hesitant to walk barefoot." It was rather unfortunate that since her arrival in this world, she had yet to acquire even a single pair of shoes. The absence of footwear significantly constrained her mobility. Ceylon lowered his gaze to her delicate, fair feet, a smile dancing in his eyes. "I shall make you some." He approached, entering the cave and gently taking Qian Yun's hand as they descended the steps. His heart raced with trepidation as he sought to gauge her feelings through their touch. Qian Yun was momentarily taken aback as she gazed at the warm hand that enveloped hers. After a moment's hesitation, she chose not to withdraw. Even as they descended further, she did not shake off his hand, a gesture that instantly eased the tension within Ceylon, filling his heart with an indescribable joy. Ceylon guided Qian Yun to the side of the bonfire, inviting her to take a seat on a nearby wooden stump. The food in the stone pot had been simmering to perfection, and its aroma wafted throughout the cave. Inside the pot was fish, richly infused with an array of wild herbs and spices, the large chunks of fish meticulously deboned, exuding an irresistible fragrance. Qian Yun inhaled the tantalizing aroma. Her appetite ignited with anticipation. Ceylon served her a bowl, setting it aside to cool, and first offered her some berries to savor. As Qian Yun indulged in the sweet berries, he observed her hesitance and remarked, "Little Qian, about the snakeskin outfit you wore earlier." Qian Yun instinctively lifted her gaze towards him. With a tone tinged with caution, Ceylon inquired, "Is it a stray beast? Has it set its sights on you?" Qian Yun opened her mouth, hesitated, and finally shook her head. "After I fell into the water, I encountered that great white serpent. He was tending to me." Upon hearing this, Ceylon breathed a sigh of relief, saying, "That is good. I feared he might harm you. Earlier, when I ventured into the nearby forest to forage for wild fruits, I sensed his presence." Upon hearing this, Qian Yun's hand trembled in fright. Chapter 34, Blind Maintenance is Absolute Loyalty to a Partner. Hungsha had sought her out once more. Observing Ceylon's unusual expression, she spoke, "Just beyond the tribal borders in the woods, when I brought you back yesterday, I did not perceive his presence, but earlier, while foraging for wild fruits, I sensed him, akin to the scent of your white serpent skin attire. I searched the woods, yet I could not find him." "Xiao Qian, what do you mean?" Qian Yun lowered her gaze, hesitating for a moment before inquiring, "He is a wandering beast. If your tribe's beastmen were to encounter him, would they attack?" Slan replied, "As long as he does not inflict harm upon our tribe or initiate an assault, we typically refrain from aggression. When you arrived at our tribe yesterday, everyone noticed the serpent skin garment you wore. The skin shed by a serpent beast is only given to its mate. Even among wandering beasts, not all are malevolent. The one in question is connected to you, and as long as he does not act recklessly before understanding the situation, we shall not take action." Qian Yun pressed her lips tightly together, her emotions a tumultuous whirl within her heart. Ceylon gazed at her tenderly and said, "It was you who mentioned that after parting from your partner, that serpent beast was the one looking after you. The fact that it did not harm you is sufficient." Upon hearing this, Qian Yun felt a profound stir in her heart. She lifted her gaze to Ceylon and inquired, "Even if it harms other beasts or even other females for my sake?" Ceylon took a seat beside her, his eyes drifting thoughtfully through the air as he replied, "If they were the ones to bully you first, it is only natural for that serpent beast to eliminate them. In our tribe, should any female bully or harm you, I too would not hesitate to intervene on your behalf, even to the point of ending their lives. You must understand that some matters are not as simple or as beautiful as you might believe, whether between males or the beasts outside. The law of survival is one of the strong preying upon the weak. Even among the males of the same tribe, conflicts arise, and they may kill one another, let alone the more savage strays. One must not judge a stray based solely on how it kills other males. Rather, one should consider whether it would mistreat females. We have always revered the will of the beast god in safeguarding females, allowing them to bear more offspring and strengthen our kind. Females are precious, lacking formidable powers. They are frail and easily perish. Yet, this does not provide a justification for them to bully their partners. Once a male has a partner, he will protect them with his life, and he will not hesitate to harm others, even commit cruel acts, for their sake. Certain things must not be allowed to transpire. But from the male's perspective as a partner, he is merely defending his own. Blind loyalty and protection signifies absolute fidelity to the partner for a beast man. In that moment, she suddenly understood why, when Norma targeted her, her partner and Jiao chose not to rescue her, even enabling Hungsha's intent to take her away. Norma wished for her demise, and her partner along with his followers would unconditionally stand by her side, setting aside the grand matters of race and reproduction at that moment. In their hearts, her standing was far less significant than that of Norma, even though she too held the identity of a holy female. In her heart, Qian Yun felt an inexplicable sense of relief, yet a trace of fear lingered. Ceylon gently stroked her head in a comforting manner, saying, "Females not only seek partners with formidable combat skills, but they also value other attributes, such as the ability to soar through the skies, swim in the waters, or cultivate the land. Such qualities will undoubtedly enhance the quality of life for the female. The tribe, the race, or even whether one is a wandering beast holds little significance. Do not be afraid. If you find someone appealing, embrace that feeling. If you are disenchanted with the tribe, you can simply dismiss him. No matter how powerful he may be, he cannot withstand the strength of our numerous males." Upon hearing this, Qian Yun nervously shook her head. "He treats me well. My feelings stem from my own insecurities. I fear that he may harm me in the future, which is why I fled." Ceylon gazed at her thoughtfully. She paused for a moment, realizing that her reaction reflected her truest emotions. Ceylon then remarked, "He has found you. He did not directly storm into the tribe to seek you. Perhaps he is waiting for you to step outside, or he may simply be guarding you from beyond the tribe's borders. I will remind the orcs of the tribe to avoid any conflict with him." Qian Yun gently clenched her fist and finally nodded. Shortly thereafter, a childish voice echoed from outside the cave, "Ceylon, that serpent beast asked me to deliver something to that female." Qian Yun was momentarily taken aback. Siren immediately rose to his feet and approached the cave entrance, retrieving a bundle from the back of a young rabbit. He glanced at the contents within and placed the modestly sized leather pouch before Qian Yun. Qian Yun hesitated for a moment before opening the bag, revealing bamboo leaves, salty leaves, chickpeas, and some meat that she could eat. The meat was already roasted to perfection, warm and tender, wrapped in several layers of leaves. Qian Yun felt a slight discomfort in his nose. His anger and frustration were far more bearable than the act of presenting her with gifts, which left her feeling particularly stifled. Ceylon gazed at the piece of roasted meat. Deep in thought, "You can consume such meat? It appears to be that of a young wolf, a creature not found in the forests nearby. It is a rather small wolf, known to graze. It is swift but not ferocious, and it does not typically attack beastmen. So, did the great white serpent capture it from the central continent? I feel reassured, since he entrusted the playful little rabbit to deliver something to you. It signifies that he would not intrude upon the tribe to harm the beastmen." Ceylon remarked with a smile. Qian Yun lowered her gaze, fixated on the skewer of grilled meat in her hand, and gradually took a bite. The taste was as familiar as ever. Hungsha had a limited selection of wild herbs and spices to enhance the flavor of the grilled meat, using only a few varieties that he favored and which complemented the dish without detracting from its essence. The moment she tasted it, she could unmistakably identify it as his culinary craft. As Ceylon observed her relish the grilled meat, her worries began to dissipate. It was not that Qian Yun's body rejected all forms of meat. Rather, she was simply selective in her choices. The challenge lay in the difficulty of finding those diminutive young wolves in this eastern continent. Rabbit felt a sense of concern arise within her. Qian Yun felt a slight sense of satiety after consuming a few morsels of meat, and thus, she lost her appetite. With care, she wrapped the remaining portions in leaves and placed them within her leather pouch. Her emotions fluctuated from a state of panic upon hearing Hungsha nearby, to a poignant touch when she received his message through the little rabbit. Following this emotional roller coaster, she succumbed once more to a profound sense of fatigue and discomfort. She realized that any significant shift in her feelings intensified her dizziness and malaise. "Ceylon, I wish to sleep." "Then sleep," Ceylon replied gently. cradling her into her grassy nest. Once she had drifted into a deep slumber, he emerged from the small alcove, gazing with exasperation at the fish and meat left beside the campfire, untouched and unconsumed. Qian Yun drank the broth made from the green fireweed, replenishing her energy slightly. After consuming a few bites of roasted meat, she managed to take in some sustenance, preventing her body from becoming too feeble. She gathered some materials and sat at the cave entrance to craft a pair of shoes for her. It was rare for females to wear shoes, as they were typically carried and cared for by their partners when venturing outside, seldom having the need to walk on their own. Even when walking was necessary, the males would ensure that the ground was thoroughly cleared. Within the tribe, it was virtually impossible for any sharp stones to prick the feet of the females. Qian Yun, delicate as she is, finds her bare feet pricked by the ground. However, Ceylon feels no inconvenience. Instead, her frailty stirs a profound sense of compassion within him, igniting a fierce desire to protect her. Chapter 35. That serpent beast has brought you something again. Qian Yun slumbered until the afternoon, awakening to find the large rabbit absent. She exhaled wearily, her stomach growling with hunger, and promptly arose to venture into the stone chamber outside. Upon discovering that the pot of fish and meat still radiated warmth, she retrieved a wooden bowl from the side and served herself a generous portion. After satiating her hunger, she exited the cave. A young rabbit, bounding nearby, approached her with curiosity and inquired, "Are you feeling well?" Recognizing the tender yet familiar voice, she realized it belonged to the young rabbit that had previously assisted Hungsha in delivering supplies to her. Gazing at the fluffy creature, which was comparable in size to a large dog, she marveled at its impressive stature. The little rabbit tilted its head inquisitively as it peered at her, exuding an adorable charm. Qian Yun was inexplicably enchanted, offering a gentle smile. "I feel much more at ease." "Where has Ceylon gone?" asked Tu Zai Zai. "There has been activity from ferocious beasts near the tribe, and they engaged in a skirmish with the males of the tribe, resulting in some injuries. Ceylon and several other shamans have gone to tend to their wounds. Everything is fine now, so do not be afraid." Ferocious beasts? A surge of anxiety coursed through Qian Yun's heart, yet she soon heard the little rabbit say, "That serpent beast is unharmed. It has assisted in vanquishing numerous ferocious creatures and seems to have brought something with it, which is with the chief." Instantly, her tightened emotions eased somewhat. "I wish to go down and take a look. Would you accompany me?" she inquired tentatively, gazing at the charming little rabbit. He readily agreed, exclaiming, "Of course. I shall carry you down. The slope below is quite steep, but I am steady on my feet." With enthusiasm, he approached and hoisted Qian Yun onto his back. The small rabbit's back suited her remarkably well. "Thank you, little one," she murmured, adjusting herself comfortably on the rabbit's back. The little rabbit responded joyfully and began their descent down the mountain. Upon reaching the small, steep slope, Qian Yun experienced firsthand the little rabbit's assurance of stability. Sliding down with delightful abandon, she reveled in the thrill of riding her diminutive companion as they traversed the hillside, akin to a playful slide. The lush green luminescent grass on the mountain flourished, obscuring her view of the valley below. It was not until the rabbit had carried her to the foot of the mountain that she beheld a clearing in the distance where several beastmen had gathered. The beastmen of the Green Forest tribe congregated there, engaged in conversation, some in humanoid form, others in their beastly state. The little rabbit led her forth, and the beastmen turned to regard her with curious and scrutinizing gazes, making Qian Yun feel exceedingly self-conscious. The rabbit brought her before an elderly male, whose countenance exuded calm resolve, emanating an aura of unspoken authority. Undoubtedly, he was the chief of the Green Forest tribe. With his adorably drooping ears, his presence felt unexpectedly gentle. "Chief, little Qian has arrived. Her condition has improved significantly," the rabbit joyfully announced to the chief. The chief, Mosi, regarded Qian Yun with warm and affectionate eyes. "Ceylon has informed me about your matter with the serpent beast. Previously, a horde of ferocious creatures wreaked havoc nearby, clashing violently with our tribe's beastmen. That serpent beast joined the fray and vanquished many of them. These items are what he instructed me to deliver to you." Mosi gestured to a nearby wooden post, upon which lay several garments crafted from serpent skin, neatly folded, alongside for translucent, shimmering crystals. Qian Yun glanced over and noticed several streaks of varying shades of red upon the silvery beast's skin. Her expression changed, and she quickly dismounted the rabbit to investigate. Why was there red? Could it be blood staining? Had Hungsha been injured? Of the 3 sets of snake skin garments, 2 were marred by these crimson hues. The water-resistant and stain-resistant nature of snake skin arises from its scales, which, even after shedding, retain a delicate layer of soft scales on the surface. Snake skin does not absorb dye. These reds seem to seep from within the skin itself. The shades varied in intensity, and the distribution was irregular. Mosway remarked, "Indeed, those reds are fresh blood. Only a serpent beast would stain its skin with blood during the shedding process, or if it were injured while shedding. When I saw him earlier, he appeared calm and untroubled. Yet, one wonders if the females would truly favor garments made from blood-stained beast skin. Is it now so terrifying for a serpent beast to present such skin to a female? Qian Yun, the leader of Mosi, has met with Hungsha. He is well. Yet he still gifted her a garment crafted from the blood-stained hide of a beast. His eccentricity is indeed remarkable. His intention in doing so was not to instill fear, but rather to gauge her reaction, curious to see if she would seek him out upon encountering the serpent skin attire. A wave of poignant sorrow surged within Qian Yun's heart once more. She yearned to take a glimpse, yet fear held her back. "Chief, where is Hungsha?" she inquired. Gazing at Chief Mosway. Chief Mosway replied, "To the left of the tribe lies a small waterfall, Jin Lai. Take little Qian there. You may encounter Si Lan and the others along the way." The little rabbit named Jin Lai, upon receiving the command, joyfully approached Qian Yun, eager to offer her a ride on his back. Qian Yun mounted the rabbit's back, while Jin Lai trotted ahead, guiding her onward. The forest outside the tribe bore the scars of recent conflict, with trees lying haphazardly across the ground. The ancient giants had suffered significant fractures, a testament to the ferocity of the destruction. Numerous remnants of flesh and blood remained scattered about, and the air, thick with the stench of blood, made Qian Yun feel a wave of nausea. Instinctively, she covered her nose. Jin Lai glanced back at her, a playful smile dancing on his lips, and remarked, "Why do you possess such a timid spirit?" Qian Yun found herself at a loss for words to refute this statement. Had she grown up in such a harsh environment? She would undoubtedly have felt no fear. However, the reality was that her previous surroundings had not been so brutal and sanguinary. The sight of a slaughterhouse sent chills down her spine, let alone the prospect of a large-scale life-and-death duel. On their journey, they encountered Silen, who was tending to the wounds of several injured orcs. These orcs were not the rabbit beasts, but rather those from a nearby tribe that had banded together to hunt ferocious beasts. Silen was somewhat taken aback to see Jin Lai carrying Qian Yun, but his heart was more occupied with anxiety. Little Qian intended to seek out that serpent beast, and the chief had instructed him to accompany her. The eager and well-meaning Jin Lai took the initiative to explain their purpose for being there to Silen. As Silen tended to the wounds of the injured males, his expression remained stoic despite the severity of their injuries. However, upon hearing Jin Lai's words, he cast a wary glance at Qian Yun, his eyes reflecting a tumult of unease. He opened his mouth, hesitating to speak. It was inevitable that she would seek the serpent beast. He was prepared for that eventuality. His fear was not that she would pursue the beast, but rather that the beast would take her away. Qian Yun leaned closer to him and whispered, "I will go ahead first. Could you come over later to check on the situation?" I fled from his grasp, fearing his wrath. Upon hearing this, Si Lan's worries dissipated. A smile graced his lips as he lowered his voice. "Very well. I shall join you after I tend to their injuries. Should the serpent beast attempt to harm you, do not hesitate to call for me." Jin Lai observed that their conversation had concluded and set off with Qian Yun towards a nearby waterfall. The situation near the waterfall appeared relatively calm. The ferocious beasts had not ventured this way, and the surrounding forest remained unscathed by the ravages of battle. Qian Yun caught sight of a distant waterfall. Merely a few trickling streams cascaded down a gentle slope, lacking any semblance of the grandeur typically associated with waterfalls. Suddenly, Jin Lai halted in his tracks, retreating a few steps while drawing his head back. Qian Yun, puzzled by his retreating gesture, tentatively inquired, "Are there ferocious beasts nearby?" Jin Lai, his voice tinged with anxiety, replied, "It is not a ferocious beast. Rather, it is that serpent beast exerting pressure upon me. Its imposing aura intimidates me, compelling me to keep my distance. Shao Qian, you should proceed on your own. I shall await you here. Having gifted you his serpent skin attire, it poses no threat to you." Qian Yun's lips curled slightly. After a moment's hesitation, she dismounted from the rabbit's back, her delicate white feet gently treading upon the soft, verdant grass. Her gaze wandered around, searching for the silhouette of Hungsha, but there was no trace of him to be found in any direction. There was no one. No snakes, nothing at all. The stream was shallow, allowing a clear view of the rock face beyond, revealing no water caves. and there were no nearby places to conceal oneself. Qian Yun searched the area several times but failed to locate Hungsha. A thought crossed her mind as she approached the tranquil pool of water. Beneath its crystalline surface, she beheld a large white serpent, its deep black eyes gazing at her intently. Chapter 36. I will not allow you another chance to escape. Separated by the water, their gazes locked. Heaven knows the extent of Qian Yun's trepidation. The atmosphere grew stifling. Hungsha began to emerge slowly from the depths, prompting her to instinctively retreat a couple of steps. Only the serpent's massive head broke the surface. It remained silent and still, its perpetually brooding eyes fixated on her. Qian Yun averted her gaze, too timid to look at him or utter a word, patiently awaiting his response. The stalemate between the two, one human and one serpent, persisted for an interminable time, with neither daring to break the silence. The atmosphere weighed heavily upon her, inducing a profound sense of unease as she became acutely aware of her own heart racing in her chest. Unable to endure the oppressive tension any longer, she finally mustered the courage to speak. I thought you might be angered enough to seize me and cast me aside to the other stray beasts. With a sudden splash, the magnificent white serpent emerged from the water, transforming into a being that was half human and half serpent, and enveloped her in a warm embrace. Qian Yun's face turned ashen with fright. Hungsha scrutinized her terrified yet resolutely suppressed expression, and in a husky voice, teased, "You were so bold when fleeing. Are you afraid now? Qian Yun, are you afraid that I might abandon you for other strays, hence your hasty retreat?" His inquiry was accompanied by an aura of chilling intensity. Qian Yun was so frightened that she dared not move. Hungsha gazed at her timid expression, and a storm flickered in his dark eyes. Perhaps I have been too gentle with you. If I had paired with you earlier and bestowed the beast mark upon you, would you have trusted me a little more? If I truly wished to harm you, I could simply have bidden you to death, rather than waste my energy casting you aside to other wandering beasts, he said through clenched teeth. Tears glistening in her eyes, Qian Yun quivered, questioning why such terrifying words were spoken, even mentioning death. After a moment of hesitation, she softly inquired about the 3 crystals. He abruptly grasped her chin, compelling her to meet his gaze. In a chilling tone, he demanded, "Are you seeking other strays?" Without a moment's hesitation, she shook her head and pouted, asking, "Would you be angry if I ran away?" "Angry," Hungsha replied bluntly, his teeth clenched in frustration, the small flames on his tail threatening to ignite. Yet he hesitated to unleash his wrath upon her, fearing it might frighten her. "Qian Yun, I offered you a chance to escape, yet you returned to seek me out. I shall not grant you another opportunity to flee." Pausing, he continued, "You may run again. This vast continent offers endless paths. However, you must take me along. Is that agreeable?" The plea evident in his tone brought tears to Qian Yun's eyes. "I am indeed afraid. There are matters I struggle to articulate. I do not belong to your world. What you perceive differs greatly from my understanding. I was transported here by the female deity, and this unfamiliar environment fills me with unease and dread. I fear being coerced into mating with males I detest and bearing offspring, for I do not wish to have children. Your actions towards Norma, slaying her companion, I do not say it was wrong. I am simply terrified. I have never encountered such brutality before, never witnessed such sanguinary scenes. I fear that one day, your patience may wane, and you could treat me in the same manner." As she spoke, tears streamed down her cheeks. This world has been nothing short of suffocating for her. Upon hearing her heartfelt confession, Hungsha's heart softened, and he tenderly embraced her. The moment her tears fell, the fire within him extinguished. "Henceforth, should anyone dare to force you, I shall eliminate them. Just don't act too swiftly. What if it is a male I like?" Qian Yun replied softly. Hungsha paused for a few seconds before asking, "Are you referring to that rabbit who cares for you?" Qian Yun remained silent, unsure of how to respond. It was difficult to articulate her feelings. She chose not to answer, and he took her silence as acquiescence. His earnest gaze scrutinized the animal hide garment that adorned her, as well as the leather bracelet that concealed her wrist. The large rabbit was already aware of her sacred identity and was assisting her in maintaining her secrecy. Otherwise, the entire Green Forest tribe would not be so tranquil. "I had no particular intentions toward those rabbits. That little one was rather obedient, readily delivering items when asked." Hungsha glanced at the young rabbit patiently waiting in the distance and remarked. Qian Yun hesitated for a moment before saying, "When I was sent to their tribe, the garments I wore were fashioned from your hide. You did not mistreat me, and they believe there is a special bond between us. Had it been another serpent, the little rabbit would surely have fled faster than anyone else." Hungsha gave a light scoff. He lowered his gaze upon her, his obsidian eyes brimming with her essence. The environment of the central continent differs vastly from that of the eastern continent. You have yet to acclimate to the former, and I fear the latter will be quite uncomfortable for you, especially after having absorbed the few crystal stones I gifted you. Recently, the beasts have been more active, and I will keep a vigilant watch, gathering crystals for you. The beast forest lies too far from here, and I am reluctant to venture there for fear you might run away again. Her resilience is commendable, were her condition truly dire. He would not hesitate to journey to the beast forest to hunt. As the conversation turned to this matter, Qian Yun anxiously inquired, "Is that bloodstain on the hide from when you shed your skin?" Hungsha clicked his tongue, initially reluctant to elaborate. But the urgency in her gaze compelled him to confess. "I pursued you as you fled, following closely beneath the water. During that time, I dealt with some large fish that sought to attack the bamboo raft. I protected you cautiously, dispatching those foolish fish and shielding you from the river's undercurrents. When you arrived at the eastern continent, I noticed that rabbit beast hunting nearby and anticipated your encounter, so I secluded myself in a waterhole to shed my skin. Later, when you were startled by the wild beast and fell into the river, I felt a surge of anxiety. I had only partially shed my skin, and the sharp stones in the waterhole caused me to sustain a few injuries. No matter, it bears little consequence for me, though my scales are not as pristine as before." A profound sorrow enveloped his heart as he immediately noticed her attempt to flee and pursued her. He had ample opportunities to recapture her, yet he refrained. He continually afforded her the chance to understand that he would never coerce her. He bestowed upon her all his tenderness, granting her sufficient space. She lifted her gaze, her tear-filled eyes fixed upon him, and the expression of her distress and grievance tightened his heart painfully. "I do not wish to relinquish you," he spoke, his voice husky and restrained, laden with emotion. Qian Yun could no longer contain herself and raised her arms to embrace him. Hungsha froze momentarily, but a flicker of joy illuminated his eyes the next instant. Her embrace was the most profound response he could receive. He held her tightly, greedily savoring her warmth. Suddenly, a startled cry from Jin Lai echoed in the distance. They turned to see a massive white tiger pinning Jin Lai to the ground, rendering him unable to struggle. Gazing at the fierce white tiger, baring its teeth in suppressed fury, Qian Yun paused for a moment before releasing Hungsha and making her way towards it. Cang Mi had arrived. He had found her. Chapter 37. I will not allow you to pair with a stray beast. Qian Yun walked halfway before gradually coming to a halt. At this moment, the light in Cang Mi's eyes glimmered with a chilling intensity. Though devoid of murderous intent, it was rife with fury. He clenched his teeth, striving to suppress his anger, while his violet gaze remained fixed upon her with unwavering intensity. Qian Yun was filled with trepidation as she beheld the weary figure of Cang Mi, whose once formidable presence now appeared gaunt and diminished. A profound sense of sorrow welled up within her. He had traversed from the central continent, and a mere few days had sufficed to render him so haggard. "Cang Mi, your current state frightens me," she uttered, her voice trembling. Cang Mi lowered his gaze, suppressing his emotions, gradually retracting his claws and releasing Jin Lai, who, terrified, fled in tears. Under the piercing gaze of Cang Mi, Qian Yun took deliberate steps toward him, ultimately standing before him. The great white tiger transformed into human form and enveloped her in a tight embrace. In the distance, Hungsha's eyes flickered momentarily, before he turned his gaze elsewhere. Cang Mi's presence surrounded her, both fervent and suffocating. "Qian Yun," he uttered in a hoarse voice, slowly articulating a few words, his tone laden with relief that she was still alive. Qian Yun, taken aback, then inquired, "What do they say about me in the central continent?" Cang Mi closed her eyes, quietly attuning herself to the warmth of Qian Yun, her heartbeat, and her breath, which brought immense solace to the fear that resided within him. "After you fell into the water, Chief Deluo separated from the males and me to search for you. The river was saturated with your scent, making it difficult to discern your precise location. I followed the trace of the beast's mark, wandering back and forth several times. Chief Deluo managed to locate Norma, who had fallen into the clutches of the black tiger. Norma was on the brink of death, having been bullied mercilessly, and she kept uttering threats to kill you. After the tribe's tiger beast eliminated the black tigers, they left Norma's wounds untreated, allowing her to slowly succumb to her injuries." Qian Yun's pupils constricted in disbelief. She had never anticipated such a revelation. Tears cascaded down her cheeks uncontrollably. "I had assumed that Zhao would inform them of my alliance with the stray beast in abducting Norma." Cang Mi replied, "Indeed, he did say so. When he returned to the tribe in search of allies, he encountered me and recounted the events. Distrustful of his words, I executed him on the spot and buried him. Qian Yun, her tears fell more fiercely. Why is everyone so twisted? You have some discord with Norma. It is inconceivable that you would conspire with the rogue beast against her. The reality is that they witnessed your capture by the rogue beast and chose not to intervene. That formidable beast has already slain Norma's companion and abducted her. Norma harbors intense animosity towards you. A confrontation is inevitable. If death befalls her, so be it. It would spare you from her relentless pursuit of opportunities to target you. Her words were cold and merciless, dripping with disdain for Norma. Qian Yun has gained a deeper understanding of certain underlying rules of this world. What of the revered saintess? Regardless of her exalted status, the tribe will invariably prioritize the protection of its own females. She is the mate of Cang Mi, who is a tiger beast of the Attire tribe. Although the leader of Duoluo did not directly cause Norma's demise after finding her, their indifference hastened Norma's end. For the Attire tribe, she is favored over Norma. Despite their discord, the tribe's allegiance leans towards her. Should Norma wish to harm her, the leader of Duoluo would undoubtedly eliminate such a threat. Ultimately, Norma succumbed to her grievous injuries, having been slain by those feral beasts. Both Norma's mate and her follower, Jiaoda, also met their end at the hands of these wild creatures. Qian Yun merely fell into the waterfall and was swept away by the current. In such an environment, the survival of the fittest is already a daunting rule, and the interactions among the orcs are sufficiently dark and brutal. Will the lady deity be angry? Qian Yun asked with concern. Cang Mi opened his eyes and gently cradled her face, scrutinizing it closely. It remained as pale and tender as ever, albeit somewhat weary. Much better than he had anticipated, without her having wept inconsolably. No, the lady deity is solely responsible for bestowing us with the holy females. How we nurture them depends entirely on our own abilities. There have been instances in the past where a holy female met her demise under our care. His tone was remarkably calm. Unattached males may support those females, but the males bonded with their partners only concern themselves with their own females. The matter has passed. It is of no consequence now. This sentiment may sound rather unkind, yet it is the reality. Should a female require assistance, the males will lend a hand. But when conflicts arise with their own females, those bonded males will not be so amicable. Nothing in this vast world is more significant than one's own female. Qian Yun nodded, acknowledging that there was little left to say given the circumstances. She felt a sense of reassurance now that Cang Mi had found her. Instinctively, she turned her gaze toward the distant Hungsha. Sensing her attention, Hungsha turned to look at her. Following her line of sight, Cang Mi's eyes met Hungsha's, and an unspoken tension ignited between them. Cang Mi's voice was chillingly low as he articulated each word with deliberate slowness. I instructed you to choose a male of formidable strength, not a stray beast. As long as she is content, Hungsha replied, his expression cold and unyielding. The atmosphere between the two began to clash, their auras sharp and piercing. Upon sensing the precarious situation, Qian Yun hastily interjected, no fighting allowed. Her greatest concern was that Cang Mi might resort to violence. As long as Cang Mi refrained from action, Hungsha would not instigate a conflict. Both were formidable personalities, and a confrontation between them would be catastrophic. Cang Mi's powerful arm encircled her waist, and he gazed at Qian Yun with a grave expression, declaring, I do not trust the strays, nor will I permit you to take one as your partner. Are all other males dead? Must you seek a stray? If you insist, I would not hesitate to eliminate him. The murderous intent in his violet eyes was unmistakably evident. A profound tremor coursed through Qian Yun's heart. Cang Mi harbored excessive animosity towards Hungsha, for he was a wandering beast. She embraced Cang Mi, her voice soft and laced with concern. Cang Mi, you appear weary. Surely you have not had a moment's rest these past few days while searching for me. Shall we retreat to the Green Forest tribe for a while? We can discuss other matters later. She even gently urged him in the direction of the Green Forest tribe. However, he resolutely remained rooted in place, unmoving. Xiaoqian. Slan rushed over, breathless, as Jinlai wept and hurried to report a grievance. Upon recognizing Cang Mi and sensing the aura emanating from him, akin to the beast mark on Qian Yun, Slan's tension dissipated in an instant, and he let out a significant sigh of relief. Then it is nothing to worry about. Your companion has come. Jinlai must have miscommunicated. I thought another wandering beast intended to harm you. Qian Yun gazed at him as if he had encountered a savior, fervently signaling him with her eyes. On one side stood her companion, while on the other loomed a somewhat ambiguous relationship with a wayward beast. The palpable tension between them was not lost on Ceylon. With a gentle smile, he addressed Cang Mi, saying, "Little Qian is under my care in the tribe. As a shaman, I can tend to her needs quite well. She has been feeling a bit unwell and hardly ate before succumbing to slumber. Why don't you engage in a sparring match first? I shall escort little Qian back to the tribe for nourishment. Once you finish your bout, do return, if possible. Please keep your distance from the water source to avoid disturbing this lovely waterfall." Qian Yun was overwhelmed with anger. She had initially thought that this large rabbit would mediate the conflict, but instead, he uttered such words. Displeased, she shot a scowl at Slan and, burying her head in Cang Mi's embrace, softly whispered, "Do not heed his words. If you were to fight with Hungsha, he would seize me and claim me for himself. This rabbit has a mischievous side." Cang Mi scoffed coldly, "Even if I were to allow this rabbit beast to possess you, I would never permit that serpent to be your partner. I desire that serpent." Qian Yun, steeling herself, retorted with a firm tone. Chapter 38. The whimpering and delicate little Qian Yun has been corrupted. This statement infuriated Cang Mi to the point of losing his composure. He glared at her, wishing he could take a bite out of her. "Qian Wu." Upon hearing that he was about to call her name, Qian Yun hastily covered his mouth. Ceylon was aware of the holy female mark upon her and recognized her origins from the central continent. It mattered little which saint she was. The golden rabbit was still at a distance, and if he heard her name, he would undoubtedly inform Chief Imosue. She had traversed to the eastern continent, and only a few days had passed since her fall into the water, being at the juncture of the eastern and central continents. Any orc from the central continent conversing with those from the east could easily learn of Qian Yun. Perhaps her name, along with Norma's, had already reached their ears. Cang Mi, perplexed by her gesture to silence him, assumed she was preventing him from scolding her. After a few days of wandering and associating with stray beasts, where had that delicate little Qian Yun gone? Damn it. It was all that serpent beast's fault for corrupting his Qian Yun. The more he pondered, the angrier he became. Feeling as though he might explode, he seized Qian Yun with a swift motion and pushed her towards Ceylon, transforming into his beast form and lunging at Hungsha. Hungsha also shifted into a serpent, confronting him head-on. Cang Mi. Qian Yun was nearly in tears. The clash of a tiger and a serpent. The confrontation of azure winds and flames erupted violently in the pool, shattering the tranquil waters. The force of the impact was overwhelming, prompting Ceylon to swiftly scoop her up and retreat. Ceylon. Their strikes were exceedingly fierce. They could genuinely harm one another, she said anxiously, gazing at him. Ceylon slowed his pace, his heart aching at the sight of her tears. He said, "Not all orcs can accept stray beasts. It is entirely natural for your partner to fight with that serpent. You have an affection for the serpent beast. If your partner were to slay him, it would signify a disregard for your feelings. Conversely, if the serpent were to kill your partner, it would also be unjust. A beast capable of slaying one partner may very well do the same to future ones, rendering such strays unworthy of your affection, even if not a stray. Should I and your partner find ourselves at odds, I would engage him in battle until he acknowledges me as your rightful companion. The strength of the male determines his standing within the home. The more formidable the strength, the greater the voice he wields. If you desire that serpent beast, know that even after forming a bond, conflicts will inevitably arise." Qian Yun's expression was grave. "I am aware of this. The current concern is that the two of them will fight fiercely. A casual scuffle would be one thing, but both are not to be trifled with, and their confrontation could be quite brutal. That is what worries me." Ceylon, with a gentle tone, continued to reassure her, "Do not fret. If they truly care about your feelings, they would not cause each other grave harm. Otherwise, should they both perish, it would merely benefit other males, such as him." He turned to glance at Jean Lai, who had not followed, the young rascal cautiously mingling in the commotion. Jean Lai was merely observing from a distance, and it was unlikely that any trouble would arise. Qian Yun softly remarked, "Jean Lai has been pinned to the ground by Cang Mi, utterly immobilized. What can he possibly do?" After a moment's contemplation, she continued, "It would be wise for Jean Lai to keep his distance. Hungsha recognizes him and is unlikely to resort to violence. Yet Cang Mi is genuinely capable of harming Jean Lai. That great tiger is quite merciless, even bullying a mere cub." Sealand's steps remained unhesitant. He bore no concern for Jean Lai's well-being. The young cub was robust. A few blows would not be detrimental. Cang Mi's earlier aggression might have stemmed from the fact that Jean Lai had turned his back on you, carrying your sin upon him. The resistance to argument was palpable. Cang Mi, with her claws gently pressing down on Jean Lai, did not exert much force. She merely startled the little rabbit with her sudden appearance. What was commonplace for the beastmen seemed overly dramatic in her eyes. With tears welling in her eyes, she gazed at the distant commotion. where Qing Feng and Hua Wan intertwined in a ruthless destruction of the surrounding forest. She had witnessed their confrontations with other beastmen before and sensed that both sides were holding back. They refrained from inflicting serious harm. She hoped they would consider her feelings and refrain from being too brutal. Upon returning to the Green Forest tribe, the leader, Mo Sui, was still discussing the rampant destruction caused by nearby ferocious beasts. Upon seeing them return, especially noticing the tear-stained face of Qian Yun, he inquired with confusion, "What happened? Where is that rascal Jean Lai?" Lan remarked, "Little Qian's companion has arrived and is currently engaged in a fight with that serpent beast," while Jean Lai is observing their battle. As the words fell, the surrounding rabbits hurriedly rushed out to watch, leaving only 4 beastmen, including the leader, behind. Watching them eagerly join the fray, Qian Yun felt a pang of exasperation. Was it truly that captivating? It seemed that beastmen also relished in the excitement of a spectacle. Mo Sui maintained a calm demeanor. He had grown accustomed to such situations. He looked at Qian Yun, who had descended from Lan's arms to sit on a tree stump, and said, "Your companion has come. There is no need for you to be so frightened. If you are unwell, take the time to recuperate here in the Green Forest tribe. Lan is a shaman and can care for you well. I also hope you will bond with each other soon, if you are not fond of a male like Lan. There are many single beastmen in the tribe for you to choose from." Upon hearing this, Qian Yun felt an overwhelming pressure. Lan, noticing the subtle shift in her expression, interjected, addressing Mo Sui, "Let little Qian regain her strength first. She is sensitive, and such matters can wait." Mo Sui shot him an exasperated glance, imbued with the frustration of a father scolding a wayward son. Ultimately, the discomfort stemmed from her own lack of energy. No amount of crystal replenishment could compare to the effectiveness of possessing a beast mark directly. He is yours, brought back from the wild. You are already an adult, not a mere cub. The tribe as shamans are not limited to just you. Focus your thoughts away from those herbs and consider the matter of bonding. The leader's tone was filled with reproach, resembling that of a father chastising a son who failed to grasp the obvious. Qian Yun listened nearby, feeling utterly embarrassed. I understand, Lan replied gently, her gaze lowered. Being obedient did not hinder her from concealing her identity as the Holy Maiden. Qian Yun let out a resigned sigh, turning her gaze towards the distance. The small waterfall was too far away for her to discern any activity. She anxiously awaited, hoping that the confrontation would not escalate too violently. After Mo Sui had finished reprimanding Lan squatted beside Qian Yun, his handsome and gentle visage radiating affection for her. The emotions flickering in his eyes were both direct and fervent, tinged with a hint of shyness. Qian Yun noticed the gaze directed at him, feeling somewhat embarrassed. The emotions of the male are inherently pure. Affection is simply affection, and disinterest is just that. Once enamored, they unreservedly express their feelings. "What kind of environment did you grow up in, Xiao Qian?" Lan inquired curiously. It is indeed an impressive feat to have raised her to be so delicate. In their early years, females are nurtured by their parents, and upon reaching adulthood, they are cared for by their partners. She has only one partner, a tiger beast. It is unlikely that he has spoiled her to such an extent. Moreover, her fair and tender complexion is not something one would expect, even from a female cub. Qian Yun cautiously glanced at the leader of the Mo Sui clan, acutely aware that at this distance, he could hear every word she uttered. After a brief hesitation, she whispered, "I am uncertain. It must be from a place far, far away, where I encountered Cang Mi and became his partner." She refrained from disclosing in the leader's presence that she had been sent by the revered lady of the divine femininity. Lan's gentle expression revealed his understanding of her words. She hailed from a distant land and had been brought to the central continent to unite with Cang Mi. Following an unfortunate incident where she fell into the water and was separated from Cang Mi, she encountered Hungsha, whom she feared. In her flight, she had been carried downstream to the eastern highway, where she met him. It seemed as though their fateful meeting had been orchestrated by some unseen force. The thought that their encounter was a blessing bestowed by the lady of the divine femininity filled Lan with reverence and emotion. While the eastern continent lacked rituals honoring the lady, he had previously visited the central continent, fortuitously witnessing a ceremony in her honor, during which he had knelt in devout worship. He did not seek a sacred female, but merely hoped for the lady's grace in finding a gentle and endearing companion. The lady had indeed favored him, allowing their paths to cross. No, it was she who had been sent to his side. Overwhelmed with excitement, the great rabbit could not help but reach out and take Qian Yun's hand. Qian Yun was momentarily taken aback, her gaze lowered in acquiescence. Upon realizing this, Sealand's innocent countenance flushed uncontrollably, her ears turning a deep shade of crimson. Nearby, the leader of the Sui tribe cast a discreet glance in their direction, pondering how a mere touch could evoke such embarrassment. What a disgrace for the rabbit tribe. Nevertheless, since Qian Yun did not object, it seemed there was no issue between the two of them, and the leader chose to remain silent. Otherwise, rumors would spread that the Green Forest tribe's rabbits were exceedingly timid, blushing at the slightest touch from a female, which would be quite humiliating and detrimental to their prospects of finding partners. Suddenly, a ferocious roar echoed from afar, the urgent and enraged sound tightening Qian Yun's heart. It was not the voice of Cang Mi. What could be happening over there? She inquired anxiously. The beastly roar emanated from the direction of the small waterfall. Sealand's expression turned grave. The Sui leader's countenance darkened as he coldly proclaimed, "A horde of ferocious beasts is approaching." Chapter 39. Will you continue to sleep with the rabbits or with me? A horde of ferocious beasts? Qian Yun's expression shifted dramatically. The ferocious beasts were already terrifying enough, and now a whole pack had appeared. Simultaneously, the males remaining in the tribe descended to assess the situation, entering a state of grave preparedness. Sealand, take good care of little Qian. I shall go and investigate, leader Sui declared before swiftly departing the tribe to ascertain the circumstances. Qian Yun gazed at Sealand with confusion and inquired, have there not been fierce beasts that emerged previously, which were not dealt with thoroughly? Sealand replied, we have managed to handle most of them, but this is a new wave of ferocious beasts. Each year, just before the onset of the rainy season, these creatures venture out from the beast forest to launch assaults on the orcs. They emerge in formidable numbers, exhibiting a savage and bloodthirsty nature, and their substantial size makes them quite challenging to confront. He paused for a moment, then spoke softly. The flesh of these beasts is not only consumable, but they also possess crystal stones. The orcs venture into the beast forest to hunt the ferocious beasts whenever they require energy from these crystals. Conversely, the beasts regard the orcs as a delectable source of energy, especially after the males awaken their extraordinary abilities, transforming into entities of energy. The rainy season marks the period of reproduction for the ferocious beasts, during which they are most active, as they seek to acquire sufficient energy to propagate their kind. Qian Yun comprehended the situation. This fearsome beast was, to the orcs, the ultimate nemesis. Do not worry, she reassured, observing the anxious expression on her face. The males had rushed out to witness the clash between Cang Mi and Hungsha, all heading in that direction. The presence of such a beast would compel the tribe to fortify their defenses both inside and out. It is highly probable that the conflict between the two had drawn the creature in with its unleashed powers. With the emergence of this fearsome beast, their battle would cease. Qian Yun was taken aback. Indeed, Hungsha had been collecting crystal stones for her, slaying every ferocious beast encountered in the forest. Previously, Cang Mi had refrained from venturing into the beast-infested woods due to the tribe's considerable distance, making it difficult to hunt the beasts. Now that the opportunity had presented itself, how could they let it slip away? She had never witnessed firsthand the true terror of these creatures, but their fearsome names alone instilled dread, causing the beastmen to regard them with utmost caution. She dared not relax her vigilance. In the distance, battle erupted, the roars of the wild beasts resounding deafeningly through the air, reverberating even from such a distance that Qian Yun felt her ears ringing. The discomfort compelled her to cover her ears, but SLN was quicker, shielding her ears and enveloping her in his embrace. The furious roars of the beasts persisted, the shockwaves intensifying, leaving Qian Yun in a daze. Time slipped by unnoticed until SLN gradually released her, and she looked up to see Cang Mi and Hungsha approaching. They had transformed into their human forms, standing before her. One possessed silver hair and violet eyes, exuding an air of aloofness and defiance. The other had silver hair and black eyes, emanating a gloomy yet serene presence. Both displayed strikingly attractive long legs and chiseled abdominal muscles, their beauty almost beyond compare. Each held several crystal stones in their hands. Quietly observing as Qian Yun regained her composure, the battle had concluded, and the fighters had returned. It was not just the two of them, but also the other males who bore various degrees of injuries. SLN gently assessed Qian Yun's condition, ensuring she was unharmed before rising to check on the other beastmen. He also took note of Cang Mi and Hungsha. Despite their bloodied appearances, most of the blood did not belong to them, and their injuries were not severe at all. Qian Yun gazed at the bloodstains adorning their bodies and urgently called Sealand back. Sealand, please don't leave just yet. Look at the two of them. They are covered in blood. Ceylon halted in his tracks, turned around, and smiled at her, saying, "It's nothing. They will be fine by tomorrow." Before he could finish his sentence, Cang Mi swayed weakly, causing Qian Yun to rush forward and support him, guiding him to sit on a wooden stump. "I'm all right, just a bit fatigued." Observing his pale and weary countenance, Qian Yun felt a pang of guilt. "I merely became dizzy and accidentally fell into the waterfall. I was angry at how you had been toying with me. But there was no need for you to endure such torment. I never intended to leap into the water to drown myself." Cang Mi closed his eyes, resting his head on her lap, and said, "I understand. That's why I desperately searched for you. I wanted to find you as soon as possible, fearing you would cry out of fear again. I had even resolved that if you were to perish, I would seek you out and die alongside you." Thanks to the bond of the beast mark, he was assured of her survival. Heaven knows how anxious he had been these past few days. He couldn't even dare to sleep soundly, fearing that he would awaken and find the connection to the beast mark severed. If the bond between him and the beast mark vanished, it would signify her death, for the beast mark would disappear with the demise of the female. Qian Yun felt a wave of emotion surge within her, and in the next moment, several crystalline stones were pressed into her palm. The stones, warmed by her touch, radiated a gentle heat, kindling both her hands and her heart. "Sleep now," she softly murmured, raising her hand to gently rest it upon his head. Sensing her breath, Cang Mi released the tension that had gripped him, surrendering himself to a deep and tranquil slumber. Qian Yun raised her gaze towards Hungsha, her expression remaining unchanged. As she regarded him with her customary somber eyes, gazing deeply, her attention was fixated on the bloodstain upon his chest, where faint scratches marred his skin, indisputable evidence of a claw mark from the formidable tiger. Cang Mi instinctively, she lifted her hand towards him. Without hesitation, Hungsha stepped closer, extending his hand to place the crystals he had gathered into her outstretched palm. Qian Yun was momentarily taken aback. Just as she was about to express that she had no intention of taking the crystal stones, she heard Hungsha's indifferent voice say, "The crystal stones are all yours." These simple and straightforward words conveyed his attitude towards her. "Thank you." She halted abruptly at the thought. Not that she wanted to say thank you, but rather, "How is your wound?" Hungsha casually shook his head and replied, "This minor injury is negligible to me. The male physique is robust, with an exceptional recovery ability. I shall be fine by tomorrow. The rabbit beast named Ceylon mentioned earlier that you haven't eaten much. Does the food from their tribe not taste good?" "Qian Yun, the food is delightful. I merely succumbed to fatigue and missed several meals. During that time, I did consume some sustenance, including the roasted meat that you had sent over with Jean Lai. I was not left hungry, although my appetite has not been particularly robust." The change in environment seems to have triggered a sense of discomfort. As she finished speaking, Cang Mi, who had been dozing on her lap, suddenly sat up, squinting at her with a piercing gaze. In a cold tone, he inquired, "Are you feeling unwell now? Do you wish to continue sleeping with that rabbit? Or would you prefer to stay with me?" "Sleeping with this snake is out of the question." Qian Yun replied with a hint of cleverness. "If I were to sleep with you, could you perhaps construct a wooden or bamboo hut for me? It need not be large, merely sufficient for habitation. In the event of departure, I would be able to effortlessly store it within my space." Upon hearing her words, the icy demeanor in Cang Mi's violet eyes softened considerably. This response pleased him greatly. "There is no urgency. I do not wish to sleep just yet, and my body feels fine. You may rest while I converse." She gently cradled his head, and he obediently continued to rest against her lap. "Hungsha, you should take a moment to rest as well," Qian Yun suggested to him. He nodded in acknowledgement, his form transforming into a white serpent, coiling protectively around her position. Qian Yun lowered her gaze towards Cang Mi, her eyes shimmering with emotion. Setting aside other matters, Cang Mi was her partner, and in the current circumstances, sharing this nest with him provided the utmost sense of security. After their unexpected separation, it seemed that the fierce tiger had tempered his temperament significantly. He likely felt frightened and harbored a sense of guilt for previously tormenting her. Qian Yun regarded this as an opportune moment to thoroughly train this formidable tiger. She fell silent, and Hungsha was not one to engage in idle chatter either, resting her head against her serpentine form. Should she choose to speak, Cang Mi would become alert, pricking up her ears to listen intently, particularly when conversing with Hungsha, as this great tiger seemed excessively wary of the possibility of losing her to the serpent. Qian Yun raised her gaze to observe Ceylon, who was busily tending to the injured orcs, and exhaled silently. The days ahead promised to be tumultuous. Cang Mi and Hungsha would undoubtedly engage in daily skirmishes. Should their altercations lead to an eventual camaraderie, That would be fortunate. However, she feared the possibility of their relationship deteriorating. Her understanding of both Cang Mi and Hungsha was superficial, leaving her entirely unprepared to ascertain their breaking points. They were capable of actions that defied her expectations. And this unpredictability instilled a sense of unease within her, rendering her incapable of foreseeing how these two males would coexist. One thing was certain, tranquility was not in her future. As Cang Mi and Hungsha slumbered, Qian Yun idly toyed with the crystals in her hands. Cang Mi had bestowed upon her 3, while Hungsha had gifted her 2, in addition to the 4 she had previously received alongside the snakeskin attire. Suddenly, she found herself in possession of 9 crystals. After Lan and the other shamans of the tribe had healed the injured orcs, he approached Qian Yun to keep her company. With so many crystals at your disposal, why do you not absorb their energy? He inquired, noticing her preoccupation with merely playing with them instead of harnessing their power. Qian Yun felt a tinge of embarrassment as she admitted, I am unsure how to absorb it. Previously, Hungsha assisted me. She could not bring herself to articulate the notion of mouth-to-mouth assistance. Lan pondered for a moment before tentatively inquiring, May I assist you? With a glimmer of hope, she handed him a crystal, awaiting any method he might employ for absorption. She found it difficult to fathom how such a rigid, stone-like object could be transformed into energy by Hungsha. In the next instant, she watched as Lan placed the crystal in his mouth, bent down, and kissed her, feeding her the energy that had melted in his mouth. Chapter 40. I could not restrain myself. The soft, comforting sensation caused Qian Yun's face to flush instantly in shock. How could this rabbit be so indulgent? Fortunately, Lan was more restrained than Hungsha. He simply fed her the energy and then rose. The crystal required energy to dissolve, and as a female without awakened powers, she could not absorb the crystal's energy on her own. Lan's cheeks tinged slightly with crimson as he shyly remarked. After speaking, he lingered for a moment, licking his lips, a gesture that made Qian Yun internally scream for help. How provocative. Her cheeks also flushed. This rabbit must take responsibility for her. When Cang Mi awakens, he will build a small house for me, and I will stay by his side, she softly stated. Lan merely pressed his lips together gently, his expression remaining warm and gentle. Very well, you may come to find me at any time. I will always be here. She nodded, with her acknowledgement. Lan's worries dissipated entirely. Your health fluctuates. I will continue to prepare green firefly grass soup for you. If you feel unwell, you must inform me. Understood. Cang Mi was sleeping on Qian Yun's lap, which made her hesitant to move, fearing she might awaken him. In the midst of a crowd, she also refrained from accessing her space to retrieve food. She felt a bit parched. Glancing at Lan, she hesitated, but he perceptively leaned in to catch her words. When I came out earlier, I ate the fish from the pot and was quite full, but now I simply wish for some water, she murmured. Lan smiled at the corners of his mouth. All right, I shall fetch you some fruit. Yes. He promptly returned to his rabbit burrow to collect the wild fruits he had foraged that morning. He also brought back a beast skin bag to store the clothes Hungsha had given to Qian Yun, as well as the crystals. Placing them beside the wooden stump where she sat, Qian Yun liberated her hands and picked up a wild fruit to eat. The fruit was somewhat crisp, and she took small bites. Inadvertently, a fragment fell onto Cang Mi's ear. Observing his tiger-like ear twitch slightly, she was startled and hastily picked up the morsel to discard it, then gently caressed his ear. Cang Mi did not open his eyes, seemingly undisturbed by the commotion. Qian Yun cautiously consumed 2 wild fruits, feeling a twinge of boredom that soon led her to drowsiness. She leaned down, resting her head against Cang Mi's, and gradually drifted into a slumber. Upon awakening, the first sight that greeted her was the striking profile of Lan, who was gazing down at something beside him, lost in thought. Qian Yun stirred slightly, and Lan immediately redirected her gaze towards her, a smile blossoming upon seeing her awake. Cang Mi is currently constructing a small house for you. I am here keeping watch. Are you feeling hungry? He inquired with genuine concern. Qian Yun did not respond. Instead, she quietly gazed upon his delicate and handsome features, devoid of the cold and harsh demeanor typical of other males. He exuded a gentle charm, and his youthful appearance was simply enchanting. Indeed, rabbits are irresistibly adorable. Who could possibly remain unaffected? Such an unabashed gaze rendered Lan momentarily paralyzed. His breathing grew slightly constricted, unable to withstand the intensity of her look. A betraying movement in his throat compelled him to swallow, and within his deep green eyes, emotions shimmered. Unable to restrain himself, he lowered his head and pressed his lips against hers. His actions, initially tentative, deepened as he realized her lack of resistance, drawing her closer. An atmosphere of ambiguity enveloped them, as their lips entwined in a tender dance of passion. Ceylon, inexperienced yet captivated, lost himself in her sweetness. His heart quivering and his entire being radiating a fervent desire. Qian Yun sensed his excitement and, panting, pushed him away, anxiously saying, "Ceylon, please calm down." Her rejection instantly brought Ceylon back to reality. He took a deep breath, lowering his head, his gaze dimming slightly. A fleeting sense of disappointment washed over him. Nevertheless, he managed to present her with a warm smile and asked, "Did I hurt you? I couldn't restrain myself just now." Qian Yun gently shook her head, feeling somewhat guilty as she searched the surroundings for Cang Mi's figure. She could not restrain herself. Upon catching sight of Cang Mi in the distance, constructing a dwelling by the flickering campfire, he merely cast her a glance, his expression utterly impassive, showing no reaction whatsoever. It seemed that Cang Mi's response was to the image of her and Ceylon together. Feeling a twinge of embarrassment, she pressed her forehead with her hand, constantly reminding herself to remain calm and to adapt to local customs. The great white serpent, Hungsha, glided leisurely past them, its dark eyes briefly flicking toward Qian Yun. Its demeanor as consistently composed as ever. "Qian Yun, excellent," he has indeed noticed. With the attention both of them bestow upon her, how could he possibly overlook it? "Xiao Qian, do not be shy. Your shyness will only make me feel bashful as well," Slan remarked with a glimmer in her eyes. Qian Yun was so amused that before she could utter a word, she overheard a disdainful voice from beside her. "What is there to be shy about? If you do not take the initiative, you will remain single for life." How utterly embarrassing. Yet, Ceylon, who was the subject of this mockery, exhibited no response to the comments. Qian Yun chuckled softly. The large rabbit, though shy, was quite proactive in his own way. However, when compared to the fervent pursuits of other males vying for the attention of females, his efforts appeared somewhat lacking. "Ceylon, thank you," Qian Yun said with a smile. Ceylon hurriedly shook her head, causing her large, floppy ears to sway. After a moment's hesitation, she raised her hand, intending to reach out, but her fingertips merely grazed the soft, furry ears without making contact. Sensing her intention, Ceylon lowered her head, bringing her ears closer. Qian Yun grasped the soft, fluffy rabbit ears, reveling in the delightful sensation they offered. With joy, she embarked on the delightful act of stroking them. In truth, a male can uncover much about a female during the courtship process. The extent of a male's patience and tenderness towards a female is evident in the manner of their bonding. Each of them displayed ample patience towards her, allowing her sufficient time to acclimate. When Cang Mi initially brought her back to his hollow, he did not rush into forming a bond with her, instead affording her the necessary time to adjust. However, as her adaptation to the environment proved challenging, they ultimately decided to bond to safeguard her body with the protective energy of the beast mark. Hungsha was particularly cautious. At the slightest hint of her hesitation, he would refrain from drawing closer. Qian Yun took a deep breath. At this juncture, she realized that she did not reject the customs of the orc world, which allowed for multiple partners. What she truly abhorred was the notion of forming a bond with a male she found unappealing. Bonding was not merely a casual agreement. It entailed a physical connection, something she could not fathom with a male she did not like. In this beastly realm, the survival rule dictated that females could have numerous partners. If she could not escape, then she would fully immerse herself. Chapter 41. Such a delicate saintess is unmatched. Several bonfires blazed in the clearing of the tribe, illuminating the area with a warm glow. Over the flames, an array of meats sizzled, accompanied by a plethora of wild fruits and vegetables. The orcs indulged in merriment, feasting, and celebrating. As long as Qian Yun's identity as a saintess remained concealed, to the tribe's orcs, she was merely a female brought back from the wilderness by Ceylon, a companion, and an integral part of their community, allowing her to seamlessly blend in. Cang Mi was still constructing a dwelling, employing bamboo, and the structure had taken shape, appearing to be 2 stories tall when viewed through the open windows. Cang Mi possessed wind-based abilities, making the task of cutting bamboo effortless. Hungsha was not idle either. He made several trips back and forth, using his serpentine form to coil around numerous bamboo stalks. The two shared an inexplicable synergy, one responsible for harvesting bamboo, while the other focused on the assembly. Each time Hungsha returned with bamboo, Cang Mi would grunt in frustration, internally seething as he split the bamboo to craft a home for Qian Yun. Qian Yun observed the tense interaction between the two from a distance, noticing the unfriendly gaze that Cang Mi directed towards Hungsha, fearing that another conflict might erupt. As her concern lingered on that side, Jinlai approached, holding a piece of roasted meat. The meat was skewered on a twig, which the rabbit firmly grasped, presenting it to her with a steady demeanor. Qian Yun extended her hand, ready to receive it, but Ceylon was a step quicker and took it. The item was still quite hot upon being handed over. "Allow me," he said, picking up a nearby leaf and carefully dividing the roasted meat into smaller pieces, placing them on the leaf to cool to a palatable temperature. Jinlai, leaning in closer to Qian Yun, whispered, "Cang Mi and that Hungsha are engaged in a fierce battle, having even damaged the small waterfall. Their strength is indeed formidable." Despite the complaints, there was an undeniable respect for their prowess. Qian Yun inquired, "Did they then proceed to confront the ferocious beasts?" Jinlai nodded in affirmation. Cang Mi halted the battle, stating that they would resume later. He intended to gather crystal stones for you. Hungsha did not pursue him, and instead joined in the hunt for the ferocious beasts to collect crystals. I was utterly terrified, encircled by a horde of ferocious beasts. It was Cang Mi who urged me to follow him, as he carved a path through the chaos, allowing me to escape swiftly. The great tiger was indeed fearsome, yet surprisingly benevolent, scolding me while simultaneously offering protection. Among the males, he was quite adept at scolding too. Qian Yun smiled lightly, amused by the fact that the mighty tiger was not only adept at cursing but also formidable in combat. She remarked, "Cang Mi may have a bit of a temper, but he is fundamentally good-hearted. When he stepped on your foot, did it hurt?" "It didn't hurt. It merely startled me when he appeared so suddenly. Later, he protected me from the encirclement of ferocious beasts, so I forgive him for stepping on my foot," Jinlai replied nonchalantly. "A mere step is inconsequential. It is enough to be alive. The young cubs are quite easy to care for," she added. As the roasted meat warmed, Ceylon offered a piece to Qian Yun, saying, "This is the flesh of a ferocious beast. Do give it a try." Jinlai looked on with curiosity, hoping she would taste the meat of the beast. The entire Green Forest tribe knew that she was a finicky eater, only relishing the meat of the small young wolves, a rarity on the eastern continent. Qian Yun took a sample of the meat, which, once roasted, revealed a deep crimson hue, devoid of any overpowering gamey odor. The texture was exquisite, offering a delightful chewiness that required little effort, and it emitted a tantalizing aroma. She could discern subtle hints of seasoned herbs, though the flavor was faint, insufficient to overshadow the meat's inherent succulence. "Delicious. I can't taste any gamey flavor," Qian Yun remarked in surprise, subsequently reaching for another piece. Seeing her able to enjoy the meat brought immense relief to Ceylon. Jinlai dashed away, joyfully exclaiming to everyone, "Little Qian can eat the flesh of fierce beasts." He then began to ramble. Whether it's a ferocious beast or a little wolf, such encounters are rare. Being picky about meat is quite a luxury. In the next moment, Cang Mi appeared before him, blocking his path, and with a swift motion, pinned him to the ground with a paw. "Being picky is not your concern. Try giving me more of this nonsense," came the authoritative response, laden with the displeasure of a formidable tiger. Jinlai, frightened into silence, stammered, "I merely mentioned she could eat the meat of fierce beasts. I have no intentions beyond that. Why are you so fierce, bullying a little cub?" "Yang Mi," Qian Yun called out helplessly. Upon hearing her voice, Cang Mi promptly lifted his paw. Jinlai scrambled to his father's side, looking utterly dejected. His father, in a disdainful manner, slapped him, leaving him bewildered. "If little Qian can eat fierce beast meat, then send more her way. What's all this fuss about? She's already delicate, and you're making such a racket." With tears in his eyes, Jinlai realized his mistake. He had spoken too loudly. Whoa. This commotion left the tribe's beast men hesitant to discuss Qian Yun. Some conversations bore no malice, with a new female in the tribe. All the beast men were naturally curious about her preferences. If she were picky, the leaders would take note and endeavor to provide her with suitable sustenance. Since Cang Mi disapproved of discussions regarding Qian Yun, the tribe fell silent on the matter. Beside Qian Yun are Cang Mi, Hungsha, and Ceylon, 3 individuals attending to her needs, ensuring that even the pickiest eater is well cared for. Ceylon cradles Qian Yun while savoring the flesh of fierce beasts as Cang Mi approaches with 2 roasted bean balls. After finishing the meat, Qian Yun relishes the bean balls, and just as she completes her meal, Hungsha arrives bearing berries. She continues to indulge herself. Once satiated, drowsiness overtakes her. Cang Mi, having nearly finished his work at the house, comes to find Qian Yun, and upon seeing her sleepy visage, his expression softens considerably. "Little Qian is asleep," Hungsha remarks softly, interrupting Cang Mi's words. Cang Mi is aware that the orcs of the Green Forest tribe affectionately refer to Qian Yun as Little Qian, a name he has grown accustomed to using. This is also the reason she had once covered his mouth to silence him when he uttered her name near the small waterfall. Upon the mention of the name Qian Yun, the orcs of the Green Forest tribe immediately recognized that a sacred female known as Qian Yun existed in the central continent. Upon comparing the characteristics of the sacred female with those of Qian Yun, it became evident that they were strikingly identical. After all, one could scarcely find another sacred female as delicate as she. Cang Mi let out a cold snort as she took Qian Yun from Siren's embrace. Qian Yun gazed at him in a daze and said, "Cang Mi, please refrain from fighting with Hungsha." "Blast it," Cang Mi muttered irritably under his breath, cradling her in his arms and carrying her to the bamboo hut for slumber. A soft bed of grass was already prepared, awaiting her arrival. Hungsha picked up the snakeskin clothing and crystal left beside the wooden post, leisurely trailing behind. After placing the items at the entrance, he stood guard outside the bamboo hut. Ceylon felt a tinge of regret that Qian Yun could not rest within his cave. So he returned to fetch the clothes and shoes he had made, delivering them to the bamboo hut. As night deepened, the number of orcs frolicking in the clearing gradually dwindled. Aside from the vigilant guards, everyone else retreated to their own caves to rest. Qian Yun absorbed the energy of a crystal stone and, having satisfied her hunger and thirst, fell into a comfortable slumber. In the dead of night, Cang Mi, the great tiger, restlessly nuzzled and licked her, making it impossible for her to sleep peacefully. Transformed into his beastly form, Cang Mi lay beside her, gently licking the faint bite mark on her shoulder that he had left behind. It was a result of his anger, a bite that had not been heavy, yet it had left a mark on her delicate skin. He felt both heartache and guilt, uncertain whether it would leave a scar. He leaned closer, attempting to erase the blemish with his tongue until it vanished completely. Qian Yun was successfully awakened by his gentle caress. She lifted her hand to push away the tiger's head, sleepily inquiring, "Cang Mi, you've disturbed my slumber." In an instant, Cang Mi transformed into human form. Embracing her and capturing her ruby lips with a fervent kiss, his warm breath entwining with hers, rendering her utterly defenseless. Chapter 42. You too are mad. Her body surrendered to the tempest of passion, filling the bamboo cottage with her soft, melodic sounds of restraint. The soundproofing of the bamboo structure could only be so effective. Qian Yun's dwindling rationality urged her to keep her voice in check. Fortunately, the quaint cottage was nestled at the foot of the mountain, in a clearing where the orcs of the Green Forest tribe often gathered. Present were only the three of them, her, Cang Mi, and the large white serpent coiled outside, keenly attuned to their every movement. The orcs possessed keen hearing, and whether the rabbit beasts residing in the mountainous burrows had detected them was uncertain. However, the sentinels guarding the tribe from afar surely had. Hungsha's gaze was vigilant and penetrating, ensuring that no disturbances from the outside would startle Qian Yun. Her voice was a captivating melody. Qian Yun was utterly exhausted, as if this formidable tiger were intent on devouring her. After their passionate struggle concluded, she found herself languidly enveloped in his embrace. The remnants of desire had not yet faded entirely, and Cang Mi felt an urge stirring within him once more. However, considering Qian Yun's weakened state, he resolutely suppressed his instincts. "Let us discuss the matter of the feral beast," he said coldly, his gaze fixed on the void. Even from within the bamboo cottage, he could sense the presence of the serpent beast outside, which filled him with a profound sense of unease. Qian Yun furrowed her brows and declared, "I do not wish to discuss this. I want him." Her tone was resolute and forthright, causing Cang Mi's expression to darken immediately, with anger surging to her head. She nestled softly in his embrace, seeking a comfortable position to lean against him. Her coy gesture struck at the very core of the fierce tiger's heart, leaving him in a tumultuous state of unresolved fury. Qian Yun observed that he did not erupt in a fit of rage. Thus, she gently recounted her experiences with Hungsha. After her fall into the water, she was swept away by the current to a concealed cave where she encountered Hungsha. Despite her repeated attempts to flee, he never expressed anger towards her, consistently exhibiting the utmost patience and attentiveness. She also elaborated on her encounters with Norma and her companions in detail to Cang Mi. Upon hearing that Hungsha had exchanged 3 crystals for food for her with Norma and other stray beasts, Cang Mi could not help but twitch his lips. What a splendid maneuver. Yet, he remarked, stray beasts are, after all, stray beasts. Such heartless and frenzied actions can only be executed by them. Qian Yun lowered her gaze and said, "I have not interacted with any stray beasts, so I am unaware of their nature. If strays are akin to Hungsha, I harbor no aversion. My retreat was merely born from the fear of potential harm, as I lack a sense of security." However, he has not inflicted any harm upon me. You have fought with Hungsha, and I know his strength is formidable. I do not concern myself with who among you is superior. I recognize the prowess of both, and that suffices. It was you who suggested I seek a powerful fighter. And Hungsha is indeed impressive, possessing excellent swimming skills, and the round head of the great white snake is rather endearing. Cang Mi gritted his teeth and growled. When I instructed you to find a strong male fighter, I meant within those tribes, not among the stray beasts outside. She pouted in displeasure, her eyes welling with tears. She felt quite helpless. If Cang Mi maintained his obstinate stance against Hungsha and even resorted to driving him away, Hungsha's temper, no matter how patient, would eventually fray. She did not wish for their relationship to reach a point of mortal conflict. Cang Mi, observing the tears brimming in her eyes, felt his anger surge, transforming into his beast form as he dashed out to confront Hungsha. With a fierce roar, he charged forth, and swiftly, Qian, the large rabbit, descended from the mountain. Upon reaching the bamboo hut, the tiger and the snake unhesitatingly ventured beyond the confines of the tribe. Qian Yun hurriedly wrapped herself in animal hides and approached the door, watching their figures vanish into the night. Angrily, she exclaimed, "Are you two out of your minds? Qian, what is wrong with them?" Qian did not enter the hut, but instead lay at the entrance in his beast form, gently wrapping his paws around her in a comforting embrace. "It's all right. Cang Mi still possesses reason. I will remain here to guard you," he said with a resigned smile. "If I had lost my senses in anger, the conflict would have already erupted within the tribe. They are merely waiting for me to come down before engaging in a fight." Hungsha is surprisingly cooperative. It seems this confrontation will not settle until several rounds have passed. Qian Yun leaned on his claws, her face awash with tears. "How can Cang Mi ever accept Hungsha?" Qian replied, "If Hungsha defeats him, then it will be possible." She was utterly unaware of which of the two was more formidable. Both were proud and unyielding. If a true victor were to emerge, what kind of battle would it entail? Qian gently lowered her head to rest against her, the lingering scent of their union still enveloping her. This aroma stirred a tumult of emotions within him. With tearful eyes, Qian Yun waited patiently for the dawn to break upon the horizon. She was uncertain where they had ventured to engage in their quarrel, as there was not a whisper of sound. When the day fully illuminated the sky and the two had yet to return, Qian transformed into his human form and carried Qian Yun to his cave. He brought her to the stone chamber adjacent to the small bedroom. Qian Yun then discovered a stone basin filled with warm water. Suddenly, she realized that there was no source of fire beneath the basin. How could the water maintain its warmth? She recalled having sensed a hint of heat earlier. But due to the dim light, she had not ventured closer to investigate. It turned out to be a basin of warm water. Qian explained, "In our green forest tribe, males receive a flame stone distributed by the chief upon reaching adulthood. This stone is collected from the warm depths of the ocean and is capable of emitting heat. We place the flame stone in a suitably sized stone basin with clean water to warm it for our partners to bathe, and during colder seasons or chilly nights, it serves to provide warmth. After bringing you back, I prepared clean water and placed the flame stone within." He paused, awaiting her reaction. Whether she was willing to bathe was one matter. He had already made all the necessary preparations for her as his partner. Qian Yun reached out to test the water's temperature. It was neither too cold nor too hot, but perfectly suitable. She withdrew her hand and tentatively inquired, "If one day I choose to leave this tribe, would you follow me? I am yours to command. Wherever you go, I shall follow," Siren replied without hesitation. "You were not born a female of the Green Forest tribe, and thus the tribe imposes no stringent expectations upon you. You are free to depart for other tribes or distant lands as you wish, for males accompany their partners. However, if we have not formed a bond when you choose to leave, the chief will not permit me to follow. Once bonded, I am your partner, and he cannot restrict my freedom." Upon hearing this, Qian Yun felt a sense of relief. She sighed softly. "If Cang Mi and Hungsha continue to fight, we shall simply run away and ignore them." Siren chuckled lightly in agreement. "Do not worry about them. In their brawl, they might inadvertently attract nearby fierce beasts, and together they may end up battling those creatures. Why don't you soak for a while? It will bring you much comfort," he suggested, gently touching the fur that wrapped around her. Sensing no resistance from her, he untied the fur and delicately placed her into the water basin. The basin was polished smoothly, allowing Qian Yun to sit comfortably with just her head above the surface. As her body relaxed in the soothing warmth of the water, her emotions began to settle. Indeed, if Cang Mi and Hungsha fought daily, she would elope with the big rabbit. Chapter 43. He is only obedient in your presence, Siren. They truly won't kill each other, will they? Qian Yun could not help but seek reassurance. Siren gently patted her head and replied with unwavering certainty. Since they ceased their fighting to confront the fierce beasts, it is clear that Cang Mi does not harbor intense malice towards Hungsha. At least, it is not to the extent of wishing to kill him. Hungsha is also quite composed. When some roaming beasts become aggressive and attempt to share their den, the resident males will fight fiercely. Roaming beasts have committed numerous misdeeds. Good ones are exceedingly rare. Serpent beasts tend to operate alone, and their living conditions are vastly different from those of the tribe. I can assert with confidence that Hungsha is far more ferocious than those serpents living within the tribe. He is merely obedient in your presence. Qian Yun found herself at a loss for words. Initially, she fled from his side out of fear, yet he, fully aware of her escape, silently watched over her from the shadows, causing the defenses within her heart to crumble long ago. She was willing to place her trust in him. The current dilemma lay in Cang Mi's refusal to accept Hungsha as a wandering beast. She leaned against the stone basin, resting her chin upon her arm, murmuring. However, from Cang Mi's perspective, his apprehension and anxiety are quite understandable. Ceylon nodded in agreement. Indeed, there have been instances in the past when a female bonded with a wandering beast within the tribe, fleeing due to fierce conflicts among the males at home. Since then, even when encountering less malevolent wandering beasts, the males of the tribe have been averse to their partners forming bonds with such creatures. If all the males reside within the tribe, no matter how much they quarrel or fight, they would never take a female into the wild. At most, they would move her from one tribe to another. Wandering beasts thrive in the wilderness, a realm rife with unknown dangers. It is not uncommon for a female to perish in the wild or fall into the clutches of other wandering beasts. Qian Yun let out a weary sigh. She had expressed all that she could to Cang Mi and firmly stated her position. Now, the remaining task lay in the gradual adjustment between the two of them. If she were to adopt an excessively forceful tone and compelled Cang Mi to accept Hungsha, it would undoubtedly wound his heart. The swiftest method for males to reconcile their differences is through conflict. Should their altercation escalate beyond control, both might be lost. Yet there are plenty of males to choose from, and the next one may be more compliant. Ceylon gently and softly reminded her. Qian Yun furrowed her brow slightly. Such words had been uttered by Siren during their skirmish by the small waterfall. She inquired softly, "Do the females of your Green Forest tribe behave similarly in such situations?" Siren replied, "It is quite natural for males to engage in combat. Unless the conflict is excessively brutal, females do not intervene much, especially when it is merely a matter of vying for the affection of their partners. In fact, when it comes to deciding who to share a bed with at night, females may even encourage their partners to fight, with the victor earning the right to sleep beside them." Qian Yun, this is utterly beyond reason. In comparison, her worry and anxiety upon witnessing Cang Mi and Hungsha fighting, along with her tearful demeanor, seem rather abnormal. Perhaps it is due to her timid nature. The orcs might perceive this irregularity merely as her being fearful, attributing it to her lack of courage. Qian Yun pouted and remarked, "Let them fight if they wish. My only concern is that they might resort to lethal force. Otherwise, it's merely a scuffle for them. The outcome of such minor altercations is typically just a few lost feathers or scales. After all is said and done, they will return to her side obediently." Ceylon reached out to clasp her hand, speaking softly and gently, "I do not engage in fights. As a shaman, they would not dare to provoke me. Whenever those two are at odds, seek me out to play. I shall keep you company." Qian Yun, the great rabbit is not as simple as it appears. The calculations it makes are quite melodious. When the two of them are embroiled in conflict, he can claim her entirely for himself. Who would not cherish such a splendid opportunity? She gently grasped his hand, and in the dimly lit stone chamber, his breath seemed to draw near her in an almost ethereal manner. Qian Yun felt that if she were unable to maintain her composure, they could easily become a couple in mere moments. Sealand's visage flickered in and out of focus, and the atmosphere between them was laced with an ambiguous intimacy. "Ceylon, I am feeling rather hungry," she suddenly interjected, somewhat dampening the mood. Ceylon smiled indulgently. "Very well, I shall prepare something for you. Please relax for a while. If you feel dizzy or unwell, do not hesitate to call for me." Ceylon released her hand and went to the stone chamber outside to prepare. He soon returned, placing clothes and animal skins beside her before stepping out again to prepare a meal for her. Qian Yun turned her gaze towards the silvery attire, the snakeskin garment she had donned at the outset. An internal struggle ensued within her. Should she indeed wear the snakeskin attire? The formidable tiger would undoubtedly erupt upon seeing her clad in such a beastly fabric. The repercussions would either be a furious reprimand or the forcible removal of her clothing. only to be replaced by another hide. The risk was considerable. She lingered in contemplation for as long as she had soaked. Ultimately, she rose, dried herself, and adorned the beast skin attire. Stepping into the stone chamber outside, she found Ceylon had prepared a pot of wild vegetables, adding the remnants of her previously uneaten roasted meat, now diced into morsels. It was the meat of a young wolf cub, the piece that Hungsha had sent over through Jean Lai, of which she had only sampled a few bites. The tantalizing aroma made Qian Yun's mouth water as she perched expectantly upon a wooden stump. Ceylon ladled a bowl and handed it to her. Qian Yun lowered her gaze to the beast mark adorning her abdomen, which exhibited no signs of anomaly. If a male were to perish, the corresponding beast mark on a female would gradually fade and ultimately vanish. I found that after taking a bath, my anxieties dissipated. Much of her unease stemmed from her lack of understanding of the world's rules and her fear of the brutal scenes she had witnessed. Sitting beside her, Ceylon began to brew a pot of green firefly grass soup, stating, "Although Cang Mi does not reject me, he acknowledges my role as your companion, provided you are willing. Yet, you are too delicate. Should those two engage in a fierce battle, leaving me to tend to you alone, they would undoubtedly be concerned. They would be even less inclined to allow you to be entangled with other beastmen should anything happen to them. Trust me, their skirmishes are merely for show. Simply tend to Cang Mi more often. At the same time, maintain a degree of vigilance towards Hungsha. His mind is too intricate. While his affection for you will not bring you harm, one cannot guarantee that he will not attempt to usurp you from your partner and claim you for himself. The nomadic beast men often act with extremity." Qian Yun nodded in agreement, using a spoon to scoop a piece of meat to eat. The wolf meat from Shaoyang was first roasted and then boiled, resulting in a texture that was exceedingly tender. Suddenly, Ceylon had a thought and leaned closer to her, whispering, "It seems you are not very familiar with these matters. There is another situation I need to inform you about." Qian Yun leaned in attentively to listen. Ceylon remarked, "If Cang Mi ultimately accepts Hungsha as your partner, he will undoubtedly urge you to select additional companions, ensuring there are more partners to watch over Hungsha. The rainy season is approaching, followed by winter. As the weather grows colder, Hungsha will need to seek a warm place to rest. His innate ability is of the fire element, so he should not require hibernation like other serpentine beasts, though his mobility will certainly be diminished. The females will also seek out several partners before winter to care for themselves. This is both reasonable and logical without any issues. However, at this moment, Qian Yun was not preoccupied with whether Cang Mi would encourage her to engage with other males. Instead, she was concerned about the possibility that if Hungsha's mobility waned, Cang Mi might end up in a confrontation with him, leading to dire consequences. Chapter 44. I shall take care of you from now on. Ceylon was momentarily taken aback, surprised that her focus was on this matter, before he let out a soft chuckle. Cang Mi had a temper. Yet his character was quite noble, so he likely would not resort to violence when Hungsha was unable to move. Qian Yun felt a sudden pang of discomfort, sensing that you understood Cang Mi better than she did. Her knowledge was limited to the circumstances she observed after he arrived. He was your partner, and your understanding of him diverged from hers. Ceylon gently lowered her gaze and remarked, "Males are always unreserved with the females they favor. It merely depends on whether the female is willing to understand." Qian Yun fell silent for a few moments before saying, "I too wish to understand you. Curious as to why you have yet to seek a partner. As a shaman, it should be easier for you to find companionship." The topic shifted abruptly, causing Ceylon's heart to flutter nervously. This was a subtle inquiry into whether he had pursued other females in the past. Some females might disdain their suitors for having shown interest in others. The pursuit of females by males does not guarantee success. I have not sought other females. There were those who desired me as their partner, yet they failed to ignite any spark within me. Thus, I refrained from accepting their advances and patiently awaited your arrival. I once ventured to the central continent, beseeching the goddess for a gentle and affectionate companion. Ceylon spoke while gazing deeply into Qian Yun's eyes. And then you appeared. Qian Yun felt a rush of warmth and confusion. Yet again, she found herself entangled with a child bewitched by the lady of the divine femininity. Hungsha had previously mentioned how she was swept into the water cave and encountered him, attributing it to the blessings of the divine femininity. Despite not regularly paying homage, she firmly believed in this matter. In human terms, this could be described as fate. Just ensure you do not harbor regrets, Qian Yun softly remarked. Ceylon, with a smile illuminating her features, resolutely replied, "No regrets." Blushing, Qian Yun fell silent, lowering her gaze to consume her food. Regardless, the label of fragility was inescapable for her. Ceylon, aware of her delicate nature, still chose to draw near, and this great rabbit would never escape in this lifetime. Once her hunger was satiated, Ceylon coaxed her into sipping a bit of green firefly herb soup. After finishing, she extended her hand towards him, and without hesitation, he clasped it. Could you check again and see if the energy still vanishes? Upon hearing this, Ceylon held her hand and unleashed his unique abilities. This time, the energy successfully meandered through her body without disappearing. In astonishment, he exclaimed, "My energy has not dissipated." Simultaneously, he discerned that she possessed an extraordinarily potent reproductive vitality, which momentarily left him breathless. Her reproductive capacity was far beyond what was merely perceived on the surface. The untrained orc could only sense her frail constitution, believing her reproductive power to be limited. However, the shamans could perceive more acutely. From the outset, they recognized that her reproductive strength was not weak. To his surprise, a deeper examination revealed that her reproductive capacity surpassed that of all the females he had encountered. Your reproductive vitality is remarkably strong. I understand that the Lady of Femininity selects females with robust reproductive capabilities to become sacred females, yet your physique appears somewhat frail. This may impact your ability to bear offspring, and I find myself perplexed by the Lady of Femininity's intentions, Ceylon confessed, his confusion evident. Qian Yun spoke with a calm demeanor. Previously, during the ritual honoring the great goddess, 2 sacred females emerged. I am the second, an unprecedented occurrence. One might attribute this to my robust reproductive capacity, yet my frail constitution prompted the great goddess to bestow upon me the title of sacred female, ensuring that you may better care for me. Ceylon pondered deeply. Indeed, such reasoning held validity. Last night, you fed me a crystal. Do I still possess any residual energy from it? Qian Yun inquired. Ceylon concentrated momentarily before shaking her head. There remains a slight trace of energy. But once other females absorb the crystal's energy, it tends to linger within their bodies, requiring time for gradual assimilation. Qian Yun mused. Could it be that the energy of the crystal has prevented the absorption of your energy this time? I shall seek out other shamans to examine my body. Perhaps the wood-based abilities are also a factor. Ceylon inquired tentatively. If even a holy maiden can awaken a unique ability, does yours have an affinity for absorbing the energies of the wood element? Is it related to plants? Qian Yun gently tugged at his rabbit ears and whispered softly in his ear, "It is a realm where the earth can spontaneously nurture plants, though the growth of these plants necessitates the absorption of energy. Currently, there is no occurrence of it drawing from my own energy. Rather, it absorbs the surplus energy within my body. I cannot absorb the energy from the crystals all at once, and thus the realm will take in the excess energy, transforming it into sustenance for the plant's growth." Ceylon's eyes widened in astonishment, his expression a canvas of shock, which soon morphed into pure joy and excitement. How wonderful! You can subsist on plants, which means even in times of food scarcity, you shall not go hungry, he exclaimed with delight. Qian Yun chuckled and said, "You too are a vegetarian. You won't go hungry. From now on, I shall take care of you." "All right, no turning back," she added. Ceylon's cheeks flushed, and she replied in a soft, melodious voice. Qian Yun has already provided him with ample responses. She does not reject him, but rather expresses a willingness to draw closer to him, and they will soon become partners. He feels an indescribable joy in his heart. Suddenly, a thought strikes him, and he solemnly remarks, "Little Qian, your fertility is quite robust. I mean, it would be quite easy for you to conceive." Upon hearing this, Qian Yun's demeanor shifts, and her joy dissipates. As a shaman, do you possess any methods of contraception that would not harm the body? The large rabbit falls silent, enveloped in a melancholic aura. He gently replies, "No female would willingly refuse pregnancy. They all harbor hopes of bearing several offspring, particularly female ones. No herb possesses such an effect. Little Qian, do not dwell on this matter, and refrain from consuming any random herbs. I understand your fear of childbirth. The process can indeed inflict damage upon a female's body, and there have been cases of females encountering complications during reproduction. I do not intend to compel you to bear offspring. It is merely that your body is predisposed to conceive easily. From the perspective of a shaman, I advise you that if you do choose to have offspring, I would prefer you to lay snake eggs or those of flying beasts, as their eggs are quite small, and the males will incubate them independently, with some females remaining entirely oblivious to the process. I will also speak with Cang Mi, advising him to exercise caution, as males may find it difficult to restrain themselves during mating." Qian Yun wore an expressionless face. Truly, it is a misfortune. Surviving in this world presents significant challenges. Even finding a partner has become a formidable task, and procreation is an even greater dilemma. She understood that Lan's reminders stemmed from good intentions. Nevertheless, the thought of whether she could lay eggs was daunting. And she had no concept of the size of snake or bird eggs. The well-meaning suggestion from the large rabbit to allow her to experience the process of reproduction was unsettling. Lan, please stop. The idea terrifies me. And I find the very act of living to be exhausting. Qian Yun wished to change the subject. Upon hearing her words, Lan promptly ceased the discussion. Let us not dwell on that. Instead, let us descend and see if they have returned. He transformed into his beast form, carrying her down the mountain. Upon their arrival below, her grand white tiger and magnificent white serpent had just returned, maintaining a disdainful distance from one another, proceeding in a front and back manner. Qian Yun let out a sigh of relief upon seeing their return, only to notice the tiger's fur was in disarray and the white snake had lost its scales, evidently suffering more severe injuries than the day before. Nevertheless, their demeanor reflected an air of composure, suggesting no cause for concern. Cang Mi, with his tousled tiger fur, approached her without uttering a word, his gaze haughtily fixed upon her, taking in the exquisite beast skin attire she wore. Damn it! How could she look so stunning in that? Chapter 45. This is perfectly grasped. Qian Yun swiftly ascended from Siren's rabbit back to that of the tiger. She gazed down at the injuries adorning his form, which appeared to be mere abrasions. Cang Mi opened his mouth, releasing the crystal he had been holding, and frowned as he spoke. I am unclean. Wash yourself first before you embrace me. I bear no disdain. Qian Yun remained seated upon his back, unmoving. This sentiment brought a sense of comfort to Cang Mi, prompting his tiger tail to flick with uncontainable delight. As she chose not to dismount, Cang Mi had no intention of casting her off. The great tiger stood resolutely in place, allowing her to remain on his back until she had tired of her antics. Hungsha approached leisurely, and Cang Mi regarded him with a cold expression imbued with a hint of battle intent. Hungsha, undeterred, lifted his serpent tail and presented a crystal that was coiled within it to Qian Yun. Qian Yun stretched out her hand to take it. Her curiosity piqued as she inquired, "What about the little flame?" At that moment, the tiny flame at the tip had vanished. As her words faded, the diminutive, crimson flame reappeared, prompting her to chuckle with delight. "Did you extinguish the little flame when you entered the water?" She voiced a long-held question that had lingered in her mind. Hungsha yawned lightly and replied nonchalantly, "This is a flame released by supernatural abilities. Ordinary river water cannot extinguish it. When submerged, the flame forms a barrier that repels the force of the water." Qian Yun suddenly realized something and asked, "Back in your snake den, those bonfires burned silently. Were they fueled by your extraordinary flame?" Hungsha nodded in acknowledgement. Unlike other males who required flint to ignite fire, he possessed the innate ability to conjure flames. The fire generated by his powers was sustained by energy rather than the combustion of wood. This explained why the flames blazed so fervently yet produced no sound. As Qian Yun and Hungsha conversed, the expression on the great tiger's face darkened ominously. He turned to glare at Qian Yun, coldly demanding, "Is it that I cannot find crystals, or is his crystal simply superior to mine? Must you insist on accepting the crystal he offers you?" Hungsha's gaze flickered as he quietly observed her, awaiting her response. Qian Yun pouted in a huff, her tone resolute as she declared, "I desire only his crystals. I have no interest in the crystals offered by other males." "And what about me?" he exclaimed, frustration boiling over as he slammed a paw onto the ground, striking the very crystals he had painstakingly gathered for so long. "Qian Yun, you are my companion, not merely another male." The moment these words escaped her lips, they swiftly quelled the raging flames of fury within the great tiger, who, with a stony expression, fixed his gaze upon the air in silence. "It is not solely the crystals, regardless of what it may be it sustenance, resources, or amusements. What I desire are the offerings from the three of you. I have no need for the unwelcome gifts from those males I do not favor." This declaration brought solace to Siren, who was unable to hunt the ferocious beasts and gather crystals. His previously melancholic disposition instantly blossomed with joy. "Accompany me to the riverside for a wash." Upon finishing her words, Cang Mi seized a crystal from the ground and, with Qian Yun in tow, dashed away. Siren cast a glance at Hungsha, whose body bore minor scratches, and promptly followed after Qian Yun. Hungsha, languid and unhurried, let out a yawn and trailed behind at a distance. Upon reaching a nearby small pond, Qian Yun dismounted from the tiger's back, and Cang Mi transformed into human form, crouching by the shore to cleanse the crystals she had collected before presenting them to her. Qian Yun smiled as she accepted the words, then leaned close to his ear and whispered, My planting space is quite unique. It cannot accommodate external plants. The plants we previously collected, such as the salty leaf trees, have been consumed by the land and transformed into energy to nurture new life. I absorb energy from crystal stones, and after my body takes in a portion, the space will absorb any excess energy within me. Cang Mi expressed surprise for a moment before asking in a serious tone, "Could it possibly absorb energy from your body? Is your dizziness and discomfort related to the space?" "It is not related. My dizziness stems merely from acclimatization issues. The space does not consume my inherent energy, only the surplus within my body. If I cannot absorb the energy from the crystal stones within a short period, the space will take it instead." Upon hearing this, he felt reassured. "Understood. Once you have more companions by your side, I shall venture into the beast forest to hunt ferocious beasts," Cang Mi declared without hesitation. Qian Yun shook her head and said, "The beastly forest is fraught with peril. I do not wish for you to venture into such a treacherous place." A gentle stirring touched Cang Mi's heart. For her concern stirred something within him. She had begun to care for him. Qian Yun remarked, "After you finish your bath, let us venture nearby to gather some plants. Once the space absorbs sufficient energy, it shall cease to draw in any additional energy. I am curious to discover how long the space can sustain itself without siphoning off excess energy from me after it has absorbed the energy from those external plants. Previously, when Ceylon examined my body, his energy was absorbed by the space, hindering his ability to assess my condition. Last night, I absorbed a crystal, and today, when he examined me, my energy was not devoured." Upon hearing this, Cang Mi turned to glance at Ceylon approaching from behind, and in the next moment, he dove headfirst into the water for a bath. He moved swiftly through the water, emerging without a trace of blood upon him. Qian Yun gazed at Cang Mi, who stood by the shore, tending to his hair. His injuries appeared more severe than the previous day, though she observed that some of the wounds inflicted yesterday had healed significantly. Major injuries had transformed into minor ones, and the minor ones had completely mended. Today, however, he bore new bruises, which, albeit superficial, were more numerous and somewhat alarming to behold. Cang Mi noticed her concerned and pained gaze upon his wounds, without hesitation. He shifted into his beast form, shook off the water from his fur, and approached her, half drenched in his tiger coat, before lowering himself to the ground. "Let us wander nearby, allowing the black earth to absorb some energy. Ceylon is already aware of your identity, so there is no need for caution in his presence. I shall remain vigilant regarding the activities of the nearby beasts." Qian Yun responded affirmatively and settled comfortably upon his tiger's back, while Cang Mi led her in a casual direction. His pace was unhurried, embodying the essence of a leisurely stroll through the forest. Qian Yun gazed at the large rabbit, Slan, as it bounded toward her, squinting her eyes with a smile. She returned the gesture with a gentle smile before glancing back. Upon noticing Hungsha leisurely trailing behind, she raised her hand and waved. In an instant, a white shadow darted forth, and Hungsha accelerated to her side. His sudden approach startled Cang Mi, who instinctively struck out as if to defend against a potential threat. Hungsha's massive serpentine form twisted gracefully to evade the blow. Cang Mi refrained from striking. "I summoned Hungsha to join us, for he was lagging behind," Qian Yun admonished with urgency. Cang Mi let out a cold snort and continued onward. Hungsha's demeanor shifted, shedding his previous languidness. As she instructed him to stay close, he complied diligently. "There are some female companions. Losing a few is inconsequential. They can be replaced. But you are unique, Qian Yun. I will not harm you," Hungsha remarked in a chilling tone. His restraint was born from a fear of causing Qian Yun to weep. Cang Mi abruptly halted, a menacing aura emanating from him. The tension of impending conflict crackled in the air. Qian Yun anxiously clutched the tiger fur beneath her. Her brow furrowed in discontent as she remarked, "All you ever do is brawl. If this were back in my homeland, I would be ridiculed for being unable to control my masculinity, and such mockery serves no purpose." Upon hearing her words, the atmosphere on both sides immediately softened. Cang Mi stepped forward, the ambience becoming subtly intricate, as everyone harbored their own thoughts. Qian Yun gently raised an eyebrow, realizing she had them in her grasp. Chapter 46, Sometimes. It is best to refrain from excessive chatter. Indeed, only when the outcome involved her would they behave themselves. She turned to the large rabbit and inquired, "Slan, are there any areas nearby abundant with flora? Preferably those devoid of toxins, as I lack the confidence to handle the poisonous ones." Slan, uncertain of her intentions, did not voice his curiosity. Instead, he pondered thoughtfully and, recalling something, swiftly led the way ahead, guiding them to a thicket brimming with colossal thorns. Qian Yun gradually shifted her gaze, tilting her head to observe the thick, thorny vines sprawling throughout the forest, appearing as an eerie intrusion. How could they have grown in such a manner? She recognized this type of thorn bush, surprised by its presence. It was the most common type of thorn found in the wild, easily encountered, and some small beasts preferred to build their nest within. So did the wild snakes. Ceylon remarked. In the past, ferocious beasts roamed this area, and the energy released from crystal stones caused these thorns to absorb that energy and grow in this manner. The nearby tribes have united to clear them, yet after a while, they regrow, and the territory occupied by the thorns continues to expand. Qian Yun's eyes sparkled with brilliance. Those were thorns infused with the energy of crystal stones, each possessing a trace of power, akin to the verdant luminescent grass thriving in the green forest tribe. Even the tiniest mosquito leg is still flesh. These thorns held far more energy than ordinary plants. With a graceful wave of her delicate hand, she began issuing commands. Cang Mi. Utilize the wind to sever the thorns. It's perfectly fine if they become fragmented. Ensure that if any wild fruits are present, they remain intact. Hungsha and Ceylon. Gather those. Let nothing go to waste. The three males sprang into action. Cang Mi summoned a cerulean gust to slice through the outer thorns, branches scattering and falling, obediently gathering into a neat pile. Within the thorn-enshrouded forest, wild vegetables and fruits were scarce. Only the ancient trees, ensnared and wilted, and a few wild birds nesting amidst the thorns remained. As the thorns were disrupted, the wild birds took flight in alarm. Hungsha swiftly intervened to rescue the precarious nests, carefully relocating those containing eggs together. Ceylon glanced over and remarked, "These wild bird eggs are quite delectable." Upon hearing this, Cang Mi summoned the nests towards her. Regardless of whether they contained eggs, every nest was gathered. The thorns were rapidly severed, many even uprooted entirely. Once a sufficient quantity amassed on the ground, Cang Mi approached with Qian Yun, opening her space to store the thorns upon the dark earth. The fresh plants radiated vitality, and the dark soil absorbed that very energy. Ceylon observed quietly as Qian Yun collected the thorns into her space, his mind beginning to speculate on her intentions. Since the space could absorb energy, it surely could also harness the energy of these thorns. It was a splendid method to both obtain energy for the space and process the thorns simultaneously. After a moment's busyness, Qian Yun proposed, "Let us cook something here. I would like you to taste the vegetables and fruits grown in my space." The reactions of the three males nearby were markedly different. Cang Mi responded with a scoff, Hungsha with a nonchalant "oh," while Ceylon expressed eagerness, "I can't wait." The first two maintained their aloof demeanor, lacking the warmth exhibited by the delightful rabbit. Qian Yun expressed a hint of disdain. She retrieved a stone pot from her space, crafted for her by Hungsha. She instructed Hungsha to roast the peanuts, as he possessed the fire, thus the task of cooking fell upon him. "I shall search nearby for flavorful spices." The large rabbit, sensing the lack of tasks here, turned to seek out the spices. Hungsha interjected with a reminder. "If you encounter prey with ample fat, be sure to bring it back." Ceylon inquired, "Are you too hungry?" As she glanced at the two busy males. The late-night escapade of engaging in battles, only to confront ferocious beasts midway, was indeed a hectic endeavor. At this juncture, one could not help but commend Ceylon, for it seemed her words were like a charm, casually spoken, yet they had truly encountered a ferocious beast. The two responded in unison. "Cang Mi, not hungry." "Hungsha, hungry." Cang Mi's temper flared once more. With a gentle laugh, Qian Yun leaned down and embraced him, producing a bamboo tube from her spatial storage and presenting it to his lips. "I do not wish for you to toil on an empty stomach. Partake in this first." The succulent, glistening slices of meat within the tube exuded an enticing aroma, delightful yet somewhat oily in appearance, which made Cang Mi feel slightly uneasy. However, the tender morsel, offered so lovingly by his partner, prompted him to approach without hesitation and take a bite. To his astonishment, the flavor was unexpectedly rich yet not greasy. The meat was fresh and delectable, causing Cang Mi to widen his eyes in disbelief before indulging again. "Delicious, is it not?" "I made it," Qian Yun declared with a hint of pride. Cang Mi hummed in agreement, feeling immense joy at his partner's culinary prowess. Yet, upon realizing that the meat undoubtedly came from the large white serpent, he found himself gnashing his teeth in confusion. "Finish this. I have plenty more in my spatial storage," Qian Yun remarked, suppressing a smile as she listened to the sound of the great tiger chewing the meat vigorously. Transforming back into his human form, Cang Mi carefully set her down. obediently accepting the bamboo tube from her hands. He then cast a cold glance at Hungsha, who was diligently boiling peanuts nearby, before settling down to enjoy his meal. The area they occupied had long been swept clean by Cang Mi's winds, devoid of even a single pebble. Qian Yun slowly approached Hungsha, instinctively raising his hand to support her arm. "This is for you, along with slans." She retrieved 2 tubes of stir-fried meat from her spatial pocket and handed one to Hungsha. After receiving it, Hungsha did not eat immediately. Instead, she glanced at the bird eggs nearby and inquired, "Earlier, you mentioned that without tomatoes, the dish would be difficult to prepare. Are these bird eggs suitable?" Qian Yun paused for a moment, recalling her previous soliloquy where she had mentioned this very thought. To her surprise, he had remembered. What she had intended to express was a desire for scrambled eggs with tomatoes, but without eggs, that dish was off the table. Now, with bird eggs at her disposal, she mused that even the tiniest of eggs could suffice. After all, a creative twist on the classic tomato and egg dish using bird eggs was certainly within the realm of possibility. She gazed at Hungsha, who awaited her response, and a radiant smile blossomed upon her face. "Well, we can certainly give bird eggs a try," she declared. Hungsha, momentarily entranced by her smile, quickly regained his composure and nodded. He gathered the bird eggs and placed them neatly in a large nest. The nest brimmed with eggs of various sizes. Only after completing this task did he begin to eat the stir-fried meat. He reflected on the day she had fled, leaving him some food by the fire. A pang of anxiety struck him as he thought of her forgotten provisions, now perhaps enjoyed by someone else. At that moment, Ceylon returned with a handful of fragrant herbs. Qian Yun invited him to join in the meal. Upon seeing that the bamboo tube contained the meat of a young wolf, Ceylon hesitated and suggested, "You might not be able to stomach other meats. This is young wolf meat. Perhaps you should keep it for yourself." His words caused both Cang Mi and Hungsha, who were relishing their meal nearby, to choke momentarily. "Ceylon, sometimes it is best to refrain from unnecessary chatter. Simply eat what is offered to you," Hungsha remarked, his tone chilling and unsettling. "This is her creation." After the young wolf finished, he went to catch more. Qian Yun was eager to mention that her space still contained a considerable amount of the meat from the little wolf cubs. The moment she spoke, Cang Mi would undoubtedly become irritable, for that meat had been caught for her by Hungsha. With a buoyant tone, she remarked, "If I were to consume the same type of meat continuously, I fear I would become nauseated. In the past, Cang Mi would catch fish for me every day, and later, Hungsha would provide me with little wolf cubs. Surely, I must vary my palate. Indeed, you are now able to partake in the flesh of ferocious beasts, and I can also prepare wild vegetables for you." Ceylon smiled, feeling reassured, and took a taste. Their rabbit-like species predominantly favored a herbivorous diet, yet they were not averse to consuming meat. Ceylon had previously sampled the meat of the little wolf cubs, and at that moment, the stir-fried dish captivated his attention. Beyond the distinctive flavor of the wolf meat, there were other aromatic essences. How was this achieved? He found it utterly remarkable. Qian Yun elaborated on the method of rendering fat from fatty meat, while Cang Mi and Ceylon listened intently with rapt attention. Cang Mi scoffed, "Very well. Not a single creature in this vicinity with fatty flesh shall escape." Chapter 47. Their willingness. Qian Yun chuckled softly, saying, "As long as you can gather them, we shall simmer as many as we have. After all, stored within my space, they shall remain unspoiled. It would be ideal to sustain us through the rainy season and the bitter winter. This is the method for rendering oil. Additionally, I require some salty leaves, for I have a penchant for food with a hint of saltiness. If the flavor is too bland, I cannot consume it. Unfortunately, we cannot cultivate salty leaf trees in our space, so we must gather and sun-dry some for preservation. I have discovered that the flavor released from dried leaves enhances the dish far more than that of fresh ones. The essence of fresh salty leaves is more pronounced, yet still within the realm of what Qian Yun can tolerate. The consumption of salty leaves in cooking is minimal. Merely plucking a handful from the branches provides ample supply, and a slight drying is sufficient for storage in the space." She organized these matters efficiently. The 3 males listened intently as they ate. "Oh, by the way, I have a hypothesis," Qian Yun suddenly exclaimed, prompting the 3 heads to turn toward her in unison, their expressions serious. She continued, "The little grass-eating wolf has very little gamey taste in its meat. I wonder if I should consider trying that type of herbivorous creature, besides the little grass-eating wolf. What other animals are herbivorous?" Cang Mi replied with a stoic expression, "Rabbits." "Big rabbits land." Qian Yun tugged at the corner of her mouth and said, "Since the bunny is so adorable, I shall refrain from eating it." Tu Fei Shu, with a mischievous grin, uttered 3 words that sent a shiver down her spine, causing her to shoot him an annoyed glare. Ceylon innocently remarked, "There are numerous Tu Fei Shu in this forest. I do not fancy Tu Fei Shu." Hungsha retorted bluntly. Ceylon's expression grew somewhat awkward, but she soon realized the situation and shot an irritated glance at the deliberately provoking Cang Mi. Cang Mi said, "When have I ever caught something you dislike to frighten you? During the day, I will roam the wilderness, bringing you whatever prey I can capture. Surely, there will be something to your liking. I shall also gather some beast meat. Previously, the hunting was too fierce, and the meat was too presentable enough to bring before you." Qian Yun, in her mind, she vividly recalled the image of him using the wind to mercilessly shred a pack of wild wolves. The fate of those fierce beasts was likely to be similarly grim. Indeed, an unpleasant sight. "You shall capture whatever you see, and after you have thoroughly cleaned it, I will store it in my space. It matters not if I cannot consume it. During the rainy season and the bitter winter when hunting becomes inconvenient, you may partake. I can subsist on a vegetarian diet. I am quite easy to sustain," Qian Yun stated earnestly. The 3 males fell into silence. It was true that she could thrive on vegetables and could be considered easy to care for, though surviving was not without its challenges. They were willingly compliant, naturally. Her word was law, and they would not dispute her. With the impending rainy season and harsh winter in mind, Cang Mi wore a serious expression as he inquired of Qian Yun, "Will we endure the rainy season and winter in the Green Forest Triad?" Ceylon instinctively glanced at Qian Yun, eagerly awaiting her response. Before she could reply, Hungsha interjected, "We should go to the seaside. The depths of the warm ocean are temperate." If she is already struggling with acclimatization, the rainy season and winter pose the greatest risk for illness among females. I lack confidence in her constitution. Qian Yun, caught in a moment of contemplation, found herself unexpectedly silent, allowing a morsel of meat to grace her lips without objection, which was a rarity. Ceylon, with a gentle tone, remarked, "The temperatures on this side of the eastern continent are relatively milder compared to several other regions. However, during the rainy season, the precipitation can be quite substantial. This is precisely why our tribe has chosen to build our dwellings upon the mountains. It prevents flooding from the rains. Once the rainy season arrives, the temperature will inevitably drop, necessitating our preparations in advance. If we intend to journey to the warm depths of the sea for the winter, we must set forth soon." After this brief discussion, the gaze of the 3 companions turned toward Qian Yun, as the ultimate decision rested in her hands. Should she choose not to venture to the oceanic realm, their entreaties would bear no weight. Qian Yun pondered thoughtfully. Previously, Hungsha had planned to take her to the seaside, and she found herself unable to counter their words, especially since she lacked complete confidence in her own physical condition. One might say that discomfort arises from an insufficiency of energy in the body. However, despite having absorbed the energies of several crystals, she still experienced discomfort. For the females of this world, transitioning from one region to another often leads to a sense of dislocation, a phenomenon they refer to as adaptation issues. Her own experience, having traversed from one world to another, would not resolve swiftly. She needed to acclimatize not only her body to this realm, but also to the energies of the crystals and the beast marks. Her adaptation issues extended beyond the mere literal interpretation. This was also the reason her physical condition fluctuated after absorbing the energies from the crystals. Fortunately, the sustenance provided by the crystal energies meant that her discomfort manifested primarily as dizziness and fatigue, without presenting any more severe symptoms. Yet, the duration of this state remained unpredictable. If they were to embark towards the coastal areas, they would have to navigate through unfamiliar forests and venture into unknown territories, necessitating further adaptation from her body. Contemplating this made Qian Yun feel quite weary. Cang Mi observed her expression, noting that it did not convey a sense of refusal or hesitation, but rather a hint of frustration. With a stoic demeanor, he remarked, "There are many flying beasts near the coastal areas, as well as merfolk. The males are quite handsome, and many females are fond of them. You will need a flying beast by your side for convenience, and importantly, their eggs are relatively small, so your first experience with laying eggs should not be overly uncomfortable." Qian Yun furrowed her brows. The chapter is not yet complete. Please turn to the next page to continue enjoying the captivating content. The formidable tiger would not coerce her into bearing offspring, yet every word was laced with such implications. Rationally speaking, there were no contraceptive measures among the beastmen. If one became pregnant, they would give birth. The females took it upon themselves to procreate, finding pride in this duty. Qian Yun instinctively glanced at Hungsha. her curiosity piqued by the question of which was larger, the egg of a flying beast or that of a snake. However, she hesitated, fearing that such an inquiry might lead them to believe she harbored intentions of procreation. Given Cang Mi's disposition, he would undoubtedly select a flying beast as her partner, specifically a male whose egg was smaller than Hungsha's snake egg. With the myriad varieties of flying beasts, their eggs varied significantly in size. Cang Mi, as a wind elemental, you must possess the ability to fly as well. Qian Yun deftly diverted the conversation. Cang Mi raised an eyebrow slightly, responding, I can maneuver over short distances by harnessing the wind. Yet my agility pales in comparison to that of a flying beast. Their ability to soar is an innate talent, and should one awaken a second wind affinity, their speed would be astonishing. Qian Yun pouted and said, why don't you attempt to condense the wind into wings and take flight? Have you ever encountered a tiger adorned with wings before? Cang Mi's tone turned displeased. Qian Yun was astonished. Are there really tigers with wings? Cang Mi, observing her reaction, was convinced she had never encountered such a creature. In the southern continent, there existed winged tigers, their plumage resplendent when fully developed. However, they appeared rather unappealing if their fur was ruffled in a scuffle. Ceylon, standing in a neutral position, interjected with a remark. Qian Yun, oh, I do not desire a winged tiger. Rather, I yearn for a grand tiger like Cang Mi. Subsequently, her strong will to survive compelled her to add, one such magnificent tiger is sufficient. Chapter 48. Beneath the delicate exterior lies a rebellious heart. A smile grazed Cang Mi's lips, for her words filled him with immense joy. I am unfamiliar with the various orc races in each region. Whenever I encounter something I have not seen before, I tend to linger a moment longer to observe. But do not take it to heart, Qian Yun cautioned. However, should I indeed come across a winged tiger in the future, I would undoubtedly steal a few more glances. For the thought is quite exhilarating. Ceylon kindly reminded, if a female consistently gazes at a male, he may perceive her interest in him. Should he notice her attentively, he might find himself drawn to pursue her. Qian Yun felt a shiver run through her. Hungsha's dark eyes flickered slightly as he spoke. If you do not wish to pursue a relationship, then cease your constant gaze. However, if your desire to observe is genuine, simply inform me, and I shall render you unconscious, allowing you to gaze at your leisure. Qian Yun was taken aback, her expression turning grave. Why speak of such terrifying things? I am not one to gaze about indiscriminately. She wore a serious demeanor. Oh, now is hardly the time for such discussions. I have no objections to going to the sea, but a change of environment may render me unwell. If we encounter a pack of ferocious beasts, it will be quite arduous for you all. Both Cang Mi and Ceylon shook their heads, indicating they would not find it burdensome. Hungsha fixed his gaze upon her, his intent unmistakable. Previously, he had dared to plan a trip to the seaside with her, and now, with Cang Mi and Ceylon by her side, he felt even less apprehensive. Cang Mi spoke in a low voice, indeed. Taking a female into the wilderness amidst a horde of beasts is perilous. However, we shall not engage, only flee, which is entirely sufficient. Just do not wander off, and refrain from standing alone by the water's edge. The thought of her slipping into the water while bathing nearly drove him to the brink of fury. Fortunately, the blessings of the divine female ensured her safety. Qian Yun discerned the implication in his words, feeling a twinge of awkwardness as she slightly tugged at the corners of her mouth. Silently, she shifted the topic. Let us traverse by water. We can elevate the base of the bamboo hut to serve as a vessel. Cang Mi can manipulate the winds, and Hungsha's adeptness in water ensures the bamboo hut progresses steadily. Should we encounter obstacles in the river, we can disembark. As my spatial capacity is ample enough to accommodate the hut, we shall alternate between water and land as needed. The three of them nodded in agreement without hesitation. Thus, the matter was resolved with simplicity. After enjoying the meat slices from the bamboo tube, they resumed their respective tasks with a sense of ease. Cang Mi continued to clear the thorns using the wind. Hungsha tended to the fire to cook their food, while Ceylon foraged nearby for aromatic herbs and wild vegetables, also ensuring to wash any caught game at the water source before bringing it back. With the addition of succulent meat, a pot of rich broth began to simmer. Qian Yun idly munched on the already boiled peanuts beside her, waiting until Cang Mi had cleared away a sufficient amount of thorns. Afterward, she proceeded to collect the thorns into her spatial pouch. In just a brief moment, the thorns that had previously been scattered across the black soil had diminished. As the soil's voracious consumption had commenced, she gazed at the ripened crops flourishing upon the black earth, diligently harvesting them and setting them aside. Ceylon made several trips back and forth, bringing an abundance of items, wild vegetables, fruits, and game. The industrious males carried with them an irresistible charm. Qian Yun approached Cang Mi. Sensing her breath drawing near, and the fierce gust emanating from Cang Mi momentarily diminished. I previously witnessed a large rabbit strike down a prey with a single paw. How formidable, she remarked softly. Cang Mi chuckled lightly. If that large rabbit could indeed slay a ferocious beast with a single blow, it would be truly remarkable. This rabbit-like creature, unlike its solely herbivorous counterparts, possesses a carnivorous nature, rendering it even more fearsome, though Ceylon's temperament remains gentle. His prowess is not to be underestimated. As a shaman, he frequently ventures into the wilderness to gather herbs, thus increasing his encounters with wild beasts. Implicitly, this suggests a greater opportunity for confrontations with these creatures. The males grow stronger through repeated battles. A victory fortifies them, while a defeat may lead to their demise. You require a shaman by your side, Cang Mi suddenly stated with gravity. Qian Yun was momentarily taken aback. His profound admiration for Ceylon stemmed entirely from her identity as a shaman and her gentle disposition, as well as the necessity for companionship in her life. Ceylon was indeed a remarkable individual. She responded affirmatively, acknowledging the large rabbit. Upon hearing her words, Cang Mi felt a sense of relief wash over her, dispelling the lingering worry in her heart. Observing the interactions between Qian Yun and Ceylon, it was evident that their union was merely a matter of time. However, Qian Yun's thoughts were elusive and required confirmation, which had now been achieved. Not only were her sentiments difficult to predict, but beneath her delicate exterior lay a rebellious heart that was challenging to control. Otherwise, how could she dare to be enamored with a stray beast? Contemplating this matter, a glimmer of murderous intent flickered in Cang Mi's violet eyes as she cast a hostile glance towards Hungsha. Hungsha raised an eyebrow, returning a provocative look. Frustrated, the great tiger turned abruptly, causing Qian Yun, who had been leaning against him, to sway precariously and nearly fall. In an instant, Cang Mi's irritation dissipated, and she swiftly extended her large paw to steady her. Qian Yun cast a silent glance at him, then turned her gaze towards the distant Hungsha, where the great white serpent silently bowed its head, observing the oil simmering in the stone pot. How foolish to climb onto my back, Cang Mi remarked with disdain. And with a sweep of Qing Feng, she was lifted onto his tiger's back. Qian Yun expressed her dissatisfaction, stating that it was due to his abrupt departure. If you hadn't left so suddenly, I wouldn't have to contend with these thorns. There are so many thorns that I may not finish before nightfall. As she spoke, Cang Mi continued to unleash gusts of wind to sweep away the thorns. The concern was not whether she could finish before darkness fell. Rather, the crux of the matter lay in her need to consume space. Even if he abstained from food, drink, and sleep, she would ensure everything was cleared away. Qian Yun lay upon the back of the tiger, observing that as long as the thorns piled upon the ground were sufficiently abundant, she would activate her planting space to absorb them. Thus, wave after wave, she collected those thorns, while the fertile black soil eagerly devoured the energy of the thorns. Unbeknownst to her, the planting space gradually expanded its reach, and the crops ripened in abundance, with numerous new fruits and vegetables springing forth. Qian Yun was not idle either, busily harvesting crops in the space. After a while, she felt drowsy and could not help but lay down on the back of the tiger, succumbing to sleep. Cang Mi, who was already standing by, utilized the wind to attack the thorns, and the steady, unwavering back of the tiger became her soft and comfortable bed. Cang Mi turned her head to glance at the sleeping Qian Yun, her gaze softening slightly, but the next moment, feeling Hungsha's piercing gaze upon her. She raised her eyes with sharp intensity. As their eyes met, a silent battle ignited in the air. Amidst the palpable tension, Ceylon, the large rabbit, returned, clutching a woven basket made of vines filled with freshly cleaned and processed meat. I caught the bleeding sheep, grazing sheep, he cheerfully announced, ignoring the tense atmosphere between them. Chapter 49. He preferred the delicate presence beside him. It was only then that Cang Mi and Hungsha withdrew their gazes, ceasing their silent combat. What methods do you know? Ceylon, Cang Mi inquired. Ceylon pondered for a moment and replied, I can grill the meat, boil it in a stone pot, or wrap it in leaves and cover it with mud before roasting it in the fire. I know many spices, and adding more plants can mask the meaty odor. I shall take charge of the cooking. Cang Mi had no objections, and Hungsha readily agreed, clearing a stone pot for him. Orcs inherently possess a bloodthirsty nature. They consume raw flesh, especially the males, who can eat their prey uncooked. However, the females, being more delicate, cannot eat raw food and have gradually developed the practice of cooking. The simplest methods involve roasting over an open flame or boiling directly in a stone pot, complemented by wild vegetables for seasoning. When it comes to culinary skills, the males are outmatched by the plant-savvy shamans who excel in food preparation. Adding certain ingredients to meat can transform the dish entirely, making it vastly different from a simple broth. Once Ceylon transformed into human form, he began to bustle about. The stone pot was set to boil, while additional meat was roasted over the nearby campfire. He also wrapped a piece of lamb in fragrant leaves, encased it in moist earth, and placed it directly in the fire to roast. Thus, 3 varieties of lamb were being prepared. Qian Yun had dozed off for a while, roused from her slumber by an enticing aroma. This scent is rather familiar. She slowly sat up, contemplating its source. Cang Mi remarked, Ceylon has captured a grazing mian sheep. Mian sheep? At the mention of this name, Qian Yun couldn't help but chuckle softly. The name was indeed quite evocative. In different worlds, even the same species can exhibit diverse appearances. It was the fragrance of lamb that wafted through the air, making the designation of mian sheep particularly apparent. The meat in the stone pot was nearly cooked. Ceylon approached her, standing alongside Cang Mi and extending his arms towards her. Qian Yun responded softly, leaning closer to him. He carefully enveloped her in his embrace, guiding her to the stone beside the campfire. As Qian Yun settled onto the stone, the imposing figure of Cang Mi's large tiger laid down beside her, intentionally placing itself between her and the adjacent Hungsha. Hungsha lifted her eyelids, casting a cool glance before returning her focus to the oil simmering in the pot. Qian Yun's expression bore a hint of helplessness. Given the circumstances, she found it difficult to articulate her thoughts, as long as they did not come to blows. A little awkwardness was permissible. Over time, they would gradually grow closer. She gazed at the bubbling lamb in the pot and obediently retrieved a bowl and spoon from her space. With a smile, Ceylon took the bowl and spoon from her, ladling out a portion. Meanwhile, the gentle breeze from Shaoqing swiftly circulated around, effectively cooling the meat to a pleasant warmth. Qian Yun eagerly took a bite of the tender, stewed lamb. The succulent meat intermingled with rich fat, releasing an explosion of flavor with each mouthful. A contented hum escaped her lips, for the familiar taste of lamb enveloped her senses. This prompted a sigh of relief from the 3 males who had been anxiously observing her reaction. I'm off to catch some sheep. The oil is nearly ready, so keep an eye out, Hungsha remarked before transforming into a white serpent and darting away in an instant. Damn it, my Qian Yun won't eat the sheep you catch. Cang Mi grumbled in frustration, heading in another direction to capture the sheep. A silent rivalry began to brew between the 2 males. How childish. Watching their retreating figures, Qian Yun helplessly uttered 2 words. Ceylon affectionately stroked her head and said, There are plenty of these sheep in the eastern continent. There won't be many across the sea. We should catch a few more on our way. How wonderful it would be, providing you with yet another variety of meat to enjoy. His tone conveyed an undeniable joy. Qian Yun smiled and nodded. She was capable of subsisting on a vegetarian diet, yet the allure of meat was undeniable. She savored her meal with great delight, devouring 2 generous bowls. After her satisfying feast, she contentedly presented some of the vegetables from her space to Ceylon. The large rabbit exhibited a keen interest in the plants flourishing within her realm. Peanuts, eggplants, tomatoes, sweet potatoes, corn, and fragrant scallions abounded, many of which could be enjoyed raw. Ceylon, captivated by these vibrant vegetables, exclaimed in astonishment, I have never seen anything like this before. While some bore a resemblance to wild greens, the essence they emanated was distinctly extraordinary. Qian Yun pondered for a moment and remarked, Perhaps the divine matron, in her benevolence, seeks to enhance my existence. Rather than foraging for seeds to cultivate in the space, it may be more expedient to directly absorb the energies of other plants, allowing the land to nurture its own bounty. In other words, these are all sustenance I can partake of. The dark green depths of Sealand's eyes shimmered with a gentle warmth as he regarded Qian Yun. There are numerous wild vegetables in the wilderness that are quite delectable. You should sample them all, for you may find some to your liking. The wild vegetables within this space serve as our reserves for times of food scarcity. It is best to refrain from utilizing them unless absolutely necessary, as the repeated opening and closing of the space will deplete energy, potentially leading to discomfort in your body. Should the space grow excessively powerful, its energy demands will increase, and I fear there may come a day when it becomes too unwieldy for you to manage. This admonition resonated with Qian Yun. Ceylon continued, It is akin to our male counterparts awakening their extraordinary abilities, while the potential exists Fully harnessing that power is another matter entirely. If a male engages in intense combat and expends too much energy, he too will experience discomfort, not to mention the females. The awakening of a female's abilities stems from the mark of the sacred matron, a gift from the divine matron herself. It is said that this mark autonomously absorbs energy from the atmosphere to sustain the female's powers in times of peril. However, should these abilities be frequently employed, the rapid depletion of energy may outpace the mark's ability to sustain you, leading to dire consequences for your health. Ceylon. Though not entirely knowledgeable about the unique nature of Qian Yun's space, offered his prudent counsel based on existing examples from the perspective of a healer. Qian Yun did not refute. She nodded and said, "I understand. Even if I do not allow the black soil to consume the plants, it will rapidly nurture their maturation. If it devours the energy of the crystals, the space will expand, yielding new fruits and vegetables. Let it expand further. The space is rather unique. I cannot plant external seeds in the black soil, as they are directly consumed once placed within. I desire more fruits and vegetables, as long as they have grown once. They will randomly sprout again, contingent upon their whims, producing whatever they please among the types previously cultivated." Ceylon smiled. "There is no rush to accomplish so much today. We shall take our time." He spoke gently with a warm smile. "You have peanuts, and they have grown abundantly." Qian Yun picked up a handful of peanuts and placed them in his hand. "Indeed." Ceylon lowered his head and earnestly began to eat the peanuts. The fragrant and tender peanuts truly delighted him, and he found himself even more enamored with the sweet and gentle presence beside him. Qian Yun glanced up inadvertently and caught sight of Ceylon blushing. A wave of melancholy washed over her. How could one blush merely from consuming a peanut? What could possibly remind him of something that would cause Rabbit to feel shy? She simply could not fathom it. Her attention was drawn to some thorns in the distance, and she rose to collect them into her storage space. Just then, a shadow flitted across the sky above her, startling her. "Ceylon, was that a large bird?" she inquired anxiously. Ceylon hurried to her side, enveloping her in a comforting embrace, and softly reassured her, "It's all right. It's merely a butterfly beast from a nearby tribe. That butterfly has awakened a wind-based ability, allowing it to fly at remarkable speeds." Qian Yun pondered deeply, her expression gravely directed toward the fleeting shadow, an overwhelming sense of unease enveloping her. Had her act of securing the thorns into her space gone unnoticed? Chapter 50. Together in annihilation, Ceylon's complexion shifted dramatically. He could not ascertain whether the passing butterfly beast had witnessed Qian Yun opening her space to collect the thorns. Yet he was certain the creature had cast a glance their way as it soared above them. It was likely that it had indeed seen them. Numerous butterfly beasts were in the vicinity. Cang Mi, noticing the presence of the butterfly beasts, abandoned the already spotted sheep and swiftly returned to protect his beloved. With tearful eyes, Qian Yun approached him, causing his expression to tighten as he transformed into human form and embraced her. "It's all right. The butterflies are not so dreadful," he reassured, mistakenly believing her distress stemmed from the butterfly beasts. "Just now, a butterfly beast fluttered over us," said Ceylon. "Little Qian is gathering some thorns into her space, and she may have been seen. It is my oversight. That butterfly was exceedingly swift." He wore a look of self-reproach. Cang Mi, with an icy demeanor, refrained from casting blame, instead lifting his gaze to the sky, his violet eyes swirling with murderous intent. A large butterfly silently appeared overhead. Its substantial body, measuring 4 to 5 meters, coupled with delicate wings, rendered it an imposing sight. This butterfly sported a gradient of blue on its wings, bordered by a ring of black, its colors dreamlike and exquisite. Yet, the sheer size of the creature unnerved Qian Yun, who held no fondness for insects. "I've heard that your tribe has a female who hails from the central continent, particularly delicate in nature. Surely, such a fragile yet gifted female must be the saintly Qian Yun," remarked someone. Upon hearing this, Cang Mi and Ceylon's expressions darkened. While there were many females from the central continent, only one, with long, lustrous black hair and snow-white skin, appeared as fragile as she did, the saintly female. Other regions' beastmen also kept a watchful eye on the affairs concerning the saintly females of the central continent. The affairs of Qian Yun have already spread, and the orcs residing at the intersections of various regions are well aware of them. Qian Yun furrowed her brow, watching the butterfly beast with a wary gaze. Its unblinking stare made her feel quite uncomfortable, as though she had been affronted. The news had spread rather swiftly. Cang Mi coldly remarked, offering no defense, tacitly acknowledging the words of the beast. The creature declared, "Qian Yun is truly beautiful. Any of you who can best me in combat shall have the privilege of being her companion." I refuse, Qian Yun replied decisively. The butterfly beast chuckled softly. You remain as easily flustered as they say. Qian Yun was on the verge of exasperation as she watched Cang Mi shake his head vigorously. Cang Mi's gaze glimmered with a cold intensity as he suppressed the rising tide of combat fervor within him and addressed the butterfly beast, saying, Qian Yun holds no affection for you. There is no necessity for conflict between us. Regardless of your prowess, she shall never accept you. The butterfly beast, taken aback by such a forthright rejection, raised an eyebrow, visibly displeased. Since you've come to our eastern continent, it would be rather unseemly not to form a bond with a few males. Our tribe boasts many fine specimens. What type do you prefer? I can certainly summon them. With that, he transformed into his butterfly form, preparing to depart, but in the next instant, Cang Mi intervened, conjuring a gust of wind to ensnare him. The butterfly beast appeared to have anticipated Cang Mi's move, evading the attack with a deft maneuver. The Lady of the Divine is our deity. Not solely yours in the central continent. The sacred females bestowed by her are ours. You shall not claim her for yourself. What might you achieve against our entire tribe? With a taunting remark, the butterfly beast vanished in a blur, while Cang Mi swiftly transformed into a white tiger to pursue him. In his violet eyes, a fierce intent simmered. He intended for Qian Yun to select several formidable males according to her preferences, not to have those males encircle her in intimidation. Whether confronting a single butterfly or a multitude, he held no fear whatsoever. Qian Yun's expression was one of concern. Both Cang Mi and the butterfly beast wielded wind-based powers, allowing them to move with remarkable swiftness. Furthermore, other butterfly beasts were nearby, making it all too easy for news to spread. And soon the orcs of the Green Forest tribe would be aware of the situation. If I refuse, surely those males would not force me, would they? Qian Yun softly inquired. Casting a glance at Ceylon, Ceylon pressed his lips together, his demeanor reflecting uncertainty. He replied in a measured tone, ordinary females are not coerced. However, should a female be particularly selective and fail to choose a mate, the tribe will intervene. They will compel the males who wish to court her to engage in combat, and the victor will earn the right to bond with the female. This is an enforced arrangement by the tribe. Since the female resides within the tribe and enjoys its protection, she is obligated to select a mate and bear offspring upon reaching maturity. You are the sacred female. Shao Qian, in the eyes of the orcs, the sacred female not only possesses formidable reproductive capabilities but also has the potential to mate with powerful males, thereby producing superior offspring. Each tribe aspires to become more prosperous and formidable, for the young are the future hope of the tribe. If they can ensure that you mate with one of their males and bear cubs, the leaders will undoubtedly resort to stringent measures. It would be ideal if you voluntarily chose a mate. However, should you resist the notion, the tribes will undoubtedly exert their influence. Qian Yun's expression was grave. In instances where females do not select males, the tribe possesses the authority to forcibly assign males to the females, akin to the unspoken rule that a male who discovers a lost female in the wild claims her as his own. The holy females are the most exceptional among females, and by pairing with outstanding males for reproduction, they can bear even more remarkable offspring. Not only must the progeny be numerous, but they must also possess excellence, thereby ensuring the strength and dominance of the beastman race. Siren spoke with a degree of subtlety. The circumstances in the central continent differ from those in the eastern continent, and he was acutely aware of how the beastmen of the eastern continent would react upon encountering one another. This understanding was also the reason he harbored a private intention from the outset to conceal her identity as a holy female. He recognized the dire consequences that would ensue once her identity became known to all. Qian Yun's thoughts whirled rapidly as she earnestly addressed Ceylon. We must prepare to leave this place immediately. Ceylon nodded emphatically once Cang Mi and Hungsha returned. The bamboo houses in the tribe are far too vast. Cang Mi's wind vortex can transport them. We must not directly store them in your space. Do not panic. If the situation becomes dire, allow Cang Mi to take you away first while Hungsha and I hold off the orcs behind. Cang Mi is capable of prevailing in battle. Qian Yun's body stiffened momentarily. Indeed, Cang Mi had always shown her respect. He would never allow the male she disdained to come near, and he would certainly prevent the butterfly beast from spreading any news. Realizing this, she turned and approached the campfire, carefully gathering the stone pots and ingredients into her space. As she collected her belongings, she cautiously surveyed her surroundings. Slan gently reminded her, there are no orcs nearby at the moment. Qian Yun swiftly tidied up her belongings and patiently awaited on the side. After a while, a fierce wind surged, and the great butterfly, drenched in blood, was swept by the azure gale and violently hurled into a thicket of thorns, where the thick, barbed spikes instantly pierced through its body. Cang Mi gritted his teeth and roared as he darted over, exuding an aura of lethal ferocity. The butterfly beast, not yet fully perished, struggled to rise. Cang Mi pounced upon it, savagely tearing at its wings, ripping them away with brutal force. The azure wind howled around them, as if forming a barrier that isolated the butterfly beast's anguished cries. Qian Yun gazed uneasily at the gruesome scene amidst the azure winds, when suddenly, a large tail shot out from the side, coiling around her waist, startling her into a cry. Upon recognizing it was Hungsha, she gradually calmed her startled emotions. Ceylon softly instructed, Cang Mi, shatter the butterfly beast and bury it amidst the thorns. Hungsha, set it ablaze. I shall take care of the aftermath. Cang Mi's heavy, lethal tiger claw struck fiercely against the butterfly beast's chest, causing it to spew forth blood, its insides obliterated. The azure winds swiftly circled, mercilessly slicing through the thicket below. The severed thorns collapsed, sending the nearly lifeless butterfly beast tumbling into the brambles. In the next moment, the azure winds whipped up, scattering flesh and blood. Cang Mi landed on the ground, enlarging the wind vortex to isolate the remnants of the butterfly beast. Since arriving in this world, Qian Yun had witnessed many bloody scenes. She furrowed her brow and softly remarked, set it ablaze and bury it so that no one knows. Hungsha's serpentine tongue brushed lightly against her cheek, as his tail released her, leisurely gliding towards the distant thicket. A flame ignited and spread, growing increasingly fierce. Cang Mi controlled the azure winds from the periphery, ensuring the stench of blood did not escape. The thicket containing the remains had been distinctly sectioned off. Once the surrounding thorns were reduced to ashes, the flesh would also be sufficiently charred, allowing for a clean resolution. The air was thick with an acrid aroma. Besides the smoke of burning vegetation, there lingered the scent of charred flesh, faint yet discernible. The butterfly beast had likely not had the chance to relay any information before Cang Mi had silenced it. Witnessing their slaughter and the obliteration of evidence made Qian Yun's heart race. A great tiger killing, a great white serpent burning, and a great rabbit managing the aftermath. She stood by, an observer. Chapter 51. Do not perish, remain by my side. What a frenzied and terrifying turn of events. Why had the stone pot been stowed away? Were they no longer dining here? Cang Mi noticed that their belongings had vanished and jested with Qian Yun. She remained as anxious as ever, yet had improved remarkably, managing not to cry. Qian Yun glared at him with evident annoyance, a gaze that appeared to Cang Mi almost like a playful pout. Nearby, a butterfly lay lifeless, its remains being obliterated, leaving her devoid of appetite amidst the grim scene. Suddenly, Cang Mi's expression shifted as she spoke in a low voice, warning of the approach of a butterfly beast. Hungsha turned to cast a deep glance at Qian Yun before leading her away. Cang Mi hoisted Qian Yun onto her back, retreating in the opposite direction of the approaching butterfly beast. Qian Yun said anxiously, no, anyone can slay that butterfly beast, but it cannot be Hungsha. He is a wandering beast, and those butterfly beasts will not spare him. If he were so easily killed, he would not be worthy of your affection. With an impassive expression, Cang Mi dropped his words, and upon unleashing his abilities, he carried Qian Yun away from that place, swiftly returning to the Green Forest tribe. Cang Mi, we cannot abandon Hungsha. Qian Yun struggled to protest. Cang Mi instinctively slowed his pace, steadying her body as he spoke in a low voice. It was I who killed the butterfly beast, and the fire was ignited by him. Such flames could not possibly extinguish the traces of its presence before those butterfly beasts arrived. Even if Hungsha returns with us now, should those butterfly beasts detect the remnants of the corpse within his flames, they will conclude that he is the one who slayed the butterfly beast. His flames obliterated my scent while burning the thorns. He must shield this matter from discovery. Let us first return to the tribe and move the bamboo hut. Tears glistened in Qian's eyes as she shook her head, witnessing the large rabbit hurrying towards her from behind. I will return to the cave to fetch something. Little Qian, please wait for me and do not abandon me. Slan observed the tears on her face, his tone growing increasingly anxious. Qian Yun said with a choked voice, I want to wait for Hungsha to leave together. Damn it. What is there to like about a stray beast? Cang Mi exclaimed in frustration, carrying her back to the Green Forest tribe. Just then, Chief Emosue was out with several males for an outing. Upon seeing their return, especially noticing Qian Yun's tear-streaked face, he inquired with confusion, what happened? Cang Mi, maintaining a stern expression, replied, we encountered a butterfly beast that attempted to pursue Xiao Qian, and I killed it. While Hungsha was dealing with the corpse by setting it ablaze, a group of butterfly beasts arrived. A confrontation must have already ensued. He downplayed the situation while explaining the reason behind Qian Yun's tears. Chief Imo Sui stared at him in silence. If the butterfly beasts were from the same brood, they would possess a mutual awareness. If one perished, the others could sense it and would immediately come if nearby. No wonder the butterfly beasts arrived so swiftly. Ceylon rushed back, passing by the chief while exclaiming, "A fight has broken out over there. I will accompany Xiao Qian to leave. We are heading to the sea to endure the winter." The large rabbit hurried up the mountain to its burrow, swiftly packing a skin bag with the essentials before descending in haste. Chief Imo Sui showed little reaction but turned to Qian Yun and asked, "Are you certain you wish to choose Ceylon as your mate?" "Qian Yun, I want Ceylon." For simple yet resolute words suffice. Imo Sui, the leader, nodded. "You are free to do as you wish. Be cautious on your journey, and when the weather warms, return to the Green Forest tribe." Qian Yun nodded without hesitation. With such a delicate female like her enduring the winter in the Green Forest tribe, the pressure on Chief Imo Sui was considerable. Once they departed for the sea, the burden shifted onto Cang Mi and a few others. Understanding their intent, Imo Sui ceased further remarks and led several males to explore the vicinity. After taking a few steps, he halted and gazed into the distance. A battered Hungsha stumbled towards them, hissing as it approached. Cang Mi's cold eyes shifted, and in the next moment, without a trace of reluctance, he placed Qian Yun onto Ceylon's rabbit's back. With a swift motion, Qing Feng maneuvered their bamboo dwelling out of the tribe. Ceylon remarked, "The small waterfall where you and Hungsha fought earlier is over that way. There is a river nearby, the closest to the tribe. I will first transport the bamboo house there." Cang Mi left with the bamboo dwelling, having uttered those words. Qian Yun gazed at Hungsha, whose body was drenched in blood, her eyes, rimmed with crimson, glistening with moisture. The silvery scales lay scattered and fragmented, marred by charred marks. She had never witnessed him in such a disheveled state. Hungsha leaned weakly against a tree, observing Qian Yun from a distance through the air. Qian Yun dismounted from the rabbit's back. Reflecting on the past, gritting his teeth, he summoned his last ounce of strength to swim towards her, ultimately collapsing at her feet. She gazed at him, utterly at a loss, when in the next moment, Ceylon leaned in to unleash his powers to heal Hungsha. Soon, the bleeding wound staunched, and the injury was swiftly brought under control. Their leader arrived, clashing thunder, as he mused, "I cannot fight back, but I am content to behold you before my demise. It is merely regrettable that I have yet to bestow upon you my beast mark." Hungsha weakly uttered, her tail gently coiling around her calf. Savoring the warmth of her body, Ceylon remarked, "Should he not mention that such injuries are not fatal? After receiving his healing powers, Hungsha would soon recover." "Hungsha, hold on. Give me your beast mark before you pass," Qian Yun stammered, desperately seeking to ignite his will to survive. Hungsha chuckled softly, "If I perish, the beast mark shall vanish as well. Then do not die. Stay by my side. No matter what transpires, do not forsake me, please." His dark eyes shimmered with unshed tears, his hoarse voice imploring. "All right," Qian Yun replied with unwavering resolve. This single word represented her promise to him, instantly filling his heart with warmth and joy. A swarm of butterfly beasts descended, transforming into human forms, standing on the outskirts of the Green Forest tribe. Hungsha's position was right at the gates of the tribe, rendering them hesitant to act, especially with the leader of Mersway observing nearby. The butterfly beasts' gazes converged on Qian Yun, her delicate, tearful demeanor evoking a protective instinct in the males. "Mersway, we could overlook this little female, but are you aware that he just killed 5 of our males?" Hendon, the leader of the butterfly beasts, spoke with a tone laced with mockery. Mersway, unfazed, replied coolly, "Should I rejoice that our tribe has acquired a new female, or be concerned that the stray beast we took in is so formidable?" His words darkened Hendon's expression, and the tension in the air escalated dramatically. The males of the Green Forest tribe, alerted by the commotion, gathered to witness the unfolding drama, bracing for battle. Qian Yun gazed at the wounds adorning Hungsha's body, her ire escalating with each passing moment. The audacity of their leader to join the fray, employing sheer numbers against the few, was infuriating. She turned her attention to the assembly of butterfly beasts and declared, "What are the stray beasts? They are my strays. Do you have any objections? What if I were to eliminate the 5 of you? Who gave your butterflykin the audacity to provoke me? Not only do I reject their advances, but they also seek out other males from their tribe to harass me? Are all the butterflies of the eastern continent so shameless?" Ceylon hastily interjected, No, The butterfly beasts of the eastern continent are numerous, and they represent but one of many tribes. They do not embody all butterfly beasts. This statement only served to further mock, implying that while their kind was unprincipled, other tribes of butterflies were indeed respectable. The faces of Hindon and his companions darkened with indignation. Hungsha is the partner I have chosen. You butterfly beasts, unable to best a female in pursuit, resort to summoning the males of your tribe to engage in conflict. Do you intend to forcibly claim me? Qian Yun's words caused their faces to shift through a spectrum of colors, from pale to furious. Hindon, wearing a scowl, replied. We believed he was merely a stray beast lurking nearby, intent on seizing a female, which is why we surrounded him. Qian Yun's tone was sharp and aggressive. I may not be aware of the abilities of the other butterfly beasts, but as their leader, how could you fail to detect my presence upon him? How can you, a female, speak in such a manner? What value can a female who chooses a stray beast as a mate possibly possess? A butterfly beast, imbued with a potent malevolence, uttered a curse. As the words fell, black vines surged forth from the earth, ensnaring his ankles. The skin ensnared by the black vines rapidly darkened and began to decay. Chapter 52. That minor injury won't kill the beast. Why weep for him? Ah! He cried out in terror, collapsing to the ground. Several nearby butterfly beasts attempted to assist him, only to become ensnared by the black vines as well, succumbing to the poison and corrosion. Hindon's eyes gleamed with cold fury as he unleashed a lightning strike, attempting to obliterate the black vines at their roots, but the vines seemed to thrive, extending from the ground as if possessed, rendering his efforts futile. For every severed vine, another would take its place. Any beastman caught in contact with the vines would be corroded. Slan stepped forward slowly. The once gentle giant rabbit now exuded a chilling indifference, akin to the gaze of a reaper. Qian Yun had considered that it might have been the hand of Ming Sui or perhaps another rabbit, yet she had never imagined it was Siren. Her perception of him remained rooted in the belief that he could effortlessly slay a wild beast with a single slap and was proficient in healing arts. The situation before her was evidently one of poison. Siren was capable of wielding poison. The gentle giant rabbit suddenly exhibited a surprising display of male prowess, leaving her both astonished and delighted. Even if he had erred, it was still disconcerting to hear him express displeasure over her femininity in such a cool tone. His discontent, articulated in a melodious voice, was laced with the ominous scent of deadly black vines. The venom of the black vines would not claim their lives, but would instead gradually erode their skin, inflicting excruciating agony. Hindon, is this how you conduct affairs on your side? The leader of Ming Sui spoke, his casual tone tinged with reproach, while simultaneously steering the course of events. The lightning orb in Hindon's palm was already aimed at Siren, though Siren possessed the speed to evade it. Dodging the orb would compel him to enter the tribe. The lethal force of the lightning orb was formidable. Even if he managed to deflect it, he would still suffer burns. What a nuisance. With a sense of responsibility to protect the tribe and spare the females from fright, the leader of Ming Sui sought to mediate the situation. Siren, that should suffice. It was indeed their mistake. Hindon should recognize his error and ensure proper management of the tribe's orcs from now on, correct? Otherwise, there will be no females willing to seek the males of their tribe in the future. These words struck Hindon like a dagger, his expression a masterpiece of frustration. The large butterflies seethed with indignation. A few audacious females from the Green Forest tribe gathered to witness the spectacle, further stifling their own grievances. Hindon, gritting his teeth, cast a cold glance at the large white serpent feigning death on the ground, before escorting the poisoned orc back for treatment. Once he confirmed their departure, Ming Sui remarked, "All right, they are gone. You may choose to stay or leave at your discretion. After the harsh winter, when spring arrives, the Green Forest tribe will be quite beautiful." With that, he resumed his patrol. Whether he would return remained uncertain, but the matter was now behind them. Siren exhaled softly, turning to Qian Yun, his expression instantly softening. "Little Qian, shall we take our leave? Our hasty preparations to flee were meant to guard against their awareness of your identity as the holy female." Clearly, the news had not spread. Those butterfly beasts in Hungsha had merely assumed he had slain their tribe's orcs. Moreover, since Hungsha was a stray beast, the butterfly beasts carried considerable malice. Unafraid to scold a female and consider an assault on a stray beast trivial, Qian Yun said without hesitation, "Let us go to the warm domain for the winter." Regardless of today's events, their plan to visit the seaside had been in place for some time. Cang Mi had already moved the bamboo house, and thus the departure could commence. The situation had turned out to be a false alarm. They no longer needed to rush, nor worry about being pursued by orcs. Hungsha, are you all right? Qian Yun inquired with concern, gently touching Hungsha's head. Hungsha nonchalantly shook his head and replied, I'm fine. Have Salon carry you. I'm dirty. Qian Yun, it's not dirty. The wound hurts. Upon hearing this, Qian Yun immediately turned to gaze at Salon, who had transformed into a beastly form, securing all her possessions with vines. Cautiously, she hoisted her burden and set forth. Qian Yun turned her head to gaze at Hungsha, observing him as he gradually twisted his body to catch up. His movements still languid yet imbued with a certain grace, reminiscent of old times. I feel much better, Hungsha remarked, meeting her concerned gaze, which glistened with a hint of redness. The depth of her worry brought him immense satisfaction, igniting a joyful flicker of flame at the tip of his heart. Qian Yun felt reassured. In truth, one could discern from Salon's reaction to Hungsha that the issue was likely not severe, it merely appeared rather daunting. After they had traversed a short distance, Cang Mi hurriedly approached. His expression impassive as he cast a glance at Hungsha before lifting Qian Yun from Salon's back and heading towards the river. His pace was swift, as he took the lead with Qian Yun, quickly creating a distance between them and the other two. The wandering beasts are masters at feigning vulnerability to elicit sympathy from females. That trivial injury is hardly life-threatening for the beast. Why shed tears for it? Cang Mi remarked darkly. Qian Yun, with a hint of grievance, inquired. If Hungsha were not a stray beast, based on your understanding of him, would you accept him as my partner? The primary reason for his aversion to Hungsha stemmed from the latter's identity as a stray beast. What if Hungsha were merely an ordinary beastman? To this question, Cang Mi fell into silence, offering no response. Qian Yun no longer pressed for answers. His silence spoke volumes, serving as the most profound response. The vagaries surrounding the wandering beast left Cang Mi hesitant to take risks. Soon, they arrived by the riverbank, where Qian Yun beheld their bamboo dwelling. However, Cang Mi chose not to lead her towards the house, instead guiding her into the adjacent bamboo grove. The current flowed swiftly, and gaps between the bamboo allowed the river water to seep through. I will gather some bamboo to raise the base, and you shall reside on the second floor. He mused, feeling a sense of relief at the thought of constructing a 2-story bamboo house for her. Otherwise, they would all be compelled to share living quarters with her. And the mere thought of that large white serpent unsettled him. His wariness towards Hungsha remained unwavering. In the end, she would occupy the upper floor while they resided below. Qian Yun nodded in agreement. Cang Mi utilized the wind to swiftly gather the bamboo, while she was responsible for storing it within their spatial realm. Since collecting bamboo is so convenient for you, gather a bit more. I require bamboo tubes, and any excess can be saved for kindling. Such a straightforward request prompted Cang Mi to deftly clear nearly half of the bamboo grove with remarkable efficiency. Qian Yun treated the bamboo as treasures, carefully storing them in the designated space. Observing the once spacious area now filled with a dense collection of bamboo, she remarked, That's sufficient. Along the way, we can occasionally fell some trees to gather wood. During the rainy season and harsh winter, finding suitable wood outside will undoubtedly be challenging. Cang Mi's gaze softened with affection. He preferred her ambitious plans for their future over her previous timidity and fears. Aside from the stray beasts, I will unhesitatingly fulfill any of your wishes, he assured her. Wood, being the most accessible resource, was abundant in the forest, alleviating any concerns about scarcity. Currently, it was not the season for bamboo shoots, and Qian Yun found none amidst the towering bamboo groves. However, wild grasses and vegetables were plentiful. She was unfamiliar with them. And Cang Mi showed no reaction. Their focus remained steadfast on the bamboo. After collecting the bamboo, they arrived at the bamboo house, where Hungsha and Salon had also gathered. Qian Yun, you and Salon should go play by the river. There are plenty of fish there, Cang Mi said as he entrusted her to Salon. Salon, after stowing away the animal skin pouch from his back into the bamboo house, presented Qian Yun with the shoes he had crafted for her, helping her change into them. Qian Yun sat gracefully upon the tiger's paw of Cang Mi, watching with delight as Salon helped her don her shoes. The soles were crafted from smooth, sturdy wood, while the body of the shoes was woven from grass vines, lined with a layer of beast hide, resembling a snug sock. The plush and thick hide beneath her feet offered an exceptionally soft step, simple yet untamed. Qian Yun found herself enamored with this style of footwear. The shoes were slightly loose, akin to her size 36 feet slipping into size 37. Rising, she took a few steps on the ground and exclaimed with a smile, They don't pinch at all. They're so comfortable. Salon, you're truly remarkable. Receiving her approval and praise, Ceylon shyly smiled back. I'm glad you like them. Cang Mi interjected lightly. Very well, from now on. Ceylon will be in charge of Qian Yun's shoes. Meanwhile, Hungsha, who had been quietly lurking nearby, declared, I will take responsibility for making the clothes. The white tiger roared. I see you wish to bite off more than you can chew. In chapter 53, everything about her seemed beautifully enchanting to him. Hungsha's eyes glinted with cold light as the two males engaged in a silent battle of gazes. Upon sensing the discordant atmosphere, Qian Yun promptly interjected, Let us not quarrel. Once we have completed the bamboo dwelling, we must depart. I am uncertain when the rainy season will arrive. I have often heard you mention it, suggesting it is imminent. Although the harsh winter is still a distance away, shall we manage to reach the coastal region before the rains commence? From this side, Ceylon remarked, if we travel day and night, we could nearly arrive in time. However, we cannot rush. There is no need for haste, as your health may not withstand such exertion. He continued, during the rainy season, torrential downpours will not persist continuously. There will be moments of respite. When the rain falls, we shall seek refuge, and once it subsides, we will resume our journey. After the rainy season concludes, there will be a period of warming before the temperatures drop again, ushering in the cold winter. With a look of understanding, Qian Yun grasped the situation. Cang Mi added, once the rainy season begins, we shall find a cave on the mountain to take shelter. For the elevated position will shield us from the deluge. Qian Yun nodded and said, during this period, I urge you all to exert yourselves, hunt diligently and gather ample provisions. This way, whether it be the rainy season or the onset of winter, we shall remain comfortably at home, basking by the fire. When we feel the urge to venture outside, we shall do so merely for leisure, free from the concerns of sustenance. The innocent little Jiao murmured softly. Cang Mi cast a sidelong glance at him and remarked, for Qian Yun, being well-fed and warmly clothed at all times is sufficient. The rest of the responsibilities fall upon my shoulders. Qian Yun listened to their conversation with a hint of confusion, as the two gentlemen seemed disinclined to provide her with any explanations. She turned her gaze towards Ceylon. With a smile, Ceylon remarked, the rainy season and the harsh winter are times when females are particularly susceptible to illness. No amount of food or warm furs can suffice. I am here by your side, so you need not worry about such matters. Should you experience any discomfort? No matter how trivial, you must inform me, including any discomfort from acclimatization. Each occurrence should be mentioned as it arises. I will gather some useful herbs to keep on hand. Would it be acceptable to store them in your space? Of course, that sounds perfect. We can create a wooden rack specifically for the herbs, Qian Yun replied decisively. Ceylon's smile radiated brightly. Thus, with her spatial abilities, she took charge of all the household supplies. This is my responsibility. You should go and enjoy yourself, Cang Mi urged, hastening their departure from the bamboo house. For he had plans to renovate it. He turned to Ceylon with a serious tone, reminding her, previously, when she stood under the waterfall to bathe. She fainted and fell into the current. Please be more cautious. Do not let dizziness overcome you while observing the fish. Upon hearing this, Ceylon nodded cautiously. Qian Yun pursed her lips, recalling how she had once been infuriated by him, for who could tolerate such domineering and eccentric behavior? The fierce tiger's forced affections were truly insufferable. She extracted a considerable quantity of bamboo from her planting space and set it aside. Together with Ceylon, she ambled towards a gentle slope by the shallow waters. As they approached the river, Ceylon grasped her hand, fearing she might become dizzy and stumble into the water. Hungsha, oblivious to their concerns, swam to a nearby spot, cleansing herself of the disarray before resting on the bank. The bamboo house renovation was something Cang Mi disapproved of him meddling in. There was ample bamboo, and with Ceylon by her side, Qian Yun gradually closed her eyes to meditate and rejuvenate. Qian Yun has been paying attention to Hungsha's condition. His injuries have significantly improved. However, the scales that were struck by lightning still bear some charred marks. Nonetheless, he appears to be in excellent spirits, lying there peacefully asleep. Little Qian hesitated for a moment before calling out to Qian Yun, ultimately choosing to address her differently. Qian Yun's gaze fell upon him as she smiled and said, You can call me however you wish. Ceylon nodded with reassurance. Yes, when other beastmen are around, you can call me Little Qian. Those bright, clear eyes shimmered with tenderness. Everything about her seemed exquisite, and he had longed to call her by her name. Qian Yun, he murmured softly, the gentle tone of her name brushing against her heart like a feather, evoking a subtle sensation. The idea of being in a romantic relationship with such a gentle male, akin to a large rabbit, felt utterly delightful. It was an entirely different experience compared to the two distant figures who were engaged in their own courtship. Ceylon took her hand, standing in the shallow water, observing the swift current. He refrained from wading in to catch fish, preferring to stand beside her instead. The fish were of little importance. The priority was to provide Cang Mi with ample space to renovate the bamboo house. Otherwise, should any significant alterations occur, Qian Yun might inadvertently be harmed. Although the bamboo house was merely a simple two-story structure with only a single nest within, it was nearly devoid of issues. The only concern was the potential for water to seep in from the bottom. The bamboo was tightly reinforced, yet some gaps remained. Cang Mi had added a small additional layer beneath the bamboo house, extending beyond its boundaries, creating a lofty and spacious platform beneath it. In the event of a swift current, should she lose her footing and collide with something, the bamboo house would remain unharmed, as the platform served as a protective barrier. After completing this, Cang Mi stood with his hands on his hips, contemplating for a moment before resuming his work. He installed a railing around the protective platform, the height nearly reaching Qian Yun's chest. "Humph, I refuse to believe you could fall into the river like this," he declared, thoroughly satisfied with his creation. Since the incident when she slipped and fell into the waterfall while bathing, he had developed an inexplicable wariness of water and regretted not keeping a closer watch on her at that time. Having experienced such an accident, he would not allow it to occur again. As they would soon be drifting down the river, he was determined to eliminate any potential dangers. Once the bamboo house was modified, Cang Mi tested its stability in the water, ensuring that no river water would surge in. He used a gentle gust of wind to maneuver the bamboo house into the shallow area where Qian Yun stood, a soft breeze carrying her into his embrace. Qian Yun had already grown accustomed to being playfully tossed about by the great tiger. She harbored no fear of heights. This sensation did not discomfort her in the slightest. The gusts that enveloped her, courtesy of Cang Mi, were of an entirely different caliber from the fierce winds of battle. They were remarkably gentle. Once she regained her footing, she called down, "Ceylon, Hungsha, we are setting off." Responding promptly, the two ascended. Upon seeing Hungsha approach, Cang Mi raised an eyebrow, displeasure evident, ready to voice his thoughts. However, Qian Yun stood on her tiptoes and pecked him on the cheek, playfully stating, "You've worked hard, my great tiger. Could you assist me in tidying up the grass nest? I've placed the stone pot and ingredients below. Hungsha will catch the fish, and Ceylon will cook it. I am quite hungry. Let's go." She linked her arm with his, and, before the great tiger could fully comprehend the situation, she led him into the bamboo hut, instantly dissolving any potential discord that might have arisen. As Cang Mi regained his senses, he gazed at the beaming Qian Yun beside him, feeling a blend of joy and discontent. The joy stemmed from her affectionate gesture and playful demeanor towards him, while the discontent arose from the realization that her flirtation was intended for Hungsha. Qian Yun raised her gaze to him, understanding the restrained emotions hidden within his violet eyes. Chapter 54. I truly like you. She spoke softly. We both need time to understand one another. Your knowledge of Hungsha is solely derived from the fact that he is a stray beast. Yet, despite being a stray, he treats me with more kindness than many orcs from other tribes, does he not? The partner I seek must be someone who treats me well and can protect me. From the very beginning, Hungsha has never harmed me. If he intended to force me, would I be in such a good state? You throw tantrums, shout at me, and even cause me pain when you bite me. As she spoke of this, a hint of resentment lingered in her tone. Cang Mi's body stiffened, his gaze falling downcast in profound desolation. He uttered not a word and gathered the grass nest from the first floor, transferring it to the second. Qian Yun gazed in astonishment at the unusually subdued tiger. Given his temperament, she expected him to explode in rage, hurling insults, yet he remained silent. I would never harm you. How dare he disdain me when he treats you so harshly? The half-human, half-serpent Hungsha languidly leaned against the doorway, his tone laced with a hint of mockery. Ceylon hastily intervened, saying, Cang Mi simply has a difficult disposition. He is fiercely loyal to Qian Yun. A poor temper can be tamed. If you communicate with him, Qian Yun, a little attention will easily coax him into submission. Males are usually quite receptive to their partner's words. This sentiment left Qian Yun with a sudden pang of discomfort. Since arriving in this world, she had been cared for by them, and although she did not oppose bonding with Cang Mi, she had not delved deeply into matters of the heart. Her understanding of the tempestuous tiger was superficial, limited to his fierce temperament, pride, and dominance. According to the norms of this world, she had not afforded her partner the respect he deserved, and she feared that this alone could cause him embarrassment. Such easily agitated males are not difficult to placate. His anger stemmed from her failure to regard him as a partner, from not acknowledging his rightful place. She retrieved pots, bowls, and ingredients from her growing space, and, noticing that the tiger had not come downstairs, decided to check on him. The makeshift nest had already been prepared, and Cang Mi sat cross-legged by the window, lost in thought as he gazed outside. His proud silhouette was tinged with a loneliness that tugged at one's heartstrings. Qian Yun hesitated momentarily before gracefully approaching him and taking a seat beside him. She reached out, intertwining her fingers with his. Her bold advance startled him. Yet in the next instant, he firmly grasped her hand in response. After all, your temper is indeed quite fierce. I cannot dispute that. You are fully aware of your own temperament, and I have long since ceased to be angered by those matters. Do you know? When I was near Hungsha, I yearned for your arrival, convinced that you would soon find your way to me. I harbored a profound belief that you would never abandon me, despite your undeniable temper. While your temperament may be a flaw, you possess numerous virtues as well. A domineering and proud tiger. You have always endeavored to care for her to the best of your ability. Your aversion to Hungsha, a stray beast, is also a testament to your protective instincts as a partner. Upon hearing her words, Cang Mi felt an indescribable stir within his heart. He lifted her hand and earnestly pressed a kiss upon her knuckles. I am genuinely afraid, fearful that I may not take good care of you. All I desire is for you to be well-fed, warmly clothed, and perpetually joyful, free from any ailments. Qian Yun, I truly adore you, no matter how delicate you may be. I wish to cherish you. I will strive to be less impatient in the future. Would you let me eliminate Hungsha? Damn it. He had expressed his heartfelt confession so beautifully, only to ruin the atmosphere with such a remark. It was inappropriate. He had to behave himself now, and if he misbehaved, she could discipline him. Qian Yun was resolute in her stance. Hungsha, that great white serpent, may appear docile before her, yet he is quite the schemer. Not just him. Even Ceylon, that large rabbit, is not as simple as he seems. Each one of them harbors a cunning nature beneath their innocent exteriors. In contrast, Cang Mi, the great tiger, unleashes his emotions vocally when displeased, displaying a raw sincerity. Very well, I shall keep a watchful eye on him from now on. If he dares to act out of line, I shall deal with him accordingly. The great tiger seemed to be infused with newfound vigor, his spirit buoyant and lively. The words of Qian Yun instilled in him a profound sense of confidence. Her response was one of shock, her complexion shifting in disbelief. Was it truly necessary to be so frantic? Be good. Do not allow them the opportunity to speak ill of you. Do not seek trouble where none exists. You are my male, my very first male, she tenderly coaxed him. Her words softened the fierce demeanor of Cang Mi, transforming him into his beastly form. As the tiger's head nuzzled joyfully against her embrace, he was indeed her first male, holding a unique place in her heart. The grand tiger, increasingly exhilarated by these thoughts, could not restrain himself and playfully toppled her into the grassy nest, his warm, moist tongue lovingly caressing her shoulder. The bite marks had faded, and her skin had returned to its original delicate whiteness. Qian Yun felt her breath quicken as she was playfully teased. She gently pushed the large head away and frowned, saying, Enough of this, I am hungry and wish to eat. Upon hearing her mention hunger, Cang Mi immediately ceased his mischievous antics, transforming into his human form to carry her downstairs. Hungsha had already caught a batch of fish, while Ceylon was busy preparing them. Spotting some river clams at the doorway, Qian Yun's expression brightened with curiosity as she approached. Are these river clams? Do they contain pearls? She inquired, squatting at the entrance and looking back at Cang Mi, who had followed closely behind. Cang Mi crouched beside her, took one, and effortlessly split it in half with a gust of wind. This is what we call a water clam in the central continent, he explained, revealing several small pearls nestled within the clam's flesh. Qian Yun cheerfully exclaimed, I desire this pearl. Could you perhaps drill a small hole in it? I wish to string them together. Cang Mi did not comprehend the allure of such diminutive beads, finding them far less exquisite than the lustrous crystals. Very well, he replied indulgently. If it is her wish, then he shall oblige. He pried open the clams scattered on the ground, extracting pearls from their flesh. Qian Yun, with admirable diligence, retrieved a small bowl from her spatial storage to place the pearls within. As Hungsha caught a batch of fish, he noticed Qian Yun's fondness for the clams and discarded the fish at the entrance of the bamboo hut, promptly diving into the water to seek out more clams. Several large fish, now unrestrained, flailed wildly, causing Ceylon to panic as she clumsily attempted to catch them, using a stone shard in her hand to stun and drag them away. As long as Qian Yun could charm them, harmony could still flourish between the great tiger and the majestic white serpent. At this moment, Cang Mi, showing no aversion. Reached out expressionlessly to take the clams Hungsha had gathered from the riverbed, opening them to retrieve the pearls for Qian Yun. Qian Yun meticulously selected the pearls beside her, each varying in size and hue, with a predominance of delicate pinks alongside a smattering of whites and purples. She picked out the more rounded pearls. Hungsha, we have enough. There is no need to search further. Satisfied with the quantity, she called out to Hungsha, who was returning with the water clams. Hungsha replied, "All right. I shall go catch some fish." Just as he turned to leave, a thought struck him, and he turned back to inquire, "Are there shrimp? Can they be eaten?" Qian Yun nodded. "Food." He plunged into the water to catch it. The river was straight and spacious, with the current flowing steadily forward, momentarily alleviating any concerns of becoming stranded or colliding with the banks. Hungsha followed the bamboo hut, fishing beneath the surface. Should he deviate from his position, he would silently adjust his course. Cang Mi opened all the water clams, gathering a large bowl filled to the brim with pearls. He meticulously drilled small holes into the exquisite pearls selected by Qian Yun. The remaining deformed pearls were also pierced. Ceylon smiled, remarking that the merfolk adorned their garments with pearls and shells, creating a breathtaking effect. He envisioned how to embellish clothing with those pearls. Suddenly struck by inspiration, he retrieved a small, vivid red bead from his leather pouch, blushing as he handed it to her. Chapter 55. I belong to you. Qian Yun gazed in bewilderment at the red bead handed to her by Ceylon. Its size and hue were distinctly different from that of a crystal. It was not a crystal at all. What is this? It is so beautiful. She reached out to accept it, distinctly feeling the warmth radiating from the bead, comforting yet not too hot to touch. A sudden speculation arose within her heart. Ceylon gently remarked, "It is a flame stone, which I brought out while packing. It belongs to you, just as I belong to you." The unexpected confession, made in front of Cang Mi, left Qian Yun feeling quite shy. Meanwhile, Cang Mi busied herself with the pearls, seemingly indifferent to their exchange. It was not that she ignored them. Rather, it felt entirely normal, as long as it was that serpent making a confession to flirt. Qian Yun nodded thoughtfully, cradling the flame stone gently in her palm. "I adore both the flame stone and you. My affection extends to both." Upon hearing this, Ceylon felt a surge of joy while Cang Mi wore a melancholic expression. Nearby, the large white snake, having caught a handful of shrimp, joyfully wagged its tail. The flame stone, rough in texture and a deep crimson hue, resembled a small fireball, not much larger than her fingernail. Despite its diminutive size, it possessed the remarkable ability to keep an entire basin of water warm. With the flame stone, she could indulge in warm baths and carry it for warmth during chilly weather, far more convenient than the larger, heat-emitting white snake. Suddenly, her eyes sparkled with curiosity as she tentatively inquired, "Is it possible to drill a hole in this flame stone?" Cang Mi, momentarily perplexed, turned to her and discerned her intentions. Ceylon contemplated and replied, "Yes, a hole can be made. Even if this flame stone were to fracture, it would still emit heat, albeit not as intensely as a whole one." In the past, the males of the Green Forest tribe would meticulously grind a small hole into the flame stone using sturdy fish bones, threading it with beast tendons for the females to wear as adornments on their wrists. These flame stones were roughly the size of small beads, emitting a gentle warmth to provide comfort during the harsh winter months. However, caution was necessary while drilling, as the stone was prone to shattering. "This is a straightforward task," Qian Yun said with a smile, playfully patting Cang Mi on the shoulder. The great tiger, speechless, accepted the flame stone from her hand and deftly drilled a hole with a swift motion. "Keep an eye out for beasts along the way. Their tendons are elastic and not easily torn, making them the most suitable for this purpose," he remarked, returning the flame stone to her grasp. Ceylon squatted beside her, intrigued, and asked, "With such a sizable stone, where do you intend to hang it? On your hand, foot, or neck?" Qian Yun pondered for a moment and said, "Let us adorn the hand with a single piece, wrapped in exquisite animal hide for a touch of wild elegance. Thus, we shall create a bold and untamed hair tie. It will be convenient for me to toy with." Cang Mi lightly remarked, one hand adorned with a flame stone, the other with a small bead. "Your hands are indeed quite occupied. Qian Yun, you have a knack for sarcasm." Ceylon has already envisioned in her mind the exquisite design she described. Wrapping animal hides around sinews, it is indeed a splendid combination that she had never considered before. His gaze towards Qian Yun grew increasingly fervent. In the next moment, Hungsha coldly interjected, "What is simmering in the pot?" Ceylon paused for a moment, then suddenly realized and hurriedly rushed to check the contents of the pot. He breathed a sigh of relief upon discovering that the pot was merely boiling and had not overflowed. He refrained from interrupting, diligently squatting by the stone pot, attentively watching the food, waiting for it to be ready for Qian Yun. Their ears were so keen that they heard her voice from upstairs, expressing her hunger. Qian Yun crouched on the ground, her legs feeling somewhat numb. As she rose and moved slightly, she noticed Hungsha, a being half human and half snake, gazing at her from the lower platform with an enigmatic softness in his eyes. She lifted her foot, poised to descend, when Cang Mi's tail, resembling that of a tiger, coiled around her waist, restricting her movement. With a resigned sigh, she turned to face Cang Mi. "So stingy," she murmured softly. Cang Mi raised an eyebrow and asked, "What?" Qian Yun wore a faint smile and remarked, "You are truly handsome." He retorted with a cold laugh, "Are you insulting me? We can prepare spicy stir-fried clam meat with these." She deftly shifted the topic, having no intention of searching for Hungsha any longer. Cang Mi remained silent, skillfully removing the clam meat. Qian Yun retrieved a bowl from the space to place the clam meat. With nothing much to do, she intended to lend a hand, but was abruptly shoved into the room by Cang Mi, where Ceylon was waiting to embrace her securely. "Your delicate hands should not be handling clam meat. What if the sharp shells injure you? Just sit over there and enjoy your meal," Cang Mi declared with an air of authority. Qian Yun pouted, being pulled by Ceylon to the side of the stone pot. The fish within was nearly cooked, releasing an enticing aroma. She suddenly realized the absence of tables and stools. Immediately, she opened her spatial pocket for a glance and found that only bamboo could be utilized. "Cang Mi, I may trouble you to craft a few tables and stools. Would it be all right to use bamboo?" Cang Mi, engrossed in preparing the clam meat, replied without turning her head, "Yes, just toss the bamboo out. Once I finish with the clam meat, I will start on that." The bamboo house was quite tidy. You could find a spot to sit anywhere. Qian Yun responded softly. Shortly after, she observed Ceylon retrieving a piece of animal hide from his leather pouch, spreading it on the ground beside her. His considerate demeanor filled her heart with warmth. He guided her to sit down and served her a bowl of fish and meat. As she leisurely savored her meal, exhaling steam from the hot dish, Ceylon resumed the preparation of the oil he had been simmering earlier. In the thicket nearby, amidst their frantic escape, Qian Yun gathered everything into her space, where time stood still, allowing the oil pot to remain warm. She felt fortunate that Cang Mi had constructed 3 fire pits while building the bamboo cottage. Given the bamboo structure's flammability, he had thoughtfully created these fire pits, each carved from a large stone, hollowed out internally, leaving 2 openings, one for the stone pot and the other for adding firewood. The fire pits were spacious enough to accommodate a considerable amount of ash. To ensure stability, they were positioned centrally within the bamboo dwelling. Currently, the water flowed steadily, and the weight and buoyancy of the cottage were sufficient, causing only slight swaying, which did not hinder Qian Yun from maintaining her balance. Ceylon was also cautious while cooking the fish, ensuring not to fill the pot too full. Otherwise, a wave could cause the cottage to sway excessively, risking the food spilling from the pot. Spilling was one thing, but if it splashed onto Qian Yun, that would be most unfortunate. To mitigate any potential mishaps, he had positioned her away from the fire pit, ensuring that even if the water's current fluctuated, the food in the pot would not splatter onto her. "Qian Yun, toss me a bamboo tube and add some spices you like. I shall prepare shrimp for you," came the voice of Hungsha from outside. Qian Yun hastily set down the bowl in her hands and rose to the doorway, where she met Cang Mi's displeased gaze, his brow arched in irritation. With a hint of reckless staring, she extended her foot, attempting to step on the tail that obstructed the entrance. The tiger's tail flicked away with ease, wrapping around her ankle in a playful manner. The soft, furry sensation tickled her, prompting an involuntary laugh to escape her lips. Let go, it tickles." Cang Mi's eyes glimmered with amusement as he released her. "Why did you drop it? What purpose does it serve to go down there? The ground isn't elevated, and should that snake decide to jostle the bamboo house, you might lose your balance." He cast a cold, sidelong glance at the great white snake patiently waiting below. Hungsha interjected lightly, "I admit I frightened her earlier. According to her, my actions were a form of psychological torment, while your fierce bite constitutes physical abuse. We are not so different." Both have left her startled. Qian Yun's expression darkened with frustration. "Are you truly feeling proud of yourselves?" Chapter 56, The Attribute of Attracting Ferocious Beasts Through Combat to Abnormal Beings. Complained 2 Tuesday, Cang Mi's countenance suddenly soured. He gritted his teeth, preparing to confront Hungsha. However, upon meeting Qian Yun's anxious gaze, his resolve faltered. "Qian Yun, how has that serpent tormented you mentally?" Qian Yun complained, pouting. "He showed me the scene of Norma being bullied by the stray beast, and I was utterly disheartened." Cang Mi, Qian Yun expected him to utter some words. Yet he remained silent. She gazed at him in astonishment and inquired, "Do you not perceive that his actions have inflicted significant psychological harm upon me?" Cang Mi, with a stern expression and a serious demeanor, replied, "The method is not flawed. Rather, it is your timidity that is at fault. Norma harbors considerable malice towards you. Had I been in your position, I would have acted similarly. How could I not have considered exchanging the Holy Maiden for crystals with those wandering beasts?" Qian Yun was in despair. What should I do? Should I offer myself in exchange? She wore an expression of deep resentment. What sort of individuals are these? Such insinuations caused Cang Mi's countenance to darken. He cast a meaningful glance at Hungsha below and remarked, "You are my partner. How could I possibly do such a thing? It is not as if I am incapable of hunting fierce beasts. Take care of yourself, lest you fall prey to other wandering beasts and be exchanged for crystals." Hungsha, a wandering beast with a hidden agenda, toyed with a large shrimp and replied, "If I wanted to exchange, I would have done so long ago. I keep what I cherish. After all this time together, I have not harmed you, have I, Qian Yun?" Qian Yun's lips twitched, indicating that this matter could not be easily resolved. Cang Mi, infuriated, seethed with rage. As he placed the clam meat into his bowl, he turned to Qian Yun and declared, "This calls for a beating. His words are far too reckless." After uttering those words, he transformed into a beastly form and lunged forward. Hungsha's lips curled into a faint smile as he too morphed into his animal shape and plunged into the water. Cang Mi followed suit, and the two engaged in a fierce battle beneath the surface. Qian Yun could not discern their figures, nor was she aware of the nature of their conflict. She merely sensed the surging waves, which caused the bamboo hut to sway quite violently. Ceylon, visibly anxious, emerged to pull her inside, urging her to take her seat. "You focus on your meal. Beneath the bamboo hut, they cannot create too much commotion. Moreover, I have noticed that whenever they engage in combat, it tends to attract ferocious beasts. We must gather beast tendons. So let them fight for a while and see if we can lure any formidable creatures our way." Qian Yun gazed vacantly. The statement made was undeniably reasonable, leaving her with no grounds for rebuttal. However, she discerned the subtle intentions of this rabbit. While it couldn't be deemed malicious, it was certainly driven by ulterior motives. After a moment's hesitation, she picked up the unfinished fish beside her and resumed eating. After a few bites, a thought crossed her mind. "Are the shrimp caught by Hungsha on the lower platform all gone?" Ceylon replied, "I have already brought them up. We shall cook them in the stone pot." He then descended to gather the shrimp that had not yet managed to escape, bringing them back and placing them into the stone pot, adding a few slices of salted leaves to commence the cooking. As Qian Yun felt the bamboo house stabilize slightly, she rose and approached the window, her curiosity piqued by the forest that lined their route. Reflecting on the previous encounters where Cang Mi and Hungsha had attracted ferocious beasts during their skirmishes, she mused whether their brawls would once again summon such creatures. Even in the absence of these beasts, it seemed improbable that they could continue their fight. It appeared that fate had denied them a decisive victor. How vexatious. Suddenly, she noticed 3 colossal figures on the riverbank, their inky black forms adorned with razor-sharp tusks, their fierce eyes glinting as they chased after their bamboo dwelling. Oh my! Her excitement nearly caused her to choke. Sela hurried to her side, gently soothing her back, his gaze following hers to the fearsome beast trailing along the shore. "It's merely a ferocious beast," he reassured her calmly. "No need for concern. Such creatures typically lack aquatic prowess and would not venture into these waters. They cannot reach our bamboo house." Qian Yun responded with confidence, calling out to the others below, "Cang Mi, Hungsha, there are ferocious beasts on the shore. My beast muscles have arrived, my mate." In the next moment, a white snake surged forth from the water, swiftly making its way to the bank. Cang Mi, utilizing the wind, securely anchored the bamboo hut on the opposite shore before turning to wade into the water to join the hunt. Observing the great tiger walking on the water with its feet upon the azure waves, Qian Yun couldn't help but exclaim in awe. It was incredibly cool. She had witnessed Cang Mi in combat, yet had never truly seen him hunt. This moment, watching from across the shore, was quite thrilling. However, those two had deliberately lured the ferocious beasts into the forest, obscuring her view of their battle. Qian Yun furrowed her brows. Although the distance prevented her from discerning many details, she was eager to witness the ferocity of those fierce beasts. To her astonishment, they had actually managed to divert the ferocious creatures. Soon, black flames erupted from the distant forest, engulfing the lush greenery in a darkened haze. Qian Yun was taken aback. She examined closely, realizing that the swirling black mist took on the form of flames. Slan gently elucidated, the ferocious beasts are adept at wielding black fire, a formidable flame, possessing immense destructive power. This is also the reason their affinity for water is lacking, rendering them hesitant to venture into it. Qian Yun understood. Slan gazed at the surging black flames in the forest, sensing an unsettling presence. Without hesitation, she extended her hand out of the window to unleash her extraordinary powers. A vibrant green light emanated, swiftly coalescing into a barrier that stood resolutely before the bamboo dwelling. Qian Yun gazed at the verdant light that resembled a protective shield, and a sense of speculation stirred within her. Moments later, a fierce surge of black flames erupted from the opposite bank, engulfing the entire river surface. The ravenous black fire surged forth, colliding violently against the barrier of green light. Darkness approached relentlessly, causing her complexion to change and her body to instinctively retreat. Qian Yun, I can withstand the onslaught of the black flames. Do not be afraid. Slan gently reassured her as he enveloped her in his embrace. Observing the unwavering green light barrier against the oncoming black fire, Qian Yun eventually regained her composure and remarked, now I comprehend why they lured the ferocious beasts into the forest. After the initial wave of black flames, their potency began to wane, and the distant roars of beasts echoed, signaling the onset of fierce combat on their side. Qian Yun instinctively lifted her gaze and beheld the majestic tiger glancing at them from the riverbank. Ensuring that Slan had successfully thwarted the onslaught of the dark flames before turning and re-entering the forest to continue the battle. Within the tumult of the dark flames, the azure winds and crimson fires collided, intertwining three hues in a fierce and tumultuous clash. Qian Yun gazed anxiously across the water, observing the sporadic surges of black flames, which, though still formidable, lacked the initial ferocity. No matter how fiercely they struck, they could not reach the verdant barrier. She was aware that ferocious beasts resided in the beast forest, thriving in packs. The males, when hunting, must seize opportunities to target solitary beasts, otherwise, they would find it exceedingly difficult to escape when surrounded. Having witnessed it firsthand, she understood that once such black flames spread, the forest would suffer devastation. The air would grow oppressive, and visibility would be severely impaired, making combat in such an environment extraordinarily perilous. How could I possibly take pleasure in consuming such terrifying creatures? Qian Yun couldn't help but feel a wave of frustration. Slan, amused by her words, looked down at her with his striking, clear eyes and remarked, by slaying one more beast, we diminish their proliferation. The existence of these ferocious creatures poses a greater threat to us, the beast folk, than mere wild animals. To become your sustenance is, in fact, their honor. Qian Yun, I express my gratitude to them. Chapter 57. I possess the ability to protect you. Behold. The black flames unleashed by the three ferocious beasts have already wreaked havoc over such a vast expanse. Should a multitude emerge, the destructive force would be far more formidable. If one encounters these beasts roaming in the wilderness and finds oneself unable to contend with them, it is prudent to flee towards a water source. Upon observing that the situation had stabilized, Slan began to elucidate the matter to her. Transmitted from a distant realm by the esteemed lady of the divine. She might be unaware of these circumstances. Qian Yun was indeed unaware, only knowing that the ferocious beasts were terrifying and their flesh delectable. When the opposing shore was reduced to a desolate forest by the black flames, and those flames no longer raged, she understood that the battle there had come to an end. Soon, she witnessed Cang Mi and Hungsha dragging the beast to the shore for processing. The blood quickly tainted the clear waters, only to be swept away by the rushing currents. The hide of the beast was coarse and thick. The orcs typically refrained from collecting their pelts, gathering only their crystal stones and meat, leaving behind sinews only when necessary, otherwise discarding them entirely. Slan stood behind Qian Yun, his arms encircling her, softly whispering in her ear. His warm breath, imbued with a touch of careful distance, enveloped her. This ambiguous, yet cautious proximity momentarily disrupted Qian Yun's breath, causing her to lower her gaze, her cheeks involuntarily flushing with color. She responded softly. She glanced at the fish she had nearly finished. Her voice gentle as she remarked, Slan, you are truly impressive. I thought your talents were solely in medicine. In the end, not only can you wield poison, but you can also conjure a protective shield. It was not that she underestimated him. Rather, he had revealed too little of himself to her, and his identity as a shaman had confined her perception of him. Not all orcs with wood-based abilities could become shamans, as there were various classifications within that domain. Just as one might be able to accelerate plant growth or ascertain their toxicity, it did not necessarily follow that they could determine which ailments could be treated. Furthermore, Ceylon's gentle and tender demeanor made it difficult for her to associate him with the likes of Cang Mi and the others, who were more formidable in combat. The large rabbit, while powerful and imposing, lacked an overwhelming presence. Ceylon lowered his gaze, pressing his face close to her ear, savoring the warmth radiating from her delicate skin. Would you stay by my side more often? I will take you outdoors to explore, to hunt for wild vegetables, and to showcase my abilities and various strengths to you. Is that agreeable? Qian Yun, I possess the capacity to protect you. Qian Yun felt a stirring within her heart as she replied, I understand. I do not perceive you as weak. Rather, it is my lack of understanding that is at fault. It is not only you, but I also do not know the other two well enough. The time we have spent together is insufficient, and the challenge of bridging our cross-species differences is indeed exhausting, compounded by a significant generational gap. However, if you wish to understand, the males will unreservedly reveal their true selves to you. Ceylon gently nuzzled her ear and continued. Qian Yun, sometimes the issue lies with you. I do not mean to imply that you are wrong, but rather that your focus has been on aspects that are somewhat perplexing to us. You have been transported here by the female deity, and the disparity in your living environment naturally evokes feelings of curiosity and fear regarding various matters here, which is entirely understandable. Yet, at times, you need not dwell on those daunting thoughts. When fear arises, simply seek solace in our embrace, for we are always by your side. If you direct your attention towards us, you will come to know us better, and in turn, we will understand you more deeply, enabling us to care for you more effectively. The myriad of emotions swirling within Qian Yun is indescribably complex. This rabbit possesses an innate ability to offer solace, and her words are piercingly insightful. She requires not only to adapt to these males but also to the world around her. When she first arrived beside Cang Mi, her tendency to regurgitate whatever she consumed nearly drove him to the brink of despair. Had she been aware of the available sustenance in this realm, and had Cang Mi known what she could digest, their interactions would have been far less tumultuous. In both culinary and temperamental aspects, their adjustment process has been particularly intense. It is through Cang Mi that she discovered her capacity to eat fish, and later, upon encountering Hungsha, she realized she could also consume the flesh of young wolves. Gradually, she is delving deeper into this world, harmonizing with it, and slowly integrating herself, fostering a greater understanding between herself and the males. While she finds it relatively easy to comprehend them, their quest to fully grasp her is fraught with difficulty. Even she is uncertain about the extent of the food she can consume in this world, relying on repeated trials for confirmation. With the ability to eat various meats, complemented by vegetables from her agricultural space, her food security is assured, alleviating the threat of starvation. Yet, she must also confront the natural disasters, diseases, and ferocious beasts that inhabit this realm. Given the uncertainty surrounding the severity of the impending winter, relocating to a warmer area is the most prudent course of action. Otherwise, falling ill could lead to dire consequences. The large rabbit serves as a sole guide, consistently illuminating aspects she has overlooked. Truly, the shaman's sensitivity and inherent talent for guidance affirm her role. It is evident that a household thrives best with companions of diverse temperaments. Qian Yun exhaled deeply, reflecting on this insight. Ceylon smiled in agreement, remarking that seeking partners with varied abilities can indeed enhance one's care. He gazed at the nearly empty bowl in her hands, reached out to take it, and kindly inquired, "Would you like more?" Qian Yun shook her head, stating that she was no longer hungry after having eaten a little, but rather felt the pressing need to relieve herself. Generally, we do not dock unless absolutely necessary, and she felt it imperative to prepare a suitable facility for herself. She found herself hesitant, grappling with how to articulate her need for a toilet, as it was rather an indelicate subject. "Ah, I understand," Silent interjected promptly. She looked at him in surprise. "You do?" Silent, gazing earnestly at her, recounted, previously, a female from the Green Forest tribe became faint and collapsed while attempting to relieve herself in a sand pit, and she wept pitifully. Subsequently, her partner constructed a sand pit for her within their cave, surrounded by wooden planks, allowing her to sit comfortably. Some females tend to feel dizzy and faint after squatting for prolonged periods. Qian Yun's lips twitched. Indeed, this was a tale both poignant and stirring. Certain inventions emerge under extraordinary circumstances, continually refined until they endure through time. Tentatively, she inquired, "Might we consider transforming it into a barrel, widening the rim so that one could perch atop it to relieve oneself. This would certainly facilitate cleaning. Su Lan, measuring her gaze thoughtfully, nodded in agreement. That is feasible. However, it must be stored in a spacious area when not in use, lest the repercussions of a surging tide be beyond description, leaving you in tears. Qian Yun was enveloped in a cloud of despair. Indeed, the thought was utterly terrifying. The bamboo house now had to serve as a vessel, drifting along the river. If a sand pit were to be constructed within it, the consequences of any sudden turmoil would be suffocating. And what about you? She inquired softly. Cang Mi appeared silently at the window and bluntly replied, "We do not require a sand pit. We simply relieve ourselves outside." Qian Yun found herself at a loss for words and could only acknowledge the convenience of the situation. "Come, I shall take you to relieve yourself." Without hesitation, Cang Mi swept her up from the window, harnessing the winds to elevate them as he deftly landed on the shore, her feet gracefully touching the ground. In Chapter 58, the large rabbit appeared lush and green, its long ears drooping delicately. Cang Mi sought out a patch of wild grass that was not overly dense, clearing away the small stones scattered on the ground. Despite her footwear, it had become his habit to ensure her vicinity was free of any sharp objects. Once he confirmed the area was devoid of any threats, he gently set her down before nonchalantly tending to a nearby tree. Qian Yun let out a helpless sigh, recognizing that some of her uncivilized behaviors had indeed affected the world around her. Cang Mi, quietly obedient, refrained from stealing glances at her and instead busied himself creating the items she desired, having listened intently to her conversation with Su Lan moments earlier. Once she had resolved her matters, she trotted over to him. Cang Mi had gathered several wooden blocks of various sizes and raised an eyebrow, gesturing for Qian Yun to choose one. "What size do you prefer? Do you have any particular thoughts in mind?" Qian Yun glanced and remarked, "It need not be overly large. Simply place some sand within and add a few fragrant flowers and herbs. Cleaning it once a day should suffice, and it would be best to include a lid. If you are not urinating at night, and there are only a few instances during the day, could it be that your intake has diminished?" Cang Mi could not help but furrow her brows. Qian Yun let out a light scoff, remarking, "I am not like you males, indulging in such activities daily for an extended duration." Cang Mi, gritting his teeth, retorted, "Do not dare to gaze upon other males while they relieve themselves." "I did not." Qian Yun frowned, perplexed. How could someone as refined as she engage in such behavior? Observing her exasperated expression, Cang Mi suddenly chuckled softly, affectionately ruffling her hair as he said, "Wait for me here for a moment. I shall complete the task swiftly." Qian Yun nodded. As she selected a suitable piece of wood to begin her carving, she curiously surveyed her surroundings, searching for familiar plants. Upon spotting a salt leaf tree nearby, she approached to gather some. There was an inexplicable fondness for this plant, which could not thrive in the cultivation space. Compared to sea salt, she preferred the salt leaves, as their collection was far more convenient, provided she did not mind their vegetal scent. Would the salt leaf tree shed its leaves in winter? Qian Yun casually inquired while plucking leaves from the branches. Cang Mi replied nonchalantly, "No, you can still gather them in winter, though the leaves are somewhat smaller and less lush at that time." Hearing this, Qian Yun felt reassured. Cang Mi continued, "I'll casually gather a few leaves from the salt leaf trees for you. Those will last you quite a while. Once we reach the ocean, we can use sea salt as well. Salt leaf trees can also be found by the seaside." "Understood," she responded. With such a vast space, she couldn't help but feel the urge to stockpile, eager to collect some of her favorite ingredients. After a while, Cang Mi completed 2 small buckets. They were to serve the purpose of sand pits, akin to those used by the orcs, thus giving birth to the name Sand Pit Bucket. "Qian Yun, come over and sit for a moment. See if it's uncomfortable." The great tiger eagerly beckoned her over. Qian Yun walked over with a hint of melancholy, contemplating whether to sit down or not. A mere touch would suffice to ascertain the state of affairs. She ran her fingers along the edges of the 2 sandpit buckets, noting that they had been meticulously smoothed by Cang Mi, devoid of any splinters. However, they remained in their unadorned, unpainted condition, lacking in luster. For such utilitarian wooden buckets, the primary concern was comfort. Ensuring they did not cause discomfort when seated was more than adequate. Each sandpit bucket was thoughtfully paired with a lid of appropriate size, arranged with great care. "Ah, no discomfort," Qian Yun remarked with a smile directed at Cang Mi. "You are truly remarkable. I admire your craftsmanship." Upon receiving her praise, a broad smile illuminated Cang Mi's face. "When we return, I shall craft a table and stools for you." Qian Yun gathered the sandpit bucket and turned around to find Su Lan, the large rabbit, observing the surrounding flora with an air of curiosity, reminiscent of a spirit lost in the woods. She said to Cang Mi, "I wish to play with Ceylon for a while. Could you return first?" Cang Mi, with a calm demeanor and no opposition, escorted her to Ceylon's side before making his way back to the bamboo hut. Ceylon had assumed that Qian Yun would follow Cang Mi back. To his surprise, she remained by his side, transforming into human form. He gazed at her with unrestrained joy and gently took her hand. "Let us not stray too far. We shall wander nearby and seek out some delicious wild vegetables." "All right," she replied with a smile. Ceylon led her through the forest, the sunlight perfectly illuminating their surroundings, creating an atmosphere that was just right. As she observed his long, twitching ears, Qian Yun felt an urge to touch them. Suddenly, Ceylon bent down to pick a wild vegetable at his feet, causing her hand to narrowly miss his ears. Feeling a bit embarrassed, she withdrew her hand, but the next moment, the hand he was holding was lifted and pressed against his ear. "If you wish to touch, then do so. I won't deny you," he said. Rising to meet her gaze, his emerald eyes sparkling with warmth, rendering Qian Yun utterly enraptured. "Why are you so obedient?" she teased, her fingers playfully caressing his ear. The large rabbit's fur was a vibrant green, and his long ears drooped down, a display of his docility, which was reserved solely for her. Ceylon continued to smile as he led her onward. Even while foraging for wild vegetables, he never once released her hand. After a short distance, he had gathered a considerable amount of wild produce, and upon arriving at a thicket adorned with vines, he handed the vegetables to Qian Yun before swiftly weaving a vine into a simple, hollow little basket. In no time, a charming basket was completed. Qian Yun, with a nuanced understanding, plucked a leaf from an unknown plant and spread it within the basket, placing the wild vegetables he had previously gathered atop it. "Is this correct? This way, they won't fall," he mused. "Yes, indeed," she replied. In Ceylon's affectionate gaze, a gentle ripple emerged, almost viscous in its tenderness. Unlike the domineering intensity with which Cang Mi regarded her, or Hungsha's cold, profound demeanor, Ceylon's presence was consistently warm and soothing, akin to the gentle caress of spring water, radiating a brilliance as comforting as sunlight. Being with Ceylon brought her an unmatched sense of ease. He would never suddenly engage in actions that might induce anxiety. As they strolled hand in hand through the forest, a sensation of indescribable contentment and beauty enveloped her. "Qian Yun, I am prepared to bond with you. With my beast mark now upon you, I feel more deserving to stand by your side," he gently probed, his tone laced with cautious tenderness. Qian Yun was momentarily taken aback, and then, feeling a touch of embarrassment, lowered her gaze. A simple sufficed to convey her sentiments. Ceylon was overwhelmed with joy. He inhaled deeply to steady the tumult of emotions within him, although he knew that she would eventually become his partner. The timing remained an enigma. He felt compelled to seize the opportunity, for it meant he could finally rest by her side. The exuberant rabbit, filled with delight, eagerly took her hand, leading her on a quest for wild vegetables, while also plucking sweet fruits for her to enjoy. With a cheerful smile, Qian Yun munched on some fruits, taking note of Cang Mi, who had come to the forest in search of timber, hauling back several large logs. She glanced at him a few times without giving it much thought. Once the basket was filled with wild vegetables, Ceylon led Qian Yun back to the bamboo cottage. The beast meat had all been transferred, and Hungsha was on the lower platform, meticulously cutting the meat into manageable portions, each piece wrapped in leaves. The meat displayed a deep crimson hue, with its skin and sinews thoroughly cleaned. Now, it resembled nothing more than chunks of vibrant red flesh, which did not intimidate Qian Yun in the slightest. Ceylon wrapped his arm around her waist and effortlessly leapt onto the platform. Qian Yun steadied her stance and, raising her gaze, met Hungsha's eyes, which were filled with a yearning anticipation amidst a sense of solitude. She glanced around but did not see Cang Mi, prompting her to hastily run towards Hungsha. As she approached, the depths of Hungsha's dark eyes ignited with a sudden brilliance, and a faint smile graced his lips. Chapter 59. Serpent Schemes. Hungsha, are you weary? Qian Yun inquired as she crouched beside him. The two of them had managed to dispatch 3 ferocious beasts, and the time spent in battle was rather brief. They were more than capable of handling it together. Earlier, when she and Cang Mi ventured into the forest, she had observed Cang Mi closely, noting that he bore few wounds. At that moment, Hungsha was on the opposite bank confronting the beasts, and he appeared to be in perfect condition, suggesting that all was well. Her concern lay with Hungsha, who had previously been pursued and attacked by those butterflies. Now, facing the beast again, she wondered how exhausting it must be for him. "I'm not weary," Hungsha replied, gazing at her as she obediently crouched beside him. Unable to resist, he leaned in and placed a gentle kiss upon her lips. The long-awaited sweetness filled his heart with an uncontainable joy. Qian Yun smiled as she lowered her head, effortlessly wrapping a piece of meat in a leaf before placing it into the planting space. Ceylon cast them a glance with a smile, squatting beside them to meticulously wash the wild vegetables. Qian Yun glanced at the scales adorning Hungsha's body, who now retained a form that was half human, half snake, with a substantial tail swaying gently in the water, obscuring the entirety of his appearance. From her vantage point, she observed that several scales, struck by lightning, had fallen away, giving way to newly emerged ones. These miniature scales lacked the luster of their larger counterparts, their hue somewhat muted. Unable to resist, she reached out to touch them. They felt cool and smooth, devoid of any sharpness. The ferocious beast was not particularly formidable. Its speed was unremarkable, though its defensive capabilities were rather robust, and it possessed the troublesome ability to unleash widespread black flames. Hungsha, with a nonchalant tone, withdrew his tail from the water, igniting a small flame at its tip for her amusement. Qian Yun chuckled as she grasped his tail, playfully flicking the small flame that she could never extinguish. Hungsha allowed her to indulge in her amusement, bowing his head to continue preparing the flesh of the fierce beasts. He meticulously divided it into appropriately sized pieces for her convenience in storing and retrieving within her planting space. Qian Yun toyed with the serpent's tail for a moment when she suddenly felt a chilling gaze fixed upon the back of her head, causing her to shudder involuntarily. Instinctively, she turned to look, finding Cang Mi standing by the window on the second floor, his icy eyes glaring at her. Upon meeting her gaze, he raised an eyebrow, gesturing for her to come up. Qian Yun pursed her lips, opting to feign ignorance. A smile blossomed on her face as she spoke. Cang Mi, I can actually sense your gaze upon me from behind. Could it be due to your beast mark upon me? Previously, my senses were not so acute. Although women possess a sixth sense, it does not grant them eyes on the back of their heads. One cannot always be so perceptive as to notice when someone is observing from behind. Diverting the topic was one thing, yet her inquiry bore sincerity. Upon hearing her words, Cang Mi gracefully descended from the upper floor, landing lightly beside her, his arrival barely stirring the tranquility of the bamboo cottage. With a serious demeanor, Cang Mi crouched beside her, his gaze fixed upon her, lost in thought. Qian Yun felt a surge of tension under his gaze. Beside her, Ceylon kindly offered an explanation. Some females possess the ability to sense the location of their partners, though such females are quite rare. It is said that only when a female harbors an extraordinarily profound affection for her partner, a love that is fervent and passionate, can this ability to sense arise. Qian Yun was momentarily taken aback, grasping the reason behind the tiger's reaction. Subsequently, Hungsha floated a remark. Among 10 tribes, there are scarcely 3 female beings with such sensitivity. Whether one harbors affection or not is of little consequence. The beast god has never articulated such a notion. This was a denial of her ability to sense Cang Mi's gaze upon her as stemming from deep emotions. Cang Mi furrowed his brow and, without hesitation, shoved Hungsha into the river. Alarmed, Qian Yun instinctively reached out to grasp Hungsha, but he calmly pressed the piece of meat he had yet to relinquish into her hand, and in the next moment, he gracefully plunged into the water, transforming into a great white serpent that glided through the depths. Qian Yun gazed at the piece of meat in her hand, utterly speechless. Really? She exclaimed, turning her attention to the ominous-faced Cang Mi. With a hint of reproach in her voice, she added, It's your fault. Cang Mi scoffed. Who told him to question your feelings for me? If it weren't for the fact that the meat you enjoy is here, I would have sent him to the heavens long ago. If he could be struck with my powers, he certainly wouldn't have to rely on his fists. Even a gentle shove would be his most tender gesture. However, since the meat was present, Hungsha dared not retaliate. Ultimately, they merely took a brief dip in the river before returning to nonchalantly continue processing the meat. Not erupting in anger did not imply indifference. Hungsha kept a mental tally of all grievances, patiently enduring for Qian Yun's sake. If he were to engage seriously with Cang Mi, it would only bring her sorrow. Cang Mi did not expel him, allowing him to remain in the bamboo house. Other matters seemed trivial in comparison. Having considered his strategy, after Hungsha emerged, Qian Yun anxiously observed them, fearing that Cang Mi might strike again. Perhaps it's because I bear the mark of the sacred female, she mused. It has awakened my powers, making me somewhat more formidable than other females. As she spoke, she noticed Hungsha casting a fleeting glance at Cang Mi, who responded with an arrogant and disdainful look. The silent battle of their gazes ensued, prompting her to quickly link her arm with Cang Mi's, requesting his assistance in wrapping the meat properly. It might also be that you glared at me rather fiercely just now. This remark successfully diverted Cang Mi's focus from Hungsha, igniting his temper. He clenched his teeth, struggling to restrain himself. How could I have been fierce? I was merely standing by the window, watching you, worried that this serpent beast might whisk you away. Internally, he felt inexplicably agitated. Was merely gazing at her now considered fierce? Qian Yun stifled a laugh and boldly inquired, "Could you speak to me in the tone of Ceylon?" Instantly, the expression of the great tiger darkened. "Do not involve me in your quarrels. I shall attend to preparing the food." Ceylon, wishing to remain uninvolved, diligently busied herself with the freshly washed wild vegetables, her survival instinct strongly urging her to stay clear of conflict. Cang Mi harbored no objections towards Ceylon, especially given her medical knowledge. He welcomed the presence of a healer readily available by her side. Hungsha had always maintained a policy of non-interference, allowing Cang Mi to engage in his tumultuous disputes without concern for the rabbit's well-being. In this household, Ceylon enjoyed an unequivocal sense of security. Indeed, that was the case for now. Cang Mi gritted his teeth and gently grasped Qian Yun's chin, tilting her head up to meet his gaze. "Very well, you have grown considerably bolder. Continue to do so. You are a sacred female, more beautiful than others, with a greater capacity for reproduction and an even bolder spirit. Do you understand?" Qian Yun lightly pursed her lips and softly inquired, "How many crystal stones can I exchange by trading you for a wandering beast?" Cang Mi's tiger-like eyes widened in disbelief as he stared at her. How could she dare to entertain such a thought? Hungsha, with a flicker of determination in his gaze, earnestly asked, "Qian Yun, tell me how many crystal stones you need, and I shall gather them." Damn it! Cang Mi felt a surge of fury rising within him, his anger boiling over as he clenched his fists. Now, he had to be wary not only of this snake beast potentially whisking Qian Yun away, but also of the very real possibility that she would indeed trade him for crystal stones. Qian Yun had long been beside herself with laughter. Hungsha humorously inquired with a comedic flair that reached a perfect score of 100. To everyone's astonishment, the big tiger took it seriously, causing the hilarity to soar to unprecedented heights. Cang Mi, suppressing his fury, displayed a noticeably cautious demeanor. He was indeed taking it to heart. "Ha ha, Cang Mi, how utterly adorable you are." Qian Yun chuckled, losing her balance and swiftly embracing Cang Mi, resting her head on his shoulder as her laughter continued to echo. Listening to the melodious and bright sound of her laughter, the big tiger felt a pang in his heart. He raised his hand and summoned a gust of wind to move a small wooden block from the entrance of the bamboo house, placing Qian Yun atop it. Once she settled comfortably, he strode into the bamboo house with a sullen expression. A few moments later, a furious roar erupted from within. "I told you not to let her seek out stray beasts. Just look at what she's become." My little Qian Yun used to tremble at the sight of a fat soil mouse, and now she dares to contemplate trading me for crystals. This thought is utterly terrifying. That snake beast must perish. This infuriates me. Ceylon, feeling wronged, protested, "Why are you yelling at me? I didn't lead her astray. I was shouting at those shrimps. The shrimps are ready." Chapter 60. It feels as if I am embroiled in a clandestine affair. Qian Yun laughed brightly, her smile radiant like a blooming flower. As Hungsha gazed deeply into her enchanting visage, he remarked, "You are all wonderful." Feeling slightly bashful under his intense gaze, she tempered her laughter, lowering her eyes as she replied, "Although there are times when one may act inappropriately, from their perspective, it is entirely understandable." "Qian Yun, please do not forsake me," Hungsha softly uttered, his tone laced with a hint of reassurance. Qian Yun spoke without hesitation, "I desire you." Cang Mi harbored considerable concerns, being mindful of your status as a stray beast. His understanding of you was still insufficient. However, as time passed and they spent more moments together, he would come to realize that you were unlike those ferocious stray beasts. His dark eyes gazed intently at her, filled with profound emotion. Qian Yun distinctly perceived the transformation in him since their initial encounter. The gloom in his eyes had softened, and the serpent itself appeared more animated. She glanced towards the bamboo cottage, ensuring that Cang Mi was not watching from the window, and hastily leaned closer to Hungsha, cradling his face before pressing her lips against his. The warmth mingling with the coolness of their touch made Hungsha stiffen momentarily, only to be swept away by the rippling waves of emotion, reveling in her tender kiss. Inside the bamboo cottage, as Cang Mi observed that the shrimp was ready, he approached the door to call Qian Yun in for a meal. only to be met with the sight of the two of them locked in an embrace, with Qian Yun clearly taking the initiative. Enraged, he transformed into his beast form, his fur bristling with fury as he let out a low growl, suppressing his ire. Upon hearing the sound, Qian Yun was startled, causing her to inadvertently bite Hungsha. In a moment of panic, she noticed the blood seeping from his lip and hesitated, her hand awkwardly suspended in midair, unsure whether to wipe it or leave it be. Hungsha, I am truly sorry, it was unintentional. Does it hurt? She inquired anxiously, her heart in turmoil. Little did anyone know the extent of her distress. She had gone so far as to initiate a kiss, only to end up biting him. Hungsha, observing her expression darken with embarrassment and unease, was more displeased that Cang Mi had frightened Qian Yun. The minor injury on his lip was of no consequence to him. He would not mind if she had taken a few bites of his flesh. He casually extended his tongue to lick the wound, clearing away the minuscule trace of blood. It's nothing. Would you like to bite me again? Qian Yun, caught in a moment of disbelief, questioned the coherence of his words. Before she could fully comprehend the situation, he drew her into his embrace, fervently kissing her lips, rekindling their passionate entanglement. Such audacity incited a furious transformation in Cang Mi, whose visage contorted in rage. Siren, standing nearby, hurried to intervene, urging, Cang Mi, please calm down. It's Qian Yun who wishes to kiss. A mere peck will not lead to any harm. You must not lose your temper. You frightened her just now, and she is quite timid. These words acted as a cooling balm, tempering Cang Mi's fury. Damn it! Why couldn't he understand? Frustrated, he turned away, seeking solace in a secluded corner, where he succumbed to his melancholy. It was his fault. The moment he brought her to the waterfall, he had erred. Had he not taken her there to indulge in affection, she would not have been bathing in those waters. If he had not been provoked by her words to glance aside, he could have protected her when she fell. Had she not plunged into the depths, she would not have encountered that serpentine beast, and none of this chaos would have ensued. It was all his doing. He had orchestrated the fateful meeting between Qian Yun and Hungsha. What was there to be enamored with in a stray beast? Why not direct that affection toward him? He wallowed in despair and despondency. Qian Yun was taken aback that Cang Mi did not rush over to impede her simultaneously. She realized that his failure to approach her and escort her back was, in fact, rather peculiar. She gently lifted her hand and rested it upon Hungsha's chest. She did not push him away, yet this gesture was sufficient for him to comprehend her feelings. Reluctantly, he released her, concealing the emotions that shimmered in his eyes. You two are truly something. Making it seem as though I am engaging in an affair, Qian Yun could not help but remark. I shall go ahead to check on Cang Mi. Hungsha replied, very well. You will first see Cang Mi, and then return to see him, correct? Qian Yun raised her hand to gently caress the cold and handsome, yet somewhat obedient visage of Hungsha, before rising to return to the bamboo cottage. Upon entering, she beheld Ceylon diligently peeling shrimp before a stone pot, while in the corner, the great tiger lay silently. For several seconds, as her gaze lingered upon the creature, she noticed not a single rise or fall of its body, sending a shiver of fear coursing through her. In a panic, she hurried over. Surely, could it be that Cang Mi had been frightened to death? In her haste, she lost her balance and tumbled directly onto the tiger's head. Cang Mi. Qian Yun let out a soft sigh, momentarily disregarding her reservations as she leaned forward to gaze at him. When their eyes met, revealing his sorrowful and plaintive expression, she felt an immense sense of relief. Thankfully, he had not succumbed to anger. She gracefully slid down, kneeling before him, and raised her arms to embrace the tiger's head. Without uttering a single word, she nestled against him, allowing his inner turmoil and restless emotions to swiftly settle, ultimately diffusing all traces of his previous ire. Yet, I still cannot fully let down my guard against him, Cang Mi murmured softly. Qian Yun gently nudged his head and spoke, You are not at fault. Your carefulness stems from the responsibility you feel towards me. These words evoked an indescribable sensation within Cang Mi, causing a slight sting in his nose. I cannot be as gentle as Ceylon, he murmured in response. Qian Yun chuckled softly, gently caressing his ear as she murmured, You are you. The great tiger possesses a grandeur of its own, with unique merits that do not require comparison to Ceylon, nor do you need to emulate him. My previous remarks were merely in jest. Likewise, Ceylon could never exhibit the same commanding presence as you. Imagine if all the males in the household shared a singular demeanor. It would be quite terrifying. Even among siblings, personalities can vary greatly, let alone across different species. I would never trade you for crystal stones. I cherish you too much for that. I was only joking. Qian Yun was unafraid of his temper, but deeply concerned about his despondency. It would truly wound her heart to see him so melancholic. Cang Mi felt reassured. He lowered his head and nuzzled her embrace, his gaze fixed thoughtfully on the air as he spoke in a low voice. If there were indeed beastmen willing to exchange an abundance of crystal stones for my life, as long as you have sufficient companions to protect you, I believe I would consent. If you wish to use me as a bargaining chip, I would not resist. Nothing is more despairing than being abandoned by one's own partner. Everything else pales in comparison. Upon hearing these words, Qian Yun's eyes glistened with tears. Thus, his expression was grave, taking her just to heart. For such a scenario is not entirely implausible. In that fleeting moment, Cang Mi experienced a pang of panic. Would Qian Yun conspire with Hungsha or other beastmen to bring about his demise? The thought alone was utterly disheartening. Foolish one, you can't even do the math. My great tiger is formidable. Hunting fierce beasts is a trivial matter. Is collecting crystal stones truly so challenging? With just a bit of time, my great tiger could amass plenty. Why would I risk diminishing my partner's safety for an exchange? You are no mere object. You are my beloved. Qian Yun spoke softly, soothing him. I would never trade you, not even for death. His fiery temperament did not imply a lack of sensitivity. The heart of a tiger is quite tender. Her words enveloped him in gentle warmth, dispelling any lingering doubts. You must not be led astray by Hungsha. The rogue beast is truly wicked, he huffed in response. Qian Yun, feeling helpless, asked, Why do you think I have been corrupted by him? He has done nothing. Cang Mi replied, Are you not aware of how bold you have become? After a moment of hesitation, she tentatively inquired, Is it possible that I have always possessed this boldness, and I am merely struggling to adapt to this unfamiliar environment? Cang Mi fell into a prolonged silence, like a great tiger ensnared. Qian Yun observed his reaction and let out a soft laugh. All right, do not be angry. Your temper remains as fierce as ever, yet you have demonstrated considerable restraint compared to before, not directing your ire towards me. It is merely a matter of time before this ferocious tiger is tamed. Cang Mi regained her composure and replied with a hint of irritation. You bit that wretched snake beast. So what? Bite me. Chapter 61. Good night. Kiss me properly. Upon hearing Cang Mi's utterly outrageous request, Qian Yun couldn't help but be amused by the absurdity of it all. Such matters should not be taken lightly. Do you truly desire me to bite you or to kiss you? She inquired with a playful smile. Cang Mi paused for a moment, then began to ponder the question with utmost seriousness. Qian Yun was taken aback by his reaction. Was he truly so insistent on having her take a bite? She had merely engaged in an unintentional interaction with Hungsha moments ago, which had resulted in a slight nip of her lip, entirely by accident, spurred by surprise. I believe you are referring to a particular matter. How can one bite without a kiss? It is only through the act of biting that one can demonstrate the fervor of a kiss. Cang Mi pondered this and then spoke up. Qian Yun, such reasoning is rather primitive. She comprehended his intent. The emphasis lies not merely in the act of biting, but rather in the fervent depth of the affection it signifies. The great tiger desires her kisses to be passionate, ideally to the point of breaking the skin. How absurd. What does she think she is? Cang Mi abruptly transformed into human form, sitting cross-legged on the ground, drawing her into his embrace. His purple eyes glowed with eager anticipation as they gazed upon her. Qian Yun swallowed nervously. That intense method of kissing was beyond her capabilities, akin to a hellish challenge. In truth, I was startled by your shout just now, which caused me to accidentally bite Hungsha. This has nothing to do with your current kiss. Cang Mi replied to her with a cold expression. Qian Yun furrowed her brow, her expression filled with difficulty. She awkwardly remarked, It's not that I don't wish to kiss you, but I just shared a kiss with Hungsha, and I feel as though the lingering scent of another male on my lips makes it rather inappropriate to kiss you now. Cang Mi paused for a moment, his gaze penetrating as it rested on her flustered and uneasy demeanor. Suddenly, he let out a light chuckle, reaching out to gently ruffle her hair before tenderly pressing her against his chest. I understand now. Be sure to kiss me properly tonight, he conceded. Qian Yun was touched by the fact that the great tiger did not force her to kiss him, but then he remarked, You are not only delicate, but also particular in your whims. She let out a discontented hum. No matter how delicate she was, he was the one who chose her, and she could never escape that in this lifetime. As they conversed, Siren, who was quietly peeling shrimp in the distance, listened intently, while he observed Qian Yun. He also sought to understand her better through her interactions with Cang Mi and Hungsha. If she ceased to kiss another partner after acquiring the scent of a companion, it indicated that she, too, had her own preferences regarding intimacy. This suggested that he would have to take turns with the others to share her bed, as being there together might not suffice. Rabbit felt a pang of sorrow. He wondered when he would be able to enter her nest. I want to eat shrimp, Qian Yun remarked, her attention drawn to the shrimp in Siren's hands. Hungsha had received a kiss, and Cang Mi had comforted her, while Siren had peeled a generous bowl of shrimp. It's time to eat before we get back to work. At her words, Siren immediately brought the bowl of shrimp to her. Unlike fish, shrimp do not have such a strong fishy odor. I haven't added anything else for flavor. Just a few salty leaves. Please try and see if this is to your liking, he said with a smile, standing by and waiting. Neither Cang Mi nor Siren remembered Qian Yun ever eating shrimp. At least, they had never caught any for her. They were unsure if she had eaten any while beside Hungsha. In this moment, they eagerly anticipated her reaction to the shrimp. Qian Yun gazed at the tender, ivory shrimp meat and picked one up to taste. It was succulent and fragrant, surprisingly delightful despite being river shrimp. The shrimp were substantial, requiring several bites to finish. Observing her relish the meal, Cang Mi and Lan felt a sense of relief in their hearts. This is splendid. Her options for edible fare have increased. The river's fish and shrimp are consumable, and the ocean's offerings are largely similar, making life in the maritime realm all the more convenient. Qian Yun had previously consumed fish, so she was not particularly hungry. After eating a few large shrimp, she felt satisfied. Having filled her stomach, she instinctively offered a bite to Cang Mi. I desire the spicy stir-fried clam meat you mentioned. Cang Mi savored the shrimp she had been fed, gently reminding her that there was still clam meat yet to be prepared. Qian Yun swiftly regained her composure and rose from his embrace. The prepared clam meat lay beside the stone pot, untouched, as they had never learned the art of ing with oil. The oil was already rendered, awaiting her guidance. With limited ingredients at their disposal, they could only arrange a simple meal. Qian Yun opened the planting space, retrieved some small chili peppers and scallions, and called Hungsha in, who had nearly finished processing the ferocious beast meat outside, to join her in observing the scene. Qian Yun's culinary skills, though not particularly exceptional, are sufficient to sustain her in this world. While her stir-fried dishes may not boast a symphony of colors, aromas, and flavors, the ability to cook them to a palatable state is adequate for her needs. With all the ingredients prepared, as she began to immerse herself in the cooking process, Hungsha approached her and advised, if you proceed, the moisture from the clam meat might be excessive, causing the oil to splatter. After uttering this caution, he promptly guided her away from the stone pot and towards Cang Mi, with a cold snort, embraced Qian Yun, while Lan concurred, stating, Qian Yun, you should direct us. Cooking can be perilous, and we can all assist together. Qian Yun chuckled lightly as she succinctly articulated the steps involved. Due to the limited availability of ingredients, there were but a few components to work with, leaving little room for elaborate creativity. Hungsha, having prior experience in stir-frying meat, adeptly handled the preparation of the clam meat. With hot oil sizzling in the pan, he added the vegetables, and the sound of frying evoked a sense of tension in both Cang Mi and Lan. Reminiscent of Hungsha's initial reaction upon witnessing her cook meat for the first time, Cang Mi instinctively wrapped his arm around Qian Yun, stepping back a few paces to shield her from the potential splatter of hot oil. Witnessing their protective gestures stirred an indescribable warmth within her. As the rich aroma of scallions wafted through the air, a flash of inspiration struck Qian Yun. I have an abundance of scallions growing in my space. We can make scallion oil. The three males exchanged grave glances at this proposition. After rendering fat into oil, another infusion of scallion oil? Soon. Hungsha expertly stir-fried the clam meat until it was cooked to perfection. He glanced at Qian Yun, and upon receiving her nod of approval, he began plating the dish. A modest portion of spicy stir-fried clam meat was completed, its enticing colors glistening with a delectable sheen, adorned with vibrant red and green accents, making it a sight to behold. The group fell into an oddly silent reverie as they admired the dish. Realizing that Qian Yun had previously indulged in such intricately crafted meals, which explained her aversion to the strong flavors of certain meats. Their simpler culinary efforts had inadvertently done her a disservice. Qian Yun took the first bite, savoring the delightful blend of spice and heat. The clam meat possessed a delightful chewiness, and the flavor was quite pleasing. You should give it a try as well, she urged. Taking another bite, she gestured for them to use the spoon beside her. However, Cang Mi directly seized the used spoon from her hand and scooped a mouthful of clam meat. This method of preparation was a novel experience for him. The texture of the clam was remarkably unique, leaving him in awe. Previously, the tribe had prepared clam meat in a stew, but the taste was entirely different from that of stir-frying. Truly, My Qian Yun is remarkable, knowledgeable about such peculiar things. The big tiger immediately felt a swell of pride. Chapter 62. Even the fish come to snatch the meat. Qian Yun chuckled softly. If you find it delicious, then indulge yourself a little more. We are currently flowing with the current, and there should be plenty of these freshwater clams in the river, so feel free to eat until you're satisfied. They can also be prepared and stored in bamboo tubes, with ample space for preservation. The sealed environment ensures that the food remains unspoiled, regardless of the passage of time. The generous provisions of their surroundings brought immense comfort to the three of them. Acknowledging this, Cang Mi affectionately ruffled her hair and scooped a mouthful to feed her. Qian Yun obediently opened her mouth to eat, and after finishing, she turned to gaze at the elegant and earnest Slan, who was savoring his meal. Hungsha could tolerate mildly spicy food, and it was evident that Cang Mi had no issue with it as well. As a shaman, Slan, who preferred vegetarian dishes, might have more experience with chili than the two of them. However, familiarity and comprehension do not necessarily equate to the ability to consume. Observing his serious demeanor while eating, his refined face showed no signs of distress from the spice, suggesting all was well. Noticing Qian Yun's concerned gaze, Slan smiled and remarked, "It's delicious. I truly enjoy it. Any food tastes delightful before the rainy season, yet during or after it, the flavors tend to diminish, particularly with certain aquatic delicacies. Perhaps the torrential rains of the season frighten them." Qian Yun was amused by his words. The ability to render meat unappetizing was indeed quite alarming. In that case, it would be a laborious task for Hungsha to gather a sufficient amount of freshwater clams. One could produce as many as desired, with side dishes and bamboo tubes readily available for ample storage. Ceylon gazed at her with a gentle smile and replied affirmatively. While others stockpiled dried meats and fish for the winter, you opted for the more convenient route of hoarding ready-cooked meals. Cang Mi remarked lazily, injecting a note of humor into the conversation. It was indeed a rather unique approach. Qian Yun lowered her gaze, her voice soft as she said, "I merely possess space. The only provisions I can stockpile are these vegetables. The meat relies upon your efforts." Her reliance and approval bestowed upon the three of them an immense sense of fulfillment, intensifying the burgeoning sense of responsibility within their hearts. Caring for her and safeguarding her became the most significant and steadfast pursuit of their lives as beasts. "The ferocious beast meat has been adequately processed. You have stored it in the space, correct?" Hungsha remarked, offering a gentle reminder. Qian Yun nodded slightly. "All right. I shall go and collect it now." She turned and dashed towards the door, while Cang Mi followed her at a leisurely pace, exiting together. As Qian Yun descended, she heard a sudden splash from the river, and a large fish leapt from the water, snatching a piece of meat placed at the edge of the platform. Her expression shifted dramatically as she exclaimed, "My meat." In the next moment, the fish, partially submerged, was ensnared by Qing Feng's gust, and Cang Mi coldly laughed as he captured it. What a remarkable catch of both fish and spoil. Gazing upon the nearly 1 meter-long creature, with its dark purple, somewhat flattened body and rows of sharp teeth, Qian Yun furrowed her brow in concern. Why would a fish dare to seize the flesh of a fierce beast? It appeared quite ferocious. Cang Mi manipulated the wind to slam the fish forcefully onto the platform, headfirst, rendering it momentarily dazed. He remarked, "This species is quite aggressive. Many dwell in these vast rivers, and even beastmen are bold enough to attack them. How could they resist a taste of a fierce beast's meat?" Afterward, Qian Yun hurriedly collected the remaining pieces of meat, including a sizable chunk she had not yet managed to cut into portions, ensuring they were safely stored away in her spatial pouch. Otherwise, they would be snatched away by the fish. Cang Mi surveyed the situation in the water, contemplated briefly, and then hurled the large fish into the air. With a sweeping gust, the once-whole fish was instantly shredded into fragments, its blood and flesh cascading like blossoms from the heavens into the river below. Before Qian Yun could react, the surface of the river erupted in a frenzy as countless fish rushed to snatch the food. "Qian Yun, clear the area. I am about to catch some fish," said Cang Mi. She glanced at Qian Yun, who was visibly startled yet held back tears, and a smile curled at the corners of her mouth. Qian Yun swiftly realized the situation, gathering all the meat and turning to dash back to the bamboo house, where she collided with Hungsha, who had come out to assess the circumstances. Hungsha embraced her, casting a glance at the external scene before focusing on her, seeking to ascertain her emotional state. Once he confirmed that Qian Yun was calm, he gently caressed her cheek and entrusted her to the approaching Ceylon. Hungsha then descended to assist, transforming into a white serpent and plunging into the water to drive the fish towards the shore. A multitude of fish, drawn by the enticing aroma of the meat, and another wave, herded by the great white snake, converged in abundance. Observing that the time was ripe, Cang Mi summoned a whirlwind that swept up the clustered fish. Hungsha adeptly maneuvered the bamboo house to dock at the riverbank. The once azure wind now appeared ominously dark, teeming with fish, a sight that sent shivers down Qian Yun's spine. The fish were grotesque in appearance, with fearsome, bared teeth, varying shades of color, large and intimidating in number. Ceylon gazed at the fish, his eyes gleaming with intrigue. Some fish bore exquisite skin, suitable for crafting garments. Qian Yun retracted her neck from the throng of fish, her thoughts returning to the present as she turned to Ceylon. "Could you assist me in crafting a few pairs of those small trousers?" she inquired, gesturing delicately in the air, reminiscing about the long-lost undergarments. Ceylon listened intently, grasping her intent. After a moment's hesitation, he replied, "Those leather trousers are worn by females during their reproductive cycle. After it concludes, they are at their peak fertility, making conception most achievable." The rabbit merely offered a straightforward explanation, devoid of any deeper significance. Qian Yun's lips twitched as she recalled that it was not solely human females who experienced menstruation. Animals did as well, albeit with longer and more irregular cycles. Speaking of which, considering the time, her period was approaching, and she needed to prepare. Observing her awkward expression, torn between words, Slan's gaze softened. "I shall craft you some undergarments from the finest fish leather." Upon receiving this response, Qian Yun nodded with delight. She glanced at Cang Mi and Hungsha, who were busy preparing fish nearby, the heavy scent of blood in the air making her slightly nauseous. She tugged Slan into the bamboo hut, preferring to turn a blind eye to the gruesome sight as long as she maintained a distance. "I wonder what material Hungsha used to stitch this outfit for me?" Qian Yun inquired curiously. Slan had crafted her leather clothing using strips of the same colored hide as thread. Yet she could not discern the stitching of Hungsha's leather garments, which seemed to be melded together. Slan smiled, remaining silent. How could he explain that the stitching of the snake skin clothing involved a particular kind of tiny, resilient insect found in water, which, upon death, turns semi-transparent? Some beastmen collected these insects for garment making. Knowing her, he anticipated that the revelation of insect usage would frighten her. After a moment's hesitation, he replied, "There are numerous materials for stitching clothing. Some are derived from plant-extracted silks, while others can be made from the silk of certain animals. You can also sew using strips of leather." His answer felt as though it was both revealing and not at all. "Oh," Qian Yun acknowledged, not dwelling on it too much. At that moment, her thoughts were on the abundant stitching materials available, leading her to divert her attention from the transformation of cotton into thread. In the black soil, cotton had initially flourished, but now only a sparse few plants remained. She intended to save them for making sanitary pads, and if there was any surplus, perhaps even a quilt for the cold winter. Cang Mi and Hungsha were busy, and the two of them were not idle in the bamboo hut either. The tasks of preparing undergarments and sanitary pads were well underway. "Slan, let us prepare scrambled eggs with tomatoes," Qian Yun remarked. Noticing the basket of bird eggs beside the fire pit, Slan replied with a smile, "Very well." Qian Yun initially intended to demonstrate the preparation of scrambled eggs with tomatoes for him, yet Ceylon insisted she refrain from participating, compelling her to stand by and direct the process, allowing this large rabbit to take charge. The simplicity of the recipe belied the exquisite flavor, and the combination with quail eggs delivered a taste that exceeded her expectations. It was delicious, albeit the task of cracking the quail eggs proved somewhat exasperating. After tasting a few bites, Qian Yun remarked with a hint of criticism. The quail eggs varied in size, and to preserve the flavor, they opted for a single species of quail. The selected eggs were rather small, requiring 5 or 6 to equal 1 chicken egg, and an ample quantity of tomatoes was utilized, resulting in a large pot brimming with the dish. As long as it was delectable, other concerns were trivial. Ceylon felt no inconvenience whatsoever. For a male, as long as he could ensure the well-being and satisfaction of the female, any exertion or effort invested in the endeavor was entirely worthwhile. After all, in this world where survival is paramount, time is abundant. Qian Yun smiled softly. Having adapted considerably to this world, the leisurely pace of life felt most agreeable. Soon, a wave of drowsiness washed over her, and she remarked, "Ceylon, I am full and have no desire to eat further. I feel a bit dizzy and wish to sleep." Without hesitation, Ceylon set aside his spoon, which he had been using to savor the scrambled eggs with tomatoes, and lifted her in his arms to ascend the stairs. She nestled against his shoulder, drifting towards slumber, when suddenly, the sacred mark on her wrist began to radiate warmth. Chapter 63. Does the sacred mark wish to consume you? Qian Yun confirmed that the Holy Maiden's mark was stirring, causing her to forcefully resist the urge to succumb to sleep. Ceylon carefully placed her in the grassy nest, noticing the tension etched upon her face. With a perplexed expression, he inquired, "What troubles you?" She was not anxious about him. The moment he embraced her, she had shown no signs of rejection, and it was implausible for such emotions to arise now. Her demeanor was indeed peculiar. Qian Yun lifted her arm and unfastened the beast hide that served as a veil. At this moment, the golden mark shimmered with a faint glow, appearing both elusive and enchanting. Sealand's expression tightened as he grasped her wrist, instinctively examining her condition. "Qian Yun, aside from feeling dizzy and drowsy, do you experience any other discomfort?" Qian Yun shook her head. The mark of the Holy Maiden would not emit warmth without reason. Something must be amiss. Although the mark could merely respond to her, it could not articulate its meaning clearly. She opened her planting space to take a look. Aside from the fruits and vegetables that had ripened further, there were no other noticeable changes. It was difficult to ascertain whether her dizziness and fatigue were merely due to the discomfort of acclimatization or if they were a result of the mark's activity. Ceylon anxiously conducted an examination on her, and after his energy was consumed, he furrowed his brow, deep in thought. Yesterday, he had absorbed the energy of the crystal, and previously in the thorny forest, he had gathered numerous thorns for the black earth to devour. It should not be possible for him to absorb my energy at this moment. However, in the next instant, a brilliant golden light from the mark gently released and touched his hand, wrapping around his wrist and entering his body. Ceylon widened his eyes in disbelief. Qian Yun, the power of the mark has entered my body," he said, his voice trembling. Qian Yun also noticed this. Her reaction was slightly less fervent than Ceylon's. She paused for a moment, quickly regaining her composure. "It could absorb your energy, and naturally, it could also expel it. After all, it was a gift from the divine matron, and anything was possible. Moreover, there was a mingling of the system's power, rendering the outcome utterly unpredictable." Although she voiced her thoughts, her mind was already in a state of bewilderment. What on earth did it intend to do? Since it was not an evil force, but rather the energy released from the Holy Matron's mark, this power was flowing into her body. Ceylon felt no panic, only confusion. Observing that he remained still and unresponsive, Qian Yun attempted to withdraw from him. Yet, the result was the same. Distance did not sever this force. Golden light continued to emanate, continuously entering Ceylon's body. What was going on? Qian Yun murmured to herself. "Ceylon, do you feel anything?" Ceylon paused to assess and shook his head. "I feel nothing at all." Qian Yun found herself at a loss, feeling her eyelids growing heavier. She could no longer endure. Sleep beckoned her. "Cang Mi," she managed to call out. In response, Cang Mi appeared at the window, momentarily taken aback by the golden light emanating from the sacred female mark. "Oh dear, I can't take it anymore. I'm so sleepy, I don't even know what's happening." "Cang Mi, please keep an eye on Ceylon and ensure he doesn't perish," Qian Yun uttered before her consciousness faded into darkness. Cang Mi's lips twitched. "Is Qian Yun's health all right?" Ceylon replied, "It should be merely fatigue caused by unfamiliar surroundings. There is no cause for concern. The sacred female mark has been siphoning my energy, leading to this predicament." Unbeknownst to them, Cang Mi was even more perplexed. He remained silent. Washing his hands after hearing Qian Yun's voice, he had rushed up without tending to his cleanliness amidst the chaos of his previous task. Once cleaned, he sat beside Qian Yun, observing her closely. "Ceylon, is there a possibility that the sacred female mark intends to consume you?" Cang Mi inquired with a serious countenance. Ceylon, visibly alarmed, appeared utterly bewildered. "That shouldn't be the case. I wish to be Qian Yun's partner, not her sustenance." He glanced at the golden light entwined around his wrist, steeling himself to release his own powers in an attempt to sever the bond. Yet, as soon as he attempted to unleash even a fraction of his strength, it was instantly devoured, his abilities thoroughly suppressed. "Cang Mi, I am being restrained. I cannot unleash my power. Can you attempt to sever the influence of the mark with your own strength?" Cang Mi raised his hand to release his abilities in an effort to disrupt the connection, but was astonished when even his wind-based powers were consumed. "Wind abilities as well?" he exclaimed, quickly regaining his composure. It is not surprising that the energy from the crystal can absorb and devour wind-based powers. Ceylon's expression was grave. The ability to consume the energy of crystal stones indicated that the Holy Maiden's mark absorbed not only energies of the same wood attribute, but also those of other attributes. The act of devouring other energies to nourish the planting space, allowing crops to flourish in the fertile black soil, posed no issues. However, the sudden release of this energy was quite peculiar. Unable to intervene, the two could only remain silent, awaiting the conclusion of this anomaly. Qian took a deep breath, striving to calm his anxious emotions. He believed that Qian Yun's arrival was orchestrated by the divine guidance of the Holy Mother. Regardless of whether she was the Holy Maiden, she was someone he was destined to protect. He trusted that the Holy Mother could sense his heart, and that they could find happiness together. For the first time, he was gripped by a profound fear of death. If the Holy Maiden's mark truly intended to consume him as nourishment, his energy would undoubtedly strengthen the planting space, and he would willingly offer himself. Yet, he also feared he might never again behold the beauty of Qian Yun. As unease wrestled within him, the golden light suddenly ceased, and both he and Cang Mi tensed, anxiously anticipating what would follow. The radiance of the Holy Maiden's mark had dimmed, and Qian Yun, still in slumber, remained undisturbed. The air thick with silence. After a while, nothing happened. It was as if the events had never transpired. Cang Mi turned to Qian, and upon noticing the faint golden script that had silently appeared around his neck, he was taken aback. Qian felt a chill from Cang Mi's gaze and nervously looked down at his own body, searching in vain for any sign. He touched his face and asked, "What is wrong? Did you see something?" Cang Mi scoffed, "The Holy Maiden's shaman. That mark has manifested upon you." Qian was momentarily stunned, then overwhelmed with excitement. "Really? Have I become the Holy Maiden's shaman? Qian Yun's. This is wonderful. I shall go catch fish. You keep watch over Qian Yun." Seeing no immediate danger, Cang Mi expressionlessly rose to continue fishing. To him, whether Qian bore the mark was inconsequential. Even without it, he remained Qian Yun's partner. With the mark, their bond would merely deepen. Qian restrained his surging emotions, transforming into his beastly form and cautiously nestled beside Qian Yun. Lowering his head, he closed his eyes and bestowed a kiss upon the mark on her wrist, a tender and profound kiss imbued with the vow to protect her at all costs. Chapter 64. What an unexpected turn of events. By the time Qian Yun awoke, the sky had darkened. A fire had been kindled in the hearth upstairs, and she groggily turned to see Qian lying beside her. The rabbit-eared youth lay obediently at her side, half-lidded eyes gazing at her. The drowsiness in his gaze revealed that he too had just awakened. Qian Yun gently reached out to caress his face, her voice laced with concern as she inquired, "What happened afterward? Are you feeling any discomfort?" Qian shook his head, lifting his hand to grasp the one that had touched his face, guiding it downward until it rested upon his neck. Qian Yun then discovered a faint golden circle of ancient runes adorning his neck. Taken aback, she abruptly sat up and leaned closer to examine him intently. Astonishment washed over her as she recognized that he too bore such archaic symbols. She raised her arm to compare their markings. While not identical, several symbols bore a striking resemblance. The sigils on Qian's neck appeared as though they had been extracted from her own sacred matron's inscription. "Qian, have you become a sacred champion?" Qian Yun exclaimed. Qian chuckled, his gaze tender as he replied, "There exists only the sacred matron, not a sacred champion. This is the medicinal mark of the sacred matron. The matron selects females with robust reproductive capabilities to become sacred matrons, endowing them with powers to enhance their fertility, ensuring they can better procreate with exemplary males. Yet, even with enhanced physicality, they remain female and cannot rival males, often succumbing to illness. In the past, alongside the selection of a sacred matron, a healer would also be chosen as her companion to provide adequate care. Healers possess great medical knowledge but are typically not formidable in combat. When the sacred matron first emerged, various tribes vied fiercely for dominance, and powerful males sometimes marginalized healers in their bid to seize the opportunity for procreation, leading to grievous injuries among them. In dire circumstances, when the sacred matron fell ill and required a healer, locating one became a challenge. Some high priests beseeched the matron to employ stringent measures to bind the healers, resulting in the creation of such healer marks. Qian Yun was taken aback, bemused by the peculiar turn of events. "What sort of strange maneuver is this?" she exclaimed. "My medical skills will improve, and my understanding of botany will deepen, allowing me to care for your health even more effectively. I am truly elated." Qian's face lit up with joy as she reached out to embrace her. Qian Yun leaned against his chest, listening to the fervent rhythm of his heartbeat, which pulsed with joy. A smile unconsciously graced her lips. "Well, I shall rely on you from now on, my shaman." She raised her gaze once more to observe the distinctive mark adorning his neck, resembling a unique collar, positioned just beneath his Adam's apple. As she gazed, her attention was inevitably drawn to his throat, and she gently reached out to touch it. Slan paused in his breath, instinctively feeling a shift in his throat. Qian Yun, it is exceedingly tantalizing. Qian Yun, I found myself at a loss for words, my cheeks flushed with embarrassment. The atmosphere instantly transformed, becoming imbued with a suggestive warmth. Qian Yun regained her composure, feeling a wave of embarrassment for her mischievous actions. Her cheeks flushed. She attempted to rise and flee, only to be pulled back into his embrace by a firm grip around her waist. Pressed against him, she trembled, too frightened to move. Qian Yun, I wish to hold you, he spoke, his tone laced with caution, as if he would immediately relent should she express any reluctance. A glimmer of mirth flickered in Qian Yun's eyes. Such a gentle request was one she could not refuse. She remained silent, allowing him to embrace her, both attuned to the rhythm of each other's heartbeats and breaths. The large rabbit assured her that his embrace was genuine, devoid of any restless intentions, and would not instill in her an overwhelming sense of urgency. Leaning against him, she savored the warmth of his skin and the softness of his breath, which lulled her into a state of drowsiness. Ceylon, I feel like sleeping, she uttered, prompting a sudden change in Ceylon's expression as he swiftly propped himself up while still holding her. Don't sleep yet. Have something to eat first, he insisted, simultaneously grasping her hand to channel energy and assess her condition. The holy female mark had not consumed his energy, and he successfully conducted a thorough examination of her body. Everything appeared to be in order. Your health is sound. I am relieved. Let us go downstairs for a meal. Cang Mi and Hungsha have caught several young wolf cubs. With that, Ceylon lifted her effortlessly and descended the stairs. The bamboo house had already begun to drift along the river. Below, Hungsha was calmly preparing food. Qian Yun met his gaze and offered him a faint smile. A fleeting glimmer sparkled in his dark eyes. Cang Mi stood guard outside, and once night fell, he and I would take turns watching. Understood, Qian Yun replied, descending from Sea-Land's embrace, her bare feet padding softly to the entrance of the bamboo hut. Outside, the darkness enveloped everything, leaving her unable to discern Cang Mi's figure, as she curiously peered into the shadows in search of that great tiger. A green light illuminated the platform below, where Cang Mi sat, unleashing his extraordinary powers. With a radiant smile, Qian Yun inquired, Cang Mi, have you eaten? Cang Mi's brows danced with delight as she replied, I am not hungry. You may eat on your own. I will bring you something to eat later. All right. He couldn't help but chuckle, his gaze upon her growing ever more profound. Qian Yun greeted the others and turned back to the bamboo house, where Ceylon was already indulging in a hearty meal. She noticed that the space downstairs had been significantly enhanced with various items. There were tables crafted from bamboo strips, small stools polished from wooden blocks, and several long tables beside the fire pit designated for placing ingredients. Both the dining tables and the long tables for ingredients featured raised edges made from smoothly polished bamboo strips, ensuring that during heavy waves, the food atop the tables would not tumble down. This chapter is not yet complete. Please click to the next page to continue enjoying the captivating content. In one corner, there were baskets of various sizes for storage, along with a familiar-looking straw nest. The orcs, who preferred to sleep on the ground, fashioned their nests from dried grass. But it was not merely a heap of straw. The males would bundle and shape the grass to prevent it from scattering. Each male had his own unique technique. The method used for that pile of straw was unmistakably that of Hungsha's snake nest. As she approached Hungsha, he gazed quietly at her as she drew near. Upon reaching him, he lifted his arm and enveloped her in an embrace. Come to my nest tonight, he whispered. The thrill of clandestine romance surged once more. Qian smiled knowingly and remarked, the great tiger will come looking for you to spar, so you must behave yourself tonight. Given the current circumstances, before Hungsha and Cang Mi switched shifts, Ceylon would remain by her side, even accompanying her during her slumber. Cang Mi and Hungsha could bicker to their heart's content. However, should they offend Ceylon, he would unite with Cang Mi against Hungsha. Presently, the atmosphere between Ceylon and Hungsha was harmonious, and it was crucial not to disrupt the equilibrium between them. If she were to abandon Ceylon and venture into the snake's den, it would surely displease the rabbit. As for Hungsha, as long as she genuinely entered his lair, he would not mind offending Ceylon nor fear a confrontation with Cang Mi. Conversely, if she chose not to enter his abode, he would remain unfazed, as the outcome would align with his expectations. Tonight, I wish to spend time with Ceylon. Shall we play together tomorrow? You can guide me through the river with the serpent's head. Qian nestled in his embrace, her eyes alight with anticipation. Though Hungsha's exterior remained unperturbed, A surge of joy fluttered within him at the rejection of the invitation to enter the den. Very well, he replied without hesitation. She understood him well. He merely desired to be close to her, not necessarily to share a nest for the night, although the thought did linger in his heart. His intentions were more about expressing his yearning for intimacy with her. She comprehended it all. Qian Yun raised her gaze to meet Hungsha's earnest and profound black eyes. After a brief moment of hesitation, her cheeks flushed as she stood on tiptoe to lean in closer. He immediately lowered his head to reciprocate, gently and attentively capturing her kiss. Chapter 65. You are a special existence. It was merely a fleeting kiss, and after she had planted it, she turned and dashed towards the dining table, leaving him standing there with a joyful smile gracing his lips. Ceylon observed this exchange without uttering a word, tending to the seated Qian Yun as she began to eat. The fresh fish had been stewed to perfection, alongside the tender meat of the young wolf, as well as an assortment of wild fruits and vegetables, all elegantly arranged before Qian Yun. These delectable offerings were meant exclusively for her, while the others feasted on different meats. Cang Mi and Hungsha particularly favored roasted dishes, having prepared some separately. Ceylon had been assigned to sit beside Qian Yun, sharing the meal with her. Qian Yun savored a berry and, struck by a thought, turned to Hungsha and inquired, "Is scrambled egg with tomato delectable?" Hungsha replied, "Absolutely, it was delightful. It's all gone." A radiant smile blossomed on her face. In their household, although mealtimes were rather spontaneous, they consistently finished every morsel, leaving no food to linger until the next meal. Each repast was a fresh affair. The space still brimmed with an abundance of vegetables, and various recipes could gradually be developed. Ceylon was fond of vegetables, while Cang Mi and Hungsha had a penchant for meat, consuming vegetables as fate would have it. Their shared appetite meant they could gather together for meals. Cang Mi had crafted a large, sturdy table that could accommodate a plethora of dishes. Qian Yun opened her planting space and retrieved an array of fruits, placing them on the table: strawberries, apples, cherries, and peaches, all ripe and ready to eat, with a few still maturing, though she paid them little mind, as the ripe fruits were ample. She arranged the fruits in small baskets, beautifully displayed upon the dining table. Ceylon watched her as she brought forth basket after basket of luscious fruit, his expression filled with anticipation, which delighted Qian Yun immeasurably. "These fruits, grown in my space, are for you to enjoy. There are countless more where they came from," Qian Yun reminded them. The abundance implied that the males could indulge freely, lest they presumed there was a limited supply reserved for her. In unison, the three responded affirmatively. Even the great tiger outside seemed to heed her words, responding from afar. "Take your time to explore how to prepare the other vegetables," Qian Yun murmured, picking up a spoon to enjoy the meat. With fish and meat before her, and surrounded by such amiable and handsome males, her tears no longer came so easily. Qian Yun felt little inclination towards the wild vegetables, instead focusing her efforts on indulging in fish and meat, while she diligently savored her meal. Ceylon and Hungsha enjoyed their fruits, one relishing a peach and the other a strawberry, marking the commencement of their appetizer. Qian Yun observed the two of them relishing their meal and chuckled, saying, "In a moment, I shall tidy up and serve more." The fertile black soil has absorbed an abundance of energy, allowing the fruit trees to flourish and bear a bountiful harvest. You should indulge yourselves. There is an excess that occupies space. Ceylon smiled and replied, "If the quantity truly becomes overwhelming, we can always trade with other tribes for different provisions. These fruits are not only exquisite in appearance, but also delightful in taste. The females will certainly adore them. Where there is demand, there exists a market." Qian Yun nodded, unable to suppress her sarcasm. The black soil does not yield the same treasures one might find in the outer forests. Hungsha stood behind her, gently patting her head as he remarked, "The bounty of the black soil consists of familiar sustenance that you know how to savor. This space caters solely to your needs. The divine lady has brought you from such a distant place, concerned that you might feel deprived here." Qian Yun pouted, her expression instantly transforming into one of profound grievance. The crux of the matter lay not in the food itself, but rather in my earlier refusal. I had no desire to propagate, nor to bear offspring. I simply did not meet the criteria of a chosen female. Yet, that force compelled me to this place against my will. Norma, on the other hand, was the truly selected chosen one. I felt more like an inconsequential addition, merely providing the males with another opportunity for procreation. Ceylon hastily interjected, "That is not the case. I am unaware of the circumstances surrounding Norma, but your situation is unlike any other I have encountered. The existence of several chosen females pales in comparison to your uniqueness. The divine female does not select her chosen from distant lands. Most are from the tribes of the central continent. As young females mature and their reproductive capabilities stabilize, the divine female bestows upon them strength during rituals, enhancing their qualities. The divine female is not akin to those malevolent beasts who would suddenly seize you and bring you here. Qian Yun found herself unable to refute the notion that her traversal to this realm was orchestrated by a system. The precise relationship between the system and the divine lady remained shrouded in mystery, lacking evidence to substantiate her inquiries. However, one certainty lingered. Her arrival in this world was indeed a fortuitous act of the system. Once here, she was guided by Cang Mi to the altar, where she caught the attention of the divine lady. Both the system and the divine lady remained silent on the matter, complicating her understanding of the situation. The system had enhanced her physique upon her arrival, endowing her with formidable reproductive capabilities and rapid regenerative powers. The divine lady, upon witnessing her, seemed eager to elevate her status. Qian Yun, the divine lady favors you. She holds a deep affection for you and is exerting her utmost efforts to ensure your well-being. Your presence here signifies that you are needed, Ceylon declared earnestly as she gazed at her. Qian Yun found herself without a counter-argument. The misunderstanding of Lady Zhishan by Qian Yun is not the crux of the matter. Rather, it is her belief that Lady Zhishan forcibly brought her here, which has left her feeling discontented and harboring negative emotions deep within. Such sentiments can be perilous. Hungsha cast his gaze downward, as if he could comprehend why she once possessed such audacity to flee from him. Despite her overwhelming fear and the confusion that engulfed her after her escape, she still ran away, an act that seemed to be a desperate embrace of negativity and a longing for oblivion. Perhaps, in a fleeting moment, she contemplated the notion that death might be preferable. How utterly maddening. This also signifies her underlying dissatisfaction with Lady Zhishan, her discontent with the circumstances here, and even a general displeasure with life itself. At that moment, Cang Mi appeared at the entrance of the bamboo hut, and as the conversation unfolded, he too began to grasp the situation. Compared to Hungsha and Ceylon, the weight of repression and heartache within him grew even more intense. Initially, she was in a wretched state, constantly weeping and lamenting her fate, even expressing a desire for death and to be abandoned. He had assumed her words were mere expressions of anger, confident that she knew he would never forsake her, thinking it was simply her way of throwing a tantrum. In hindsight, it is clear that she truly experienced such despair. Cang Mi felt as though an invisible hand was tightly gripping his chest, rendering him breathless with discomfort. He had inadvertently caused her distress, and he ought to have been more patient and gentle with her. An overwhelming sense of guilt and remorse surged within him, prompting him to swiftly move behind Qian Yun and envelop her in a warm embrace. Qian Yun was momentarily taken aback. Sensing the tension in his body as he restrained his emotions, the veins on his arms visibly pronounced. Upon glancing at Hungsha and Ceylon, she noticed their expressions were tinged with sorrow and empathy. Chapter 66. If you dare to climb into the nest, I shall strip your skin. Initially, I felt rather discontented. Yet as time passed and with your presence, I gradually adapted and found solace. She spoke softly. Do not wear such expressions. I am timid and cannot bear witness to your conflicts. I fear, but when circumstances call for it, I shall act decisively. I am not so feeble. As we gradually spent time together, deepening our understanding of one another, life ahead promised to improve. The sense of grievance has diminished and reason has returned. Her desperate outbursts were futile, and retreat was not an option. Rather than engaging in futile struggles, it was more prudent to confront the present with sincerity. Occasionally shedding tears was acceptable. She was learning to accept and adapt to this world. She had them by her side. Cang Mi lowered his head and placed a tender kiss atop her head, his gaze filled with profound affection. The emotions that constricted his throat rendered his voice hoarse as he urged, "Speak your mind. Do not keep your thoughts bottled up." Qian smiled gently and said, "I don't have many thoughts on this. I simply ask that you refrain from being too fierce with me, for I am easily frightened. I understand that you may just be expressing your frustration without any intention to harm me. I do not mean to challenge your boundaries, sometimes. I am simply unaware of the customs of your tribe or other matters, and in your eyes, it may seem that I am insulting you. It reminds me of the time you fought fiercely with that lion. I felt a bit frightened, and you were displeased, believing that as your partner, I should not fear you, which put you in an awkward position. Although I may have uttered some words of doubt that heightened your agitation, I did not target you specifically. At that moment, I was overwhelmed with anxiety regarding everything around me, leading me to distrust you, my partner, not out of intent to confront you. Furthermore, at the waterfall, while you felt it was your right to unite with me as my partner, I do not dispute that right, yet I wish you would consider my feelings a little more. I do not appreciate excessive roughness, nor do I favor such intensity in places like that, especially during our arguments. I would resist what I perceive as your coercion. This sentiment extends not only to you, but also to Hungsha and Ceylon. Your living environment differs vastly from the one I once inhabited, and our experiences are not the same. The perceptions you hold may sometimes clash with my own. We need not abandon our principles and rules for each other. A small step back, a bit more patience, and mutual understanding would suffice. The more we comprehend one another, the better our coexistence will be. The disparities of the world, the differences in races, and the distinct environments in which we were raised mean that, no matter how much she integrates into this world, she remains human, unable to shed the habits of human life. They are orcs, inherently beastly, and in a world governed by the law of the jungle, what do civility and etiquette matter? Such notions are utterly absurd. Thus, they cannot change certain beliefs, but can only learn to coexist with greater tolerance. Qian Yun gently clasped Cang Mi's arm, pursing her lips as she spoke. Have you ever noticed that your previous anger towards me stemmed from my inability to keep food down? You were anxious and irritable, fearing I might starve. Later, your frustration was directed at the matter concerning Hungsha. Yet now, you have learned to temper your emotions. We have come to understand one another better and have harmonized our relationship, no longer as tumultuous as it once was. His earlier outbursts were largely due to his unfamiliarity with her, and the helplessness that accompanied that confusion often left him vexed. Furthermore, her inability to articulate her preferences regarding food created a palpable tension between them. Cang Mi's eyes shimmered as she spoke in a low voice. I will not hinder you. As long as Hungsha does not create trouble, you are free to do as you wish. A faint smirk played at the corners of Hungsha's lips. What mischief could I possibly cause? I will not take Qian Yun away from you. Wherever she is, I shall be there as well. Tonight, I intend to bond with her. Cang Mi, rarely one to concede, felt her temper flare at those words. Damn it. If you dare to sneak into her nest, I shall strip you of your skin. Hungsha scoffed dismissively. I won't intrude. Qian Yun can come to me whenever she pleases. My nest is right over there. With that, he pointed to a grassy nook in the corner, affirming it as his dwelling. A glimmer of amusement danced in Qian Yun's eyes. One cannot be overly candid about matters such as nesting. Currently, there is no pressing need, but should the weather grow colder, your fire-based abilities would indeed be quite comforting. She then added, Cang Mi and the Slan in their beast forms are also quite fluffy, so I shan't feel the chill. With just a few words, she had soothed all three males. Their need for her was apparent. The males were rather easy to please, as long as their partner required them. They had no desire to vie with one another. Especially since Cang Mi and the others possessed differing abilities, there was no basis for competition. Cang Mi's aversion to Hungsha stemmed solely from his identity as a stray beast, wary that he might whisk her away. Setting aside the matter of his status, their interactions were quite amicable and improving steadily. All right, it's time to eat. Qian Yun returned to the present, gently patting Cang Mi's arm to redirect the conversation. His strong arms enveloped her, bestowing upon her an indescribable sense of security. Cang Mi leaned down and planted a soft kiss on her cheek, choosing not to speak further as he turned to observe the drifting path of the bamboo hut. Qian Yun raised her hand to beckon Ceylon and Hungsha to continue their meal. With the conversation at an end, the discussion had rendered them all the more cautious around her. It was imperative not only to ensure she was well-fed and warmly clothed, but also to remain attuned to her subtle emotions. The mere thought of her feeling despondent and wandering off into the wilderness was terrifying. Ceylon felt a chill at the notion. It was too dreadful to contemplate. They must keep a vigilant watch, ensuring she was cheerful and content every single day. Qian Yun never anticipated that the males would be so perceptive, attributing meanings to her every action. However, witnessing their anxious concern for her provided a rather delightful sense of being cherished. Having satisfied her hunger, she indulged in a few strawberries before rising to fetch some food for Cang Mi, including roasted and stewed meats as well as an assortment of fruits. Uncertain of which delicacy the great tiger preferred, she decided to present him with a variety to sample. Qian Yun stored the food in her space and made her way to the door, peering into the impenetrable darkness below. In a soft voice, she said, Cang Mi, could you illuminate the way? I cannot see. In the next instant, Cang Mi unleashed his powers, casting light around them. She chuckled softly as she approached him. Cang Mi stood there, watching her delicate, fair feet tread cautiously yet resolutely towards him, devoid of hesitation or fear. This sensation filled his heart with warmth. He raised his hand, poised in midair, awaiting her approach before gently taking her hand in his. He clasped her hand firmly and tenderly pulled her into his embrace. As night fell, she reminded him of the promise he made to kiss her well. Had he shared such tender moments with others earlier? Cang Mi retracted his powers, enveloping them in darkness. The stillness was profound, broken only by the rush of water nearby and his own breath, creating a sense of unease within Qian Yun. Cang Mi did not initiate a kiss, but instead awaited her response. Qian Yun's complexion flushed, and she rose on her toes, guided by an instinctive impulse. Drawing near to him and successfully pressing her lips against his delicate ones. Her boldness, tinged with shyness and tenderness, gently struck at the depths of Cang Mi's heart. Unable to contain himself any longer, he transformed from a passive participant into an ardent lover, entwining with her in a passionate embrace. Chapter 67. You may disrespect me, but I desire not that thing. Only when Qian Yun's face was crimson, her legs weak, and breathless did Cang Mi finally release her. Contentedly pulling her into an embrace as they sat together, Qian Yun took a moment to retrieve some food from her spatial storage. And he began to eat with a cheerful disposition. After a while, Hungsha, having satisfied his hunger, approached in a half-human, half-serpent form and seated himself beside her, his serpentine tail gently lapping at the water's surface. The small flame at the tip of his tail flickered conspicuously in the darkness, capturing Qian Yun's attention. Suddenly, a thought struck her, and she inquired, "What about the beast tendons? I wish to string pearls." "Hungsha, could your little flame grow a bit larger?" "It can indeed be much larger, even beyond your expectations." "I shall fetch the beast tendons," Hungsha replied, turning to return to the bamboo hut. Shortly thereafter, he emerged, carrying a substantial bundle of beast tendons on his back. As he laid the bundle before Qian Yun, she observed the varying thickness of the tendons, and her lips twitched in response. Hungsha raised his tail, and the flame at its tip flared dramatically, illuminating the surroundings for her. Qian Yun found herself at a loss for how to proceed. The thickest beast tendons were as wide as her fingers, while the thinner ones were comparable to the strands of her jet-black hair, each elongated and layered upon one another. Did this mean that all the tendons, which appeared evenly proportioned, were extracted from the formidable creature? There was also a bundle left for her to experiment with. Hungsha offered a cautionary remark, which startled Qian Yun somewhat. How could one possibly make use of so many beast tendons? Utilizing the glow from the flames on her serpentine tail, she began to sift through the bundle, selecting tendons of suitable size. The pearls remained stored within her space, and this was precisely why Cang Mi had not assisted her in stringing them together. Otherwise, they would have busied themselves with the task, rather than idly waiting. After selecting a slender beast tendon, Qian Yun attempted to tug at it. The gray tendon exhibited remarkable elasticity and resilience. Despite its diminutive size, she pulled with considerable force multiple times without breaking it, confirming that it was indeed robust enough to string pearls without the risk of easy fracture. Upon threading a pearl, she noticed that there was still ample space in the hole to accommodate a second strand of tendon. Without hesitation, she added another, resulting in an even more secure hold. Cang Mi, seated nearby, munched on meat while observing intently, and Hungsha also watched with keen interest. The simple act of stringing a pearl captivated the attention of the males present. Qian Yun meticulously threaded together a collection of exquisite pearls, carefully adjusting their length to suit the size of her wrist. Once secured, she instructed Hungsha to trim away the excess beast sinew. Adorning herself with the beautiful pearl bracelet, she reveled in its elegance. Dominated by a soft pink hue, the bracelet was tastefully interspersed with several white pearls, while at its center rested a charming light blue irregular pearl shaped like a heart, which captured her affection at first sight. It was undeniably stunning. "Why include this blue one?" inquired the perplexed tiger, unable to comprehend the significance of the heart shape. Qian Yun smiled and remarked, "It is indeed beautiful. This shape is truly one of a kind, and you shall not find another like it in this world." The uniqueness is undeniable, yet she refrained from elaborating further. For should they take it to heart, the thought of all things transformed into heart shapes would be rather terrifying. Cang Mi and Hungsha appeared pensive, reflecting on the notion of being one of a kind, much like her. Furthermore, she intended to modify the flame stone and desired Siren's assistance with that task. As she spoke, her attention shifted to the beast tendons nearby, selecting a slightly thicker one. The quality of the pearls was rather poor, and managing to assemble a bracelet was already a challenge. The remaining pearls did not pique her interest much. A single pearl bracelet sufficed for adornment and amusement. The flame stone was a treasure that warranted careful utilization. And the large intestine hair tie. Siren, I'm ready. Upon hearing her call, Siren emerged, carrying the animal skin he had brought from the tribe. This task was not beyond Cang Mi and Hungsha. They were quite capable of such handiwork. Yet she simply preferred Siren to undertake it, as she had previously mentioned to him. The beast tendon was roughly this length, and the animal skin would need to be cut accordingly for stitching. Siren spread his hands, revealing several fishbone needles and a bundle of fine, resilient thread resembling plant fibers. These should suffice for the stitching, he assured her. Qian Yun nodded, guiding him to sit down as she began crafting a large intestine hair tie from animal hide. The fluffy texture of the hide, combined with sinew, created a delightful accessory that she adored, though the tools were rudimentary and the workspace somewhat uneven. The soft fur of the hide effectively concealed these imperfections. After successfully completing one, Ceylon gently tugged at it to test its sturdiness, and once satisfied with its strength, handed it to Qian Yun. With a hint of newfound experience, the large rabbit began to grasp the technique and set about creating a second piece. Qian Yun cheerfully brushed her hair and secured it into a low ponytail with a hair tie, allowing it to cascade gracefully over her chest. The white hair tie complemented her silvery snakeskin attire, accentuating her delicate beauty. Satisfied with her new hairstyle for its manageability, an idea suddenly illuminated her mind, and she reached out to gently rest her hand on Hungsha's serpentine tail, preparing to speak. However, she hesitated, finding her intention inappropriate, and promptly refrained from voicing it. Observing her indecisiveness, Hungsha's gaze deepened. He grasped her wrist and pulled her closer to himself. Unable to regain her balance, she tumbled against his tail, letting out a soft, involuntary sound. Do not make such a delicate noise. I did not exert much force, and I would not harm you. What were you about to say? Hungsha's tone was calm yet carried an undercurrent of firmness. Cang Mi raised an eyebrow, displeased with his intrusive gesture, while Qian Yun's conflicted desire to speak only added to the discomfort of the moment. Qian Yun pouted and said, I am at a loss for words. It feels disrespectful to speak, so perhaps I shall remain silent. Hungsha replied, No worries, you may disregard me if you wish. I do not desire that. Qian Yun. She was utterly perplexed. After a moment's hesitation, she said, Did you not gift me several sets of leather garments previously, some of which bore bloodstains? Ah. Those were merely an experiment to gauge your concern for me. You need not wear those, Hungsha replied with unwavering clarity. Qian Yun lowered her gaze and softly remarked, You never considered having me wear it, yet it was a gift for me, and you crafted it with such care. Even if the snakeskin bears stains of blood, every seam and corner has been meticulously stitched. Even if I do not wear it, you have still devoted yourself to the task, because it was meant for me. Hungsha gazed deeply at her in silence. She looked up at him and tentatively suggested, I would like to transform the snakeskin garment into something else. The bloodstained areas could be fashioned into a hair tie, adorned with a few pearls for embellishment. I believe it would look exquisite. Yes, that is my thought. Without hesitation. Hungsha nodded. If you think it will look beautiful, then let us proceed. If the snake skin is insufficient, I can simply have it removed from my own body. Qian Yun felt a chill run down her spine and hurriedly replied, No, there is no need to shed your serpent skin. I understand your intentions, so please refrain from saying such things next time. A glimmer of amusement flickered in his dark eyes. Cang Mi, already weary of the situation, rolled his eyes and reached out to pull Qian Yun back into his embrace, preventing her from continuing to lean against Hungsha's serpent tail. Qian Yun retrieved a set of snake skin garments, stained with traces of blood, from the spatial realm, which Hungsha accepted with outstretched hands. I will craft the snake skin for you, he remarked, his anticipation evident as he observed Ceylon's handiwork. Thus, Hungsha joined the assembly of those creating the large intestine hair ties. Indeed, one could utilize beast tendons to fashion wrist guards. Their elasticity offers far greater convenience than binding with strips of beast hide, Qian Yun suggested. Hungsha responded affirmatively, I shall employ snake skin for this purpose. In truth, one could also incorporate beast tendons into garment making. Such elastic materials are considerably easier to work with than directly fastening with strips of hide. She casually remarked this. Ceylon's eyes sparkled with inspiration. Yes, I shall give it a try. We must make the most of such fine materials. Qian Yun waited for the intestine hair tie to be crafted, selecting a suitable pairing of flame stone decorations. When the time came, it would serve well whether worn around her wrist or used to tie her hair. She suggested making just a few, without excess. She reminded Sulan that there was a considerable amount of beast skin brought from the tribe, fearing he might squander it. Sulan smiled, acknowledging her words. Understood. Tonight's theme is the intestine hair tie. The beast's sinew is sturdy and durable. She would not consume too much. Cang Mi held Qian Yun for a while, observing that everyone was busy while he felt somewhat aimless. Glancing at the bamboo house's drifting situation, he lowered his head to the obedient Qian Yun playing with a piece of beast sinew in his arms and said, I've remodeled the second floor for you, creating a bathing area and a place for a sandpit. How does that sound? Upon hearing this, Qian Yun felt a bit embarrassed and replied, That sounds absolutely wonderful. I did not notice it when I woke up. Cang Mi chuckled softly, lifting her and carrying her back to the bamboo house. Come, let me run you a bath. Once upstairs, Qian Yun finally noticed the two areas divided by bamboo in the corner, one containing a wooden tub and the other empty. One was a bathroom, the other a toilet, with a clear separation of wet and dry. Cang Mi set Qian Yun down at the bathroom door, added a few logs to the fire pit to intensify the flames, and then moved to the window, summoning the river water with a gust of wind to fill the wooden tub. Qian Yun casually tossed the flame stone into the wooden barrel to heat it. She mused curiously about how long it would take. Cang Mi glanced over and remarked, If you're not tired and in no rush to sleep, you might as well wait and see. However, if you wish to bathe sooner, you could have Hungsha expedite the heating process. He could not deny the advantages of fire-based abilities. Qian Yun smiled and remarked, I am not in a hurry. I wish to ascertain how long it will take for the flame stone to heat a tub of bathwater. Cang Mi nodded, and after a moment's thought, he added, The fish have been laid out on the rooftop, unseasoned and simply sun-dried. By the time they finished processing the fish, she had already fallen into a deep, peaceful slumber, making it inconvenient to wake her to store the fish in their space, so they opted to sun-dry them atop the roof. I shall check tomorrow. They should be ready for storage by then, Qian Yun responded, as a gust of night breeze wafted in through the window. Cang Mi furrowed his brow and went to close it. The so-called window was merely a makeshift barrier crafted from bamboo strips and waterproof plant leaves, effectively shielding the interior. To prevent the wind from dislodging it, several strands of grass vine had been added for reinforcement. Simple yet effective. The wind had picked up. It might grow cold tonight. Cang Mi firmly secured all the windows on the second floor and quietly reminded, Let us ensure they are tightly shut. Qian Yun's expression remained largely unchanged. No matter how significant the temperature difference between morning and evening, it could only be so drastic. How cold could it possibly become? Cang Mi securely closed the window, gathered the grass nest, and ensured that the animal skins covering it were sufficiently warm. Qian smiled gently as she observed the large tiger meticulously tidying up. When he became thoughtful, his attention to detail was truly remarkable. Feeling her gaze fixed upon him, the large tiger appeared composed, yet his heart fluttered with exhilaration. I shall go and check on the direction of the bamboo hut. This evening, allow Sulan to accompany you. He reached out and tenderly pinched her cheek, his tone carrying a hint of warning. Only Sulan may accompany you. That great white serpent must not be allowed to ascend. His retreat did not signify a complete relinquishment of his vigilance. Qian Yun, feeling a sense of helplessness, obediently responded with a soft acknowledgement. The bamboo house swayed slightly. Do not descend. I will have Sulan come up to handle those matters. You should remain upstairs, she instructed. All right, she replied, leaning against the bathroom door, watching as the large tiger descended. Soon, Sulan appeared, carrying a multitude of items. Qian Yun, I have arrived. So have I, Hungsha said, following closely behind. Qian Yun smiled as she gazed at the two of them. The snakeskin jacket had yet to be altered. Hungsha approached directly towards the bathroom. As he was there to heat the bathwater for her, Qian Yun tentatively touched the water, realizing that the power of the flame stone was somewhat inadequate. The water temperature had only warmed slightly. While this was manageable during the hot weather, it would prove to be quite time-consuming to heat such a barrel of water when the weather turned cold. It seemed that it might take from morning until evening just to reach a suitable temperature for bathing, which was rather inefficient. Hungsha extended his hand into the water, unleashing his extraordinary abilities, and soon, hot steam began to rise from the wooden barrel. The efficiency was remarkable. Qian Yun confirmed the change in water temperature and, when it felt just right, spoke up, This temperature is suitable. Hungsha immediately ceased her actions. Is this temperature truly acceptable? Indeed. He silently committed this temperature to memory. Cang Mi stood guard below, while Sulan busily engaged in her tasks. I can assist you with your bath, the great white serpent said, gazing at him with utmost sincerity and seriousness. Qian Yun could not help but blush, awkwardly pushing him out of the bathroom. I don't need your care. Do not act lewdly, or I shall call Cang Mi to come and teach you a lesson. Who behaves so seriously while being mischievous? Hungsha, with a suppressed smile in his eyes, was pushed out and leisurely descended the stairs, returning to his cozy nest to continue stitching the snakeskin-patterned hair ties. Qian Yun cast a glance at Siren, who was seated cross-legged in their grassy nook, engrossed in the delicate art of stitching. With a smile, she made her way to the bathroom to indulge in a soothing bath. The size of the wooden tub and the volume of water had evidently been considered by the great tiger. She gathered her hair into a bun and settled into the tub, the warm water enveloping her shoulders comfortably, a perfect level indeed. Beneath the tub, a flamestone maintained the water's temperature, and as she soaked, Qian Yun opened her planting space to explore. With a casual gesture, she retrieved a fluffy ball of cotton. Pristine and soft, devoid of any impurities. She plucked a small piece to clean her teeth, as there was nothing else at hand suitable for oral hygiene. This ancient world had its drawbacks. It lacked many essentials, and without extensive wilderness survival skills, she found herself unable to utilize or even study certain items. A sense of nostalgia for the era of technology and industrious living washed over her. After her bath and having refreshed herself, Qian Yun donned her clothes and returned to the grassy nook, her eyes half closed as she lay beside Siren, a wave of drowsiness overtaking her once more. I'm sleepy, she murmured softly to him. Siren paused his work, gently caressing her face before lying beside her, offering his presence to lull her into slumber. Qian Yun, feeling drowsy, nestled in his embrace, swiftly succumbed to slumber, enveloped by his warm and comforting body temperature. As per her usual practice, Su Lan conducted a thorough examination of her health. Confirming the absence of any anomalies, her drowsiness was merely a reaction to the unfamiliar environment. With adequate nourishment and rest, her body would gradually acclimate. It was merely a matter of time. He felt immense relief knowing that her discomfort was limited to mere sleepiness, sparing her from greater distress. Su Lan lay on his side, gazing tenderly at the person nestled within his arms. Once she had completely surrendered to deep sleep, he quietly rose and seated himself nearby. Crafting several large intestine hair ties. Utilizing surplus animal hides, he meticulously stitched a small pouch specifically to hold these hair ties, preparing a bountiful little bag for her. In the early hours, the drifting bamboo house gradually slowed, coming to a gentle stop along the shore. A chill enveloped Qian Yun, prompting her to instinctively wrap herself tightly in the nearby beast hide. In beast form, Cang Mi ascended the stairs and lowered her voice to speak to Silan. I have spotted numerous young wolves in the forest nearby, as well as an abundance of herbs. Please gather whatever you need, but do not stray too far from the bamboo house. Understood, Silan replied softly. Cang Mi cast a gentle glance at the slumbering Qian Yun before turning to venture out for hunting. The bamboo house rested by the riverbank, taking advantage of Qian Yun's continued slumber. The two busied themselves for a moment while Hungsha stood guard below. Silan cautiously rose to descend the stairs, but suddenly paused, deep in thought for several seconds. Ultimately, he decided to lift Qian Yun and carry her downstairs, placing her in Hungsha's grassy nest. Hungsha remarked, Qian Yun felt cold earlier. Please be mindful. This beast hide should provide ample warmth. Silan responded softly, generally, the warmth of the hide is sufficient, yet Qian Yun's sensitivity is unpredictable. It is most appropriate to place her here with Hungsha. Understood, Hungsha replied with an indifferent expression. Silan then felt reassured and set out to gather herbs. The large white snake, blissfully flicking its tongue, approached the peacefully sleeping Qian Yun, blissfully unaware of the looming danger. Chapter 69. She gave him everything he desired. A cool sensation gradually crept from her calves to her thighs, lingering almost imperceptibly upon her skin, as the smooth tail of the serpent coiled around her leg. When Qian Yun was brought down by Silan, she had already regained some awareness. At this moment, the large white snake was so restlessly close to her that it was difficult for her not to awaken. Moreover, the cool yet not frigid touch of its tail gently and cautiously brushed against her skin, providing a strangely pleasant sensation. She murmured Hungsha softly and reached out to embrace his waist. Qian Yun's gentle call sent Hungsha into a daze. At that moment, he had assumed a form that was half human, half serpent, his serpentine tail gracefully entwined around her legs, a soft yet non-intrusive embrace. Qian Yun, kiss me, he murmured, cradling her in his arms, his voice imbued with a hint of hesitation. Qian Yun let out a soft hum, disregarding him as she nestled into a comfortable position within his embrace, drifting back into slumber. Hungsha's dark eyes were shadowed with a somber depth, and he hissed softly, flicking his serpentine tongue. This little creature was cunning at times, yet utterly innocent at others. In her current state, she was completely indifferent to her surroundings. The gentle caress of his tongue against her ear stirred a tender sensation, prompting her to instinctively recoil, yearning only for further sleep. Neither the teasing flick of his tongue nor the gentle entwining of his tail elicited much of a response from her. But when Hungsha's serpentine form transformed into human legs, pressing against her skin, a subtle awareness jolted her awake. The low, restrained sound of his breathing beside her ear was excessively jarring, and as she opened her drowsy eyes, they met his dark gaze, filled with restrained desire. She understood all too well what that meant. Her cheeks flushed as she looked at him, her voice wavering as she glanced away into the air, asking casually, "What was it you just said?" Hungsha replied in a soft, gentle tone, laced with affection, "I wish for you to kiss me." Qian Yun felt disheartened. It would be better not to inquire at all. In such an atmosphere, could one truly restrain themselves after a kiss? As she felt a surge of anxiety within her heart, Hungsha gently tousled her hair and said, "The dawn has yet to break. Let us steal a few more moments of slumber. They have ventured out to hunt, and I shall keep watch over you." Qian Yun was momentarily taken aback, nearly brought to tears. His tentative approach met with her silence, prompting him to refrain from further attempts, as he wished to spare her any discomfort. He was exceedingly cautious with her, perhaps overly so. Nestled against his chest, she softly murmured, "It's not that I'm unwilling. I fear it would be quite awkward if they were to return." Her words reignited the suppressed emotions within Hungsha, flooding them back to the surface. Some matters, with time, become easier to accept. As companions multiply, it is likely they may share the same space, allowing for better care and support. How they come together, and the preferences they each hold, can be tailored to your liking, ensuring no actions would bring you unhappiness. Upon hearing this, Qian Yun felt a pang in her nose. The creature, so fierce and wild, displayed such restraint and caution before her, as if to avoid causing her distress or discomfort. From the very beginning, he maintained a respectful distance, allowing her to gradually become accustomed to him without any harsh imposition. He genuinely exerted himself to sustain their bond, offering her ample respect. Regarding Norma's situation, she had accused him of emotional abuse. While he engaged in banter with Cang Mi, he became noticeably more careful towards her. This also elucidated his quiet endurance in the face of Cang Mi's provocations. As long as she refrained from aggression, he would not strike first, silently offering his support whenever she was in need. He truly was a remarkable presence, evoking a sense of tenderness within her. Qian Yun lifted her head, gently placing a kiss upon the tightly pressed corners of his lips. Hungsha was taken aback, gazing at her in astonishment. As the depths of his dark eyes shimmered with a hidden brilliance, he struggled to swallow, lowering his head to return her gesture. Qian Yun's cool lips brushed against her crimson ones, and he tentatively explored, awaiting her response. With flushed cheeks, she offered no resistance. Her acquiescence tempered the rapid excitement swelling in his chest, weaving fervently with her lips and teeth. This was not merely a request for a kiss, but rather a tentative exploration of their bond. She did not wish to shy away from the prospect of becoming his partner. Rather, she feared the potential awkwardness their reunion might bring. She was simply shy. The delicate shyness of Qian Yun causes Hungsha's rationality to teeter on the brink of madness. He is truly enamored. His kisses descend softly and tenderly, each one infused with the affection of a treasured possession. The dawn, laden with ambiguity, unfolds within the bamboo cottage, igniting passions. Her gentle whispers, her enchanting beauty, her breath, her warmth, her body, and her responses, all that he yearns for, she graciously bestows upon him. He exercises restraint, battling to maintain his composure, and in the early light of dawn, he offers her a gentle breeze and sweet rain. Qian Yun, exhausted and drenched in sweat, closed her eyes to rest and inadvertently succumbed to slumber. After a brief nap, Hungsha prepared a warm bath for her and gently placed her into the tub. It was then that she opened her eyes. The soothing warmth enveloped her weary form, allowing her to unwind completely. Qian Yun lazily lifted her gaze to glance at Hungsha, who stood beside the wooden tub, and then, with a flush of crimson on her cheeks, lowered her head. Hungsha's eyes were profound. "I must watch over you. I have heard tales of females who fainted while bathing and tragically drowned. Qian Yun, can you not utter a single kind word? It's so early in the morning." She lacked the energy to bicker with him, languidly leaning against the wooden tub, when suddenly an idea struck her. She bent down to search her body. "Where's the beast mark?" "Hungsha, on your foot." Qian Yun glanced down, lifting her left foot for inspection, as Hungsha gently grasped her fair ankle. She observed that the beast mark resembling a white serpent seemed to possess a certain sentience, wrapping around her ankle in a delicate embrace, its ends entwined. The silvery white patterns, coupled with Hungsha's striking black eyes and the naturally adorable round-headed breed, rendered the beast mark particularly exquisite and aesthetically pleasing. Her fair skin accentuated the design, imbuing it with an otherworldly charm. One cannot help but admire how the beast mark found its perfect position, adorning her ankle like an elegant ornament. A smile played on her lips as she realized it was Hungsha's beast mark. "Do you like it?" Hungsha inquired, attentively observing her expression. Qian Yun responded with a smile, expressing her fondness with those 3 tender words, which instantly stirred a tempest within him. He leaned closer, pressing her foot against his chest. "Qian Yun, give it a kick," he urged. Hearing such an unreasonable request, Qian Yun was momentarily taken aback. "Why would I do that? It misbehaves and jumps around." "Affecting my mood," she replied. After a brief pause, she withdrew her foot, lowering her gaze and pursing her lips. "Listen, even the great white snake's confession is so unique. I refuse to kick it. The more it misbehaves, the more it signifies its care for me. I do not wish to harm it," she responded softly, each word a subtle reflection of her feelings for him. Such a caring heart, this splendid great white snake. How could she bear to inflict any harm upon it? Chapter 70. My heart feels so sour after her bath. She expressed her hunger, stating that she was ready for a meal. She twisted her damp hair and spoke. Hungsha quietly observed her, ensuring she would not suddenly faint. Only then did he attentively listen to her condition while heading downstairs to prepare food for her. Cang Mi had already entered hunting mode for the day, with all the meat stored in Qian Yun's space. To be precise, the meat she could consume was with her, while some of the meat downstairs was beyond her appetite. Hungsha surveyed the area, exited the bamboo house, and caught a fish from the river, along with some shrimp, blending them with various vegetables to cook. After stewing the fish in a stone pot, he ascended the stairs and leaned against the banister, waiting. When Qian Yun finished her bath, she emerged from the wooden tub, her legs trembling slightly. The early morning rolling in the grass pit had been somewhat exhausting, leaving her both enchanted and weak-kneed. Dressed, she stepped out of the bathroom, admiring the beast mark on her ankle, feeling quite pleased. Upon raising her gaze, she spotted the great white snake watching her from a distance. Its dark eyes no longer shrouded in gloom, but now shimmering with a focused and tender gaze. Qian Yun felt a tinge of embarrassment under his gaze, her steps hesitating as she made her way towards him. As soon as she reached his side, he effortlessly lifted her in his arms and carried her downstairs, placing her gently before the dining table. He then began to serve her food with attentive care, ensuring that she was thoroughly satisfied. After a hearty meal, Qian Yun felt her weary body rejuvenated. She stood at the entrance of the bamboo hut, nibbling on an apple while awaiting the return of Cang Mi and Ceylon. Ceylon had not ventured far. He was foraging for herbs in the nearby woods. Upon returning with a basket brimming with herbs, he spotted Qian Yun at the hut's threshold and joyfully rushed towards her. However, as he approached, something caught his attention. His gaze swiftly traversed the ambiguous marks on her neck before settling on her ankle. There, the distinct imprint of a beast was conspicuously visible. He paused momentarily, and the smile on his face gradually faded, leaving only a complex expression. Qian Yun noted the subtle shift in his expression and was about to speak when Silent unexpectedly broke into a gentle smile, reminiscent of his former soft demeanor. "I have gathered a plethora of herbs, dried them, and stored them away. I hope you won't need them, but it is prudent to keep some on hand, as certain herbs are elusive in the harsh winter." He lifted a basket filled with herbs for her to see. Gazing at the unfamiliar assortment of herbs, Qian Yun remarked helplessly, "There are so many. I don't recognize a single one. My dear rabbit knows an impressive number of herbs." A faint blush crept onto Silent's face, and his spirits lifted. "You continue eating while I dry the herbs." He retrieved several larger baskets from the bamboo house, laying the herbs flat within them and placing them in a sunlit spot at the entrance to dry. Before long, the great tiger returned, bearing a significant haul of prey. He had bound the young wolf tightly with sturdy grass vines, bringing it back in a substantial wave. Upon spotting Qian Yun at the entrance of the bamboo house, he intentionally moved to the rear of the structure, seeking a convenient spot to process the wolf meat, where Qian Yun could not see him. Having set the young wolf down, he splashed some water over himself, cleansing the bloodstains from his fur with a casual flick. As he approached the platform beneath the bamboo house, his gaze fell upon the beast mark on Qian Yun's ankle. The tiger's eyes darkened instantly, radiating an imposing aura. He fixed his gaze on the mark, inching closer, each step causing her heart to race. Nervously, she watched him, having anticipated his potential fury. However, to her surprise, while his face darkened, he did not erupt into the rage she expected. He did not even utter a curse. The great tiger stood before her, coldly asking, "Have you formed a bond?" Qian Yun cautiously replied in the affirmative. He scrutinized her from head to toe, examining her skin for any signs of intimacy. Confirming that the white snake had not been overly forceful. "Good, you may continue eating your fruit." He leaned in and licked her lips, which carried the fragrant scent of fruit, before casting a steely glare at Hungsha, who was nonchalantly consuming the remnants of Qian Yun's meal at the dining table. Gritting his teeth, he commanded, "Hungsha, come out here." With that, he turned and strode toward the shore. Hungsha lightly scoffed and rose to comply. Qian Yun opened her mouth to intervene. But as Hungsha passed by her, he affectionately ruffled her hair and said, "We are now partners, and I am indeed your companion. It is time to engage in a good spar with Cang Mi to ascertain whose strength truly prevails in this household." With that, he transformed into a white serpent and followed in Cang Mi's footsteps. Qian Yun watched anxiously as they headed towards the adjacent forest to engage in a brawl. After a moment's hesitation, she spoke up. "If you attract the ferocious beast again, just stop fighting and gather the meat for me." Cang Mi was so exasperated that she laughed. How amusing it was that, instead of crying at the sight of the two of them fighting, her concern now lay with the ferocious beasts. Silent, standing nearby, gently explained, "When the male members of the household are particularly dominant, they tend to fight to establish hierarchy, with the strongest warrior reigning supreme and wielding greater influence over the females. Thus, it is customary for couples to engage in combat after pairing." Qian Yun, in her helplessness, lamented the competitive nature of the males. Previously, their quarrels were not fierce. However, now that you have formed a bond with Hungsha, they are even less inclined to engage in fierce confrontations. No matter how hard they fight, it is impossible for them to harm your partner. As Ceylon spoke, a wave of sorrow washed over him. He could not help but tug at his large ears, covering his face, and with his head bowed in melancholy, he confessed, "Qian Yun, my heart is filled with profound sadness." Qian Yun paused for a moment, the apple in her hand losing its allure. She approached him, kneeling beside him in companionship. "Is it because I have become partners with Hungsha?" Celan's eyes brimmed with tears as she shook her head, then nodded. It was indeed a matter concerning her bond with Hungsha, yet her sorrow was not solely attributed to this. "You have affection for Hungsha. He treats you exceptionally well, and it was only a matter of time before you two became partners. Now that you are together, you possess a remarkable companion, and I am genuinely delighted. I harbor no grievances against Hungsha. However, I cannot help but feel a pang in my heart. For it was I who brought you to his nest. The ache within me is profound. If I were not out gathering herbs, I would be by your side. Yet the necessity of my task prevails. Oh, how I long for you two to be together, yet I feel such sorrow. For we were so close to becoming partners ourselves. What a splendid opportunity it was, yet it was he who created a chance for Hungsha. How could he know that the great white serpent would dare to seize the moment to become partners? The more I ponder, the deeper my sorrow." As tears welled in Tutu's eyes, Qian Yun suppressed a smile, expressing her understanding. How could the little bunny be so endearing and innocent? The subtle schemes she usually employed were of no use here. She had never anticipated that Hungsha would audaciously seize the opportunity to ascend while they were preoccupied. "However, I am indeed willing to become your partner. There must be an order to these things, don't you think?" Qian Yun reassured. Ceylon nodded earnestly, feeling slightly comforted by her words. With a pitiful gaze, he asked her, "Have you eaten enough?" "Yes, I've had my fill. Hungsha just prepared fish for me." "He didn't hurt you, did he?" She gently shook her head. Ceylon hesitated for a few moments before asking, "Is it possible for us to become partners now?" Chapter 71. These surprises are truly unexpected. Qian Yun felt a surge of emotion as she gazed into those dark green eyes, glistening with a sense of grievance and sorrow. Though she had intended to suggest a meeting in the evening, her heart softened at the sight, rendering her unable to articulate a refusal. Before she could gather her thoughts, Ceylon tugged at her long ears, consumed by guilt. "Qian Yun, it is my fault. I should not have broached this topic at such a time. You must be feeling quite fatigued. I should not be burdening you with my emotions." Qian Yun was on the verge of speaking but hesitated. The rabbit posed quite a challenge for her. He embodied the sentiment of "I am not targeting anyone. I am simply troubled within, and I do not compel you. Yet I am still saddened." It is truly poignant to see oneself unwittingly placing one's beloved into another's embrace, thereby missing a golden opportunity for companionship. Such a situation would be heart-wrenching for anyone. The circumstances are both exasperating and amusing. Although the rabbit is gentle, it seems that failing to comfort him may truly bring him to tears. Qian Yun extended her arms and embraced him. Sealan's eyes brimmed with tears, her spirits profoundly low. Qian Yun, I am not pressuring you to become my partner. I am simply filled with sorrow. He lifted her gently, bringing her into the bamboo house where they sat together at the dining table. He cradled her on his lap, burying his head in the crook of her neck, seeking solace. Qian Yun, hold me close. Qian Yun set aside the half-eaten apple, embracing him and planting a gentle kiss on his cheek. Sealan, remember, some opportunities must be seized and fought for. You did not miss the chance to become my partner, had you not ventured out to gather herbs. We might not have united this morning. We were merely waiting for the most opportune moment to bond. She spoke softly. Sealan, with a heart heavy with regret, replied. The morning mist was thick, and the air was damp and chilly. I noticed you shivering, uncertain if that animal hide would provide sufficient warmth. I contemplated placing you in Hungsha's care, thinking he could keep you warm if you felt cold. In his thoughts of her comfort, he had never anticipated that Hungsha would seize the moment to bond with her. Yet, the crux of the matter was not merely the union itself, but the fact that he had personally carried her into Hungsha's grassy nest. How deeply it pained his heart. Cang Mi called him out to reprimand him. Qian Yun felt a pang of sympathy, observing the distress on her beloved's face. Shall we unite tonight? She proposed. This morning, after my encounter with Hungsha, I felt somewhat weakened and in need of recuperation. Sealan nodded emphatically, then shook her head gently. Females require time to acclimate to the power bestowed by the beast seal. There have been instances where females experience discomfort upon receiving it, akin to the feeling of being unwell due to unfamiliar surroundings. Your constitution is fragile, and it is unwise to acquire 2 beast seals all at once. While my desires are strong, your well-being takes precedence. Qian Yun's heart stirred. The prospect of companionship had arisen, yet he remained rational, prioritizing her well-being. My dear rabbit, she softly called. Her delicate, tender voice caused Sealan to pause. Captivated by her gaze, unable to resist, he pressed his lips against hers, enveloping them in a sweet, lingering kiss. His kiss was gentle and soft, devoid of the urgency that might leave her breathless, akin to water gently caressing something exquisitely sweet. This was not the first kiss between Qian Yun and him. The languid, yet passionate embrace never disrupted her rhythm, allowing her to revel in the sensation, akin to the fluttering of a startled fawn. However, this time, the intensity of the emotion surged within her, overwhelming her senses. An indescribable feeling flushed her cheeks and rendered her flustered and at a loss. Siren, sensing her discomfort, released her and began to examine her anxiously. Her skin was ablaze, and an alluring aura of desire enveloped her, leaving him acutely aware of her condition. Siren, I feel so unwell, Qian Yun murmured, her brow furrowed in restraint as her body instinctively sought refuge in his embrace, yearning for warmth and comfort. Siren's ears turned crimson, and he inhaled deeply. Her state was more than he could endure. Qian Yun was acutely aware of this sensation. It was reminiscent of the feeling she experienced when Cang Mi and Hungsha teased her. However, it was inconceivable that just a few kisses from Sealan could evoke such intense emotions. No matter how sensitive her body was, she could not possibly become enamored with merely a few kisses. Sealan, what is happening to my body? It has never been like this before, Qian Yun asked, leaning uncomfortably against him. Sealan's heart raced, and his trembling lips spoke with apprehension. You are in heat. Females are most fertile during this period, and conception is highly probable. He dared not voice the latter part of his thoughts. Her natural fertility was already formidable, and with the onset of her heat, pregnancy seemed inevitable. However, this state of heightened desire was unlike the usual flutters of embarrassment and excitement from mere teasing. This heat could not be alleviated independently. Thus, a dilemma arose. If he were to assist her in alleviating this state and they became bonded, the chances of her conceiving were substantial, despite her expressed desire to avoid having offspring. Qian Yun, your current condition makes pregnancy quite likely. If, by any chance, you were to become pregnant, please do not disdain the child. Rabbits are adorable, and I would care for it. I will also be cautious, doing my utmost to prevent you from conceiving. Will you agree? His expression was fraught with concern and unease. Qian Yun whispered softly in acknowledgement. It was not the idea of children that she detested, but rather the process of pregnancy. In this moment, she found herself with no alternative. The great rabbit assured her that he would exercise caution, and he was certain he could minimize her chances of conception. After receiving her response, Ceylon carefully carried her upstairs and gently placed her in the grassy nest. Her complexion was radiant, and her skin exuded an enchanting glow, while the sweet aroma of desire enveloped the room, deeply captivating him and drawing him closer to her. The great rabbit leaned down, his kiss tenderly landing on her softly panting lips. Their warmth intertwined as his kisses gradually traveled downward, caressing every inch of her skin. When his fervent kiss brushed against her thigh, Qian Yun jolted back to reality, her cheeks flushing as she stammered, "Ceylon, we cannot do that." Yet, in the next moment, her shy resistance was silenced by his kiss. She found herself powerless against his advances, gradually succumbing to his tenderness. As a shaman, he was well aware of the body's most sensitive areas, and each of his touches ignited her senses, plunging her into a frenzy of bliss. Enveloped in his lethal gentleness, she became entranced, lost in a state of ecstasy. Time slipped away unheeded until the embrace of sleep followed their passionate encounter, leaving her exhausted. When she finally emerged from her drowsiness, the overwhelming feelings within her had completely subsided. After 2 intense unions in one morning, she stared vacantly into the air, her mind in a daze. These unexpected events were indeed surprising, each more unpredictable than the last. Ultimately, she bore the burden of these trials. Now, the great rabbit should no longer weep in sorrow. There were no rabbits upstairs, and he was nowhere to be found. The downstairs was quiet as well. She wrapped herself in animal hides and rose from her nest, still in a haze. When she heard movement from the stairs, she lifted her gaze to see Ceylon ascending with a bowl of meat. Upon seeing her disheveled hair as she sat there, a profound sense of pity stirred within him. "The bathwater is ready. Eat something first, and then we shall bathe," he said softly as he squatted before her. His gaze gentle, Qian Yun glanced at the steaming meat and raised her hand. "I would like to take a shower first." Siren hurriedly set the meat aside and carried her to the bathroom for a bath. After finishing, they would feast on the meat. The thought of it overwhelmed her. They began their day before dawn, coupling, bathing, and eating, only to repeat the cycle once more. Chapter 72. The two of them are quite mischievous. Coupling is a physically demanding endeavor. After 2 encounters early in the morning, she felt utterly drained, lacking the strength to walk, her legs trembling weakly. Fortunately, the males were attentive, taking care of her well with a shower and nourishment afterward. Qian Yun gazed down at the green rabbit emblem adorning her chest, the beast mark of Ceylon, positioned slightly to the left, precisely over her heart. The diminutive head of the green-furred rabbit, with its long ears drooping gracefully, exuded an undeniable charm. Indeed, it seems that the cuter the species, the more delightful it becomes in its smaller form. Both Cang Mi and your beast marks share a similar head design, while Hungsha's serpent emblem encompasses the entire creature. Curiously, Qian Yun traced the contours of Ceylon's beast mark and inquired further. Ceylon explained, "Some avian beast marks also represent the entire form, which pertains to the lineage and bloodline of the species. It carries no particular significance. The presence of a complete beast mark upon one's body signifies the embodiment of its full power." Qian Yun nodded with a smile and remarked, "They are all quite adorable. I truly adore them." Upon hearing this, Ceylon's face radiated joy. He gazed at the beast mark on her chest, partially obscured by her strapless garment, revealing only a glimpse of the greenish tuft of fur. The sight stirred an indescribable reverence within him. The beast mark, situated over her heart, served as a perpetual guardian of her life essence. Whether she fell ill or faced grave injury, the mark would sense fluctuations in her vitality and unleash its protective powers, ensuring she did not succumb to death. It could be said that the beast mark intertwined her existence with his, at the slightest disturbance. His mark would channel energy to heal her. As the shaman of the sacred matriarch, bound by her emblem, his identity was destined to manifest the beast mark upon her chest, thereby ensuring her well-being. Remarkably, he could sense her physical condition even from a distance, without needing to touch her, thanks to the resonance of the beast mark. This extraordinary ability was a gift from the sacred matriarch's emblem, bestowed solely upon her. "Have Cang Mi and Hungsha not returned yet?" Qian Yun inquired. Outside, the sun blazed brightly in the sky, signaling midday. Ceylon gently lifted her and began to descend the stairs, responding, "They have returned. They are at the riverbank attending to the game." A skirmish attracted nearby ferocious beasts. Qian Yun found herself in a perplexing situation. Why do their conflicts so readily attract ferocious beasts? Siren, with a sense of resignation, elucidated. The energy released during the orc skirmishes is formidable. Ordinary wild creatures, sensing it, would flee to the farthest reaches. However, the ferocious beasts are drawn to such potent energy fluctuations, as their purpose in venturing out is primarily for the hunt, with the orcs being their principal target. Cang Mi and Hungsha are exceptionally formidable males. Once their energy is unleashed, it can reverberate across a vast expanse. If a ferocious beast happens to be nearby, it is inevitably lured in. Currently, it is a time when these beasts emerge with greater frequency, making encounters quite likely. Despite this understanding, Cang Mi and Hungsha seem to possess an extraordinary fortune, as each time they engage in battle, a ferocious beast is invariably nearby, always drawn to them. This bodes well for us, as we shall gather an abundance of ferocious beast meat. Siren remains indifferent to the question of who among them is the mightier. He simply knows that his Qian Yun will feast upon copious amounts of meat. Qian Yun found herself unable to refute the situation. She had silently criticized the scenario of Cang Mi and Hungsha attracting ferocious beasts during their scuffles numerous times in her mind. The arrival of prey was not entirely a misfortune. The two of them were more than capable of confronting the onslaught of these beasts. If a ferocious beast were to appear mid-fight, they would naturally unite to combat it together. Previously, Cang Mi had captured several little wolf cubs and hunted down a number of fierce creatures. At this moment, the two were preoccupied by the river, diligently tending to their catches, oblivious to the fact that Qian Yun and Ceylon had formed a bond. Qian Yun was positioned at the dining table, her body languidly draped over it. Neither Cang Mi nor Hungsha harbored any objections towards Ceylon upon their return. They were unlikely to exhibit any significant reaction. She was not concerned that they would confront Ceylon. After a while, Cang Mi and Hungsha returned with some prepped meat, immediately locking their gaze onto her as they entered the bamboo dwelling. The lingering scent of her infatuation and Ceylon's presence still surrounded her. They had formed a bond. Cang Mi's expression darkened considerably as he strode over to assess Qian Yun's condition. She offered him a smile upon his approach, which slightly improved his demeanor. He inhaled deeply, his cold gaze sweeping past Hungsha, who had also come over to observe Qian Yun, ultimately fixing his stare on Ceylon, who stood beside the dining table. He gritted his teeth and exclaimed, "That serpent beast is no good. How could you be so reckless? Are you unaware of how delicate Qian Yun is? To bond with two males at once, do you not fear she might suffocate from the overwhelming emotions? As a shaman, what on earth were you thinking?" Ceylon remained silent, lowering his head in a semblance of remorse. Hungsha interjected coolly, "She is bathed, eaten well, and is in high spirits. Her condition is quite good." Ceylon hesitated before echoing, "She is bathed, eaten," and suddenly became infatuated. The mention of infatuation left Cang Mi's subsequent words trapped in his throat. In a tense atmosphere, Qian Yun dared not utter a word as the elder husband reprimanded the second and third husbands, and in a moment of desperation, she interjected. Although Cang Mi's scolding was harsh, it was not directed at the matter of their partnerships, but rather at the continuous coupling that exhausted her. Eventually, when Qian Yun entered a romantic liaison with Ceylon, Cang Mi had nothing to say. With a darkened expression, he turned his gaze towards the timidly apprehensive Qian Yun, who, upon meeting his eyes, spoke with a tone of grievance. "Cang Mi, those two are such a handful." The two males, characterized by their flaws, remained silently unable to refute her claims. Qian Yun raised her arm, yearning for an embrace. Without hesitation, he stepped forward and enveloped her in his arms. Muttering under his breath, "None of you are behaving like beasts." Qian Yun embraced him, observing Hungsha and Ceylon as they scornfully chimed in with their reproaches, each behaving in a manner unbecoming of their kind. Lastly, she added with a delicate tone, "Humph." Hungsha remained expressionless, pondering who could possibly be swayed by such a soft, alluring sound. Her harsh words left him utterly speechless. Ceylon gazed at her with glistening eyes, radiating affection. Despite her legs trembling as she walked, she appeared to be in good spirits, her fragile frame having entirely withstood the burden of 2 beastly marks. "Let me take you outside to bask in the sunlight. There is plenty of meat available out there." Cang Mi cast a disgruntled glance at them, cradling Qian Yun as they stepped outside. Qian Yun inquired with concern, "Cang Mi, after such a long time, have you eaten anything?" The great tiger snorted disdainfully. "I'm full of anger." She chuckled softly, while Cang Mi cast a disapproving glance in her direction. After finishing her rest, she was in high spirits, while he, burdened with worry for her, felt a surge of frustration. Nevertheless, observing her vibrant state brought him solace. She bore 3 beast seals, the powers of which protected her, subtly augmenting her vitality and rendering her somewhat less fragile. Cang Mi carried her to the riverbank behind the bamboo hut, where the potent scent of blood from the processed game lingered heavily. A pile of animal entrails lay on the bank, drawing a multitude of fish that swarmed eagerly. He had arranged it there to attract the fish. Now, a great mass had gathered, and with a swift gust, he lifted them into the air, only to let them crash back down, stunning them into unconsciousness. In mere moments, he had harvested a bounty of fish, under the shade away from the riverbank. The meat of the small wolf and ferocious beasts lay neatly cut into appropriate portions, awaiting storage in his space. Each piece was delicately placed on clean leaves, meticulously prepared. The sight of the neatly arranged meat filled Qian Yun with delight. She opened her farming space to store the meat, organizing it by type. Once the meat was properly stored, she turned to Cang Mi, who was still at the riverbank tending to the fish, and said, "Once you've killed and cleaned them, just place them in the large basket. There's no need to dry them. This fresh food would not spoil within the space, as long as it was cleaned properly. It could be taken out for cooking whenever desired, without the need for further washing." Cang Mi nodded in agreement, squatting by the riverbank with swift motions as he dispatched the fish. The fish that had gathered, drawn by the scent of blood, were carnivorous, ugly, and ferocious. Yet their flesh was exquisite. The entrails discarded on the bank lured in more fish, and one by one, he continued his work. The task seemed endless, truly endless. Chapter 73. Her body easily conceived. Ceylon arrived to lend a hand. Surveying the situation, he gathered some vines from the nearby woods to weave baskets for the fish, and then joined Cang Mi by the riverbank to assist in the task. Qian Yun gazed from a distance for a while, observing the fish in the river, which seemed to be in a state of despair, drawn in wave after wave, only to be caught in succession. There were so many fish that she could hardly consume them all. "That's enough. You should go and have something to eat," she said with genuine concern, which suddenly extinguished Cang Mi's interest in fishing. "Understood. Once this is sorted, I shall cease my endeavors," he replied. "Are you tired? Would you like to return to the bamboo hut first?" Cang Mi inquired, turning to look at her. Qian Yun shook her head, declaring, "I am not weary. I simply wish to linger outside for a while." As she spoke, she gracefully settled onto a nearby tree root. Cang Mi cast a few wary glances around, noting the absence of any imminent danger, and permitted her to remain there undisturbed. The foliage of the grand tree was not particularly dense, allowing the sunlight to filter through the leaves, casting dappled patterns upon her, each spot delivering a comforting warmth. Was this sunbathing satisfactory? After a time, the tantalizing aroma of grilled meat wafted from the bamboo hut. Hungsha was preparing a feast, having toiled for so long without sustenance. They could not help but marvel at the resilience of the males. She had already partaken in 2 meals, while humans adhere to a regimen of 3 meals a day. The orcs tend to consume but one substantial meal, devoid of any sense of time, eating only when hunger strikes. Qian Yun sat beneath the tree, basking in the gentle breeze and the warmth of the sun, feeling revitalized. With a hint of boredom, she opened her planting space to harvest the ripe crops. To her surprise, she discovered that the space had expanded, with the storage area noticeably larger than before. What once appeared empty now brimmed with various items, not quite crowded. Yet the sight of it filled her with a profound sense of contentment. The farming space not only absorbed energy from the crystals within her body, but also, through the sacred female mark, subtly drew energy from the air to nourish the area. The space cultivated the crops at a steady pace while quietly expanding its boundaries. As Cang Mi and Ceylon finished processing the fish, before Qian Yun could rise to join them, Cang Mi hurried over, lifting her to the shore to collect the fish. Perhaps fearing that the basket would leak and dirty the space, the bottom was intricately woven and lined with large leaves, ensuring that each fish was drained of water and placed inside without a single drop escaping. This meticulousness deeply touched Qian Yun's heart. "These fish skins are beautiful. I shall prepare and sun them later," she remarked, as Ceylon set aside some attractive fish skins. "Indeed, splendid," Qian Yun replied with a smile. The group returned to the bamboo house, gathering around the dining table to share a meal. The table was adorned with fish, meat, and the roasted delights prepared by Hungsha. Marking the first occasion, they all convened to enjoy a meal together. Qian Yun has been well fed, quietly enjoying cherries that perfectly suit her palate with their delightful blend of sweetness and slight tartness. The 3 males sit in silence, engrossed in their own meals, an overly quiet atmosphere prompting Qian Yun to glance at them repeatedly. Each time her gaze settles on one, he perceptively turns to meet her eyes, causing her to shy away. With the presence of Cang Mi and Hungsha, the mood remains subdued. It is already commendable that they can share a meal together. In the oppressive silence, filled only with the sounds of eating, Ceylon suddenly recalled something and spoke up. There is something about Qian Yun that I forgot to mention. Cang Mi and Hungsha both raised their eyebrows, casting incredulous looks at him. You forgot about her? Cang Mi said in a cold tone. Forgetting anything is unacceptable, especially regarding her. Ceylon smiled awkwardly and continued. It turns out that Qian Yun's reproductive capabilities are even more formidable than we anticipated. I have yet to encounter a female with such strength, not even among the holy females. Her body is highly conducive to conception. When I bonded with her, she was in heat, and I was quite cautious to avoid it. She already bears 3 beast marks and is in peak condition, making her very likely to conceive. She is not fond of having offspring, so do keep that in mind moving forward. He reiterated, her body is truly prone to pregnancy. This revelation cast a serious expression upon Cang Mi and Hungsha. Snake eggs are small and can be laid freely, without any pain, Hungsha said earnestly, looking at Qian Yun. Noticing her brow furrow, he added, if she chooses not to bear any, that is her decision. However, should I come across any adorable little cubs, I might just borrow a few for you to play with. Qian Yun, is such a remark truly appropriate? Cang Mi cast a disdainful glance at Hungsha, then leaned closer to Qian Yun and said, do not bear him any snake eggs. Snake offspring are utterly unamusing. It is not solely the serpents that lay eggs. The eagle beasts and peacock beasts do as well. Snake offspring show no affection to their mother and are devoid of charm. He glanced at Hungsha, his eyes subtly glimmering. Qian Yun pondered for a moment before tentatively inquiring, is it possible to adopt a cub from another family? Upon hearing her words, the 3 males fell into a sudden silence. How could one forego having their own offspring yet still entertain thoughts of acquiring someone else's cub? Cang Mi observed Hungsha, gritting his teeth. The notion of stealing a cub had originally been suggested by this serpent beast. Could you not utter a few kind words and avoid leading Qian Yun astray? Hungsha scoffed dismissively. You are Qian Yun's first mate. If you cannot persuade her to bear your young, am I forbidden from picking up other cubs? When we visit other tribes, not having a cub by our side would subject us to ridicule. Cang Mi, frustrated, retorted, did you not just refer to it as picking? You spoke of stealing. Hungsha replied, there is little distinction. After all, it is not a cub sired by Qian Yun. Cang Mi felt an overwhelming surge of anger within. Qian Yun sighed helplessly. To prevent further argument, she spoke up, I do not harbor any disdain for the young ones. Rather, I merely find the process of pregnancy and childbirth unappealing. I am not prepared to welcome my own offspring. I am aware that females with partners may be ridiculed by others for not bearing young, yet I remain indifferent to such judgments. Females take pride in procreation, and failing to produce offspring often leads to being perceived as incapable, creating a severe hierarchy of disdain. Although Cang Mi and the others do not seem overly attached to the idea of young ones, I can sense a latent desire within them. Ultimately, they have chosen me over the prospect of offspring. Qian Yun was acutely aware that in a world devoid of protective measures, her body had been enhanced by the system and was further empowered by the sacred female mark. Unless she maintained a certain distance from them, it was only a matter of time before she would be affected. Their intentions were clear. They desired her to bear her first offspring, as it posed the least harm to her body. But what if she were to become pregnant? Such a possibility was highly probable, and it was evident they had considered this scenario. The current situation transcended her own desires for children. It was a matter of what to do if she truly became pregnant. How could they proceed with caution? Would they abstain from intimacy altogether? Was she to remain solitary in her nest, forsaken after just forming a bond? Hungsha's gaze lingered on Qian Yun with a profound intensity. Chapter 74. You cunning rabbit, in a realm where the concept of contraception was entirely foreign to the beasts, the only solution that came to their minds was abstinence. Only by refraining from intimacy could they fully prevent a female from conceiving. To avoid contact with a partner was indeed a considerable burden for these creatures. Both Cang Mi and Ceylon regarded Qian Yun with looks of deep melancholy. Qian Yun felt an overwhelming sense of pressure. The notion of abstaining from sleep to prevent pregnancy seemed rather unrealistic. It was merely a matter of being cautious. After all, they were aware of her delicate constitution. Were they not? The capability to reproduce is one thing, yet the process itself carries inherent risks, even as a paragon of virtue. I cannot guarantee that the act of bearing offspring is devoid of any peril, she remarked softly. Upon hearing this, the expressions of the 3 eased somewhat. As long as they maintained a respectful distance, there was little else to discuss. A slight restraint would suffice. All right, please continue your meal, Qian Yun urged. Wishing to steer clear of the awkward topic, they complied in silence, bowing their heads to eat. After satisfying their hunger, Cang Mi moved the bamboo hut into the river, allowing the current to guide them onward. During the hunt, he had already scoured the nearby forest, which yielded little in terms of bounty. The game had been processed, and there was no need to linger any longer. Ceylon busied herself with the animal hides and fish skins. Those fresh pelts could not be used immediately and required careful tanning. Qian Yun curiously leaned against the window, observing the large rabbit squatting on the platform below, soaking animal hides in a wooden barrel and diligently kneading them with various plants. The creature busied itself with the tasks of soaking, rubbing, and combing the fur for an extended period. In contrast, the processing of fish skins was swift. After a brief tanning, they were ready to be dried. She sensed a coolness approaching from behind, realizing it was Hungsha drawing near. Hungsha enveloped her from behind, resting his chin gently on her shoulder. Hungsha, do you need to find a place to hibernate during the winter? Qian Yun inquired with curiosity. Hungsha replied nonchalantly, not particularly. In the past, when I roamed alone, I would simply seek a cave to slumber in when there was nothing else to do. Now that I have you, I must take care of you. I possess fire-based abilities, which make me more resilient to the cold than other serpentine beasts. I will remain by your side to endure the winter together. Qian Yun gently tilted her head, pressing it against his cheek, and softly replied, All right, we shall spend the winter together. I am quite afraid of the cold and wish to hold you for warmth. Okay, he said, looking at her with tender affection as he uttered a single word. He then placed a small wild fruit into her hand. Qian Yun lowered her gaze, discovering a round, greenish-blue fruit, the size of a 50-cent coin. She gazed at this immature wild fruit with a sense of bewilderment. It was not merely unripe, it had yet to fully develop. Hungsha leaned closer, whispering in her ear. Snake eggs are about this size, round and easy to incubate. A flicker of annoyance crossed her lips. Are you truly fixated on snake eggs? It's not that. I fear that tiger might compel you to bear cubs, and tiger cubs are quite large. As she spoke, Hungsha gestured to illustrate the size of the cubs before her. Qian Yun, I must say, a single tiger cub can indeed outweigh an entire clutch of snake eggs. On the platform, Cang Mi, who was attentively monitoring the river conditions, retorted with fury, if I were to compel Qian Yun to bear offspring, it would be your turn to partner with her. Hungsha let out a soft huff, her delicate fingers gracefully toying with the small wild fruit nestled in her palm. Qian Yun cast a displeased glance at them, foreseeing yet another quarrel. Cang Mi insisted that she should not bear snake eggs for Hungsha, suggesting that if she were to conceive, she should seek another male. Hungsha remarked that tiger cubs were sizable, and Cang Mi would stealthily ensure her pregnancy. Following their union, it seemed they would once again shoulder the burden of procreation. Wouldn't they? Cang Mi would not impose upon me, Qian Yun stated with unwavering conviction. This declaration provided considerable solace to the otherwise agitated Cang Mi. He scoffed. A stray beast remains a stray beast, with a tongue too sharp. Hungsha's dark eyes glimmered with intensity as he retorted bluntly, in the past, you were the only one by Qian Yun's side, yet she never became pregnant. Was it due to your vigilance, or perhaps your inability? Qian Yun was taken aback by the serpent's acerbic words, as Cang Mi transformed into her beastly form and charged forward. She swiftly prevented Cang Mi's advance with one hand while firmly grasping Hungsha's handsome face with the other. With a hint of urgency, she admonished, You two are truly incorrigible. Even if I were to bear children in the future, I certainly wouldn't consider siring yours, for the incessant bickering would drive me to madness. Cang Mi, with a darkened expression, halted just outside the window. Meanwhile, Ceylon, who appeared to be diligently occupied yet had been discreetly observing their antics, timidly interjected, Qian Yun, I can assure you that the little bunny is quite gentle and small. It won't hurt much at all. Qian Yun, you insufferable rabbit, always slipping through the cracks. When tigers and snakes clash, it is the rabbit that reaps the benefits. Very well, you charming little bunny, so soft and delightful, Hungsha agreed with a nod. Cang Mi raised an eyebrow, casting a cold glance. Are you saying one simply procreates? This matter is not yours to dictate. Hungsha lowered his gaze towards Qian Yun in his embrace, for it was indeed she who held the authority in this affair. With the three males' eyes fixed upon her, awaiting her response regarding the prospect of offspring, Qian Yun felt a throbbing pain in her head. If not, you may do it yourselves, she huffed, turning to ascend the stairs. The three of them dispersed, lacking amusement. How could the three of them possibly reproduce? No fighting. I'm going to sleep, Qian Yun called out from the staircase, and in the next moment, Hungsha transformed into a magnificent white serpent, coiling around her waist and drawing her into the adjacent snake den. Sleep on my side, he murmured. encircling her with his serpentine body, watching over her with a protective gaze. Qian Yun noticed that he showed no intention of reverting to his human form. So she peacefully drifted into slumber, with the white serpent keeping watch beside her, alleviating much of her awkwardness. She instinctively wrapped her arms around his tail, using it as a pillow for her repose. The serpent's tail, having extinguished the small flame, lay soft and still in her embrace, not daring to move. He simply gazed at her as she slept, his dark eyes filled with profound affection. When she finally awoke, she realized it was already evening. Rising to stretch her limbs, she found her legs weak and trembling. Unable to steady herself, she collapsed onto Hungsha's serpentine form. "Qian Yun, you must acclimatize yourself more," Hungsha remarked casually. Observing her lack of stamina, Qian Yun suddenly realized, her face turning a deep shade of crimson. Adapt to what? Sleeping with 2 males in a single day? She nestled against him, emitting a dissatisfied hum from her lips. Her adorably petulant demeanor compelled Hungsha to lean closer, allowing his serpent tongue to gently caress her face. "I won't play with you anymore. I shall seek out Cang Mi," Qian Yun said, tucking in her neck and trembling as she clumsily crawled over the serpentine body. Hungsha neither hindered her nor offered assistance, patiently waiting as she resembled a wobbly young creature making its way slowly out, a sight that melted his heart. Qian Yun was exasperated, and just as she found herself in a state of embarrassment, Cang Mi entered the room. He strode over, lifting her from the embrace of the serpent-like figure and placing her gently in front of the dining table. Cang Mi raised his hand, tenderly smoothing her disheveled hair, and picked up a hair tie that she had carelessly left on the table. With somewhat awkward movements, he styled her hair into a loose, low ponytail, mimicking the technique she had previously employed. Qian Yun sat obediently throughout the process, a gentle smile gracing her lips as she patiently awaited his completion. Once he had intricately styled her hair, she raised her hand to touch it, exclaiming joyfully, "From now on, I can be lazy with my hair. My great tiger can do it for me." "Indeed, I shall style it for you every day," Cang Mi replied, tenderly caressing her lustrous, silky black locks. Qian Yun chuckled softly, her voice melodious and enchanting, bringing him immense comfort. How delightful it is to weep joyfully while remaining still. "The fish on the roof are nearly dried. Do you think we should store them away in the space?" Cang Mi casually suggested. Qian Yun immediately stood up, taking her hand and leading her out of the bamboo house to inspect the fish on the rooftop. The planting space was a sealed environment, devoid of air circulation. The interior was static, and the growth of the plants relied solely on energy stimulation, having no connection to sunlight or air. Consequently, fresh food stored within this space remained perfectly preserved. Whether it be fresh fish or raw meat, aside from a thorough cleaning, there was little necessity for any preservation methods, as they could be directly stored in the space. Yesterday, while the fish were being cleaned and prepared, Qian Yun had fallen asleep. They couldn't bear to wake her to collect the fish, so they left them drying on the rooftop. Let them dry, for fresh fish possesses a delightful taste, while dried fish offers its own unique flavor. All those fish were reserved for Qian Yun, tailored to her preferences. Cang Mi transferred the fish from the rooftop, and Qian Yun gently touched them, noting the sun was bright and the fish had dried sufficiently. Cang Mi had carefully prepared the fish, removing the heads and tails to retain only the finest portions, which reminded her amusingly of Hungsha, who would hang an entire fish out to dry. "That's enough. I will store them now," Qian Yun declared, placing the fish into the space. The flavor of these fish, when stewed, was far more delectable than that of roasted fish. She preferred the former. With an ample supply of fish, as well as a considerable amount of meat from fierce beasts and young wolf cubs, she mused that there was enough to sustain her through the winter, given her appetite. "I'm quite satisfied," Qian Yun remarked with a smile. "Now you can catch whatever prey you desire." Cang Mi nodded in agreement, her gaze drawn to the forest across the river. "Qian Yun, look over there." Chapter 75. Then it shall be a labor for you. Qian Yun turned around with curiosity, but from such a distance, all she could see was a lush forest. What was there to see? Over there were white sticky substances. She squinted her eyes to observe closely, only to realize that she had no knowledge of what white sticky substances were. Moreover, this distance was rather unkind to her. Cang Mi summoned the wind to push their bamboo house closer to the shore. Night was approaching. They would no longer travel by water, opting instead to spend the night by the bank, which would conveniently allow him to collect some white sticky substances for her. He remembered her once expressing a desire to cultivate some white sticky substances in her space. However, with all that had transpired since, he had not had the chance to procure seeds for her. Although her space could no longer accommodate them, gathering and storing some would pose no issue at all. Qian Yun replied nonchalantly, as if she had indeed seen it. Does Qian Yun enjoy eating glutinous rice? Su Lan inquired, poking her head out from the second-floor window for confirmation. Qian Yun remarked, I am uncertain. I believe I have never tasted that delicacy. However, Cang Mi mentioned that it is sweet and delightful, which piqued my curiosity. In the cultivation space, a substance resembling the white sticky rice also sprouted, and she wished to compare the two. May I take a look? Lan expressed his keen interest in the object within her space that bore resemblance to the white sticky rice, and without hesitation, he leaped from the second floor. This sudden action startled Qian Yun. Just look, but please refrain from jumping off suddenly, she said with a hint of exasperation. Lan, feeling somewhat embarrassed, replied, I did not intend to frighten you. This height is trivial for males. Even the young ones can easily leap about. Aware of her timid nature, Lan offered no defense, acknowledging that it was his fault for unexpectedly jumping down and startling her. Qian Yun retrieved several ears of rice from the spatial realm to show to Siren and Cang Mi. Each of them took an ear to examine closely. The golden-hued plants were adorned with clusters of small grains, unlike anything they had ever encountered before. Their expressions reflecting a complex mixture of curiosity and astonishment at the diminutive size of the grains. The plants resembled grass, while the white, sticky plants were robust, akin to small trees, bearing large fruits as well. Cang Mi conducted a brief comparison. Qian Yun found herself unable to refute the argument. After the bamboo house docked, Cang Mi handed her the ear of rice and then transformed into a white tiger, descending in search of Nianzi. Qian Yun's gaze remained fixed upon him as she observed him halt before a thicket not far from the shore. He rummaged through the foliage, snapping off a few branches and returning with them in hand, presenting them before her. Curiosity piqued, she leaned in to examine his find. The green branches bore small, golden, round fruits, modest in size. Previously, Cang Mi had mentioned to her that the size of the white sticky fruit was comparable to that of berries. The exterior of the white sticky fruit was smooth and somewhat hard, reminiscent of a chestnut in its firmness. Qian Yun silently compared the white sticky substance with the rice. It cannot be said they are identical. In fact, they are entirely unrelated. They merely share a golden hue and belong to the plant kingdom, which allows them to be placed together. After observing, touching, and confirming, Qian Yun is convinced that this white sticky substance is not the glutinous rice of the beast world, but rather a type of plant whose texture may be somewhat akin to that of glutinous rice. The true similarity in flavor remains to be discovered. Cang Mi, attentive to the subtle shifts in Qian Yun's expression, spoke. Lan, please begin peeling the white sticky substance while I gather some more. I believe Qian Yun would enjoy it. Lan replied. All right. Cang Mi then turned to continue her gathering, while Lan retrieved a small basket from the bamboo hut and crouched down to begin preparing the white sticky substance. Qian Yun played with a white fruit in her hand, attempting to squeeze it, yet the hard shell proved to be beyond her strength to crush. In contrast, Lan over there plucked several white fruits from the branches, and with a casual squeeze, the shell shattered effortlessly, allowing him to easily extract the succulent flesh within. Qian Yun, sometimes it is not the rabbit that is ferocious, but rather she herself who is lacking in virtue. Hungsha emerged leisurely from the bamboo hut, her half-human, half-serpent form gliding gracefully. She extended her hand to embrace Qian Yun, gently pressing her onto the serpentine tail coiled upon the ground, allowing her to sit upon it. With ease, she took the white sticky substance from Qian Yun's hand, which had proven impossible to crush, and effortlessly extracted the fruit within, placing it back into her palm. With a smile gracing her lips, Qian Yun curiously toyed with the unassuming white fruit. Cang Mi, utilizing her extraordinary abilities, swiftly gathered the white sticky substance, expertly slicing it with a gust of wind. In no time, she had neatly bundled the vines. As the basket filled with the processed white substance, Lan turned to Qian Yun and remarked, the orcs of the Green Forest tribe also consume this white sticky fruit. We typically wrap it in leaves and boil it in a stone pot. Some females even add wild fruits, resulting in a delightful sweet and sour flavor. I am unfamiliar with that substance and uncertain how to prepare it deliciously, Hungsha casually commented while peeling the white fruit. He felt he had no authority to express any opinions regarding the various ways to consume the white sticky fruit. Qian Yun said to Lan, then let us proceed with your method. I have never tasted that before, and I am unaware of its flavor or what ingredients it can be paired with. Very well. I shall prepare it in that manner, Lan replied, taking some glutinous rice into the bamboo hut to begin her preparation. Hungsha was still busy shelling the remaining glutinous rice, her slender and graceful fingers effortlessly crushing the husks to extract the tender flesh within. "What is that little plant?" he inquired, raising an eyebrow as he glanced at the nearby stalks of rice. Qian Yun bent down to pick a stalk of rice and explained, "This is rice ear, which bears grains of rice. It too requires husking, and the inner flesh can be referred to as rice." Hungsha inquired, "Why does one object have so many names?" After peeling the few glutinous rice grains in his hand, he reached for the rice ear in her grasp, plucking the grains and rolling them in his palm, causing golden husks to cascade down. Qian Yun's eyes widened in astonishment as she exclaimed, "Is it really possible to do it this way?" After a few moments of manipulation, Hungsha spread his palm, gently blowing away the chaff, leaving only a mound of pristine white rice. She keenly observed the fleeting gleam that passed over his palm as the snake's scales silently vanished. This was the shell crushed by the scales. Such a deft utilization of one's abilities. Nevertheless, it truly proved to be quite convenient. Typically, rice is sun-dried before the husking process, as this method aids in preservation and facilitates the removal of the husk. Employing your powers in this manner may be efficient for smaller quantities, but it becomes laborious when dealing with larger amounts. I propose we first dry the rice, and then we can utilize a stone mortar, a stone basin with a pestle, to pound or grind the grains, allowing the husks to easily separate. Alternatively, we could place them in a leather pouch and gently beat them with a wooden stick to remove the husk. These are the manual methods of husking that come to her mind, based on theoretical knowledge. She had never attempted to husk rice herself, her experience being non-existent. Upon hearing her suggestions, Hungsha furrowed his brow slightly. "You have already brought it out. Allow me to handle it. There is no need to dry it now that night has fallen. I will directly use my abilities to dry and husk it. Such a trivial amount of grain does not warrant such fuss." Furthermore, he added, "During the day, the bamboo house drifts upon the river, and with the strong winds, it is easy for the rice to be blown away." Qian Yun sighed, realizing the limitations of their circumstances. The bamboo house was ill-suited for the large-scale drying of rice. Relying on Hungsha's fire-based abilities for drying proved to be remarkably convenient. "All right, I appreciate your efforts," she responded softly. Hungsha's gaze deepened as he leaned down to plant a gentle kiss on her cheek, his voice low and melodious as he whispered in her ear, "If there is anything else that needs to be done, just let me know, and I shall take care of it." The warmth of his breath enveloped her, causing her cheeks to flush. Chapter 76. "Your affairs are not a burden." Qian Yun lowered her gaze and softly remarked, "There is no need to fuss over the others. I can manage the peanuts myself. At present, the rice poses a challenge. Should anything else require attention, I will call upon you." A faint smile graced Hungsha's lips as she reached for a handful of glutinous rice, resuming the process of shelling. Qian Yun sat beside, pulling out some rice stalks. As she was sorting them, Cang Mi returned with several bundles of glutinous rice. He placed the glutinous rice beside her, juxtaposing it with the rice stalks. Regardless of whether one considered its appearance on the plant or after it had been husked, the two were utterly disparate. The rice and the glutinous rice were entirely different entities. He could not fathom what she intended to compare. The only semblance was the golden hue of the husk and the white grain beneath, yet apart from their botanical nature, there were no other similarities. Nevertheless, as long as Qian Yun wished to experiment, nothing else mattered. He glanced at the bamboo house where Ceylon was cooking and said to her, "There is still plenty of glutinous rice over there. Once Ceylon has cooked it, give it a taste. If you find it to your liking, I shall collect some for you. If the flavor does not suit your palate, we can set aside a portion for Ceylon, as I have not amassed a large quantity." Qian Yun nodded in affirmation, responding with a soft "all right." Cang Mi took a seat beside her, and together they began to peel the white, glutinous rice balls. After a while, Ceylon emerged, presenting the boiled rice balls. These delicacies were enveloped in the leaves of an unknown plant prior to cooking. As Ceylon appeared, he had already unwrapped the leafy layer, gently blowing on the steaming rice balls. Before offering them to Qian Yun, he delicately tested the temperature with his own lips, ensuring they were warm enough before bringing them to her mouth. "This has no added flavor. Do try it. It's no longer scalding." Qian Yun gazed at a few soft, glutinous white rice balls nestled among the leaves and took a bite. The delightful morsel was tender and slightly sticky, imbued with a hint of sweetness, which she savored delicately. The texture was indeed glutinous, yet the flavor inexplicably resembled that of sweet herbs blended into the glutinous rice. It was refreshingly sweet and pleasantly chewy, with a commendable taste. She lifted her gaze to the three males beside her, who awaited her reaction with eager anticipation, and smiled, exclaiming, "Delicious. I truly enjoy this." After her declaration, she took another bite from the white rice ball in Sealan's hand. Upon hearing her response, the males collectively exhaled in relief. Another edible option had been discovered. Without hesitation, Cang Mi turned to gather the remaining white rice balls in the forest, determined not to miss a single one. After Sealan had fed all the white rice balls to Qian Yun, he gazed at her tenderly and remarked, "I have some cooked with strawberries as well. I wonder how they will taste." Qian Yun gazed at him with eager anticipation. Observing her expression, Sealan promptly returned to the bamboo hut to retrieve the glutinous rice cake infused with strawberry pulp. A mere hint of strawberry pulp was added during the wrapping process, and as the rice cake was boiled, it softened and expanded, enveloping the strawberry pulp and thereby creating a rather modest strawberry filling. Since the wrapped rice cake was directly placed into the stone pot for boiling, the strawberry pulp lost its vibrant hue, resulting in a rather lackluster appearance. However, the infusion of strawberry flavor within the rice cake rendered it far more fragrant and sweet than the plain version. Qian Yun was tenderly fed a bite by Sealan, and the fragrant essence of strawberries immediately filled her mouth. Although the appearance was somewhat unappealing, the flavor remained remarkably delightful. "This is quite tasty," she remarked with a radiant smile, her expression brimming with satisfaction. The fruit's tangy sweetness blended harmoniously, creating a delightful taste. I shall go prepare a bit more," Sealan exclaimed, her spirits lifted as she turned to cook. Qian Yun promptly called out to him, tentatively suggesting, "Shall we attempt to place the white sticky rice in a wooden bowl and steam it together?" She proposed placing a wooden rack in the pot, allowing the food to be steamed above the water. Sealan's eyes sparkled with interest. "That sounds feasible. I shall steam it this way," he exclaimed, eagerly setting to work. Hungsha interjected with a light-hearted jest. "Only you females are so particular, insisting on transforming a single dish into a myriad of flavors." Qian Yun hummed, questioning whether it was too cumbersome. "Your matters are not troublesome. I fear not your requests for this and that, but rather the silence that follows when you desire nothing and cannot consume anything." After uttering these words, he cast a profound glance at her. Throughout their time together, aside from her occasional petulance, timid demeanor, and the tears she often shed, as well as some habits that perplexed him greatly, she was, in truth, quite manageable. Beneath her delicate exterior resided a rebellious and resilient spirit, undeniably captivating, and he found himself enamored by her. Upon hearing his words, Qian Yun lowered her gaze and offered a gentle smile. "Did the great tiger once find you a nuisance?" Hungsha interjected, shifting the conversation. She quickly responded, "Cang Mi never deemed me troublesome. It was merely that he did not understand me at first, and I was unaware of what was edible in the central continent. During that time, whatever I consumed, I would regurgitate, driving him nearly to madness." Hungsha raised an eyebrow, remarking, "An irritable tiger. A male with such a temper finds it challenging to secure a mate. Yet, it is your kindness that led you to choose him. Otherwise, you could have refused to bond, and he could not have compelled you. Your identity as a holy female is sufficient to reject Cang Mi, while she may not be able to avoid pairing with the orcs of the Adar tribe, as long as she maintains a resolute stance. Her choice of partner could indeed be altered." Qian Yun noticed a large tiger in the distance, returning with a mass of white glue. Casually, she pointed her toes and smiled gently, remarking, "The demeanor of a male is entirely different when single compared to when he is in a partnership. Cang Mi has matured significantly now. I have previously mentioned that what is lacking between him and me, as well as between you all and me, is merely time and the opportunity for mutual understanding. Over time, as preferences become known, we can care for one another better and coexist harmoniously. Had it been you at the outset, witnessing my bouts of distress and tears, you might have been tempted to do away with me altogether." Hungsha remained silent, offering no response. Her encounters with him differed greatly from those with Cang Mi. Had she met him first, perhaps he would have found her behavior intolerable. He had witnessed her tearful displays, which had left Cang Mi in utter disarray. It was clear how challenging the situation must have been at that time. In her past, she had tended to be even more delicate than he anticipated. "Cang Mi is wonderful, and so are you and Ran. I hope that all of us can live together harmoniously," Qian Yun stated earnestly. "Petty squabbles are one thing, but as long as it doesn't escalate into something serious, it's inconsequential." Her words were heard by both Hungsha and the returning Cang Mi, who exchanged glances, each wearing a rather displeased expression. When Qian Yun lifted her gaze towards Cang Mi, his previously indifferent expression softened in an instant as he placed several large bundles of white adhesive before her. "You once stated that if Hungsha were to misbehave, I could deal with him. Cang Mi cast a meaningful glance at Hungsha before turning back to continue gathering the white adhesive. Hungsha's eyes flickered slightly as he looked at Qian Yun. His voice low and measured. Did you truly say that? The light tone carried an undercurrent of pressure that sent a shiver down Qian Yun's spine. Chapter 77. None of them are worthy. I did say that. But if you were to engage in wrongdoing and I found myself unable to contend with you, it would at least bring some comfort to Cang Mi, preventing her from being overly averse to you, she replied timidly. Hungsha regarded her with a somber countenance. Do not speak of striking me. Even if you wish to take my life, I would offer no resistance. Should they choose to confront me, I would not hesitate to retaliate, even to the point of killing them. His favoritism was always so unambiguously direct. After a brief pause, he added, I shall not harm any male you hold dear. I will not inflict harm upon anything you cherish. They may choose not to trust me, Qian Yun, but I hope you can place your faith in me. Within his dark eyes, an undercurrent of unease and anticipation surged. All he desired was her. He could tolerate and accept anything connected to her. With a gentle tug at her heartstrings, Qian Yun embraced him and, with unwavering conviction, declared, Yes, I believe in you. Those simple words instantaneously dispelled the unease that lingered within him, filling his heart with an abundance of affection. Damn it! There were still so many glutinous rice balls waiting to be shelled. Cang Mi interjected coldly, unceremoniously shattering the warmth of their intimate moment. Hungsha furrowed his brow and cast a sidelong glance at him, continuing with the task of peeling the glutinous rice balls at hand. This great tiger certainly had a knack for dampening the mood. Qian Yun, her cheeks flushed, cast a somewhat displeased glance at Cang Mi before hastily retreating into the bamboo dwelling in search of Ceylon. My dear bunny, she mused, as the conflict between the tiger and the snake unfolded. Turning away, she sought her beloved rabbit, urging it to remain uninvolved in the fray. The sky had darkened, and Ceylon had already kindled the campfire, while several stone pots busily simmered with food. Qian Yun had observed for a while. Cang Mi did not venture outside again but remained at the entrance, diligently processing the white sticky rice. There was no verbal interaction between him and Hungsha. As he focused solely on shelling the rice, the only sound accompanying them was the crunching of the husks underfoot. She felt reassured and busied herself alongside Ceylon with preparations for dinner. From her spatial storage, she retrieved an assortment of vegetables and placed them upon the long table. She decided to prepare a dish of corn stewed with pork ribs, as the meat was unpalatable for her. Instead, she planned to cook a few ears of corn for herself. Additionally, she would roast some beast meat, boil peanuts, and stir-fry eggplant, thus completing their evening meal. Once Cang Mi and Hungsha had shelled all the white sticky rice, they turned their attention to processing the rice grains. The rice was not as large as the sticky rice, with each grain being diminutive, and manually plucking them required immense patience. Yet, they exhibited no signs of impatience, handling the task with great diligence. Cang Mi utilized her wind-based abilities to pluck the rice, while Hungsha employed his fire-based abilities to dry it. After drying, they proceeded to shell it, one using snake scales to crush and knead, and the other using gentle winds to polish and remove the husks. Before long, all the rice that Qian Yun had placed outside was transformed into polished grains. Qian Yun, the rice is all prepared, Hungsha remarked. Upon hearing the sound, Qian Yun hurriedly dashed outside, her heart brimming with joy at the sight of a hefty sack of rice. The grains had merely been hulled, lacking the polish and sheen of the rice one typically encounters in the market. Yet, she cared not for appearances. Rice was rice. I can prepare bamboo tube rice for you, she cheerfully declared as she cradled the sack and made her way back to the bamboo house. Suddenly halting in her tracks, she turned to see Cang Mi rummaging through the discarded chaff. Those husks can be used to make pillows, she remarked. Cang Mi, somewhat exasperated, replied, Aren't you worried that the sound of crunching will disturb your sleep? How could it possibly be comfortable to rest against me? Hungsha interjected with a languid drawl. If comfort were your concern, you wouldn't desire such husks for a pillow. Who would have thought that your status has fallen so low? That even a pile of chaff surpasses you now? Cang Mi's face darkened in frustration at the banter unfolding before him. Noticing the impending quarrel, Qian Yun interjected. You two continue your bickering. Why instigate discord? Hungsha, I've noticed that since you became my partner, you've grown increasingly arrogant. She understood that as long as she refrained from mentioning Cang Mi's restlessness, the latter would have no reason to retaliate. In the past, the great white serpent had endured much to secure his place in their midst, but now, with such provocations occurring openly before her, it was evident that he harbored ulterior motives. "Oh, never mind," Hungsha replied lazily, always attentive to her words. He deemed any provocations made in her presence trivial, as he would not engage in actions that would jeopardize her relationship with Cang Mi. Now that he was her companion, he saw no need for further restraint. As long as their disputes did not escalate into a deadly confrontation, Cang Mi, gritting his teeth, remarked to Qian Yun, "You've witnessed the true nature of the stray beast. Does it resemble anything good?" Hungsha retorted, "I am not the one threatening Qian Yun. None of us are virtuous," Qian Yun murmured softly. Cang Mi raised an eyebrow. "What did you say?" Without hesitation, she turned and fled, calling out, "You heard me, so why ask? Slan, help!" Slan rushed over to her aid, promptly blocking the door of the bamboo house. Cang Mi, frustrated, shouted, "What are you blocking the door for? I'm not pursuing her." Qian Yun, feeling anxious, suggested, "You two should remain outside for a while. Wait until she has happily filled her belly before you come in." Slan stood at the threshold, wary that Cang Mi might kick the door down. The weather had turned less favorable, and Qian Yun lacked sufficient furs for warmth. "If you have nothing to do, go hunt and gather some furs for her. Do not frighten her." "Damn it, how could I possibly frighten her?" Cang Mi grumbled, transforming into his beast form and heading out to hunt. Hungsha quietly agreed. He was never a good rabbit to begin with. After he finished cursing, he transformed into a white serpent and ventured into the forest to hunt. The rabbit was not an inherently bad creature. It merely exhibited its flaws in a subtle manner, refraining from overtly vying for attention. The small schemes it displayed fell within an acceptable range, and thus it was left to its own devices. However, if Slan were truly as gentle and harmless as he appeared, they would be concerned whether such a male could effectively safeguard Qian Yun. Qian Yun leaned against the window, observing the majestic tiger and the elegant white snake as they ventured off in opposite directions to hunt. She chuckled softly, unaware of the tumultuous emotions swirling within Cang Mi, whose heart ached from a distance as her laughter echoed like thunder. Indeed, his little Qian Yun had been led astray. The tiger bore a bitter expression, yet a flicker of joy lingered in his heart. Slan watched Qian Yun reveling in happiness, and a smile graced her own face. Sometimes, she too could be quite mischievous. "How is bamboo tube rice made?" he inquired with genuine curiosity. His question drew Qian Yun's attention back as she made her way over to begin the preparation of the bamboo tube rice. She rinsed the rice and let it soak for a while. Meanwhile, she commenced the preparation of the other ingredients. Slan observed intently from the side. Though it appeared simple to place the ingredients into the bamboo tube, the quantity of each ingredient required careful consideration. This was his first encounter with rice, and he approached the preparation with utmost caution, watching intently. Little did he know that Qian Yun was casually placing the ingredients without a second thought. Only when it came to adding the salty leaves and other seasonings did she exercise restraint. "By the way, let's try making bamboo tube rice with sticky rice. One portion with the same ingredients and another with a mixture of sticky rice and regular rice. I want to confirm how it tastes," Qian Yun suddenly suggested. "All right. I shall take charge," Slan replied, taking a bamboo tube from the table to fill with food. Previously, when Cang Mi collected bamboo, Qian Yun had requested many tubes, as she had long wished to make bamboo tube rice. However, the rice had not yet transformed from husk to grain, and thus the preparation had been delayed. Now, they could finally set their plans in motion. Once they had assembled the ingredients for several bamboo tubes, the rice had soaked sufficiently. They began to fill the bamboo tubes with rice and place them in a stone pot for steaming. "It will take some time for it to cook. The food I prepared for you is ready. Would you like to eat?" Slan inquired, observing Qian Yun as she seated herself at the dining table, replenishing the fruit basket. Qian Yun responded with a sound of acknowledgement. Soon, Slan set her dinner before her: succulent roasted beast meat, neatly cut into small pieces, a bowl of shelled peanuts, a bowl of sauteed eggplant, and a bowl of wild vegetable soup. 3 dishes in one soup, quite satisfactory. For the orcs, meat was the staple food. A hearty meal of meat was all that mattered. For Qian Yun, however, rice had been her daily staple before her arrival here. Now, with so many restrictions on what she could eat, merely surviving had become a luxury, let alone considering staples. Nevertheless, she could plan to incorporate rice into her meals in the future. After Qian Yun had satisfied her hunger, the bamboo tube rice was nearly ready. Slan placed 3 portions of bamboo tube rice on the dining table, one made with regular rice, another with glutinous rice, and a third that was a delightful fusion of both. After savoring each variety, the bamboo rice made from regular rice proved to be quite satisfactory. The rice exuded a delightful aroma, and the harmonious blend of spices combined with the fresh scent of bamboo rendered its flavor both unique and delectable. In contrast, the bamboo rice crafted from glutinous rice was excessively soft and mushy. Once cooked, the glutinous rice transformed into a homogeneous mass, lacking the distinct texture of traditional sticky rice, offering only a soft consistency. While one cannot declare the flavor to be poor, it simply does not lend itself well to the bamboo cooking method. The final offering was a fusion of both regular rice and glutinous rice. The inclusion of regular rice balanced the dish, making it palatable. Yet it did not achieve the superior texture of the bamboo rice made solely from regular rice. After sampling each variety, Ceylon also indulged in a taste, and he couldn't help but chuckle, remarking that the soft texture was quite suitable for toothless infants, suggesting that a bit of meat puree mixed in would be ideal for them. Qian Yun found herself in a state of bemusement. This was indeed quite vivid. After some hesitation, she remarked, "Using glutinous rice to make bamboo tube rice is not suitable. I shall abandon this idea. However, the texture is quite fitting for crafting pastries. Alternatively, grinding it into flour for other culinary creations should yield satisfactory results. I shall experiment with it gradually." Upon concluding her thoughts, she stored the glutinous rice and the ill-fated bamboo tube rice away, deciding against offering it to them. She felt it was excessively soft, and it would be even more unpalatable for the males with their robust appetites. After all, with an abundance of food available, she did not wish to dampen their spirits. "I will keep these for myself to savor slowly. Should I feel hungry, I can easily retrieve them from my space. There is no need for you to go through the trouble of cooking for me, as my appetite is rather modest, and I struggle with overly hard foods," she said with a smile to Ceylon. Ceylon, fully understanding her intentions, gazed at her tenderly and replied, "There is no trouble at all, nor any inconvenience. Regardless of the time, even if it is just a little, being needed and relied upon by you brings us immense joy." Qian Yun nodded, her smile deepening. Within the minds of the orcs, caring for one's partner has never been regarded as a burden. It is an inherent sense of responsibility that befalls the male. If one's partner feels they do not require assistance or wishes to avoid being a bother, it poses a perilous situation. As Cang Mi, the great tiger, would assert, a partner's lack of need for one is a profound disgrace. It is not merely a matter of inconvenience. Your cautiousness evokes our sorrow, making us feel as though you do not trust us, or that you believe we are incapable of caring for you. Ceylon whispered, "Now that you have 3 partners, feel free to rely on us. Your need for us is the greatest joy we could experience. You possess the right to request anything from us, and we shall endeavor to fulfill your desires to the best of our abilities." Rabbit began to offer psychological guidance once again. "I understand. It is quite an adjustment to suddenly have so many partners," Qian Yun acknowledged. However, deeply influenced by human education, she still struggled to fully embrace the mindset of her female companions, finding it challenging to accept their bond as something inherently natural. During their interactions, an inexplicable sense of burden would surface, as if she were inconveniencing them. Phrases of gratitude and apology would unbidden escape her lips. Such politeness, in their eyes, appeared foreign. While it may be understandable among other orcs, it should not be the case with one's own partner. This was perhaps why Cang Mi, the great tiger, had tempered his temper. Otherwise, he might have resorted to reprimands. Cang Mi had indeed moderated his temperament, and both Hungsha and Ceylon were not particularly prone to scolding. They interpreted her unfamiliar, polite gestures as signs of timidity and restraint, choosing not to dwell on them excessively. Despite not voicing it, they were nonetheless concerned. The only remedy lay in spending more time together. Once familiarity was achieved, the awkwardness would dissipate. Ceylon gently raised her hand to caress Qian Yun's face, softly saying, "Take your time. There is no need to be so anxious. With the passage of time, you will surely adapt." Qian Yun nodded slightly. "Have you had enough to eat?" "Yes, I'm full." He lifted his gaze to the door, and Qian Yun, having heard the commotion, remarked, "They have returned. I shall go check on them." "Go ahead." Within the confines of the bamboo cottage, Qian Yun ambled about barefoot. Should she wish to come ashore, both Cang Mi and Hungsha would be there to carry her. At that moment, she chose not to step onto land, merely standing at the threshold to observe, forgoing her shoes. However, as she approached the entrance and beheld the enveloping darkness, a sense of embarrassment washed over her. She could hear their distant voices as they cleaned their catch, yet the moonless, starless night obscured her vision entirely. Just as her spirits began to dampen, a flame erupted from Hungsha's serpentine tail, a stark contrast to the usual flickers. This fire surged to a height of 1 meter. The luminous blaze dispelled the shadows, allowing her to clearly ascertain their whereabouts. Meeting Hungsha's gaze, she smiled softly. "I'm full. You both hurry back once you've finished." In unison, they replied, quickening their pace in the tasks at hand. Each had hunted large prey. Magnificent creatures with thick fur and their substantial size made the processing quite laborious. Qian Yun sat on the wooden bench at the entrance, patiently awaiting their return. Feeling languid after a satisfying meal, she showed little inclination to move. Soon, Cang Mi and Hungsha returned, having processed their catch, and tossed the animal skins onto the platform beneath the bamboo hut, intending to properly tan and dry them the following day. The prepared meat was brought forth, ready for Qian Yun to store within her space. After transferring the food, they washed themselves in the water, scrubbing away the lingering scent of blood. And only after ensuring they were clean did they enter the bamboo hut to eat. As Cang Mi stepped inside, he noticed Qian Yun still seated at the entrance, seemingly reluctant to enter. Without hesitation, he lifted her into his arms. "What are you doing sitting by the door? What if a wild beast sneaks up and attacks you? Aren't you supposed to be waiting nearby while Hungsha and I play by the river?" The snake beasts devour their prey swiftly, finishing it in a single bite. Hungsha countered, "That's not true. I don't eat in such a frightening manner, as you have witnessed." Chapter 79. Swimming together in the water, Qian Yun let out a light laugh as she was placed on a wooden bench by Cang Mi. Cang Mi and Hungsha sat beside her, one on each side, while Ceylon sat alone across from them. Males possess their moments of ferocity and brutality, yet they tend to display a more refined demeanor in the presence of females. Hungsha, particularly, was cautious and deliberate in her presence. He did not even dare to open his mouth wide to frighten her. She observed them with a smile as they ate. In the past, both Cang Mi and Hungsha instilled fear in her, while Ceylon appeared gentle and harmless, devoid of any aggression. This stark contrast illustrated the disparity between their races. Now, having accepted them, her heart brimmed with trust, and the initial fear she held towards Cang Mi and Hungsha had dissipated. "Is there an unspoken understanding among you males?" Qian Yun inquired curiously, noting that while Cang Mi and Hungsha busied themselves outside, Ceylon remained in the bamboo hut preparing food. There seemed to be no clear division of labor. Indeed, the reality was that Cang Mi and Hungsha ventured out while Ceylon took charge within. Cang Mi explained, "What understanding is needed? Whoever is swift in catching prey brings back more, and whoever excels at cooking prepares more meals. We all venture out, and Ceylon stays behind to safeguard you. Is there a need for a serious discussion to coordinate this?" Qian Yun remarked, "I am quite curious." Cang Mi, at a loss for words, understood that she had been transported from a distant realm by the divine matron, and it was only natural for her to be unfamiliar with such matters. After all, a solitary female could hardly grasp the intricacies of relationships formed after coupling. Not knowing was, in fact, quite normal. "If you are unaware, simply inquire, and I shall enlighten you," Cang Mi said, as she stuffed a piece of roasted meat, beastly in nature, into her mouth. Qian Yun showed no resistance and obediently consumed the meal. Given this, she unreservedly inquired about various matters. While they dined, she posed numerous questions that left them speechless. Yet, regardless of their astonishment, they patiently responded. What seemed obvious to them was likely unfamiliar to her. Qian Yun, with her candid demeanor, posed a myriad of inquiries, for she had been summoned from a distant realm by the esteemed goddess. This identity afforded her the liberty to innocently seek answers to various questions. Through this engaging exchange, she gained a deeper understanding of the orcish customs, particularly those pertaining to bonding. Having finished my meal, I suggested we venture to the river for some leisure. After satisfying his hunger, Hungsha rose and took Qian Yun's hand as they made their way outside. Upon reaching the lower platform, he transformed into a white serpent, and with the release of his extraordinary powers, he gracefully descended into the water. Qian Yun gazed at the great white serpent, enveloped in a gentle crimson glow that illuminated its entire form. The radiance of its extraordinary abilities rendered it exceptionally resplendent amidst the darkness. After swiftly traversing the river to ascertain that no peril lurked in the vicinity, Hungsha emerged from the water, his majestic serpent head leisurely approaching Qian Yun's position. The river here harbored no ferocious fish, and the current was quite gentle. "Come down, and I shall take you on an adventure," he beckoned to her. Qian Yun hesitated for a few seconds, opting not to plunge directly into the water. Instead, she lay atop the broad head of the great serpent. Hungsha chuckled softly, turning to guide her as they swam outward. The waters near the riverbank were gentle, and he led her through this tranquil area, gliding back and forth. With the large head supporting her body, Qian Yun felt as though she was resting upon a floating stone. Qian Yun reached out to touch the river's surface, finding the water pleasantly warm rather than cold. She contemplated a swim, admitting to herself that while she possessed some swimming skills, her stamina was lacking, preventing her from enduring for long. "Would you accompany me?" A sense of excitement stirred within her, urging her to join in the fun. Hungsha did not respond verbally. Instead, he took action on her behalf. With deliberate slowness, he submerged himself into the water, guiding her body fully beneath the surface. The serpentine form enveloped her, brushing against the soles of her feet in a gentle, almost imperceptible manner, providing her with a sense of support at all times. Qian Yun gently moved her limbs in the water, acclimating herself. This location was not far from the shore, and the water appeared to be quite deep. As her feet grazed his serpentine body, she instinctively stepped upon him. Hungsha effortlessly steadied her form and spoke. "The depths of this long river are difficult to predict. Some areas may seem calm on the surface, yet beneath, currents swirl ominously. One should not venture into the river alone." Qian Yun's expression was somewhat awkward. "I wouldn't dare to play alone in the river. I was fortunate to escape when I fell in before, as the undercurrents could have easily claimed my life had I struggled further. In the future, will you accompany me when I wish to frolic in the water?" Hungsha's gaze softened as his serpentine form gently coiled around her, replying, "Yes, I will be by your side, no matter what you wish to do. Then I shall swim with all my might." Qian Yun's lips curved into a smile before she plunged into the water, propelling herself forward. Hungsha swiftly followed, his white serpentine body encircling her, forming a protective barrier. Together, they swam through the water, reveling in their aquatic adventure. The ethereal figure of Qian Yun glided gracefully through the water, her ability to dive to the depths and caress his serpentine form igniting a profound stir within his heart. Together, they frolicked amidst the aquatic embrace. He had never encountered any terrestrial female, aside from the merfolk, possessing such exquisite aquatic prowess. Qian Yun's willingness to plunge into the depths and swim alongside him felt like a revelation of bliss, elevating his spirit to a euphoric state. Qian Yun submerged herself multiple times, attempting to embrace his form. She aimed to grasp his tail, but he seemed aware of her intentions, always flicking it away just as she was about to succeed. Thus, the girl and the serpent engaged in a playful pursuit within the water. After a while, feeling fatigued, Qian Yun reached out to Hungsha for a hug. He understood her silently, lifting her gently and carrying her toward the bamboo hut. Transforming into his human form, he held Qian Yun close, her damp figure appearing even more delicate in his embrace. Instead of bringing her inside the hut, he settled on the platform below, enveloping her in his arms while channeling his abilities to dry the moisture from her skin, particularly her hair. One arm encircled her waist as the other tenderly combed through her long locks, facilitating their swift drying. Qian Yun felt enveloped by a warm sensation, a cozy comfort that prompted her to lean into his embrace and close her eyes to savor the moment. After a tiring day of swimming, she was now surrounded by this soothing warmth and gradually drifted into slumber. Once her body was thoroughly dried, Hungsha carried her indoors. Cang Mi, leaning against the staircase, regarded him expressionlessly and instructed, "Place her in the grass nest upstairs." Hungsha furrowed his brow slightly, but upon reflection, he refrained from arguing and directly took Qian Yun to the grass nest on the upper floor. He gazed intently at the sleeping figure for a while before rising to descend, transforming into a white serpent and coiling within his own nest. Ceylon had already laid out a hide in another corner as his own sleeping spot. Sharing a bed with Qian Yun was not something to be contested, for it would lead to conflict. Now that she was asleep, there was no need for rivalry. Early to bed and early to rise. He planned to prepare a delightful meal for his little Qian the next day. Cang Mi surveyed the surroundings a few times at the door before turning to enter the bamboo house, his gaze briefly passing over the two well-behaved males sleeping below. Then he ascended to join Qian Yun. As night deepened, the area fell silent aside from the sound of rushing water in the nearby river. With no need to travel at night or to concern themselves with the drifting bamboo house, the males enjoyed a brief period of light slumber. Qian Yun, blissfully unaware, remained in a deep slumber until the following day. Upon awakening, she discovered that the bamboo house was adrift upon the river. She stretched languidly and descended the stairs. Cang Mi sat at the entrance of the bamboo house, attentively observing their floating abode, while Ceylon busied herself with cooking. And Hungsha was immersed in a heap of glutinous rice, processing fruit peels. Each of them engaged harmoniously in their respective tasks. "Good morning. I shall step outside to wash my face." Qian Yun greeted them with sleepy eyes before stepping out of the bamboo house. Cang Mi gently took her hand, accompanying her to the platform below. Qian Yun retrieved a piece of small animal hide from the space, using it as a towel, and dampened it in the river to cleanse her face. She even took a bit of cotton to perform a simple dental care. Cang Mi observed her with a complex expression, perplexed by her meticulousness. While other females merely chewed on leaves to clean their teeth, she opted for that peculiar white substance, meticulously tending to each of her small white teeth. He found her actions rather excessive, for her teeth were hardly dirty at all. After Qian Yun completed her cleansing, she suddenly felt a wave of dizziness as she rose. Instinctively, she raised her hand, but before she could grasp Cang Mi, he had already firmly taken hold of her hand and embraced her tightly. Having let you fall into the water once, I cannot allow you to plunge in again, Cang Mi remarked softly, his teeth lightly gritting as he carried her back inside. Chapter 80. Words beyond human comprehension. It was not until she found herself seated at the dining table that Qian Yun began to regain her composure. She lifted her gaze to the man beside her, Cang Mi, who held her gently in his embrace, raising an eyebrow as he regarded her. Qian Yun pouted without uttering a word, resting her head against his chest. This combination of grievance and playful charm softened Cang Mi's heart. What happened? Did Qian Yun nearly fall into the water? Lan inquired anxiously. Qian Yun shook her head and remarked, "It's nothing. I just felt a bit dizzy when I suddenly stood up after squatting for a while, but I'm fine now." Upon hearing this, Lan hurriedly set aside her tasks and rushed over to grasp Qian Yun's wrist to check her condition. Hungsha also approached, reaching out to gently pat her head. They had overheard Cang Mi's words and assumed he was merely reminiscing about the past. Their attention was not directed outside, thus unaware of her dizziness. After a thorough examination, Lan found no abnormalities and sighed in relief. It's just a case of standing up too quickly after squatting for too long. There's nothing wrong with your body. The energy within Qian Yun was now more vibrant than before, as her physique had adapted to the beast marks of both Mi and Hungsha. Her delicate body adjusted to the beast marks even more swiftly than he had anticipated. Cang Mi raised his hand to tousle Qian Yun's somewhat disheveled hair, simultaneously grooming it while proudly stating, "My Qian Yun is truly remarkable. Though she appears fragile, she possesses great strength." Hungsha nodded in agreement, adding, "She is also quite rebellious. Daring to escape alone into the wilderness is quite impressive." Qian Yun felt an undeniable sense that their praise was insincere. With a smile, Siren busied herself serving food, while Cang Mi deftly arranged her hair before taking her position at the door, attentively observing the surroundings. Hungsha, seizing the moment, settled beside Qian Yun, gently blowing on the steaming bowls of food before her. Once Hungsha ensured her nourishment, Siren moved on to tend to other matters nearby. Among the males in the household, an unspoken understanding existed. Regardless of Qian Yun's actions, as long as she had someone by her side, be it any one of them, others instinctively occupied themselves with different tasks. "If we happen to pass through a forest with prey, I shall hunt and procure winter furs for you," Hungsha remarked casually. Qian Yun nodded slightly. "Yes. Just a few pieces of skin will suffice. As the weather turns chilly, I prefer not to venture outdoors, preferring instead to remain indoors, shielded from the cold." Hungsha responded affirmatively, delivering the now lukewarm roasted meat to her lips. Suddenly recalling something, he spoke, "When the time comes, hand me the sandpit bucket. I shall take it ashore to clean it." Qian Yun, who had been savoring the roasted meat with delight, immediately found her appetite diminished upon hearing those words. A frown etched across her face. "Must you mention the sandpit bucket while I'm eating?" "Oh, I won't mention it again. Just give it to me once we're ashore," he replied. She shot him an exasperated glance, stuffing her mouth full of roasted meat, indulging in the savory morsels. Was this truly the appropriate moment to discuss the sandpit bucket? At that moment, Cang Mi at the entrance interjected, "I see a bear." Qian Yun distinctly sensed the deviation of the bamboo house's direction, soon leaning against the shore. Hungsha raised her hand to wipe the remnants at the corner of Qian Yun's mouth, her voice soft and gentle as she requested, "Qian Yun, please hand me the sandpit bucket." Qian Yun, truly. She felt quite embarrassed and hesitant. Although they were already a couple, she still found it awkward to clean the sandbox bucket. Cang Mi stood at the door and said, "If she doesn't want to give it to you, there is no need for further discussion. Perhaps she wishes to keep the maggots for her amusement." Qian Yun was utterly exasperated, exclaiming in frustration, "Absolutely not. You two are truly something else. Insisting on uttering such things while I am trying to eat." She lamented, "Just listen to the nonsense being spoken. It is hardly the sort of thing a person should say. You may proceed with your hunting. Once I have satisfied my hunger, I will take her for a stroll along the shore, as there are certain matters I must attend to." Lan gently interjected, "Listen to how elegantly the great rabbit articulates." Referring to it as certain matters, Hungsha scoffed dismissively, rising to leave, as he and Cang Mi set off to hunt the wild bears. Qian Yun took a bite of the grilled meat, casting a somewhat gloomy glance at Ceylon, who had settled beside her with a charming curve at the corners of his mouth and a tender smile. Eat more, and once you're full, we shall go play. After satisfying her hunger, Ceylon transformed into his beast form, carrying her ashore. They engaged in a bit of activity near the bamboo house at the water's edge. Qian Yun noticed a low-hanging tree adorned with numerous vines nearby, her eyes sparkling with excitement. Ceylon, could you assist me in entwining those vines to create a swing? I yearn to play. Ceylon was unfamiliar with the concept of a swing, yet he understood her desire for such amusement. He led Qian Yun beneath the grand tree, gently placing her down before he began to sift through the vines, intertwining the sturdiest ones and binding them together. The thick and robust vines were ample enough to support a seated figure. Ceylon climbed onto the makeshift swing and swayed gently, confirming that it could bear his weight, thus ensuring it would effortlessly accommodate Qian Yun as well. Once assured of its stability, he lifted Qian Yun onto the vines, and she joyfully began to sway back and forth. Ceylon watched her with a smile for a moment before retrieving several animal hides from the bamboo hut and settling beside her to sew. Qian Yun gazed with curiosity at the delicate and lightweight animal and fish skins before her. Upon witnessing him deftly carve out the shape of a pair of small trousers using a sharp fish bone, she instantly realized his intentions, which left her feeling somewhat bashful. Ceylon was crafting tiny trousers for her. Noticing her attentive gaze, he began to explain. The fish skin was thin and comfortable to wear, while an additional layer of soft animal hide would readily absorb any bloodstains. Qian Yun chuckled lightly, asking if this was the beastly version of safety shorts. However, she advised him not to use excessively thick animal hides. If it becomes too warm, I have cotton here to make sanitary pads. When the time comes, we can simply replace the small pad. Once used, it can be discarded. I have plenty of cotton, she said softly, retrieving some cotton from her space to show to Sela. This cotton can be pressed into suitable pads, making them much more comfortable to use. Sela gazed at her with bright, joyful eyes, nodding in agreement. Following her instruction, he added a layer of soft animal hide to the shorts, ensuring they would feel plush and comfortable even without the cotton pads. There were numerous small pieces of animal hides and fish skins, some he had brought from the tribe, while others were freshly processed in recent days. He crafted over 10 pairs of shorts for Qian Yun in one go, delighting her immensely. Once he finished the shorts, he shyly asked Qian Yun for the sandbox bucket to clean it up. With a blush, she retrieved the bucket from her space and handed it to him. Despite the embarrassment, it had to be dealt with. Otherwise, Cang Mi, that large tiger, would tease her again. Sela dug a pit nearby for the task, thoroughly washing the wooden bucket and allowing it to dry. He then filled it with fresh sand and fragrant flowers before placing it back in the bamboo house. After a while, Cang Mi and Hungsha returned, bringing 2 large wild bears with them. From a distance, their gazes met Sela's, and without hesitation, he scooped up Qian Yun and carried her back to the bamboo house. Qian Yun wore a look of confusion. They were about to deal with a wild bear, which could be quite bloody, so it would be best if she did not watch. Let us retreat to the bamboo house for some rest. She understood. However, she did not anticipate that he would indeed carry her back to sleep. He held her as they returned to the bamboo house, where, in the cozy nest on the 2nd floor, he showered her with affectionate gestures, truly captivating her. Chapter 81. I have never been favored. The large rabbit was truly adept at seizing opportunities, always choosing moments when Cang Mi and Hungsha were preoccupied. The gentle rabbit was indeed delightfully mischievous. Qian Yun succumbed to slumber, and by the time Cang Mi and Hungsha had dealt with the wild bear, the bamboo house continued its gentle drift. The bear's hide was remarkably thick, and the female bears had stockpiled the most for winter. Now, they had secured 2 bear skins for her, ensuring the winter would pose little challenge. With ample food and warm furs, Cang Mi and the others appeared considerably more at ease. They then embarked on a journey of drifting by day and resting ashore by night. During the day, they occasionally passed through forests teeming with prey, where the bamboo house would make brief stops for hunting. Ceylon had accumulated a considerable amount of herbs, and regardless of whether they ventured out to hunt or gather herbs, one would always remain by Qian Yun's side. This became a splendid opportunity for Hungsha and Ceylon to grow closer to her, especially for Hungsha. Whenever Cang Mi and Ceylon went out to gather supplies, Hungsha would sidle up to her, eager to seize every moment. On one such occasion, as Cang Mi and Ceylon busied themselves, The great white serpent took the chance to envelop Qian Yun within its coils, drawing her into a snug embrace, and she could not help but chuckle. What to do? It feels as though every time I share this intimacy with you, it's akin to an affair. Typically, the great white serpent exuded a leisurely and languid demeanor. Yet upon finding an opportunity to draw near, he became quite fervent, anxious that Cang Mi might return to thwart his endeavors. Hungsha reclined beside her, his gaze languid and dreamy. As his long fingers gently caressed her flawless, pale visage, his eyes sparkled like clear springs, imbued with a playful charm that stirred his heart. Aren't you quite fond of this clandestine feeling as well? He remarked, a smile gracing his lips. Qian Yun pouted in protest. That's not true. You speak nonsense. Their relationship is entirely legitimate. It is not an affair. Yet, at times, his eagerness evokes a thrill within her, a sensation that would have been even more exhilarating had Cang Mi not returned midway. Of course, Cang Mi is indifferent to this matter. She and Hungsha are already partners. As long as Hungsha does not attempt to take her away, he will not excessively hinder Hungsha's approach to her. When Cang Mi is preoccupied, he pays no mind to the affectionate exchanges between Qian Yun and Hungsha. However, upon his return, he forbids Hungsha from getting too close to her, absolutely prohibiting her from sleeping in the serpent's den. Generally, Qian Yun sleeps with Cang Mi at night, while spending her days in the company of Hungsha or Silan. Cang Mi has never once interrupted Qian Yun's daytime interactions with them, and Hungsha remains remarkably calm, subtly organizing her time. He has meticulously arranged her daytime and nighttime hours. I shall say no more. As long as you find it amusing, that is sufficient. Hungsha's gaze softened, his deep voice imbued with tenderness. Qian Yun contemplated for a moment, her expression tinged with melancholy as she remarked, You all sleep beside me every day, with such circumstances. It becomes quite effortless for me to conceive. Hungsha's gaze flickered slightly, and he leaned down to tenderly kiss her cheek. I shall refrain from our union today to diminish the likelihood of pregnancy. Deeply moved, Qian Yun felt her emotions dissipate in an instant upon hearing his next remark. We must mate tomorrow. Her earlier sentiment of affection was swiftly replaced with displeasure as she cast a disgruntled glance in his direction. Hungsha was enamored by her indignant expression, unable to resist pulling her into his embrace. He whispered softly in her ear, Carrying my offspring is nothing to fear. The sensation is far lighter than being bitten by its Cang Mi. Their offspring are substantial in size, and a single litter can contain several. Giving birth will undoubtedly be exhausting. I cannot ascertain whether it will be painful for you. Some females experience a smooth delivery, while others endure considerable pain. I am uncertain of your disposition. In any case, laying snake eggs is quite effortless. How many eggs are typically in a clutch? Qian Yun inquired with genuine curiosity. I merely ask out of interest. Regardless of the size of the snake eggs, I am still apprehensive. I fear the primitive medical practices of this world. Procreation feels akin to stepping into the realm of the dead, fraught with unpredictable complications. Although I have traversed here, and my body has been enhanced by the system, I am not immune to the dangers of childbirth. Yet, the pain is unavoidable, as is the anxiety surrounding it. I have yet to acclimate to this world. The thought of bearing offspring is utterly inconceivable. Before my maternal instincts surge forth, I shall resolutely resist the idea of having children. Otherwise, these males would surely indulge themselves. Thankfully, my frail constitution and occasional struggles with adaptation have made them cautious, preventing any reckless advances. Were one to miscalculate, the consequences would be devastating. If I cannot escape this fate, I will endeavor to delay it for as long as possible, waiting until I genuinely desire children and long to embrace motherhood. It is rare for me to express such interest in the number of snake eggs in a clutch, Hungsha pondered before responding, in the current circumstances. A single litter typically ranges from a minimum of 11 to a maximum of 34. The number of eggs in a clutch not only depends on the strength of the male's lineage but also on the health of the female. Not all eggs guarantee successful hatching. Some may be infertile, while others might result in stillbirths during the incubation period. Achieving a successful hatching of even half the snake offspring is considered fortunate. Furthermore, after hatching, the hatchlings must endure several more days. Many perish due to their frailty immediately after emerging. Yet, he refrained from sharing these details, knowing they would only instill fear in Qian Yun. The greater the number of eggs laid, the more offspring are likely to be discarded. Qian Yun understood that a snake's nest could produce numerous eggs. Hungsha had previously shown her small wild fruits, explaining the size of snake eggs. The smaller the snake eggs, the greater the number that could be found in a single clutch. Even among beast men, as long as they lay eggs, the quantity will not be lacking. Qian Yun continued, pondering the complications that snake beasts must face in their quest for offspring. After all, once the snake eggs are laid, they still require careful incubation. Hungsha nodded, his tone tinged with a hint of melancholy. Males tend to the incubation, while females are free from responsibility after laying their eggs. However, it is rare for females to take a liking to the hatchlings, as the young snakes eventually venture out to fend for themselves. Unlike tiger or rabbit cubs that grow up within the tribe. Qian Yun, thus, this is what Cang Mi referred to earlier. Does it imply that the snake offspring do not favor their mother? Once they depart, they shall not return. Yet, this is not entirely accurate. Some females exhibit a preference for the stronger offspring, often neglecting the weaker ones, allowing them to perish from hunger or cold. If, in the absence of favoritism from the father or mother, the weaker ones manage to survive through their own resilience, those offspring will not develop a bond with their parents. Hungsha spoke softly. Qian Yun gently caressed his visage, attentively observing his expression, and softly inquired, were you the one favored? Or did you endure and thrive through your own resilience? A flicker of pain briefly crossed his dark eyes. He suppressed the emotions lurking beneath the surface and gazed at her with cautious anticipation, uttering, Qian Yun, I have never known favoritism. Could you possibly love me a little more? I will be obedient, I will follow you, and I will safeguard you with my very life. A sharp pang pierced Qian Yunxin's heart, and her eyes brimmed with tears. Love, I love you. You mustn't wander off. Let us remain together, shall we? She clasped him tightly, weeping in sorrow. He was a wandering beast, living in solitude amidst the wilderness, engulfed in loneliness. Despite his cold, bloodthirsty nature, there resided within him a capacity for love. Otherwise, their encounter would have ended in tragedy. With the tenderness of his hidden affection, he safeguarded her, with utmost care, restraint, and humility, yearning for her love and concern. How could one not adore such a heart-wrenching great white serpent? After receiving her response, Hungsha joyfully nestled into the crook of her neck, his desolate heart brimming with her warmth. He increasingly felt that living was truly wonderful. No, it was the presence of her that made life splendid. Chapter 82. Let me see what is the matter. Qian Yun embraced him, soothing his emotions with gentle whispers and tender words. She dared not inquire about his past, which was undoubtedly more tragic than she could fathom. Fortunately, he had survived. The world was inherently one of survival of the fittest. A weak cub would be neglected by its parents, falling prey to fierce beasts in the wild or succumbing to natural disasters, an unrelenting selection process. Despite lacking parental favor, he had persevered through sheer strength, which spoke volumes of the torment he had endured. The neglect and abandonment by his parents were enough to cast shadows upon his heart. Surviving through sheer grit, Qian Yun felt an immense sense of relief that this great white serpent had not completely succumbed to darkness. He was waiting for her. She had arrived. My great serpent, Qian Yun said softly as she caressed his head. My little darling. Hungsha replied with a smile playing at the corners of her mouth. Will you sleep with me for a while? She agreed, and they fell into each other's arms, enjoying a comforting afternoon nap together. It was not until sounds from outside stirred them that they were awakened, as Cang Mi returned with prey to clean by the riverbank. Qian Yun groggily awoke, her eyes meeting Hungsha's gaze, filled with a tender intensity. In that moment, the atmosphere between them grew undeniably intimate. Suddenly, she felt a discomfort in her lower abdomen, causing her to furrow her brows as she sat up. In the next instant, she sensed warmth below, freezing her in place. Overwhelmed with embarrassment and unable to move, Hungsha, noticing her distress, quickly rose and detected the scent of blood. His expression turned grave, realizing something was amiss. He reached out to lift Qian Yun's skirt, only to have her blush deeply and hurriedly stop him. Observing the situation below, Hungsha hesitated and inquired, is there bleeding? As a solitary wanderer, unfamiliar with such matters, he could only glean from ancestral knowledge that females experience such occurrences. Qian Yun awkwardly pressed her skirt and softly said, Don't worry, it will be fine in a few days. Upon hearing this, and confirming that it was merely a normal occurrence rather than something more concerning, Hungsha's expression relaxed somewhat. Please help me prepare some bathing water, and first, handle this. Qian Yun retrieved a bundle of cotton and a pair of small panties from her space. Tear the cotton into pieces and flatten them, then heat them. I need to place them on the panties. I require 2 lengths, this long and this long, one for daytime and the other for nighttime. She gestured to convey her intentions. Hungsha observed intently, nodding as he began his task. He compressed the cotton into layers to place on the panties, understanding their purpose, yet puzzled by the need for heating. Curiosity flickered in his heart, but he remained silent, following her instructions meticulously, transforming into a half-human, half-snake form. He evenly spread the soft cotton along his tail, layering it several times. After curling his serpentine tail and compressing it, the fluffy cotton instantly firmed up. Once satisfied with the thickness, he trimmed away the excess cotton to create a pad that fit the size of the panties. Tearing, pressing, and refining. Followed by the essential heat treatment, a rudimentary version of a sanitary pad was thus born. Qian Yun retrieved a small leather pouch from the spatial realm and placed it atop the serpent's tail to be heated. The high temperature would eliminate numerous unseen impurities, providing her with greater comfort. After all, any contamination could lead to physical discomfort. She offered this explanation succinctly. The cotton, cultivated within the confines of her space, remained untainted. However, transferring it to Hungsha for processing would inevitably introduce some bacteria. Given the limited conditions, she felt a sense of reassurance by applying this high-temperature method. Hungsha grasped her intent and consequently extended the duration of the heating process. The release of fire-based abilities did not manifest as open flames, but rather as an intense heat. Qian Yun was uncertain of the maximum temperature achievable, yet she could distinctly feel the searing warmth beside her. She had faith that the elevated heat from the concentrated fire abilities would not disappoint. Hungsha fashioned the cotton she had extracted into small cotton pads and, ultimately, transformed into a white serpent, allowing Qian Yun to place the pads upon his form for further heating. After a considerable time, Qian Yun observed wisps of smoke rising from the pads and declared, "It should be sufficient now." Only then did Hungsha retract his abilities. Once the temperature of the pads had diminished, she delicately gathered them by their edges and placed them into the equally high-temperature sterilized leather pouch. It was now filled to the brim, adequately prepared for both day and night use. "I will fetch hot bath water," Hungsha announced as he ascended to retrieve the water bucket. Qian Yun interjected, "I do not require a full bath. A small bucket of water will suffice." "Very well," Hungsha replied, proceeding upstairs to fetch the small bucket that accompanied the bathing tub and ventured to the river for water. Cang Mi was downstream, tending to the spoils of their hunt. While he drew water from the river, Ceylon was on the bank, crafting wooden jars for storing herbs. Upon noticing Hungsha gathering water, she kindly reminded him, "Qian Yun may feel quite hungry after their union." The implication was clear. Once the bathing water was prepared, food should be cooked. Hungsha replied nonchalantly, "There was no union. She is bleeding." Ceylon paused momentarily, then set aside her work to check on Qian Yun's condition in the bamboo dwelling. Meanwhile, Cang Mi, with keen ears, caught the drift of their conversation and returned swiftly. Upon entering the dwelling, he was met with the heavy scent of blood and the sight of Qian Yun with tear-streaked, reddened eyes, leading to an immediate misunderstanding between the two. "Could you not be a little gentler?" Cang Mi glared at Hungsha, reproaching him. Qian Yun, with her disheveled hair from just waking up, had eyes swollen and red from tears due to her unfortunate childhood. Coupled with the scent of blood, how could the beasts not misconstrue the situation? Both of them firmly believed that Hungsha had been excessively brutal. Hungsha retorted, "I did not engage with Qian Yun. She is not injured. I am in a good mood today and have no desire to quarrel with you." He disdainfully tossed aside his words and carried the water upstairs to heat it. Qian Yun perceived the misunderstanding between Cang Mi and Ceylon, and she spoke up to clarify, "It is merely that my time for bleeding has arrived. Hungsha did not harm me." Cang Mi crouched beside her, gently adjusting her hair, and inquired, gazing at her reddened eyes, "What troubles your eyes? Why do you weep?" With a hint of sorrow, she replied, "I cried for the pain Hungsha has endured in the past." He scoffed disdainfully, "What is there to lament? Their serpentine kind thrives by leaving only the strongest in each brood. The hatchlings slaughter one another in their quest for sustenance, harboring many ill intentions. Every brood must endure the favoritism of their parents and the hostility of their siblings, while also braving the harshness of the cold, torrential rains, and the perils posed by beasts in the wild. This is how they are raised. If they cannot survive their infancy, they shall surely perish in the wilderness. Do not weep for him. In my own infancy, I was daily deprived of meat by the other hatchlings. When I sought my father's aid, he simply swatted me away, urging me to reclaim my share. I was left unsatisfied, a truly dismal plight." Listening to his tale, Qian Yun felt a weight in her heart, yet upon hearing the sorrowful account of the young tiger's past, she could not suppress a smile. Though tragic, there was an inexplicable charm to it. "Were you eventually able to seize their meat?" she asked. Cang Mi, unfazed by her laughter, raised an eyebrow with a touch of pride and replied, "Eventually, I nipped away their fur one by one, growing bolder with each encounter. until I even bested my father in a tussle. What a disobedient son you are, she teased. Cang Mi explained, for every young male, the first adversary to conquer on the path to strength is none other than his own father. Some younglings, having lost their fathers, turn their sights on the leader as their target to defeat. It serves as a form of motivation. Qian Yun understood. Subsequently, Cang Mi reached out to lift her skirt for a glance, startling her into exclaiming and pushing his hand away. The big tiger's expression darkened. What is the matter? He inquired. What could possibly be the matter? Qian Yun felt both shy and angry. Don't look. If you keep staring, I'll cry for you to see. Until I weep my heart out. Cang Mi interjected with a light cough, stepping between them. Qian Yun, blushing, exclaimed, Don't lift her skirt. She is perfectly fine. I am a shaman. Let me take a look. Observing the large rabbit's innocent and serious expression, Qian Yun nearly spat blood in frustration. All these males are cut from the same cloth. Chapter 83. May I touch you back, if you please? The water had heated up. Hungsha reminded from the stairway. I checked earlier. There should be no issues. Cang Mi, dissatisfied with this response, retorted, What does should be no issues even mean? No, I must confirm it. Ceylon, please conduct a thorough examination. Qian Yun is too delicate. Just as Qian Yun was alert and ready to escape, Cang Mi's strong arm encircled her waist, lifting her skirt with one hand. You all are truly something. Qian Yun's face flushed crimson, and tears welled in her eyes. Ceylon leaned in to verify. His expression grave as he remarked, The blood quantity is a bit excessive. He proceeded to feel around, confirming whether there were any other abnormalities. Qian Yun shuddered gently, burying her face in Cang Mi's embrace, tears streaming down her cheeks. Look, just look, and yet you still dare to touch. She sobbed. Hungsha, save me. Called upon by name. Hungsha arrived late to offer assistance, her voice cold as she reproached. You two have gone too far. Yet in her heart, she silently agreed that Siren should conduct an examination. Siren disregarded her words and stated, There is no swelling. But the amount of bleeding is greater than that of other females. Cang Mi furrowed his brow and urged, Quickly find some herbs to stop Qian Yun's bleeding. Stop the bleeding. You say. Qian Yun was on the verge of tears as she struggled to speak. It's all right. I've always been this way. Upon hearing her words, the demeanor of the three males visibly softened. If it had always been this way, then there was no cause for concern. Reassured, they understood that each female situation was unique, and if it had always been like this, there was no issue. Ceylon gazed at Qian Yun, whose eyes were swollen from crying, and felt an overwhelming sense of compassion. With a tinge of guilt, he comforted her. Qian Yun, I was merely worried that something else might arise. It won't happen again. Tears filled her eyes, yet there was no response. Cang Mi gently carried her upstairs to bathe. Upon entering the bathroom, she unceremoniously shooed him away. After a quick wash and changing into fresh attire, she managed her undergarments and sanitary napkins. As she emerged from the bathroom, clutching her clothes, Cang Mi approached, intending to take them for washing. She awkwardly evaded him, handing the garments to Hungsha instead. Hungsha, receiving the clothes, raised an eyebrow at Cang Mi with a smirk. Cang Mi's expression darkened. It was one thing to be excluded from the sand pit, but now even the laundry was denied to him. Qian Yun disregarded him, leaning against Hungsha with tear-filled eyes. They both forced me, she lamented. Her voice choked with emotion. The great tiger was practically at his wit's end. We are your companions, sharing our days and nights together. We have seen your body in its entirety. What is there to be upset about? Cang Mi felt an overwhelming surge of frustration. It was not her emotional outburst that angered him, but the fact that Hungsha had seen her too. Why should he be allowed to gaze upon her while they were denied? Damn it. They should not have been permitted to spend so much time alone together. When I came of age, I disliked being observed by you all, yet one by one. You lifted my skirt to look. How utterly disgraceful. Qian Yun lamented, her cheeks burning with embarrassment. Cang Mi retorted, where is the transgression in that? Qian Yun turned her gaze towards Hungsha, who silently listened to their quarrel, showing no desire to interject. Upon receiving her tearful and resentful glance, his eyes turned icy. A murderous intent instantaneously unleashed. Once I wash your clothes, I shall eliminate him. There are plenty of tigers outside. The next one surely one T lift your skirt. She nervously swallowed and replied, there is no need for that. Just behave yourselves these few days, and do not provoke my ire. During these days of bleeding, it is imperative to remain calm. Otherwise, numerous issues may arise, such as insomnia, anxiety, poor appetite, and even irregularities in future bleeding, either premature or delayed, with fluctuating intensity. which could potentially affect reproduction. Cang Mi, with a solemn expression, glanced towards the bottom of the staircase where a large rabbit was stealthily observing the situation. He earnestly inquired, "Is it truly that serious?" Ceylon nodded and affirmed, "It is quite serious. One could very well be driven to death by anger." Cang Mi observed, "Certain words spoken by Qian Yun may seem like mere intimidation, but coming from Ceylon, this shaman, they cannot be taken lightly. A person as delicate as her could indeed suffer grave consequences if truly enraged." Cang Mi chose not to argue further. Instead, he gently pulled Qian Yun from Hungsha's embrace, taking her hand to lift his leather skirt. "Come, let me show you. Do not be angry any longer." Qian Yun felt a surge of embarrassment. She made no effort to resist, nor could she avert her gaze as her hand was compelled to lift his beast-skin skirt, revealing the sights beneath. Blushing, she averted her eyes. This mode of exposure was far from amusing. In an already awkward moment, with onlookers and the unwelcome touch of Ceylon, she felt overwhelmed. It was akin to the mortification one experiences when, while engaged in a most private act, someone approaches with the intention of watching. After a moment of serious contemplation, Cang Mi remarked, to her astonishment, that she felt no such embarrassment. Despair enveloped Qian Yun, and she no longer wished to engage in conversation with him. "That's enough. I won't look any more. Whether you relieve yourself or bathe, I shall not gaze upon you." Cang Mi, ever the conciliator, acquiesced. His timid nature and thin skin were not revelations of the day. After soothing her with gentle reassurances, promising not to lift her skirt again, Qian Yun's spirits began to lift. Although the incident had passed, the three males remained burdened by their inner turmoil, struggling to comprehend the chasm of understanding brought about by their differing races. In the orc's perspective, it was entirely natural for one's partner to be observed and touched. They believed they held that right. So why the embarrassment? Their concern for her physical well-being had not been directed towards her in any tangible manner. Qian Yun's thoughts. How utterly awkward. Hungsha noticed that Qian Yun's emotions had stabilized and, coaxed by Cang Mi, took her small hand. He then went down to wash the clothes. Qian Yun noticed him coming downstairs and hurriedly said, "I merely asked you to help me carry it. I will wash it myself." It would be so embarrassing to encounter that blood. What is there to be embarrassed about? Hungsha replied dismissively, not even turning back as he took the clothes outside to wash. "Qian Yun, please do not be upset. I shall prepare a delicious meal for you. And I will allow you to take some home, if that pleases you," Ceylon said softly from below. Qian Yun sighed wearily. "That's quite enough." She expressed her desire for corn. Instantly, Ceylon beamed with joy and hurried to prepare the corn. Cang Mi took her hand and led her downstairs to sit at the dining table, awaiting their meal. "What did you catch today?" Qian Yun inquired casually. Suddenly, he realized that he had left the prey on the shore, having been too preoccupied with her earlier predicament to properly attend to it. He had managed to catch a few wild wolves, which remained discarded by the water's edge. "Qian Yun, then you should hurry and take care of it. What if it gets nibbled by the fish?" Cang Mi gazed deeply into her eyes, showing no intention of moving. Qian Yun pouted and said, "I'm fine now," while raising a hand to touch her swollen, tear-stained eyelids. He gritted his teeth. No matter how one looked at it, she hardly appeared to be fine. Feeding the fish was merely feeding the fish. It was only a change of prey for the wild wolf, and there was no loss in that. Your well-being is paramount. First, ensure you are satiated. He glanced over at Ceylon, who was boiling corn, and then moved to the side to roast meat. He sliced a thin piece of fierce beast meat, wrapping it in a salty leaf, and placing it against the stone pot to cook. Before long, the meat was done. As the meat cooked, the flavors of the salty leaf infused beautifully. Cang Mi blew gently on it a few times to cool it down before bringing the piece of meat to Qian Yun's lips, reminding her, "It is fierce beast meat." Qian Yun opened her mouth and took a bite. The flavor of the salted leaves did not fully manifest, rendering the taste somewhat mild. However, the meat of the ferocious beast lacked a pronounced gamey odor, and its subtle flavor did not induce any feelings of revulsion. She refrained from commenting on whether it was delicious or unpalatable. After she finished that piece of meat, Cang Mi continued to roast slices of meat for her. With each bite she took, he felt an increasing sense of relief in his heart. As long as the offered food was appropriate, she was easily satisfied. Qian Yun satiated her hunger with roasted meat and corn prepared by Ceylon. After ensuring she was well fed, Cang Mi ventured out to continue processing the game. When Hungsha went out to wash the clothes, she casually dragged the prey a bit closer, maintaining a safe distance from the water's edge and thereby avoiding the fate of being nibbled by fish. When Cang Mi returned to handle the game, Not a single morsel of meat had been lost. He cast a glance at the great white serpent returning from the opposite bank after washing, inwardly remarking, "You've certainly run far enough." After a brief respite, Qian Yun, feeling a slight discomfort in her abdomen, turned to the gentle gaze of Ceylon beside her and said, "I wish to step outside and bask in the sunlight, and I long to hold the large rabbit." Chapter 84. Qian Yun, love me. Needed by her. Ceylon's face lit up with joy as she took Qian Yun's hand and led her to the door, where she transformed into her beastly form. Qian Yun knelt beside him, her body gently resting against him, the soft, fluffy rabbit providing unparalleled comfort. "Qian Yun, are you feeling unwell?" Ceylon inquired anxiously. Observing her not-so-favorable reaction, Qian Yun closed her eyes and replied, "It's not unbearable. Compared to usual, it is somewhat uncomfortable, a bit bloated, that kind of feeling. It's like this every time, but it's nothing." Ceylon gently nuzzled her face with her own head. Some females experience significant pain during their bleeding, and the shaman would prepare pain-relieving herbs. However, consuming those herbs affects the female's estrus cycle, and unless the discomfort is severe, they would not be given the medicine. Estrus is a delicate phase. After bleeding, the female's body enters a stage of estrus, during which the likelihood of conception is at its peak. While estrus may occur at other times, the chances of conception are not as high as during this phase. To avoid impacting the female's ability to conceive, any medication that influences estrus should be avoided unless absolutely necessary. Using the medicine signifies that the female has forfeited a prime opportunity for conception. Generally, those females who exhibit discomfort are capable of enduring it. Qian Yun's reaction was the mildest among the various discomforts. "Let us bask in the sun and take a nap. I will keep you company," he said soothingly. Qian Yun leaned against him, her body warmed by the sun's gentle rays. She felt no discomfort. Rather, the warmth enveloped her in a soothing embrace, lulling her into a peaceful slumber. Upon returning from processing their catch, Cang Mi found her nestled atop a rabbit, lost in sleep. He hesitated to disturb the tranquility of their bamboo dwelling and, feeling somewhat bored, ventured into the forest for another hunting expedition. Hungsha also waded into the river to catch some shrimp, each engaged in their own pursuits while simultaneously gathering provisions for their home. It was only when Qian Yun awoke that the bamboo house resumed its drift downstream. Qian Yun awoke in this manner, indulging in her meals, and after satisfying her hunger, she succumbed to drowsiness. This cycle repeated itself for several days. Rather than feeling increasingly fatigued, she found herself rejuvenated with each awakening, enveloped in an indescribable sense of comfort. Her slumber led her to perceive the world as profoundly beautiful. Cang Mi and Hungsha, too, behaved themselves, refraining from quarrels and striving to provide her with a tranquil and warm environment. During this extraordinary time, they dared not provoke her anger nor allow her to weep. They maintained a harmonious and amicable rapport among themselves. Upon her first menstrual cycle after arriving in the beast realm, Qian Yun was meticulously cared for by the males in her household, and she felt utterly cherished. However, there were slight disagreements regarding the tasks of cleaning the sandpit and doing the laundry. From the initial embarrassment to a state of numbness, Qian Yun found herself amidst the rivalry for affection, where even the sandpit bucket was contested for cleaning. She is truly grateful to them. Their lack of disdain for her is indeed a blessing. Some matters, though awkward at first, become habitual over time, and she has chosen to simply lie back and embrace the situation. On the day following the end of her aunt's visit, when Cang Mi and Ceylon came ashore to hunt, Hungsha cradled the drowsy Qian Yun, who had been resting her head on the dining table, and carried her into his serpentine nest. The restless tail of the serpent entwined around her form. "Qian Yun, love me," a voice, laden with allure, whispered softly in her ear. Qian Yun, feeling quite troubled, raised her hand and disdainfully pushed his head away. Hungsha replied, "All right," he pursues affection on his own. His kisses softly descended upon the nape of her neck. Gentle and tender, mindful not to disturb her slumber. Qian Yun had never been in a deep slumber. How could she possibly sleep soundly with such tantalizing provocations? She quickly found herself blushing fiercely. Hungsha's kisses silenced all her words, culminating in an intoxicating whirlwind of passion. After their fervent encounter, Hungsha warmed some water to cleanse her body, and under his gentle care, she drifted into a serene sleep. Time slipped away, and an overwhelming surge of emotion began to envelop her, causing Qian Yun to awaken, breathless and flushed. As she sat up, her gaze met that of Cang Mi, who was seated beside her, crafting a new garment. Their eyes locked, and the atmosphere became subtly charged. Alas, that serpent beast proved utterly ineffectual, failing to bring her satisfaction. Cang Mi had long sensed the intoxicating aura of desire emanating from her. Heaven knew the agony he endured while stitching her up just moments ago. Her essence was so sweet, it proved irresistibly tempting to him. Blushing with embarrassment, Qian Yun raised her arms to embrace him. She had already nestled in the grass nest upstairs. While she was asleep, Cang Mi and Hungsha had switched shifts, and Hungsha was likely out hunting. It had nothing to do with Hungsha. Why was I feeling this way again? I had already experienced such emotions once before. Qian Yun buried her face in the crook of his neck, letting out a soft, distressed whimper. Cang Mi's gaze softened as he gently caressed her head, saying, "You bear 3 beast marks. You are a mature female. The signs of estrus indicate that your body is in its optimal state, primed for pregnancy. You are a sacred female, endowed with the power of the sacred female's mark. Before conception, such feelings of desire are inevitable. Estrus does not solely occur after menstruation. The fact that you have experienced it twice in such a short span of time surely means that the goddess of femininity is urging you to bear offspring. The patterns of the goddess's estrus are unpredictable, yet it is quite unusual for any female to experience such frequent cycles in such a brief period." Qian Yun felt a wave of overwhelming emotions, a fierce sensation that filled her with shame, leaving her unsure of how to proceed. She wished to speak to Cang Mi, yet the words eluded her. "Qian Yun, I am here," Cang Mi whispered as he pressed his lips against hers, a silent understanding passing between them, entwining their hearts. In this moment, words were unnecessary. The release of breath conveyed all that needed to be known. The female had entered her season, and the time for procreation had arrived. Cang Mi unleashed his restrained primal instincts, and the passionate embrace brought Qian Yun an indescribable delight. After their fervent encounter, she lay cradled in his arms, her cheeks flushed, her body languid against him, drenched in perspiration, utterly exhausted. "Are you comfortable?" Cang Mi inquired, his violet eyes shimmering with joy as he held her close. Qian Yun chose to ignore such lascivious inquiries, burying her face in his chest and closing her eyes, refusing to respond. How could she not feel discomfort? In truth, she felt utterly at ease, yet she refrained from voicing it. What a source of shame this was. Your body possesses quite a remarkable resilience, enduring both Hungsha and Sea Land's beastly marks. Aside from the days of bleeding, you have engaged in union with us daily. Cang Mi could not help but exclaim in admiration. Qian Yun appears delicate, yet at times exhibits remarkable strength. Of course, there are moments when her fragility is genuinely palpable. In the matter of their intimate union, her body proves to be resilient, transitioning from initial discomfort to gradual acclimatization, regardless of exhaustion or weakness in her limbs. A restful slumber restores her vitality, allowing her to awaken invigorated and full of life. Qian Yun has kept pace with this rhythm. After you became a couple with those two, I experienced a moment of turmoil.